4 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. As autumn temperatures get cooler, here are some simple things you can do to help out the environment. Remove any window air conditioners. Check windows and door seals for proper insulation to keep heat in and cold air out. And check your furnace, making sure it's clean, and replace the air filter with a new one to keep it running at peak efficiency all winter long. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke Skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use this directed.
In San Francisco today, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper to mid 60s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
the Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill, the pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Dukes to the intro.
I kind of want to hear it again.
You know what? Rewrite the show because it's not even 6:05 yet.
I can't even believe that.
Craig, start the show over.
We had never heard that.
Start the show over. Start it over.
Think about the shit and I think it well.
Oh, we got Snoop Burger too. Oh, this is great. This is great. Let me know when you rewind that, Craig, back.
What a sports weekend.
Great sports weekend. Great college football. Great NFL. The Niners win. Jimmy looks really, really good. Jimmy looks good. All right, restart the show. Let's go. Reset.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
Oh, that is so sick.
Are we the first sports talk radio show in the history of sports talk radio to have one of our callers, want to have one of our roasters, basically talk over the intro? We may be the first in history.
I love that.
I love that. It's different.
I do too.
It's fresh.
Wow, I got goosebumps, bro. How about those Niners?
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Good morning, everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift. Getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? We got a lot going on here. A lot going on after that weekend. Of course, we're going to recap the Draymond Green presser from Saturday afternoon, and we saw the Warriors hit the court yesterday. Jordan Poole looked damn good. Please don't tell me that's replaceable. So you just want to ship off Jordan Poole and say, hey, we go find another guard. No. Jordan Poole's a real deal. Wiseman looked really good. Steph was in his bag. We'll get to the Warriors and everything that happened over the weekend with them. Draymond's going to be away from the team. But we got to start off on a football Monday because, 888-957-9570. It's about the roasters. It's about the listeners. It's about the callers. It's about YouTube, the Comcast Business Text Line, to Twitch. Niners looked pretty damn good yesterday. And if Jimmy plays that way, the way he played yesterday, couple old no throws, we move on. Oh, it should have been a pick. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I don't play in that business. I don't invest in that business.
Wouldn't you agree that in this particular game, the one thing that I was really encouraged with Jimmy was that he avoided sacks on plays where there were free releases, and instead of just throwing it away, he was like, you know what? Pre-snap, let me identify the one-on-one matchup, and I'm just going to throw it up. And I'm going to let my playmakers make plays. Like, some of the throws, you go, oh, no. I like it. Make George Kittle have a one-on-one and go up and get it. Give Juwan Jennings an opportunity to make plays. Give Tevin Coleman an opportunity to make plays downfield. Like, if Jimmy plays that way, this team could beat anybody.
They could beat anybody in the NFC with that defense. However, we have injury news, and that's the only thing that could derail this whole damn thing.
I know.
Robbie Gould's hurt. I believe the Niners could find a kicker. It sucks that Robbie Gould's hurt. The one injury I'm looking at is Emmanuel Mosley.
It sucks.
And you know how I feel about Emmanuel Mosley, Shasky. I believe he's the most underrated cornerback in football. I think he's solid. A lot of people don't forget about the 3rd and 15 in Super Bowl 54. But for the most part, as a 49er, Emmanuel Mosley has been solid as they come. And the combination of Mosley and Mooney Ward at the cornerback spot is one of the best combinations maybe since Deion and Eric Davis.
I counted 6 pass breakups in just the 3.5 quarters, my second time watching it through. 6. I can't remember 49er DBs, to your point, that made plays on the ball consistently the way these two do, and they both came up and stuffed the run.
Yeah, they stuffed the run. You know how I feel about Mosley tackling. He's been doing it since week 4, down into L.A. Memorial Coliseum, week 5, I should say, when he put Cooper Kupp on his back. That's what Mosley does. And see him get hurt on that turf late in the football game. Now some people are saying, the Niners should have gone for it on 4th down. And,
that's not fair.
That's not fair at all.
That's not
Things
fair.
happen.
Yes.
Things happen. And unfortunately, just like Jason Verrett last year against the Detroit Lions, late in the game in week number 1, tears his ACL. Good news is Verrett will be back at some point this season. But the physicality of Mosley will be missed. And you got some teams coming into town now. The Falcons got weapons. All right? Falcons gave the Bucs all they could handle. The Chiefs are coming in a couple of weeks. The Chargers are coming in a few weeks. You got big boy football coming up. And to lose Mosley like that just stinks. It really stinks. And the injury bug just seems to loom large over Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers.
So you got no Kinlaw and no Armstead right now. I'm not sure what the duration is on those injuries. We know that Trent is out on the offense.
Did you hear Kinlaw Friday? Basically saying it's going to be a long year because the fluid builds up, and that stinks.
Look, B, I don't want to crush the guy. It feels like the knee is just going to be a problem for him, and it stinks. I mean, it just feels like I'd say we're looking at somebody woulda, coulda, shoulda on the knee. If you're asking me today, is he going to get his 5th-year option extended?
I don't know.
I would say probably not.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't.
It's tough.
You could probably re-sign him for, multiple years for whatever that 1 year deal is. Armstead injury's big too, B. Right now,
Huge.
there's a bunch of D linemen I'm not accustomed to. Nick Bosa, the groin. Where's he at? Jimmy Ward plays one play and breaks his hand.
Unbelievable.
Can he play with a boxer's glove? I don't know if you could play secondary with one of those, I call it the Willis.
Right. The club.
Exactly. I don't think you can. It feels like Gibson's played pretty good in his absence, but the Emmanuel Mosley injury, of all the injuries, this is the one that I think they're going to have the hardest time finding comparable production from.
So look at Shanahan's tenure. 2017, 10th most injured team. 2018, 4th most injured team. 2019, 6th most injured team. 2020, most injured team. 2021, 3rd most injured team.
It's just,
And that's from our boy Stats on Fire, Rob Guerrera. And I saw that, and I was just like, damn, so you look at the injuries, got Elijah Mitchell out.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is out. Colt McKivitz is out.
I forgot about Colt
Nick Bosa.
Jalen, real quick, Jalen didn't look that bad. Couple of plays by Brian Burns. I'm just saying, he was unplayable the week before.
Yeah, no, he
that's all.
I didn't notice him.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And Aaron Banks has been solid this year as well. We need to give him his flowers.
And to give credit where credit's due, McGlinchey played a really good game.
Nah, he was solid.
He did. I want to give him his love. When he plays bad, I crush him. So when he plays well, and I felt like the offensive line as a whole, last 2 games, has been fantastic.
So you have Nick Bosa hurt. Aziz Al-Shaair hurt.
It's just unreal.
Emmanuel Mosley hurt. Jimmy Ward hurt. Robbie Gould hurt. It's just, what's next?
Is
the Black Cat just walking in front of the 49ers sideline before games saying, all right, who's next? Who's next?
I don't know what to make of it.
It just stinks.
It really does.
I also like to,
you didn't even bring up Trey Lance.
Didn't even bring up Trey Lance. Broken ankle. He's out. Broken fibula, whatever. He's out for the year. It just forgot. Already, felt like that happened last year.
I know. On the turf thing with Emmanuel Mosley, because if anyone's blaming Shanahan on not going for it on 4th and whatever, and that to me, we can argue about usage of a player. We can't argue about a pass breakup downfield. Those things happen. The bigger issue and the culprit, in my eyes, and it has been forever, you talk to anybody who plays artificial turf, soccer or whatever, the knee injuries are through the roof on the turf. All right? The way his legs stuck into the ground, you saw Baker Mayfield's leg do the same thing. I think it was before halftime. The turf needs to go. It needs to go. I don't want to watch players play on turf. Well, clearly, everyone's getting hurt left and right. They say 28% more likely to get hurt on turf, and that doesn't include the ACL injuries.
So the whole turf thing, first of all, it was funny because you were like, when did Carolina go to turf?
I said that a week ago.
And it's already taken ACLs, right? But also, the NFL is a damn near $1 trillion business.
It's crazy.
Why can't all your fields have grass? They can take care of it during the week. I get you may have different events and different games, and you want to upkeep the grass. The hell with that. You're $1 billion industry.
If you could grow grass indoors in Vegas and in Arizona, well, I know Arizona goes outside and then comes in.
And the same thing with Vegas.
Yeah, you're telling me Baltimore can go to grass,
right?
But Carolina can't?
Come on, man.
Explain it to me.
Clemson plays on grass.
And there was a return. And this isn't just the Niners. There was a return. J.C. Horn got hurt on it as well.
Horn got hurt, yeah.
And he's a stud. But there was a return by Carolina early in the game. I believe it was after the Niners hit the field goal. And you just hear Ian Eagle, the turf monster got him. What? The turf monster? What?
Yeah.
Where Carolina players just comes up gimping.
Right.
On the turf. It's ridiculous. Ask anybody who plays soccer on those fields. It's not forgiving for the ankle and the knee. And to me, all the money that you invest in all these people, you better have a plane service. Did you hear George Kittle in the postgame?
No, I didn't hear him.
He made a really good point. He's like, look, I understand baseball, there are different kinds of grass, and even in football there's different. But for the most part, every baseball team plays on grass.
On grass, for the most part.
I think there's one turf field left.
Toronto plays on turf.
And I was going to say Tampa Bay.
Texas, I think Arlington.
Texas?
It's some weird turf. What's the place, the little Globe Life Park? Globe Life Park, I feel like is maybe turf.
Point being, he was like, all the NBA players, they all play on hardwood. And I get it. That's like one consistent surface all the way around. But it is true. Like, there are so many different turfs, too. That's number one. He was saying each turf surface is dramatically different than the other. And so you can't even get accustomed, and you don't even know what kind of cleats to wear. And I just thought it was an interesting point. But the bigger, and this isn't just a Niner thing, just go around the league. Saquon got plastered into the turf in London.
Tottenham Stadium.
And I'm like,
which is crazy because Tottenham has grass for their soccer team. And the field,
they have grass for soccer?
They have grass. So what happens is the field, they push the seats back, and the grass goes under, and they flip it from turf. It's right underneath the turf. Yeah, I'll show you between the breaks.
Why didn't they just play on grass?
Yeah, I don't know. But they have grass for Tottenham.
It needs to be outlawed.
The device they have is they knew they were going to get football games. So knowing that different teams are going to be coming over every single week or whatnot, they have a turf field right under it. It's really cool how they set it up.
Yeah.
But they have grass.
But it felt like, to me, it very much felt like that week 2, week 3, where they played the Jets and the Giants in back-to-back weeks of a couple of years ago, where it's like, bang, bang, bang. Guys are going out every other play.
Right.
I mean, it's just, by the way, the other big takeaway I got, there were 3 players on Carolina who belonged on the field with the Niners. Brian Burns, Christian McCaffrey, and J.C. Horn. That team is horrific.
Well, I told you about McCaffrey last week. Can you get McCaffrey? He's going to get worn down in that offense. It was basically McCaffrey or bust.
He's a baller.
Baker Mayfield cannot get the ball to any of his wide receivers. Baker's done.
Yeah,
Baker just doesn't look good at all as a quarterback. He doesn't see it. He panics in the pocket. They don't have a consistent running game. I just don't like anything about their offense.
And then, like, Matt Rule, you're going for it? Like, what was the 2-point conversion? It made no sense. Is there math behind that? I'd like to know.
Yeah. This another good point, too, 650. I noticed this as well, Comcast Business Text Line.
Give it to me.
UNLV plays on turf, and then the Raiders play on grass, and they both play in Allegiant Stadium. So UNLV plays on the turf, and the Raiders play on grass, which is really strange. I didn't know that. I don't know why certain teams prefer this or that. Maybe they don't want to do laundry. I don't know. Look, the injuries are piling up here. But one thing I do want to focus on is so far this defense with DeMeco Ryans jumping around on the sideline, which looks really, really fun, which makes me like, can you keep this guy for another season? Is there any way? Can he just bob on a coaching? Can you send some bad reports to other teams? Like, hey, DeMeco's not ready. Because I'm selfishly, I want him back. I want him back in red and gold.
Well, and B, to take it a step further, I think a lot of people like myself are like, well, how many teams want to hire defensive-minded coaches? And then you look up this morning and you're like, you know, Robert Saleh's got the Jets playing pretty damn good. So if I'm
Matt Eberflus and the Bears, they don't quit.
Well, how about the coach up in Buffalo?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a defensive-minded coach. So
Brandon Staley, big win in Cleveland yesterday.
I still think he's a fraud, but that's neither here nor there. Point being is that, like, I think I was more reluctant to hire a defensive coach maybe 6 months ago. I'm looking around. I'm like, maybe some of these defensive coaches aren't so bad.
They're not so bad. Gang Green looked good, although Miami was down to their third-string quarterback. But they got some players. Sauce Gardner, Quentin Williams. They're playing well. Breece Hall.
Well, they got weapons. And then Cedric Wilson, or whatever Wilson, Garrett Wilson. Don't forget, Tyreek Hill put in a walking boot after that game. Injuries galore around the NFL.
Injuries galore, man. And they don't have a quarterback in South Beach, Miami. Buffalo looks really good. But look, Jimmy Garoppolo is now starting to get comfortable. Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday, what I loved was a third down throw on the first drive. I thought it set the tone for the entire game on the sideline, saying, you know what, I'm going to throw to 85, go make a play number 85. I thought he was really good on third down. So you look at the last 2 weeks, after going 1 for 10 on third down against the Denver Broncos. 1 for 10. Remember, they missed their first 9 third down conversions, 0 for 9, couldn't get anything going. Last 2 weeks for the 49ers on third down, 12 of 24, 50%. You will win a lot of football games when you're 50%. When you're north of 50%, you'll win a lot of football games because third down's the money down. That's the most critical down. That's what separates the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes from the lower tier quarterbacks. You go 12 of 24 the last 2 weeks, 50% on third downs, you're going to win a lot of football games, Shasky.
My big takeaway, and anyone could go, like, the running game looked great. It did. They had a lot of chunk plays, and they looked really good. I just love the way they spread the ball around. Like, nothing is driving me. When the team doesn't have potent offense, and you look and you're like, well, Kittle doesn't touch it enough, or maybe Ayuk doesn't touch enough, I'll listen to that criticism. In a day where they dominated the way they did, they spread it around. I've got no issues with how they... Juszczyk made plays. Jennings made plays. Kittle was getting touches early. Yeah, okay, maybe Debo didn't get a lot of looks in the first half. They found him in the second half. Ayuk made a couple of plays. spreading it around, and boom, guys are making plays in the open field.
Yeah, Debo led the way with 9 targets, only 2 catches, 20 yards. J.C. Horn was all over him. That's a tough
He's a
matchup for
stud,
Debo.
B.
George Kittle, 6 targets, all in the first half. I would have liked to see him get fed a little bit more.
Big fumble.
Big fumble, and in betting purposes, I would have liked to see him get fed a little bit more, but I will not talk about that at all. Also, another guy we need to show some respect
Who's
to.
that?
Jeff Wilson Jr.
Yeah.
We basically, after week 1, said this guy has no juice. We need a running back. And we were going crazy on Jeff Wilson Jr. But you know what? Yesterday, over 100 yards. He looks fresh. He's starting to get more carries. Think about his carries the last 4 games. 18, 12, 18, 17. And he's averaging on the season 5.1 yards a carry. Yesterday, 7.7 yards a pop for Jeff Wilson Jr. The week before, 4. Against the Denver Broncos, he had that one big play which inflates his yards per carry. But Jeff Wilson Jr. not killing you.
Well, you get credit for the big plays. That's one thing I think a lot of people do. Oh, you take out this run, and no, you can't take out those runs. Like you
get credit for that.
You get credit for that. Like his vision yesterday was really good, and the way that he was bouncing back and forth, finding the blockers. I thought yesterday he absolutely had a lot of burst. The guy that I'm most and look, he had a great game today. I'm not denying it. I'm with you. I still would like to see a burner. I just love speed. How about Tevin Coleman's legs looking incredible?
We'll see how long it lasts, but he looked fresh.
His legs looked incredible. He made plays in the passing game, that beautiful catch near the sideline. I thought he was spry, cutting up field and finding more yards.
Dude.
Tevin Coleman looked like a revelation.
You know, it's funny because I could already hear Niner fans screaming, "Where is Jordan Mason? How are you going to play 28 over Jordan Mason?" And Coleman shut us all up very early.
He looked good.
He looked really good. That big
were you
catch on the
surprised?
sidelines. I thought he was cooked.
Me too.
I thought he was cooked. Now, I'm not as hard on him as you guys are when it comes to Tevin Coleman. I thought Tevin Coleman had a really good 2019. But damn it, 2 years later, 3 years later, after going to the Jets and being lost in the shuffle, not bad. Not bad from Tevin Coleman.
As we're talking running backs, can you just visualize for 1 second, if Christian McCaffrey was on the 49ers.
I did that last week.
How good is that guy? He's the only guy on their offense who looked like he belongs. He looked like he belonged on the field of the Niners. And Drake Greenlaw was all over him.
Hey, well, Drake Greenlaw, by the way, is flying around, playing physical, playing fast. He was in his back pocket. McCaffrey takes so many shots because he's their only offense. They run him in the middle. They have him running Texas routes over the middle. He's their entire offense. And they have some weapons.
I know.
They have weapons. Like
DJ Moore. Hey, DJ Moore got beheaded by Greenlaw on that play before the interception. But Baker Mayfield's footwork. This is the thing I don't understand. He pump fakes. His feet are already like wide and spread. He pump fakes, doesn't reset his feet, and he's just throwing the ball. Baker is so like I don't see it. Am I missing something?
Well, the Cleveland Browns didn't see it, and they moved off of him. The Carolina Panthers will probably move off of him.
His athleticism is just nowhere near what he thinks it is.
Baker Mayfield is not a starting quarterback in this league. He's just not.
I'm
not
kind of
anymore.
with you.
He doesn't have the athleticism to get away from defenders. He can't see it because he's so short. His throwing arm is
he's got some arm talent. He's got some, but I think that his decision making and his poor mechanics do in whatever talent his arm has.
And now I think he's seeing ghost.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Now he's seeing ghost. Now he can't
clamoring for Sam Darnold, Bonte.
I know that's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Speaking of seeing ghosts, sorry,
that's bad. It's bad. So Matt Rule will probably be one of the first coaches fired.
He looks clueless on the sideline.
He looks clueless. I mean, some of their decisions, when to go for a field goal, when not to go for a field goal, when to go for 2, when not to go for 2. Like, they went for 2 and it made no damn sense.
They were up, 17-9. They scored a touchdown, and they went for 2, and I'm going, why?
Why?
And then you run it up the gut with McCaffrey?
It just made no sense.
It was weird.
No sense.
It was
By
so
the way,
weird.
I got to say this because I thought about it. Red Zone in the morning, they had the split screen.
Oh, yeah. I watched Red Zone.
It was Jaguars-Texans.
Oh, Trevor Lawrence?
It was Trevor Lawrence, but it was Jaguars-Texans, and I'm forgetting the other game. I'm blanking on the other game that was on the split screen. But they were doing simultaneous snaps. Jacksonville, quick receiver screen, boom.
Was it the Texans game?
It was Jaguars-Texans.
Yes. No, but I'm saying, what was the other one? The other one was
well, split screen. So whatever they were doing it, I don't remember I don't know what the game was. It was Red Zone.
I know.
So
I was
it was all the other
too.
games. It was all the other games, but it was back-to-back receiver screens.
Oh yeah.
Jaguars running receiver screen, and then the other game I'm watching, they run a receiver screen, and I'm looking around the league. I'm thinking to myself, receiver screens may be everybody's favorite play nowadays.
100%.
I'm seeing everybody run wide receiver screens.
Everybody but Buffalo.
Everybody but they run receiver screens too.
And 80-yard bombs.
Yeah, well, they throw bombs too. I mean, Josh Allen. If you had Josh Allen, boy, man.
I thought he was going to break the Norm Van Brocklin.
Dude, he was unbelievable. They shut it down. They shut it down. But everybody's running wide receiver screens. And I thought, okay, it's not just a fad. It's because these offensive lines stink.
Yeah, well, that too.
You got to get the ball out fast.
And you're going to force cornerbacks to tackle in space, right?
No doubt. No doubt. But I'm not going to poo-poo. Yes, the Panthers stink offensively. Their defense is I believe they have a playoff-level defense.
Brian Burns is sick.
Brian Burns is unbelievable.
He's sick.
Unbelievable.
And then J.C. Horn got hurt in that game, but he looks like a nice corner.
Right, nice corner. But their offense stinks. But I'm not going to poo-poo over this. The Niners went out there and handled business.
Oh, they thumped
them. And now
them.
they've won 2 in a row.
Yeah, they thumped them.
And now you're another game on this road trip away from coming back home 4-2. So now you can get greedy. Now you can get greedy against Atlanta, and that'll be a tough game.
Health, I feel like, looms over the whole season for every team at all times, but right in particular for this team. If you ask me, I would say if Bosa's not right, sit him the next 2 weeks. He gets the bye week. Because to me, Emmanuel Mosley is a devastating injury. If you miss Bosa for an extended period of time, and this is a groin injury that we believe can get re-aggravated, I think you got to sit him as long as you need to. Look, it sucks. If you go 1-1, somehow beat the Falcons, you could lose to the Chiefs, you're fine. I'm looking at this NFC West. Rams don't look right. Arizona doesn't look right. Seattle, good for them. Nice win. But we don't fear Seattle.
No, the NFC West, I believe,
San Francisco.
comes through San Francisco.
Or San
The Rams, they don't have it this year. Unless they make massive moves, that offensive line can't do anything. They have no consistent running game. They have no consistent passing game outside of Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
The Rams, I think, are shot. Super Bowl hangover is real. You can't beat that Cowboys team with that bad offense. Good luck to them. Geno and them they're putting up points, but they have no defense. Arizona's a team. The one intriguing thing in the NFC West is when DeAndre Hopkins get back.
Yeah, it's a good point.
What do the Cardinals look like when Hopkins get back?
What do you think of those black helmets? You didn't like them? Better than the all-white helmets. If you play Madden and you play against the Cardinals a lot, you always like change the uniforms.
Right.
And I'm like, Cardinals have horrible uniforms.
Yeah, they're not the best. They're not the best.
The black looked like it had sparkles inside the black.
I don't like their uniforms.
I thought it was fine.
I don't like their uniforms. But anyway, we're doing I know, love it. We're about to break right now. 6:27. You set it on the board, baby. Relax. Got your Giants hat on. You're stressing out over the playoffs.
He's wound tight.
Why is he wound so tight?
Because there was a report last night that Trey Turner and Aaron Judge are going to be targets of the San Francisco Giants. Bob Nightingale.
Oh, God. Oh, you should believe in Bob Nightingale. That's problem number one. By the way, this segment was presented by BMW Fairfield.
He wants in so bad.
Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com today. Mole and Nick will get you on the other side. Plus, we will get into the Golden State Warriors and what happened over the weekend with Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, some words from Steve Kerr, words from Kevon Lodi. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
To Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Kansas City takes on Vegas at home on Monday night. Last year, the Chiefs dismantled the Raiders both times they played to the tune of 89-23. Are we looking at a repeat this year? The Chiefs are 7-point favorites at home. Given what we know about these two teams, it's looking like maybe a safe bet. Tease it with the over 51.5 and you could double your happiness. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Niners took down the Panthers.
Turning left field for the touchdown. Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. Garoppolo on the money. Deebo Samuel.
The only place to be after each 49ers game.
San Francisco has got a little something going now. The 49ers with a big win on Monday night over the Rams. They back back it up with a victory in Carolina.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Deebo Samuel, who climbed high in the sky, brought it down, and took one to the house.
One-on-one with Ramsey. Can't bring him down. Samuel, highlight reel, touchdown.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This Hispanic Heritage Month, the Multicultural Institute is celebrating 31 years in the community. That's 31 years of experience coming together to support and uplift each other. The Multicultural Institute connects day laborers and domestic workers with employers to ensure dignity while also providing comprehensive year-round services for the Bay Area's low-income Latinx community. To hire a day laborer or learn more about the Multicultural Institute, visit their website at mionline.org. That's mionline.org.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Butch's Coffee.
Open
For EJ's Sandwich Shop. For Springfield Family Dental.
Every day, Staples helps every kind of small business create bold signs that sing. And now, get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. Ends 12/31. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Chucka. Garoppolo. Flip it. Underneath. Blockers in front. Turning it upfield for the touchdown. Spilling in. Tevin Coleman, the veteran. He's back with the Niners, and he's back in the end zone.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Hey, man. 2 in a row. Excuse me. 2 in a row. That's what they call a winning streak. And the Niners are now 3-2 in sole possession of first place in the NFC West with a big date in the ATL next week down in the Mercedes-Benz Dome against Atlanta.
You know, the injuries are going to be the big concern, right? That's the worry.
How can they not be?
I mean, absolutely. The team is playing really, really well. Like, when you beat a team, I don't care if that team sucks. And I know, the Panthers, they're going to fire their coach. Dude, they dismantled them.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, exactly. It was a business trip. So I'm really excited today. I feel like Jimmy's trending in the right direction.
Jimmy looked good
yesterday. And I feel like the playmakers are all getting touches. The one area that I am worried about on this team, and it's just a small one, special teams. I mean, my God, you spent money in free agency to bring in guys who could be, part of the kickoff coverage units.
It's embarrassing.
It's constantly an issue for this team. Like in 2011, we had the Tony Montana squad, and it was a great coverage unit. Yet at the end of the year, when push came to shove, Ted Ginn Jr. inactive for the NFC Championship game, and Kyle Williams, multiple fumbles. It cost him a chance to win a championship. Special teams always finds a way to rear its ugly head. And I'm worried about it. Robbie Gould gets hurt on the play.
Right.
Like twice they had.
Exactly. He had to make a tackle on a kickoff return. Whenever the kicker's making a tackle on kickoff return, you know it's not good. So special teams, not good yesterday. Not good at all. Defensively, this is a top 5 unit, if not the top unit in the league. But what they do, too, they suffocate you. They force you to throw quick. They tackle. They hit. They play so damn fast. Hufanga is just a stud. But, Drake Greenlaw's coming along. Ever since week 1, he had that terrible game. He looks great against Chicago. He's looked great. Yeah. Fred Warner Jr., great. Right?
He's playing with the speed and the decisiveness from 2 years ago.
He's the best football he's ever played, I believe.
He looks great.
Best football he's ever played. The Mosley injury stinks because you talk about tackling. Always cite this as in 49ers are one of the best tackling teams because you don't get to tackle much in practice anymore. Mosley being down and his tackling on the perimeter. How many tackles did he make yesterday on Christian McCaffrey? His ability to blitz. Yeah. His ability to bring down wide receivers without missing tackles to where those 5-yard catches turn into 20-yard catches. It'd be interesting to see what they do. Do they go to Lenore? Do they go to Ambry Thomas? Do they go to Sammy Womack III? How long until Jason Verrett is back? Special teams got to be buttoned up, especially with all these injuries. There's no doubt, though.
Yeah, there is. And, the thing I can't get my head around is, I watch these two corners, and it feels like in terms of turning around, locating the ball, and making a play on it in the air, these are the two best I've seen in decades for the Niners.
Right.
I mean, Travarius Ward is locked down.
Dude, Mooney Ward, I did not. So when they signed him,
I didn't know he was this good.
He's a Kansas City Chiefs corner. We see the Kansas City Chiefs defense. They've been the weak link of that team for so many years. How good is Mooney Ward?
Honey Badger will make a couple plays in the backfield.
Juan Thornhill is a good safety.
I do like him.
I love Juan Thornhill.
You like him coming out.
Yeah, I wanted him.
You were all over him.
I wanted Juan Thornhill.
I do like him, though.
Hey, we'll see him tonight against the Raiders. Mooney Ward is he's always around the football. He doesn't get burnt. He plays through the snap or through the whistle. Yep. He deflects passes. He makes sure he knocks it. Strong hands. Mooney Ward is a baller, dude.
I love the way when, even when he's beat or he's out of position ever slightly or the ball's just perfectly placed.
Through the ball.
Yeah, he got the hand up underneath there, and he's allowed a little more physicality. That's one thing I've noticed. When you have status in the league, it feels like the referees allow for more contact. If I just put Lenore out there or Ambry and they did the exact same, not that they are as good as him, but it just feels like you're more inclined to throw that flag.
And I loved him in that number 7.
He looks clean.
He looks clean in that number 7.
He does.
He looks clean. Let's go to Nick and Berkeley real quick, Shasky. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the roast here on the Victory Monday. Victory Monday on the roast.
Thanks every other pair of corners like that. I mean, you can't really count Dion because he was something special. But, man, I really love the way that our defense is swarming around the ball. And I got to give shout-out to the offensive line, man, because they was clearing cats off the pile. And that youngster from El Cerrito, Banks, he was putting in work yesterday, man. I was loving that.
No doubt. Banks is looking good. Offensive line is starting to gel together. And I loved how Jimmy, even though there was rushes coming and guys were at his feet, Jimmy hung in the pocket yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
I got to give him credit. There was no happy feet. There was no twinkle toes. He stood in that pocket. He delivered some good balls yesterday.
There was a couple of throws. One of them, he had the check down to, it looked like use check, and instead he threw a little deeper. It was on 3rd and 6, 3rd and 5, and instead he had a guy barreling into him, okay, and he stood in there, and he threw it to George Kittle over the top, and I was like, let's go, Jimmy.
Yep.
Let's go. Throw it to the playmaker, pass the sticks. Like, that's all we want. Give these guys opportunities. And I love his decision-making. A couple of throws, not perfect, but guess what? 0 turnovers.
0 turnovers.
A couple of sacks that weren't drive-killing sacks.
Yep.
I can live with that. If he plays like this, they're going to win double-digit games, and they're going to be a threat to beat anybody, any spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, they'll be playing deep into January if Jimmy Garoppolo plays like that. He plays like that. And there's still some things on the table. But look, man, getting Kittle involved early, getting Debo involved, and force-feeding him. I want to see a little more Ayuk. But Juwan Jennings, the thing is with this offense, you get the ball in these playmakers' hands, whether it's Kittle, whether it's Juwan Jennings, whether it's Deebo Samuel, even Kyle Juszczyk. Kyle Juszczyk had a great stiff arm on the 3rd down that he went to go run for a first down. What I'm getting at here, Shasky, is the yak. Yards after catch. Giving these guys an opportunity. How many yak yardage did Juwan Jennings have yesterday?
Well, he
looked really good.
2 different plays on 3rd down where it felt like he caught it underneath the sticks and then was like, yeah, I'm turning upfield and I'm going to stay in bounds and blow past a smaller corner who can't tackle him.
No doubt. Let's hit the break here. 888-957-9570. Very good victory Monday.
Huge.
We will get into the Warriors. Maybe we'll just do it next year as the calls trickle in. How'd you feel about Draymond Green's presser Saturday? Did you feel he was remorseful? Do you have a different feeling about the situation now after you had a couple days to let it settle in? I think Jordan Poole and his professionalism is one thing that's underrated. The guy went out there and just balled out yesterday like nothing happened. So I do want to get into it. I know you got some thoughts on that, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. We'll get all into it, plus a victory Monday. Niners win over the Panthers. They're now 3-2 in sole possession of first place in the NFC West. And this segment was presented by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Your questions coming up, or your calls coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Got it! Klay Thompson with a 3! Elevation sensation for Wiggins! 5. Once again, the Bays team is the best team!
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
Holy cannoli.
95.7 The Game.
The greatest story ever told will be coming to an end. Dead & Company, the final tour, hits Oracle Park July 14th and 15th. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win, get to 957thegame.com/contest.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. We see our craftsmen as artists using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home as their canvas, their work inspired by the vision you have for your home's first impression. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. For a limited time, save up to $500 plus get no interest financing for up to 24 months. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
There's a lifetime of beautiful outdoor living waiting for you at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Poole with a beautiful move, goes behind the back, floats it up and in. That was ridiculous by Jordan Poole. Poole now with a 13-point quarter, 20-point game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Tim Roy on the call, of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. Jordan Poole, Special, man. What a special performance yesterday for Jordan Poole. You look at what he did. Team high 25 points, team high 6 assists. That third quarter eruption where he was just in his bag, 3-9 from the three-point line. You had Steph Curry doing what he does with 24 points and 4 assists. You saw the pick and pop, the pick and roll with Jordan Poole and James Wiseman, a little two-man game. That was really, really special. And, of course, the big thing over the weekend was not having Draymond Green around after what happened at practice last Wednesday. The video surfaced out to the public, was released on TMZ Friday morning. Of course, that broke at 6:42 a.m. We were all over it here on the Morning Roast. Draymond Green punching Jordan Poole, and it looked nasty. Draymond Green admitted that it looked nasty. And he talked for 40 minutes Saturday about the situation. He took questions, and the Warriors and Draymond Green mutually agreed to, hey, why don't you just stay away for a few days? We'll see when Draymond comes back. And we're still awaiting Jordan Poole to talk. I thought Jordan Poole made speak yesterday after that game.
I did too.
He did not. Yeah. So this is still going to loom large until Jordan Poole speaks. So we're in a dilemma on the roast here, Shasky. We're in a dilemma. It's a victory Monday for the 49ers. They beat up on the Panthers. But I think you and I both felt like, you know what? If the Niners don't turn the ball over, they're going to walk away with a victory. The Panthers stink. They really suck. Like, Matt Rule's going to be gone soon. Baker Mayfield's not a good quarterback. Offensively, they are inept. But what's going on with the Golden State Warriors was the biggest story in sports to me. It was the biggest story. You have a 4-time champion, a 4-time DPOY, who's just as important to the Golden State Warriors as Jordan Poole. And what do you do with this situation? Now, the Warriors were ticked off about the leak. You heard it from Steve Kerr. You heard it from everybody around the organization, Kevon Looney. We'll get to what he had to say. But the leak was a bad look for this organization. Now, was somebody out to get Draymond? Was somebody out to get the Warriors? I have no idea. But it wasn't a good look. So I'm going to get your thoughts here. I'll step back for a second, Chasky. What was your thoughts on what Draymond Green said Saturday, his apology, Steve Kerr, and the overall outlook of the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, I thought I saw a remorseful Draymond Green. It really doesn't matter what I interpret or how I'm feeling about his sincerity. What really matters is how that locker room is going to accept him. And listening to Kevon Looney last night in his post-game presser, it felt like, I was surprised to hear how Kevon was like, yeah, Draymond really messed up. And it's going to take some time. I mean, I'm paraphrasing here. He's basically saying it's going to take some time for him to build the trust back up. Anybody who's ever, whether it's an addiction problem, whether it's some sort of a cheating or any kind of issue where you've broken the trust with someone you love, your significant other, a family member, a friend, whoever, a coworker, time heals those wounds. And it's up to the individuals that you scorned for them to determine what that process looks like. Some people are way more forgiving and can turn the other cheek and boom, they can go right into being fine. Others, it takes time. So I don't have a good feel for what that locker room's feeling.
Right.
I'll say this for Draymond Green on one thing. One thing that it just bugged me, and I feel bad in this sense because I've been there. When you have an issue, and I was this way, whether it's addiction, whether it's anger management, there's a denial. And you see this a lot. I got arrested. The cops shouldn't have arrested me, blah, 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 blah. No. You getting arrested was the vehicle for you to realize that this is rock bottom. Now, the leak is what Draymond was really mad about. And I think the organization deserves to be mad about the leak.
Right.
Here's where I come down on Draymond. Draymond, I hope over time you realize, no, the leak was actually a message and a vehicle for you to realize that you need to make changes.
Yeah.
And you being so angry about the leak, you should project that energy toward changing yourself, because I think the leak being out there and the video being so profound and everyone getting an opportunity to see it, I hope that's an opportunity down the line for you to reflect that these actions, they're not becoming of a person of your status in the league.
No doubt. Here's what he said to open up his presser Saturday morning. I think it was around 11 o'clock when Draymond started speaking at Chase Center. Here's what he had to say about speaking to the media.
I know everyone was expecting me to go speak on my podcast. Quite frankly, I don't hide from anything. I own my mistakes. To go sit on my podcast would be not taking questions and hiding from the issue at hand. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. And, for those out there that thought that, those were just your thoughts, but I wanted to do this first.
Now, here's the official apology to Jordan Poole and his
I thought
family.
that was sincere right there from
doubt.
Draymond.
I thought for the most part he was remorseful.
But I mean, for that, like the audio of taking calls. Keep going.
The embarrassment that Jordan has to deal with, that this team has to deal with, that this organization has to deal with, but also Jordan's family. His family saw that video. His mother, his father saw that video. And quite frankly, if my mother saw that video, I know how my mother would feel. I know what her I know what her reaction would be, and I know what her next step would be. And so for that, I apologize to his mother and his father, and his family, his friends that care for him, because that is a sense of, or a level of embarrassment that they have to deal with too.
There's no doubt. And a lot of people coming down my road over the weekend saying, well, how can Jordan Poole be humiliated? Well, you heard from Draymond Green right there. That's an embarrassing look. It's an embarrassing look. Like, you're at practice and one of your teammates hits you and you drop like that and the whole world's talking about it. They're memeing you. Let's face it, Jordan Poole throughout his career, every year we're going to bring that up. Every year it's going to be in the back of our mind. Every single game is going to be in the back of our mind.
You weren't thinking about it in the first 5 minutes of that game?
Absolutely.
Of course I was. I feel like in terms of the steps forward for Draymond Green, for him to acknowledge the anxiety that both of their families are going to have to feel because of just think about it, right? Think about any kind of work setting. Let's say me and Bonte get into a fight for whatever reason. It doesn't have to even be physical. And then me and my wife and him and his girl, we all go out. It's going to be awkward. Yep. Even if we're in a group social setting and there's lots of other people there. Right. You've all been in those situations. Right. And some people deal with it in different ways. But for Draymond to acknowledge the hurt that his family, because I was thinking about what if that was my kid?
I know. Let's talk about it Friday. We're thinking about what is Jordan Poole's family thinking right now? What is he thinking sitting in his apartment or house, wherever Jordan Poole lives in the Bay Area? What is he thinking? Then his buddies and his family and all that. That's the first thing I thought about.
Well, and then how are my teammates going to perceive me now that I'm Jordan Poole? Am I a sucker? Am I some guy that got swung on? I'm not saying that people feel those ways, but you think internally because you're projecting what are they thinking about me? Right? You know what I mean? And we've all been there. It's not shame isn't probably the right word, but it's just awkward at the minimum.
Right. Yeah, it was awkward. Now, here's what Draymond Green had to say about rebuilding the trust of his teammates and the coaching staff.
For me, that is the task at hand, to rebuild trust in our locker room, to pull everything back together as it needs to be pulled together in order to compete and defend a championship. And although that is the least of my worries right now, it has to stay at the forefront, because most importantly is everybody put the work in order to compete for a common goal. And I can't allow myself to be the reason that doesn't happen.
And then he said it wasn't over contracts.
I've heard reports that, it's over a contract or him getting an extension or me getting an extension. I can assure you I don't count other people's pockets, number one. And so that's not something I would ever start doing. The way I was raised, that is simply hating on another man's situation. And that's something that you just don't do.
It's interesting. Whenever I have it, and again, I've admitted all the crazy things that I've unfortunately done in my life. It's never one thing. It's never you and me get into it and it's only because of that. It's usually I got a bunch of different things that are going on inside this bucket of anger that I've got going, and it just overflows. And it may be different degrees, maybe a little tiny little Post-it note here and an essay worth of issues over here, but it's usually a combination of things in that bucket that overflow. So whether it's the contract or this, I'm sure it was a totality of things, and it wasn't just one thing. Mm-hmm. Everyone always says it's one thing. No, it's probably a lot of things.
Yeah,
both between the two of them and Draymond, and gosh knows what else is going on with him. Who knows what's going on with Jordan Poole? But I do not think it's one thing. I think it's a variety of things.
Yeah, there could be a variety of things, and that just, Draymond, and I don't know if we have the sound of this. Craig Mack, if you could look this up. Draymond Green talked about, him going through something very personal that day. And that mentally he was going through something very personal. Now, we all go through personal stuff. We come into the show 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And who knows what the hell you went through the night before. Mm-hmm. Who knows what I went through the night before. Maybe there's arguments in our house. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Just stuff happens. But when you check in to your profession, all that stuff has to go to the wayside.
Yes.
When we do this radio show from 6 to 9, all that stuff about what I went through the night before at home or if there's something going on with my family, you got to save that. Yeah. You can't let that affect your performance. So when Draymond talked about, you know, I was going through something that day and I was on edge and I was on full tilt, maybe the growth there is, hey, let the coaching staff know, hey, I don't have it today. Maybe I could sit out. Maybe I could sit out because all of a sudden that situation that you took from home onto the practice court spilled over and made a mess.
Yeah.
And now we got the situation here where we're going to be talking about it all season long because you punched Jordan Poole, and now we don't know if you're going to get suspended. We don't know if you're going to be there at ring night. We have no idea what the hell to make of the situation, nor how does Jordan Poole feel? How does he feel?
To me, that's the number one thing that we don't know. That's the unquantifiable at this point. Regarding stuff that you have in your personal life carrying over, I think it's easy for all of us to say, leave it at home. Once you clock in and you walk through the doors, leave it. And this is what I would say to Draymond as a rebuttal.
It's easy to say, but you have to do it.
Well,
you have to do it.
I will grant you one or two of these. Like if this happens, like B, you're going through some tough things, I'll grant you one or two. This has been a repeat. Now, this is obviously way different than some of the other things, but I'll grant you a couple of leeways. Mm-hmm. The totality and the body of your work, at some point you become Chicken Little. Now you're just, crying to the moon. You're the wolf that's howling at the moon. And at some point you have to accept culpability or you have to go seek treatment, right? Like whatever that looks like for you in your particular life. So I'll allow a couple of missteps here and there. B, how many outbursts has this guy had?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a laundry list of things. And so at some level, he's got to come to to Jesus here and he's got to change his life. And this is the other thing that I would say on this, because they're saying, he's going to be away for a couple days. I don't know if that means weeks, days, months, years. I don't know. But to think that you're going to go into any kind of, walk away and I'm good. I'm ready to go. If he truly has issues and he's truly worried about recovering, you talk to anybody in every recovery, gambling, addiction, anger management, etc. It does not go away with one therapy session. This is something you are going to have to work at for the rest of your life. In the Serenity Prayer, and anybody who's been in an addictive family understands it, like it is a minute by minute, day by day, week by week thing. This is not something that you just go to rehab like in South Park and you go out, boom, I'm rehabbed, I'm rehabilitated. You are going to be constantly tinkering and working on yourself to be better. So he's got a long journey ahead of himself.
No doubt about that. No doubt. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Actually, before we go to Gene, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Gene in Oakland, listening on the radio. What's up, Gene? Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, so as you guys well know, I've been Draymond's biggest defender over the years. I even defended him when this story first broke, at least to the extent of saying, what's Jordan Poole's part in this? And, maybe the kid needs to be talked to about his mouth, too. But anyways, seeing that video, I have to say I'm very, very upset about it. I'm very disappointed. And I think what's lacking here is proper punishment. I think Draymond needs a 10 to 15 game suspension minimum. And you're asking, why is Poole not saying anything? And what is he thinking? Well, if I'm in Poole's position, I might be thinking, listen, this guy slugged me. He assaulted me. He committed a felony, for Christ's sake. And what does he get? He misses a few preseason games. Where's the justice in that? Maybe I'm considering, filing assault charges against him, all right? So I don't think this thing is going to be settled until there's a proper punishment.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Gene. And what is that punishment? I have no idea. The Warriors are trying to work on it in-house, but it's not in-house anymore.
Can we agree, when we talk about punishments and things, I think for every segment of the Warrior fan base, there's going to be a part of them that are, no matter what punishment you put out there,
it won't be
significant enough. Yeah, and there's going to be another segment of the Warrior fan base and people in the world that are going to say, why are you even punishing them at all? Right. I think you're going to have the whole gamut of emotions in the pockets of the Warriors, fandom, where people are going to say he shouldn't deserve any suspension to no suspension's good enough.
You know why? Because people are saying when you push a guy, you got to be ready to get hit. You got to be ready to get hit. Now, you want to bring those playground rules to the NBA, be my guest. But the playground's one thing. The streets is one thing. You're the billion-dollar corporation at practice. This isn't the streets anymore.
No, I'm with you.
Trust me.
I'm with you.
You grow up in the hood, you do everything you can to get up out the hood. Nobody wants to live in the hood and live by those rules anymore. People want to live comfortably. You don't want to be on the street ball court. I want to go to a gym and just play ball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't want to get into any fun. I'm not fighting over the pickup game. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. This ain't the hood. This is a facility for an NBA team that is worth billions and billions of dollars. Jordan Poole pushed him to get out of his face. Draymond got into his face. Jordan Poole did what he did. We would do it there. Hey, man, get out my space, dude.
Yeah.
Get out my space.
To me, it was a defensive push and kind of like he pushed and then took 2 steps back. To me, that was one of those like, please get out of my my area here. Now, again, we don't know what was said, and at some level, it's irrelevant what was said. You guys can't put your hands on each other like that. I mean, it's just. The whole thing has got varieties. And then, B, to your point on the whole, like, where I'm from, we do this and that. Everyone's going to bring however they were raised, they're going to bring that perspective to how they view that video or how they feel they would react in those situations. We have societal norms, and that went beyond societal norms, is all I'm going to say.
That's what I think. But like you said just a few minutes ago, a lot of people think that Draymond did nothing wrong. I saw a lot of... I was at the DC Stars football game Saturday, and I ran into a couple buddies and stuff. I was like, man, Draymond, he wilding, but he didn't do nothing wrong. He didn't do nothing egregious. A lot of people have that mindset. A lot of people will be irate if he's suspended for one game, one half, one quarter.
So here, and I 100% agree with you. That's what my point was. Like, some people are going to say no suspension, and we're going to go all the way to the other side of the room and say no suspension is good enough to appease me. This is where I fall now, and I've had time to think about it. It's all about what is going to be enough for Jordan Poole and him to be able to move forward so where the rest of the team as well doesn't let it linger. That, to me, is the most, and I don't know what the answer to that is.
The leadership, you could tell Steph Curry was ticked off when he spoke last Thursday. Steve Kerr's been ticked off all weekend. He was ticked Saturday. He wouldn't answer anything.
It felt like turning of the tide in terms of Steve Kerr's feelings on Draymond.
No doubt.
I felt like Steve Kerr had the final straw broke the camel's back there. Yep. That's what it felt like to me. Now, I'm sure at some point he could win back some of that trust, but right now it feels bleak.
Let's go to, let's listen to this Draymond Green sound, his thoughts on the video. Thoughts on the video.
What did I think of myself in the moment? I watched the video 15 times, maybe more. Because when I watch the video, I'm looking at the video and I'm like, yo, this looks awful. This looks even worse than I thought it was. It's pathetic. And then I had to take a step back too and realize that this video was actually released this way to look that way, for whoever released the video. I don't know who released the video. I am very thankful to the Warriors organization for taking it as serious as they have and launching the investigation that they have, because quite frankly, they don't have to. They're not obligated to launch an investigation for something that I did wrong. They're not obligated to do that. So I appreciate them taking that as serious as they have and are doing.
So what's your thoughts on that? What's your thoughts on him reacting to the video? Because it said it was cut up a certain way and there was no audio, as if the audio would have made it look acceptable for him to punch Jordan Poole. Look, the leak is a bad deal.
Yeah.
It's not the number one deal to me in my mind, but I get why the organization is ticked off, because there's a rat in the building. There's a rat in the building that kind of blew this thing up.
Well, to me, that's a separate issue for management and everything. And he could feel whatever he wants inside regarding that. To me, it felt like a cop-out for him to obsess about the video being leaked. And that, to me, was the bigger issue in terms of where he's at right now. Hopefully, down the line, he can look back and go, it coming out is actually a blessing in disguise because it's going to help me change who I am at my core and make me a better person, right? Like being obsessed about it. It's like I watch Cheaters a lot. You ever watch Cheaters?
Oh, yeah, of course.
How many people are, why could you bring the whole crew here? It's like, dude, you're cheating. Like you got caught cheating and you're mad that the entire camera crew is there. Like that's what it feels like to me in terms of metaphorically.
Wow.
I think he needs to take a hard look in the mirror and realize it's irrelevant how it got out.
For him, it's irrelevant how it got out. It is
for the organization.
It is for the organization. It is the thing.
100%.
You got to look to see how the hell did this get out. This was supposed to be kept in house. Who the hell blew this up? Now the whole world sees this thing's got over 30 million views.
Look. One of the things that I've heard people say who go to jail when they're addicted or when they have issues in their life, they go, at the time when I was getting arrested, I was mad at the police and this, that, and the other, and I shouldn't have been arrested. And then over time, I look back on that situation and I say, I was saved by God because that became my beginning step of rock bottom. So I'm hoping that he can look back at this video and be like, that was my rock bottom.
This is his rock bottom.
Months from now.
This is his rock bottom.
We say that in society, and how many people go to an even lower low? I'm not saying that he's going to.
It's possible.
I pray that for him.
But as of right now, this is his professional rock bottom.
Yes.
This is
right now.
This is lower than being suspended in the finals.
Which is crazy.
This is lower than calling KD a B word.
Yeah.
This is lower than going after Steve Kerr in the locker room at halftime of a regular season game in Oklahoma City back in 2016. This right here is rock bottom. Let's get to Chris in Dublin real quick before the break, listening via the Odyssey app. Chris, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah. First off, good to hear that Niners win. That's always good to come to work week with that.
It is a victory Monday, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. So, hey, it's a victory week. I'm riding this thing all the way until next
Me
Sunday.
too.
There you go.
Yeah, with the Draymond stuff, it's I watched the interview. I watched the Steve Kerr, interview, and I didn't really see any remorse or empathy. I saw a guy up there who, as you guys just said, was more frustrated about the league. When a reporter asked him about anger management and therapy, he quite literally scoffed. He he laughed at that. And I'm like, man, Draymond, if you don't realize this is rock bottom, no one's going to be able to help you.
Yeah.
And, it's just...
You know what that is? That's deflection and denial. These are classic. These are classic things that people do when they don't want to admit or take culpability or self-awareness of what they've done.
Matt in Greensboro, North Carolina, we have not forgotten about you. We'll get you on your Niners call. Pia Malik will get you two on the other side. More on this situation with the Golden State Warriors. What's next for the Warriors? What should they do next, listeners? How do you feel, Warrior fans? What should the Warriors do next? They go out there and handle their business. Jordan Poole looked really good yesterday. But what's next? We still haven't heard from JP. Maybe that's the final. Maybe that's what we need to do is hear from Jordan Poole to finally determine what the Warriors should do. I have no idea what to make of this situation. But Draymond's going to be away from the team as the Warriors went to play there. Preseason game number 3 against the Lakers yesterday. That's coming up. Brought to you by Save Mart and Lucky California.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, red or green grapes are just $1.49 per pound. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile home internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50. From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Victory Monday. Niners beat the Panthers 37-15. However, the biggest story in sports is still looming large, especially here in the Bay Area after Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole at a practice on Wednesday. The video was released via TMZ Friday. Warriors are not happy about that. They're also not happy about Draymond Green punching a teammate. Multiple people are irate. We'll play some Looney sound in just a second. Jordan Poole, he still hasn't spoke, which is the elephant in the room. We all want to hear from JP. However, Steve Kerr last night said, Jordan Poole's going to be with us for a long, long time.
Made me feel good to hear that.
It did.
You know, B, you've heard me bring this up many, many times. I'm a big believer in, like, how do you react to adversity?
Right.
Right? You know, the person who was born into wealth and went to all the best schools and all that, like that, they can have success, and that's incredible. The person who's born with nothing, who drags themselves and uplifts themselves out of poverty and has been fighting adversity their entire life, I prefer those stories. That's just me, right? That's how I operate. And I always look at, like, when times are going well, everybody can have a happy marriage. What's it like when you start to struggle? Right? What's it like?
Right.
Steph Curry could have easily bailed from this organization after a 15-win season.
Yep.
You know, didn't say boo-hoo. KD leaves. Everybody's out. You know, it's a nightmare. You know, I judge Steph that winning that championship based off the adversity of the years prior, it elevates Steph for me. How does Jordan Poole react moving forward to this situation?
Well, he looks unfazed, and you heard from Kevon Looney last night where he basically said Jordan is the same. He never gets too up, he never gets too down. The fact that he got punched at a practice and finished off that practice getting up extra shots says a lot about Jordan Poole.
I agree.
The next day, same thing. He's there early. He's in a weight room. Steve Kerr talked about it last night, that he's become one of the strongest players on the team, putting in the work in the weight room to get better on defense. That everybody's like, oh, well, you can replace Jordan Poole because he doesn't play defense, blah, blah, blah. Well, Jordan Poole's working on that. But, again, I posed this question to Willard and Dibs. How many guys could play off the ball, just from a basketball sense for a second?
X's and O's.
How many guys could play off the ball in this league? We know Steph Curry can. We know Jordan Poole can.
Well, and
how many others, like Damian Lillard, can't play off the ball
at all?
People in Portland will tell you he needs the ball in his hands. Look at Doncic. Right now, he can't play off the ball.
At all.
You know, James Harden. We know he can't play off the ball.
Such a great point.
You know, Kyrie Irving, can he play off the ball? I think if he wants to, but he doesn't.
Paul George can at times, but he's better with the ball in his hands. Hence, when Kawhi went away, he actually was better for that team because now he can be a facilitator.
No doubt.
Like, you're right. There's very, very few guys, and there's very few up-and-coming young players
who can play off the ball.
Who can play off the ball. If you look, the majority of them are ball dominant.
Yep.
So you're 100% right there. But B, how Jordan reacts to this? Does he sulk? Does he?
Well,
and I look at.
Last night's game, I know it was only preseason.
He looked fantastic.
It didn't look like he was sulking.
No, but, like, does he hold a grudge? Is it weird? Is it awkward? And I think he might not even know. Like, he might not even know how he's going to react because he probably hasn't been around him right now. But I do believe we're going to learn a lot about the maturity level of Jordan Poole this week.
No doubt.
And it's interesting because I think
he's going to speak.
He is. And I'm very interested to hear his perspective on the entire situation. And I think he can ingratiate himself not only to that locker room and the organization as a whole, but I think this fan base with how he reacts to this situation. Does he turn the other cheek? It takes a strong individual. I don't know if I could.
Yeah, I don't know. Tuesday, October 11th, is when the Warriors will host the Portland Trail Blazers. And speaking of the Blazers, got some very interesting Damian Willard sound. Did you hear what Dame Dollar had to say over the weekend?
I didn't.
We'll get that going in a second. Here's Draymond Green. And this is a little long. This is about 1:35, so everybody stay patient. Matt, Smitty, P will get you. Just hang tight. Here's Draymond Green on his feelings towards Jordan Poole.
I love Jordan Poole. That's my guy. Like I said to Jordan, I will still ride for Jordan. I still advocate for Jordan. I will still do anything that I can to make Jordan's job easy, to make Jordan look good, to get him the things that he wants out of basketball that I can help from a teammate's perspective. That's that. My feelings towards Jordan does not change. It's the reason Jordan's locker is next to mine from day one. And that has changed a little bit. That dynamic has changed a little bit. It's on me to make that right and get it back, you know. But as far as my feelings for Jordan goes, I'm the guy who supported Jordan when he was sent to the G League bubble when no one thought he had a chance. You know, I'm the guy calling him, hey, man, you should be doing this, or good game. You know, that's me. You know, that don't change at all. My love is real. You know, love don't just go by the wayside. My love is there. my love ain't going nowhere. So I will continue to support him, help him where I can, lead him. And in saying that, like I said, I know leading comes with a responsibility that I dropped the ball on. And you have to rebuild the trust in that. But if I see Jordan doing something wrong, I'm going to help Jordan because that's the right thing to do. And if you don't care about Jordan, you don't help. You just watch him do it wrong. So my love for Jordan don't change one bit. Continue to move forward, continue to do all I can to help him. And as far as, like I said, as far as a personal relationship goes, we will figure that out as we go, as he's ready on his terms or not. That is solely up to Jordan. But as far as my love for Jordan, that don't change one bit.
All right, that was about a minute 35. But
the one thing I don't hear in there is that he needs to make some changes. Like, I don't think he understands that. Yeah. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze Draymond Green. I'm not pretending to be Dr. Phil. I'm really not. I'm just saying, I've been in relationships where I'm the one who did something wrong, and I could love you and have your back for years, but you also have to acknowledge you did something wrong, and you have to change your behavior. And you have to understand and acknowledge that, Jordan Poole's the one who's been scorned here, not you. And I just don't know, what his actions are going to be, or how he's going to be received. It just...
Well, he did say this.
Draymond, the vibes I get, B, and I'll let you finish. The vibes I get from Draymond is part denial, part diffusing and deflecting, and those are classic when you're an abuser of substance, or when you're in a situation and you're the one that needs to go through therapy. Those are the key things that most people suffer from.
Well, he did say earlier in the press conference that he was going to take a few days to work on himself, and to get help or whatnot. So it was there in that 40 minutes. I thought for the most part it was remorseful.
No, of course.
Again,
I agree with you there.
You just said something last segment where a segment of the fan base is not going to be happy with anything. Some people want Draymond gone.
Yes.
Some people don't think Draymond can come back.
Yes.
Some people think Draymond did nothing wrong.
Yes.
Some people think this is overblown. Some people, they're going to be critical of it. So some people are going to hear what Draymond has to say and say, yeah, that's all BS. That's all BS. What I took away from Saturday, from listening to him, I saw a man up there, because I looked at his body language. I saw a guy up there who knows he's screwed up. I saw a guy who knows that, you know what, the Warriors can make a decision, and I'm going to have to live with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to live with it. I would like to be part of ring night, but I don't know if I'm going to be part of ring night because of what I did. So I do think there was some accountability there from Draymond Green. Now, there was some verbiage where you're like, well, the audio, if you would have heard the audio, you're like, whoa, just don't even say that.
That's the deflecting part, yes.
Don't even say that. But his love for Jordan Poole was there. Here's what Looney said. This was very interesting. Looney's been there since 2015.
And this was last night after the game.
Yep, last night. 2016, with Kevon Looney. Last night after the game, Looney's voice has become louder in that locker room, especially after a postseason performance to remember last year.
He's earned it.
He's earned it. His IQ's really good. He plays hard, played every game last year, and he's got the respect of the vets in Iguodala and Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Here's Kevon Looney on Draymond Green after the game, asked by Anthony Slater.
It's been different. It's been complicated. There's something. We done had a lot of things happen here in my time, but a lot of things usually get to stay in house, and we get to handle it most of the time like that. So it's a little different with it being out in the public and all the outside commotion, weighing in on people's decision on what people think. So it's difficult, but I think we got the leadership and the right people to get through it. Whenever adversity hits, this team usually responds the right way, and this is the ultimate test for us, and I think we're going to be able to get through it. Jordan, he's going to work and do what he's going to do, and Draymond, he's a veteran. He's been the leader on his team for a reason, and he got some work to do to get that trust back from us, but I think he's willing to do it. So
he's got some work to do to get that trust back from us. And Looney said he hasn't spoken to Draymond Green yet. He wants to talk to him one-on-one. Got to remember, Kevon Looney's from Milwaukee. JP looks at Kevon Looney as a big bro from Milwaukee.
They're very tight, right?
They're very tight with that. So, that affected Looney in some way. And a lot of players, Marcus Thompson wrote a great article in The Athletic, Friday, basically saying that a lot of players saw that punch for the first time via the TMZ video. And a lot of players were disappointed on that basketball team after seeing that punch.
I want to get to that real quick. Looney doesn't talk often where he's saying something of this magnitude. And I always the people that talk the least, those are the ones I do like to hear from, because what few things they say I think are even more powerful. And I look at what Looney said there, like he has to work back to get his trust. That was powerful to me, like to hear that. Like clearly Kevon Looney felt upset. Now the video portion, this is interesting. If you watch on the video, it does look like everybody's looking at the ball, which is in the other direction of where the incident happened.
Right.
Whenever I've been in an altercation or seen an altercation, you and me will all be gossiping afterwards, right? And the brain does weird things where you think you see something you didn't. Maybe you missed the angle, wasn't as good, or whatever it is. Then when you see it back in video and you can replay it over and over and over from a particular angle, it does resonate more.
Yeah.
You see things that maybe you didn't see in real time. You see angles. You feel certain things. You can slow it down. So to hear that the players went back and they watched it, that doesn't surprise me at all, B. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not. And some people are like, well, the players on the court didn't do anything. Because Jordan Poole and Draymond probably talk trash all day, every day at practice. So it's probably just another day at the office for a lot of these guys. And so for it to come to that punch, nobody expects their teammates to punch their lights out, man.
No.
When you're getting into an altercation. You see it so many times in the NBA. How many times during an NBA game do we see other teams pushing each other and nobody's throwing blows? Nobody's throwing blows. Barkley always says, hey, man, these are all love taps. These guys are lovers, not fighters or whatnot. So nobody expected that on that team. So you got to credit all these dudes.
And I would say to the video portion of it, of guys not seeing it, the imagination, the mind plays tricks. Like when we first heard the report, B, there was an altercation, and what was it? Indirect blow. What was the exact phrase that they used?
I forget. The forcefully struck.
I thought it was struck.
Okay.
Struck.
So in my mind, again, this is my mind because it's so cloudy. I'm thinking there's a bunch of guys in between. Maybe Dre took like a swing over, like 3 or 4 guys. He kind of caught him on the side of the head or whatever. That looked like it was so clear when you see the video, and it wipes away all of the confusion and the inconsistency in your mind or whatever your imagination.
It looks bad.
And you just see it.
It looks bad.
And then you can watch it over and over and over and over again.
Before we get to the calls, because I want to get your thoughts on this. Actually, let's take a couple calls.
I thought Steve Kerr's reaction was the most interesting.
I want you to hear from Dame Dollar in just a second, but let's get to some calls here. Let's get to P in Richmond, then we'll get to KC and Smitty. P, what's happening? He's listening on the radio. What's up, P?
What's up with y'all? I'm good. I'm trying to touch on the Draymond situation.
Yep.
I think it's being blown out of proportion. I think this thing is getting dragged over too long. It's a big deal in some sorts of ways, but I think it's mostly a big deal because it's Draymond and everybody's trying to paint this thing out from him being a villain and everything, because people are saying, if you was raised this way, if you wasn't raised this way, when somebody put their hands on you, you do this or you do that. But like I said, nobody's talking about the whole fact that Poole put his hands on him first. Like I said, I know this is $1 billion company and this and that, but if it is, then why are we not talking about why would you even put this man? Poole could have stepped back. He could have been like, all right, this basketball, we trash talking.
Well, Draymond physically put his chest on him first. Can we acknowledge that?
Yes, we can. But look, though, like you said, this is basketball. How many times do you see guys chest bumping in the basketball?
Well, chest bumping is a far cry from swinging on someone in the jaw. And I would argue this, let's take Draymond out of it. Quindary Weatherspoon hits Jordan Poole like this. You think he's still on this team?
Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Let's get to Smitty in Lafayette listening on the radio. Smitty, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, I don't know anybody in any type of work that gets a freebie.
Yeah.
Nobody gets a free punch. That's just the bottom line, no matter what line of work you're in.
Agreed.
No doubt. No doubt. All right, KC and Marin listening on the Odyssey app. Then we'll get back to the Niners in a second. KC, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Gentlemen,
Hey, Casey.
good morning. I think Dre is a GOAT. I think he's a unicorn. That being said, I didn't think this was anything of significance, even seeing the video until Draymond spoke. It gave me a little bit of weird chills. It sounded like an abusive person and how they justified striking her.
Call us back, Casey. You're breaking up a little bit.
He was getting to the point that he thought it sounded, I'm not saying this is what I felt, but he thought it sounded like an abuser abusive deflection, I guess, essentially was the summation of his call.
I don't want to go that strong. I don't want to go that strong.
I think you can't throw that word around.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
Flippantly, and I understand where he's going with that, but I'm not going to go that far.
I'm not going there. And this is something nasty that I saw. And why does it have to go there? I saw people tweeting at me saying, and like texting me, it's like, do you think Draymond has an abusive relationship inside his home? No.
Whoa.
Let's
that's
pump the brakes. That's not fair at all. Let's just debunk that. That's not fair to Hazel. That's not fair to his kids. That's not fair to Draymond Green. All right? Draymond Green's a good dude. I see the way he operates with his kids. All right? Day-Day has some things that he's done in the past, but that's not fair. That's ridiculous. Let's pump the brakes on that. But I want to play something for you because it's an outside perspective of another player in the NBA.
Okay.
And that is Damian Lillard. We know he's tight with Draymond. We know they were in the Olympics together in Tokyo, Japan. Dame Dollar, obviously Oakland's own, so always got some thoughts on something. Where here's what Damian Lillard had to say about the situation between Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. Very interesting.
B, I find it interesting that people that are so public, meaning NBA players, every walk of their life, they go fill up their gas and somebody's taking their phone out to record them. Everybody's so livid about the video being released. And I'm like, everything that you guys do is going to be recorded and amplified. Now, I'm not exonerating the video being leaked. That is clearly an organizational issue. But to think in 2022 things aren't going to get out feels a little naive to me.
Now, we apologize to everybody on YouTube and Twitch who couldn't hear that audio. We're getting some tweets and texts about that. Sorry, but basically Damian Lillard said Jordan Poole needs to walk away from the situation, basically knowing that he needs to protect himself at all times, and Draymond needs to take away from the situation that, hey, I need to walk away and not punch a teammate. But it was very interesting. Protect yourself at all times. A lot of people think about that. Let's get to Wayne and then Alex, and then we'll get back to the Niners here as they beat the Carolina Panthers.
Win for the
big time win. And
huge.
So first place in the NFC West. Wayne and Hayward listening via the radio. What's up, Wayne? What's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning, Rose guys. First time caller, long time listener. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Real quickly, the point I wanted to make: this was workplace violence. So what's the difference between what happened with Draymond, what he did, and the coach for the Boston Celtics, what he did? He got suspended for a whole year because it was a workplace violation. Shouldn't assault and battery be at least equal to that? That's just my question, guys.
See, that's where I think it's really tough for everyone to come down on I don't know what the appropriate adjudication is in this situation. I don't
Warriors
know.
don't.
I mean, if this were another organization and not the Warriors, I still don't know what the punishment or if any should be. I really don't. And I think it's up to that locker room, not kangaroo court, because that's kind of something that we flippantly throw around, but it is up to them to kind of come to some amicable agreement. Not everyone's going to be on the same page, but you have to come up with something that satisfies everyone involved. And that's where I go back to Jordan Poole. Without hearing him, without knowing what his perspective is, how can any of us begin to know what's appropriate?
No doubt. Let's go to Alex in Livermore listening via the Odyssey app, and then we'll move back over to the 49ers here. Alex, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's happening, fellas? Long-time listener. I've been listening for years to you guys.
Thank you.
Especially you, Bonte. Anyways, I just think this whole thing's been blown way out of proportion. First off, there was no quote-unquote sucker punch thrown. They were facing each other. he pushed off on the dude's chest, and he shouldn't have thrown at him, but it happened. It's being blown out of proportion like it's some kind of soap opera. This is basketball, man. This isn't touchy-feely. I mean, I don't know. I think it's just ridiculous. Let these dudes figure it out between themselves, and then let's move on. Let's get that chip. What are we talking about?
Well, what if they can't figure it out between the two of them? I think that's the big thing, and it feels like just listening to Steve Kerr and Kevon Looney, who are the two other people besides Draymond that we've heard talk, and Steph Curry, I don't know if those guys are ready to move on.
I don't know. I mean, how would you move on? That's what I want the callers and the roasters to think about. How would you move on after being punched? Put yourself in that position.
Or someone that you care about or work with.
Me personally, when somebody breaks my trust, I have a hard time moving on. And I have a hard time looking at that.
I think a lot of people do, B. I think a lot of people. You scorn me.
Physically, I'm done with you.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel that way.
Done with you.
Yeah.
Done with you. I've lost many friends. Screw me over, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Just like that. I don't get over those things.
Mm-hmm.
They're always in the so. How can I sit here and just tell Jordan Poole, hey, man, get over the punch? It happens. It always happens. Even on the playground, if it happened, you're not going to play basketball with that person again, or you're going to try to destroy him every time you see him.
We all have egos, especially in this industry. Imagine what the egos are in an NBA locker room.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So I think it's real easy to say turn the other cheek. It's a lot harder to actually execute that on a daily, minute-by-minute basis.
I agree.
Especially when hyper-competitive egos are involved at the highest level of competitive sports.
Well said. Well said. Mike B, go across the table, punch Bonte. Let's see how easy it is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we wouldn't move on. We wouldn't be doing the show no more. We'd be done. Shelf life on the morning roast would be over. Straight up. By the way, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every single Warriors game live on the app along with all the music news in the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, stations, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app.
I know we want to get back into the 49ers, and we will. All right, I know it's a Victory Monday, and people don't want to feel negative, and Jimmy played great. The defense looks great. A little bit of injuries that we can get to in a second. To me, the most powerful things said over the weekend were the no comments by Steve Kerr.
Wow.
So I'd like to play that for those that maybe didn't hear it.
Do we have that? I don't know if we have that right now.
Okay. They were asking a question. I was listening to Steve Kerr.
Saturday. He basically was like, no comment. He was not talking about anything. About trusting, about what's going to happen here. He had nothing to say.
There was a sequence of questions that were asked to him directly about Draymond Green and the trust that he has in that locker room, where his trust factor is with Draymond Green, meaning Steve Kerr's. And, we've seen Steve Kerr pretty irate over politics stuff at a podium, Very few times have I seen him that dismissive and that angry and upset over basketball, over his team. And that, to me, was kind of like the most powerful things that I felt over the weekend. Now, that doesn't mean that Drake can't come back to the team. I don't know. That doesn't mean that Drake can't be an integral part of them winning, this month or this week or whatever. It felt like to me like, damn, felt like Steve Kerr had enough.
Well, that and leak, the fact that it got out, and they had to answer more questions because Thursday he sat up there at the presser and discussed what happened. But they also say, I've been around 32 years. I've seen many fights, blah, blah, blah.
A lot of people have said that.
A lot of people said that.
Which I'm sure there are.
Saturday, I think seeing it again, because he probably didn't see it live either. A lot of players didn't see it live. Maybe he didn't see it live. Maybe he didn't have a good vantage point. To see that video surface the way it did, it embarrassed Jordan Poole. And I think Kerr felt empathy for Jordan Poole, and he felt anger. Felt anger about the entire situation. But I think a powerful quote was last night when he said, Jordan Poole, he's someone we are going to rely on for many years to come.
That felt like, he's got Jordan's back fully. Not that it's an either or, but it felt like he's got Jordan's back fully, which is great to hear.
Right.
And B, that an extension is in the works,
right.
And it feels like it's inevitable, which made me feel even better because we need Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole's he's just not a guy you could just replace.
He had a sequence last night that was just so sick.
He's not a guy that you could just replace. The pick and roll, the pick and pop with James Wiseman, the two-man game. This guy gets to the cup, he gets to the free throw line, he creates for others. There's not many players who create for others in this league.
Bonte, you know how much I wanted to come in here, talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, 49er defense, and Patrick Baldwin Jr. being a complete revelation? Wiseman looking special? I wanted to talk about all of those things.
Yeah, nobody likes to talk about soap opera stuff. It's not even a soap opera. It's something that's happening in our backyard. And face it or not, Warrior fans, roasters, everybody out there, it's the biggest story in sports.
I know.
It's the biggest story in sports. Just doesn't happen like that. So
Stephen A. Smith hasn't even had a chance to react to it because he was off on Friday. If you don't think Stephen A. is going to tee off on this topic, you're crazy.
Well, let's get back to the Niners, and let's get to Matt in Greensboro, North Carolina. He's been on hold for over an hour. Let's get Matt on here. Give him all the time he needs because he was at the game watching the Niners kick the Panthers' ass. What's up, Matt?
Good morning, guys. I love your show.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was at the game. I've got to give it out to the faithful. They really showed up down there.
Nice.
The whole place was red. It was like it was SoFi Stadium. It was so red.
Nice. What'd you think of the 49er defense?
Man, they came up big. There wasn't a lot of pressure. It seemed. I DVR'd the game and came home and watched it to get another perspective. It didn't seem like early that there was as much pressure on Baker Mayfield, and I think it was basically they were just back there covering. And we got shut down corners. We've got shut down secondary. It's just it's a great defensive team. It's a good effort. Unfortunately, the loudest that place was for the Panthers was when Matt Rule went for field goals. The place erupted in boos, and there were fire Matt Rule chants in the fourth quarter. It was really sad.
Yeah, how about him going for two? I still don't understand that. The 17-9, they score a touchdown, and then they go for two. What's the math behind that?
Yeah, no idea. Matt, are you going out to Atlanta to check out the Falcons game?
I do not like Atlanta. I've had bad luck down there sports team-wise, so I just I watch that on TV.
All right, there you go. Because what's the drive? What is it, like 3 hours from Greensboro?
No, it's more like 6 to 7 hours to Atlanta, where you get there, and then when you're an hour away, it takes another 3 hours to get into Atlanta. Atlanta is awful.
Yeah, we're now a geography show.
Yeah, there you go. Matt Greensboro, North Carolina. Go ahead, Matt.
At that. When you watch the broadcast, the upper deck at Bank of America looked like there were a lot of Panthers fans in the upper deck, but the chairs are all blue. So it was empty seats looking blue. It's sad because they're not the Rams and the Seahawks, so I don't hate the Panthers. They're a hometown team, but it's just sad.
Yeah.
They have no hope right now. It sounds like Matt Rule could be out quick. Matt, thanks for the phone call. Thanks for waiting. Baker looks terrible, but how good is this Niners defense? And one thing I wanted to see in the second half was how would the Niners score points? Would the offense be able to score points and put a team away?
Yeah.
Now, up until that point, through the first 4 games, the Niners had scored 16 points offensively. Think about that. 3 against Chicago, 7 against Seattle, 3 against Denver, and then last week against the Rams where they only scored 3. So 16 points. How would they finish the game? And I thought they finished the game very well offensively, riding Jeff Wilson Jr., timely throws by Jimmy Garoppolo. And again, when you convert 12 of your last 24 third downs in the last 2 games like the Niners did, they were 5 of 12 against the LA Rams on Monday night, 7 of 12 last night. That's 50%, folks. When you could win the money downs and extend drives, take time off the clock, keep your defense on the field, give your defense rest, that's a recipe for success for this football team. So if Jimmy plays like he did yesterday, the Niners are playing deep into January.
Yeah, lost in the score. You look up and Jimmy was really efficient. I thought he was aggressive for Jimmy. On Jimmy, he's not going to be Josh Allen and throwing it 60 yards downfield, but throwing to the one-on-ones, even though there were free release blitzes, as he's getting crushed in the pocket, that's the Jimmy I want to see. I thought he was pretty decisive and got rid of the ball quickly. He found the open guy on third down, even if it was under the sticks like Jennings and Juszczyk, and gave those guys opportunities to make plays downfield. Quietly, this offensive line has looked really good.
Look, they're blowing holes open for Jeff Wilson Jr., 17 carries, 120 yards.
And then I look at the defense, and you talk about that secondary, the guy who just called in from Charlotte. I mean, their secondary, I counted 6 pass breakups. I could be wrong there. I can't remember 2 pass breakups by these DBs in the last 2 decades, and yet, it stings that Emmanuel Mosley's out. Charvarius Ward, I mean, he has been an unbelievable signing for this team.
3 years, $40 million, and it feels like he's underpaid.
That's a crazy sentence.
Dude, you know what I'm saying?
He's giving me what I thought Nate Clements could give me.
Right.
But, Nate wasn't on that good of a defense.
Nate.
Yeah.
Nasty Nate.
Remember that?
Is good. Oh, I do remember that. He got broke off.
What did he get, 5 for 75?
He got broke off. It was an overpay.
Just for you.
Yeah. Look it up for me. Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday, again, third down throw to George Kittle on the first drive, setting the tone where they go right down the field to score 7. I thought that was very impressive for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the recipe. That's the recipe as he looks to shed off the rust from not having training camp in OTAs. Look, Jimmy Garoppolo, no turnovers, not too many penalties. You had the fumble by George Kittle, but that's not on Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy plays like that, this team they'll be playing a lot of playoff games. That's for sure if Jimmy plays like that.
So, March 2nd, 2007, 49er fans. 49ers rewarded Nate Clements, the top player in ESPN.com rankings of unrestricted free agents, with an 8-year, $80 million contract with $22 million in guarantees, highest defensive paid player in the league.
Yep.
8 for 80 feels like an absolute steal. By today's
number. Back then, it was like, whoa, $80 million for Clements.
Like, how are the Niners going to pay that?
He better be Dion.
Remember that?
Because they signed. You know who else they signed that
Jonas
same off? Jonas Jennings.
Who
they
was
signed
terrible.
Jonas Jennings.
Buffalo Bills.
Both of them were Bills, right?
Yeah.
Did Clements come from Buffalo?
Jennings played like 5 games for the Niners. He was terrible.
He was not good. He was not good at all. Not good at all.
You know who's playing really well right now as well, and you referenced this earlier, and we got to bring it up. The linebacking play for this team has been spectacular. You can give credit to the guys up front on the D-line opening it up, but it feels like the speed and the decisiveness and the wrapping up. I mean, there was a hit yesterday by Dre Greenlaw. I just assumed it was going to be a personal foul. Yeah. I think he hit DJ Moore. He timed it perfectly.
No doubt.
I mean, that was a boom, boom layout.
No doubt. I mean, look, Jeff Wilson Jr. is playing well. The linebackers are playing well. Jeff Wilson Jr. looks like he has juice, 17 carries, 120 yards,
great.
And a touchdown in his defense. Last week we were talking about this defense. Early on, they're going to have to carry the offense. And I thought at times yesterday they carried the offense and carried the football team. If this defense wants to be great, they have to turn you over and score.
Yeah.
And for back-to-back weeks, you get the Hufanga pick 6. Yesterday, right before halftime with the game. Look, it shouldn't have been a 10-3 game. I'm not going to nitpick. Special teams got to be better. You get the field goal blocked. That's unacceptable.
How does that happen?
But Emmanuel Mosley with the pick 6, bringing it back 41 yards with his family in town, that was pretty cool. So when you want to become a great defense, like the Niners are trying to, they lead the league in sacks with 21. Drake Jackson popped late in that game. You turn the ball over and you go score. That's what the Ravens did back in 01. That's what the 85 Bears did. That's what the 02 Bucks did. You think about all the great defenses in NFL history. They turned you over, and they turned you over and scored. And so far this season, the Niners defense has been scoring, especially the last 2 weeks. So I love that development with this defense.
And I'm just looking at the NFC West, mostly being out, it feels like for the year, that's going to be that's a big loss.
That's a huge
It's
loss.
a big loss.
You can't sugarcoat that.
But you got to get Bosa back, right? You got, whether it's 1 week, 2 weeks, maybe you give him the next 2 off and the bye week, that would give him 3 weeks, and maybe him and Trent are returning simultaneously on both sides of the ball. He's got to be healthy for this team to make any impact in the playoffs. Like they've got to be healthy, absolutely. I just love that the playmakers all touched the ball yesterday.
Yeah, the playmakers touched the ball. A lot of targets for Debo, 9 targets, only 2 catches. I don't like the efficiency there.
J.C. Horn was on him.
Ball. It was on him. I want to see Ayuk a little more involved. Again, 3 catches, 58 yards. You saw Jawan Jennings break some tackles, make some plays. George Kittle being force-fed. This offense all of a sudden is looking a little more diverse. Again, I could use one more playmaker. I know they tried to throw the ball deep to Danny Gray. Wasn't a pretty deep ball.
Yeah.
It's all good.
I'd like to see them throw him the ball underneath to set up the deep ball.
Right.
If we're nitpicking, right? Like if we're nitpicking. But look, at least Jimmy's ripping it downfield.
He is.
I mean, he made the throw to Kittle early on in the game. Was a really nice throw near the sideline. Give his guy a chance to make a play. And then I was more impressed with the Tevin Coleman play.
Right.
Free blitzer. He's got the guy going to blast him, and he throws it all the way up and over. Okay, Coleman doesn't make the catch. No loss. You don't take a sack. But he does make the play near the sidelines. And it's like, yes, Jimmy, throw it downfield.
Listen, Jimmy, and people are saying, well, the playmakers made plays. It wasn't Jimmy.
Well, they drop balls, too.
Part of being a great quarterback, or part of being a quarterback in the NFL, I'm not going to say great. Part of being a good quarterback in the NFL is giving your playmakers a chance to make plays.
And identifying the matchups.
I was seeing Brady and Mike Evans yesterday. Mike Evans getting double. Brady laid it out there anyway, saying, go get that bat. Joe Burrow, Sunday Night Football, Jamar Chase, Marlon Humphreys all over him.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow underthrow. Hey, I'm going to give my playmaker a chance to make a play. That's all we can ask for Jimmy. And yesterday, throughout the game, I don't care how bad Carolina offense is, their defense is legit.
Yeah.
Carolina's got a defense.
Brian Burns is a stud.
I told you, he's a stud.
Just watch Brian Burns. He's a stud.
See how quick he gets off the football.
I mean,
dude,
he's a stud.
Unbelievable.
He's a stud.
Give your playmakers a chance to make plays. Jimmy did that yesterday, and you'll walk out with a 37-15 win. 37-15.
Who was it? Corey Littleton is on Carolina. I know he's bounced around. He's solid.
Yeah.
You know, they've got a couple solid pieces, but my overall takeaway is that the Niners business-like win. The injuries are going to loom over them.
Right.
If Jimmy can continue to build off how he's played the last couple of weeks, Niners are in a great spot.
For the fourth time.
Great spot.
And they're trying to sweep the East Coast road trip again. You saw the little graphic of all the miles they travel and how they stay at the Greenbrier or whatnot. So, look, a very business-like win for this team. We'll see how they get over the injuries. Hopefully, some of these guys can start to come back because the list is getting longer and longer and longer when it comes to injuries. Speaking of injuries, Craig Mack, you know what to do.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
As we just mentioned, the 49ers have lost a few more players to injury. Defensive end Nick Bosa had to leave the game early, did not play in the second half due to a groin strain. Robbie Gould had to exit with a bruised knee, and the worst injury of them all, torn ACL for Emmanuel Mosley. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said after the win that he fears that Mosley had torn his ACL. He will undergo an MRI today to confirm the injury, but Shanahan was not optimistic about his outlook. Mosley was seen after the game wearing a knee brace and getting around on crutches. I just hope it's a bruise. I hope the MRI comes back and say, nope, his ACL is intact. He's going to be back in December. Oh, man,
I'll take any kind of sprain.
Dude, he was playing so well. Mooney Ward and Emmanuel Mosley, one of the best corner tandems in all of football.
Both coming up and not only making plays in the deep down the field. In the run game, they were stuffing.
Oh, they hit. Mosley hit. So, oh man, what an unfortunate news there. Unfortunate break for Emmanuel Mosley late in the game, tearing his ACL. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. 888-957-9570, Comcast business text line and a hotline. How did Shanahan do yesterday? We haven't talked about Kyle Shanahan. How did he call the game? And what about D'Amico Ryans on the sideline? Can't let him leave the building. Guy looks like a head coach in waiting. He's having a lot of fun. Plus, if you want to chime in on the Golden State Warriors on what they should do about Draymond Green, the lines are open. User's choice, right, Shasky? User's choice. Warriors, Niners. A lot to talk about here on the Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The 49ers defense is nasty.
And he tosses it to the other team, Mosley. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Our fans are awesome everywhere we go. Our fans travel as good as any team I've been on.
Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco D.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help save you space, labor, and time with these prefabricated walls, and you can get them delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most of the materials the very next day, and in some cases, the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to the industry-leading services team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides all at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charging not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports. If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an IKEA family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
Golfers, now at the Golf Mart, it's time to hit faster, longer, and straighter with Titleist. The new TSR drivers are designed to maximize distance and elevate your performance. Titleist TSR driver, pushing for perfection every day. Come into the Golf Mart for the new Titleist TSR drivers and get custom fit for free today. Can't make it in store? Visit us online at worldwidegolfshops.com. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee and family owned and operated since 1984.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger looking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Imagine a world with endless possibilities. I'm talking endless saving and endless hot showers. Yeah, you heard me right. Endless hot showers. With Navien, that dream is now a reality. Navien tankless water heaters deliver a continuous flow of hot water for as long as you need it. No waiting for a tank to reheat more water, wasting time and energy. The compact design saves you space and money in comparison to traditional tank water heaters. It's time to make the switch and make your hot water dreams come true. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the
Sales here. Joe, put your boy Shasky. Take him out! You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
What up, Duke? What up, Duke? Duke on the intro. Good morning, everybody out there. Oh, baby. A Victory Monday. It's a weird Victory Monday because of what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. But the Niners do beat the Panthers 37-15. We'll take your calls on that. 888-957-9570. Were you impressed? Was it just, were they supposed to win that game? Obviously, they were supposed to win that game. But how are you feeling about that? They're 3-2 and in sole possession of first place in the NFC West. And they have one of the best defenses in the league. Also, we have the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole situation. Warriors played yesterday against the LA Lakers in a preseason game. Preseason game number 3. They'll hit the court again tomorrow against the Portland Trail Blazers at 7 p.m. And the elephant in the room is, will Jordan Poole speak? When will he speak? Well, he had a damn good game, and his actions spoke louder than anything he could say about the situation, I believe, because the third quarter, he was in his bag. Team high 25 points, 6 assists.
He looks sick.
The two-man game between him and Wiseman, the communication. Heard him a couple times. Hey, James, that's what you need to do here, coaching on the floor. By the way, Wiseman looked good.
Well, you know what? One thing, just quick little aside as we talk drama and 49er victories. Wiseman and Kuminga, the thing that you got to love about them, the one area that the Warriors haven't had for like 2 years now, athleticism near the rim.
Yep.
The two of them get the ball anywhere around the cup, and they are elevating to jam in someone's face and end them on the court. And I just love that about him. And then just seeing James Wiseman fighting for offensive rebounds and getting a lot of fouls because the other team can't box him out. Like that's part of the beauty of having Rudy Gobert on your team is that I think a lot of teams accumulate bad fouls trying to simply box him out.
Yep. You know, just talking to the break, to the boss man, Matt Nahegan, and we've been talking off air. Hell, we talked over the weekend, and the Bay Area sports fan right now. The A's are done. The Giants are done. We did watch MLB playoffs. How about the Padres ousting the New York Mets? That was pretty cool.
Why did I take solace in the Mets losing? I know. I'll let you continue.
I just don't care about New York City.
I hate the Mets.
So
somewhere Greeny lost all of his wings.
Yeah. The Mets lost.
I hate the Mets.
The Cardinals lost. How about the Philadelphia Phillies? How about that?
How about Bryce Harper?
Looks good. Been good in orange and black. Get Cleveland beating Tampa Bay, 15 innings, 1-0.
That was fun.
The Mariners coming back from 6-0 against the Blue Jays, Craig Max Mariners. Now, you're about to get smoked by Dusty's boys, the Houston Astros, but it is what it is. Good story for Seattle. The Bay Area sports fan right now, are they excited over the win against the Carolina Panthers? Or is the Bay Area sports fan still stuck on this Draymond Green situation? Because we heard from Draymond Green on Saturday. He's not with the team.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole is. We heard Looney say, hey, Draymond has to earn his trust. He has to earn our trust back. When you have Looney saying he has to earn our trust back. Steve Kerr saying, yeah, he has to earn our trust back. It feels like the Bay Area sports fan right now, yeah, we want to celebrate the Niners win. But on the other side, you have this big story looming to where we don't know what's going to happen with Draymond. We have no idea if Poole's going to sign an extension. We have no idea if Draymond's going to be there for ring night. Yeah. There's just this dark cloud looming right now over the Golden State Warriors that is on the top of mind for Bay Area sports fans.
It's a weird, conflicting sports Monday because the other part of that be that you haven't even acknowledged. I've never felt better about the young players for the Warriors.
I know.
Like, I'm looking at the roster that they've put together with DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green and Patrick Baldwin Jr., and Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody, and I'm like, damn, well, they're loaded.
This is a great tweet from 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Have we had a normal victory Monday yet? Every game has had a major injury happen, and you can't keep that up.
What was the major injury of the Monday night game?
Well, didn't Al Shire get hurt in that game?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. No, you're right. I was just,
and then we had a victory Tuesday, not a Monday.
Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, so we only had
the Seattle game. Yeah. So the Seattle game, you get Trey Lance being hurt.
But I think all can be true. Like right now, I've got my mind a little bit on Draymond Green and what is Jordan Poole gonna say? Where's he at on this? And then the other side of it is like, damn, look at my Niners.
Well, the Niners,
because the Niners look like the best team in the NFC West today. Things can change as we move forward, but today I wake up even with all the injuries and I say, they're not losing right now. They're not losing to those teams.
The only drama left in the NFC West is the Niners injuries and the return of DeAndre Hopkins for Arizona. Because the Rams, to me, I know I said last year they were shot, This team is
Can
different.
you just don't do that?
I wasn't going to do that, but they scored 10 points yesterday. Their offensive line can't block anybody, and their special teams stink.
The 7 of those points was like all Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. Well, the desperation I see in the Rams, they were going for fake punts in the second
Did
quarter.
you see that, Johnny Hecker?
It wasn't even Johnny Decker. It was a new guy.
Oh, I thought it was Hecker.
Quinn. No, Decker's gone. Hecker's
whatever.
gone.
He threw it to the gun guy
Right.
or whatever they called the safety net dude. I couldn't believe that play.
Caton guy who yells at Caton's out on the punt team.
Yeah. There you go. I was trying to think what his name was.
Green.
I don't even know what his position is.
So, who's the punter for the Rams? Now I got to look this up. But the Rams, they look like a mess. Seattle, a lot of offense. with Gino. Gino looks good. He's throwing the ball around. But defensively, they can't stop anybody. Their punter name is Riley Dixon. Riley Dixon.
We saved the show.
Yeah, well, not Hecker.
I saw a Hecker jersey in the tailgate parking lot.
So anyway, how are we feeling about the Niners? How are we feeling about the Golden State Warriors?
How are you feeling about the Niners?
I feel really good. The Mosley injury stinks.
Yeah.
Because his defense was coming together, and I felt so good about the secondary. He had 2 lockdown corners. Now I have to worry about Jason Verrett and his injury history. And then after that is Diamador Lenore, who's been playing really good in the slot. But now you put him outside. Now you're guarding big boys.
I know.
Right? Now you're guarding DKs or Tyler Lockett.
Maybe Womack can slide inside.
Maybe. Maybe it's Ambry Thomas. Maybe it's Dante Johnson.
Yeah, maybe. It might be Dante Johnson. I was going to take it this way. I actually feel the best I felt about Jimmy Garoppolo in a long time.
Yeah.
I feel like Jimmy's trending in the right direction.
Well, Jimmy played.
He might have a bad game coming forward. He probably will. I mean, every quarterback has a couple of good ones and maybe sprinkle in some bad ones. Even the great guys. Like Aaron Rodgers looks terrible right now.
Yeah.
He looks terrible.
Our boy King Shannon. What up, King Shannon? Nah, Bonte, the Rams look worse than what you said last year. Firepower ain't the same. And by the way, breaking news in Carolina. Breaking news.
Matt Rule gone.
Fired.
Is he?
Gone.
That's
Just like
official?
that. That's official. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, gone. Just like that. 11-27 during his 3 seasons in Carolina. He leaves with 4 years left on a 7-year contract. So
he had a 7-year deal?
7-year deal.
Get me his agent right now so I can negotiate with Naheem.
Well, guess what?
Oh, my God. A 7-year deal?
Guess what, though?
He looked clueless on the sideline.
He'll be back in college football.
And he'll probably be good.
He'll get a Power 5 job.
Yeah, okay.
Somewhere.
College is college. This
college
is the NFL.
is college. Yeah, he's done.
He went Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. Get out of here.
Had no choice. They couldn't get Jimmy. Had no choice.
Well,
had no choice.
You know what? Jimmy, to his credit, probably looked around and was like, I don't want to play on a team like Carolina.
Nah.
I'm just using them as an example because look at the team he's on now with the play calling. It feels like him and Kyle are in a good spot. He's got playmakers galore. Yes, there's some injuries and stuff. Great defense, giving him great field position.
His decision making yesterday was just. I see
it was
why
the best he's
fired.
played in a long time.
I mean, no, but Matt Rule. I'm looking at Matt Rule and his decision making.
Well, he sucks.
It was just awful. So Steve Wilkes will take over the Carolina job.
Well, it was 4th and 1 early in that game, and I know why you wouldn't go for it because you're trying to keep the game close. But this is what I said whenever it was like Chip Kelly or Tom Sula. If I'm coaching a team and I know I'm on the way out the door, all right, dude, what do you have to lose? Go for it, man. It's the same. Shanahan does this too. It drives me nuts. This is the one area Shanahan is going to give me gray hairs on just this one. It gets to about the 45 to the 38. They cross fit midfield, and they're somewhere in that zone, and it's 4th and short. It could be 4th and 3, 4th and 2, 4th and 1, and he does this. I hate this. Let's go to the line, and let's hut. Let's 15 guys are going to move, and then what do they always do? They take a penalty, and then they punt it back. Now, I know you got an elite defense, but come on, just once, can you be aggressive?
Aggressive. Didn't have to do that yesterday.
No.
Didn't have to do that yesterday because Carolina's offense was that bad.
But doesn't it feel like that's their Bermuda Triangle zone?
Yeah, but today's not a day to nitpick.
No, I know. I'm just saying overall body of work.
It's a 37-15 win on the road. On the road against a tough defense. Get all those Niner fans out there. You drop 37, probably should have dropped 50. That's how dominant this win was for the 49ers. Jimmy looked good. He's training up. Kittle looked good. Trending up. Jeff Wilson Jr. looked damn good.
Looked great.
Trending up.
Looked great.
Debo, 2 catches, whatever. I can live with that.
Jennings looked great.
Threw up 37 points, and Debo did nothing yesterday. Okay? Did nothing. 37 points. So today's not a day to nitpick. The defense looks good. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the injuries. That's a concern, no doubt about it. But going into Atlanta with a chance to be 4-2 after 6, that's big time. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's going on? Oh, wait.
Good morning,
There
guys.
we go. There we go, Dave. I got you.
Good morning.
What's up?
Good morning. Yes, it is Victory Monday. Now, I'm glad to be a part of it. I'm glad they won. Defense looked good. No nitpicking. You know, usually when I call, I'm always Mr. Negative, but all I'm going to say is big picture. Big picture. We're looking at big picture, playoff, Super Bowl. Obviously, the offense got to be a little more consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy, he's always going to be the key. He needs to be a little more consistent. He did play better yesterday, but honestly, yesterday, how he played last week, it's pretty much been the same. It's usually you get the ball out quick.
Oh, man, Dave hung up on us. Let's go to Rolando in Napa. Rolando, what's happening? You're on the roast.
We're on fire.
All right.
We're like Paul Hackett right now calling plays for Russell Wilson.
Nathaniel Hackett. CJ in American Canyon. Yeah, that's his dad. CJ, let's see if CJ's there. Go once, go twice. CJ, you there?
I'm there, Bob.
American Canyon.
Hey,
American Canyon has
1 for 3.
reception. There we go.
We'd be a Hall of Famer in baseball.
What's up, guys? Victory Monday, indeed. I'm going to hold on to this dub all week long. I think that with the injuries that piled up yesterday, I'm thankful we got the Falcons coming up. I like what you guys said about resting Bosa maybe for the next few weeks. I believe it's his groin. And that's always a touch injury. I saw that on the first play yesterday. I could be wrong. That Jimmy Ward went out. With
one play.
Hand.
Yeah, he broke his hand.
So
we don't know if he could play.
That's really disappointing. Yeah, he's the leader on the team. Mosley is up and coming, one of the best up and coming backs in this league. He's really contributed to the defense. I think moving forward, it's going to be tough, and you guys are going to have to step up, like Shanahan said after the game yesterday. But I think we can do it as long as Jimmy does what he did yesterday, keeps moving forward, and doesn't do what he did against the Broncos. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah, they're going to need, obviously, there's going to be stiffer opponents, and they're going to need their defense to find a way to overcome all of these injuries. But if Jimmy plays that way and he gets the ball out and he doesn't take bad sacks, like that's the Jimmy that we wanted. This is the Jimmy when he's rolling. That's what you're going to get. Great run game, him spreading the ball around. I loved it.
It's a week-to-week league. Injuries can derail everything.
For sure.
But let's just say, hypothetically, they get Trent Williams back, Elijah Mitchell back, Al-Shaair back, you get Robbie Gould back, you get Nick Bosa back.
They're the favorites in the NFC.
I'm looking at the schedule here. Kansas City, tough game. Chargers, tough game, but beatable.
I think we could take them.
Yeah, no Joey Bosa for the next month and a half.
Yeah.
All right, they gave up 20. Cleveland should have won the football game. Well, we always say that about Cleveland. New Orleans.
It's so true.
New Orleans.
New Orleans does not scare anyone.
All right. Miami.
Although Taysom Hill.
Miami now?
They look totally different. And Tyreek Hill's in a walking boot.
And Teddy Bridgewater just had a concussion.
Yeah,
so
he was
Miami
out
all of a
after
sudden,
one
that
play.
doesn't look so daunting,
No.
right? Because they don't have a quarterback to get playmakers the ball, although most are starting to run hard.
I do love Mostert.
Tampa Bay? It's a flawed Tampa Bay Buccaneers team.
How'd they let the Falcons back into that one?
Well, they called the damn roughing the passer penalty on Grady Jarrett.
I'm talking about leading up to that. They were up big.
Their offense is struggling.
It is.
And
it's Mike Evans.
So it's Mike Evans or bust. Their running game's not consistent. I don't believe they can run the ball against the 49ers. Yeah. And Brady can be hit. Now, that roughing the passer penalty, one of the worst I've ever seen. That was terrible.
It was a tackle.
Did Arthur Smith do anything to get fined yesterday? That's a game you take a fine. Am I
the only one that saw Brady kick his leg up too as he was getting up?
Dude,
the whole thing was very suspect from Brady.
It was suspect on the referees for giving him that call.
No, it was a terrible call.
That was a terrible
call.
There's
no defending that.
All right? So then you get Seattle, Washington, Vegas, and there. All I'm saying is the schedule stacks up very, very well for the 49ers. This could be a double-digit win season if they don't beat themselves. Again, 12 of 24 on third down the last 2 weeks. Money downs. You're 50% on money downs the last 2 weeks. What does that mean? That means Jimmy's making throws, and he's getting the ball to the playmakers to make plays happen on third down to extend drives. That's all we want. No turnovers. I'm not even going to count the no throws because everybody throws no throws.
Yeah.
Everybody around the league throws no throws. That's a big-time win. Big-time win for the 49ers. Let's go back out to the calls.
And every playmaker's feeling good this morning.
Feeling very good.
How about that Ayuk 2-point conversion catch in traffic?
I love that, even though it didn't count.
Oh, they
called holding. Yeah, they called holding in the river. Called holding. Right. Anyway, I don't know why Carolina wore white, by the way.
Well, I guess it was hot.
Man, where are you all black? It's 4 o'clock out there in Charlotte.
Well,
come on.
I thought it was a pretty cool look. I thought the jerseys look good. I'm more mad at the turf. Like, what are we doing? Get grass out here.
Yeah, grass should be in every single stadium. Let's go to Rolando back in Napa. Rolando, what's up, man? You're on the roast. You're on a Victory Monday.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm a big fan of your show, guys. Calling from Napa, and I want to talk about my big Niners win. And now that you guys broke the news that Matt Rule was just fired, John Lynch, get on the phone. I really want Christian McCaffrey.
Thank you.
So
Thank
sad
you.
right now.
Ooh.
And this is the move that's going to take us over. And Matt Rule, be gone. And next up, guys, mark my words, we're gonna stomp on Cliff Kingsbury. He's the next one to go this year.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too. I like that too.
Well, the McCaffrey thing, it's so obvious. He's a star. Like, just an absolute star. I know, running backs. You don't trade for running backs. You don't pay running backs. That guy ain't a running back. That dude is Wes Welker, meets Marshall Faulk, meets any running. Like, he is a stud beat. You can line him up at receiver in the slot. You can play him out of the backfield. Him and Debo in the backfield. Him and Jeff Wilson Jr. in the backfield. That's the kind of guy who takes your offense to the next level.
And he's getting hit so much in Carolina because they don't have playmakers around him. Robbie Anderson just ain't that dude.
No, DJ Moore isn't either.
He's not that dude. They don't have a tight end.
No.
You put CMC in an offense with Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, and you get him in a passing game alongside Juszczyk and Jeff Wilson Jr., now you're cooking with hot grease.
And I would trade future draft picks to get him because he's that good.
Right away. I do it right now.
That's a Rams-like move you make in the middle of the season. Because right now I'm looking, everybody's vulnerable. So right now, if I'm the Niners, I'm adding to what I've got, not sitting back.
It's something we talked about last week with the 49ers. We'll get right back out to the calls.
God, I would love Christian
We'll get right back out to the calls.
He would be so sick.
We'll get right back out to the calls. You like that, huh? You like that.
Did you see the way he was running? They did a 3rd and 6 gun run to him, and he just ran right through Greenlaw and Warner. And I'm like, no one does that.
We had the conversation last week. What would it take to trade for him? We had the conversation last week.
I'm giving up multiple second-rounders for him.
Listen, I do it all day. I do it all day because this is
players.
a year. This is a year, and I told you this, Shasky. This is a year in the NFC. The Rams got their Super Bowl.
Yes.
They got their Lombardi. The Niners have been so close to getting that Lombardi. I feel like this is the season. If we're going to go all in at the deadline, with all the injuries that's piling up, this is the season to go all in. I love the team now. I think they could play deep into January with the team as is, with Jimmy trending up and Jimmy looking good. But if you could just add another weapon or two, oh my gosh,
but
this thing is attainable, man.
Well, that's one of the things you want to see Debo play a little more wide receiver.
Right.
If you get somebody like CMC out there, think of the formation diversity you can do.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
you imagine a 3-by-1 formation with Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Ayuk on the other side.
I'm sitting there watching him, and you know what I'm thinking to myself? The NFL needs him out of there. He would be one of the most marketable stars in the NFL if he played on a premier team, wouldn't he?
Yep. I love McCaffrey. We had the conversation last week leading up to the game saying, is there any way you could pry Christian McCaffrey from the Carolina Panthers? Because to me now, the first place 49ers, because they're first place in the NFC West. They're about to take this division over, and they're about to roll.
And they feel 2 or 3 games up on everyone. It feels that way.
I'm very confident that the Rams are going to be mediocre this year. Very confident.
It's a matter of time before Stafford's arm bows out.
Very confident the Niners. Arizona's a mess.
Yes.
They get started late. They start slow.
I'm still fearing them.
Well,
I know.
because DeAndre Hopkins, we haven't seen it with Hopkins. And Hopkins and Hollywood Brown is a nasty combination.
What was Kyler doing at the end of that game?
Who knows? Kyler's always doing something.
Slid too early from the first and then had to spike the ball. Sorry. Yeah, it is why you have to do your homework.
What was that?
It was a homework shot at Kyler.
I don't like that. That's not funny.
It's funny. It is funny.
We don't do that to Jimmy. We do that to Kyler.
Yeah, but Jimmy's not sliding prematurely and then having to spike the ball on 3rd down.
I was mad about
forcing your team to kick a field goal on 4th.
I was about to get to what I was about to get to was Kyler's suit going into the game.
Oh my God! Did you see that?
Kyler's something else, man. But
it was like bell bottoms.
But DeAndre Hopkins is the one guy who bell bottoms are in now. Apparently, they're in. They've been in for a few years.
I'm going to let you know this right now.
Yeah, well, you got come on, Shasky.
I'm out on me wearing bell bottoms at any point moving forward.
I didn't say I wore bell bottoms.
If that's where fashion's going,
I didn't say I wore bell bottoms.
In the words of Matt
women, I bet you Robin knows. She knows the fashion
women
trends.
can wear bell bottoms.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Bell bottoms
I'm talking about me, Joe Shasky.
Hey, man,
I'm out.
You see these NBA players? They've been wearing bell bottoms like tough.
Hey,
bell
Robin.
bottoms are back. Robin, what's up?
Hey, you guys, I just had a visual of Shasky and bell bottoms. Do they call you Shasky on the dude on Scooby-Doo?
Yeah,
Is that why?
That would actually, that's a good call.
Shaggy
That's a good call there, Robin. That's
Shaggy
not bad.
Shasky.
My dad used to have really long hair, and he would wear the bell bottoms, but that was in the 70s.
You would look just like him if you had him. I would crack up. Oh my God! I'm gonna double check here, you guys. First of all, real quick, because I'm on Skyline Boulevard and I got to get to work in like 8 minutes. The deal is the two guys in the offensive line play. Thanks. And more.
Yeah.
Were they not getting off? Or is it because, just tell me, do you think they have a potential to do that against, like, an elite? Just because of Carolina, because they were blocking.
I thought they played really well, Robin. Yeah.
They were. So I wanted to hear more from you guys on that. And then the last thing I want to say, guys, because I might lose you, I got to get this in there. Draymond Green is a wankster. You know what a wankster is? 50 Cent told you who a wankster is. He knows who to bully. He knows who not to mess with. He didn't mess with Tristan Thompson. I heard him and David West got into it. He's a straight-up wankster. I said it. Bye, you guys.
All right, Robin.
Interesting.
Offensive line is playing better.
Yes.
Listen. Offensive line plays like referees. If you leave a game not noticing the referees in the offensive line, that is a good thing.
I agree, but
you leave a game saying, that old Scott Foster, that old Mark Jackson,
well, Scott
Mark
Foster's
Davis, you know what I'm saying? That old Tim Donnie. Would you say, oh, man, Mike McGlinchey? We didn't mention Michael McGlinchey. Now, the pocket was getting muddled a bit.
But I thought
Jimmy stepped up in the pocket and delivered dimes in that pocket. So I love
and wouldn't you agree that there were holes, like gaping holes for Jeff Wilson Jr.?
The run game was spectacular.
Big-time holes. And I'm imagining Elijah Mitchell with his speed. He's running for big-time chunk plays.
What I was getting at.
And Brunskill was in there, too. Did you notice that?
Yeah, no doubt.
They were like rotating Banks and Brunskill.
What I was getting at, let Banks play. Banks has been solid. Maybe.
Well, can Brunskill play center?
Maybe.
Brendel seems like, maybe I'm wrong here, but Brendel is the one who feels like the soft spot.
Well, one thing I wanted to get to, though.
But he was good.
When it comes to Christian McCaffrey and maybe going all in at the deadline. Because now with Jimmy Garoppolo back in the saddle, and we don't have to rehash this, but as soon as Trey Lance got hurt, a lot of people thought Jimmy gave him the best chance to win a Super Bowl. Here's where my mind is now. As they beat the Panthers 37-15. And hopefully they can beat Atlanta. You go 2-0 on this road trip. You come back home and play Kansas City. And you look at the landscape in the NFC. Now look at how dominant this defense is. And you're getting reinforcements back. You won that game without Armstead, Kinlaw, Bosa didn't play in the second half. No Jimmy Ward, he played one play. And you go out there and handle business. This is a Super Bowl-type defense. So in my mind, as we get deeper into October and we move into November, Shasky, my mind is starting to go Operation Glendale.
Yeah.
Operation Super Bowl. What do I need to do to get ready for this postseason run with this football team? Because they're training up. They're getting better. You're now 3-2 after all the adversity over the last 8 weeks. All the adversity. It's now starting to become Operation Glendale. I'm starting to get there, Shasky.
Well, I'm with you on this. And it's really hard to envision one of these teams trading a wide receiver around the league because I do believe they could use another wide receiver. But this is a team that's not really going to throw the ball around a whole lot. So why not strengthen an already strength of the team in the run game and go get another running back who can also be a pass catcher?
I like that.
He is a dynamic. Think of the amount of pressure matching up when you get December and you get January and you got Debo and Christian McCaffrey on the field together.
Now, the contract is something else, and people are already pointing the contract out. Oh, that money's not good. Maybe you could restructure. I have no idea.
They got a lot of bad money on the team.
You know what?
Yeah, how's Armstead's contract looking?
Just give me the playmaker.
Exactly.
Stop worried about the pennies.
Guys, we've been saving pennies left and right.
Right.
The Rams beat you by 2 plays. It was like a couple of plays last year.
They spend nothing but money.
And do you think they regret it?
Hell no.
No. So I want the Super Bowl, like we all want it.
All right, what's coming up? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, don't compromise. It's Griffin, Trey, Danker, Adam. Get you on the other side as we talk a little Niners here to end the morning roll. So Victory Monday. Niners are in first place in the NFC West. They head to Atlanta to take on the Dirty Birds. We'll talk about that coming up here on the Roast.
The Niners took down the Panthers.
Turning left field for the touchdown. Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. Garoppolo on the money. Deebo Samuel.
The only place to be after each 49ers game.
San Francisco has got a little something going now. The 49ers with a big win on Monday night over the Rams. They back it up with a victory in Carolina.
Feels great, baby.
95-7. The Game.
Good morning, everyone. This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge with TakingVegas.com with a special offer. for Las Vegas and Kansas City tonight. Get this play absolutely free. Just visit takingvegas.com. This pick is there for you. This winner is there for you. Last week, Monday Night Football winner, San Francisco. 2 weeks ago, Monday Night Football winner, Dallas. The overall Monday Night Football record is 4-1. Tonight, we make it 5-1 absolutely free. Las Vegas and Kansas City. Just visit takingvegas.com. You can get free odds, free matchups, game write-ups, and a 30-day free trial. But it all centers around Las Vegas and Kansas City tonight. Absolutely free. No questions asked, no obligations. Just visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com. We are on a 13-4 pro football run. We add to it tonight. Las Vegas, Kansas City for free at takingvegas.com.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, an oil change with full synthetic oil like Valvoline Advance can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $36.99. Find your solution for better fuel efficiency today at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. In San Francisco today, mostly cloudy, highs in the upper to mid 60s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some, and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Shotgun for Mayfield. Hooks a pass, and he tosses it to the other team, Mosley. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco. And this defense continues to deliver. Pick 6.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
For me, Wanksta is a top 10 beat. Song was hard. And he essentially ended Ja Rule.
Yes.
With this 3-verse song. Robin calling Trail Creed and Wanksta. He's not happy with Draymond. A lot of people saying, hey, Jordan Poole, put your hands up. It's just wow. Can't believe we got that going on, especially a week after Japan, where all the vibes were good. You see Curry and Jordan Poole go to sumo wrestle. You see Klay Thompson play with the sumo wrestlers. Looney, Dre. It's just a great trip, great vibes with the team. And then, boom, the Punch Hurt Around the World Wednesday morning gets released on Friday, and here we are. But we will finish the show with a victory Monday, talking about the 49ers and their dominant victory.
Yeah, and on that same note, just really quickly, have you had a chance to see Redeem Team on Netflix?
I have not. I'm waiting to see
watch it.
Yes. No,
Can you please watch it?
I was waiting for Anna to finish. I'm not even
Don't blame her.
No, I'm not going to tell
deflect.
you what she was watching. But we had to get through that. And then the Redeem.
So I want you at some point this week, watch that, and I want you to watch House of Dragons.
Well, I always watch House of Dragons.
Did you see it last night?
No, I always wait. So what I do, I watch Raising Kanan first.
Oh.
I'm a Power Stars guy.
Okay.
So Raising Kanan, about the young 50 Cent. You know, that show's so gangster. It's so good. It's so good. It's a cheap thrill for me. Then I got Atlanta. I got to get to ATL as well. 925, Comcast Business Excellent. Bonte's a bigger wankster than Draymond, according to inside sources. Maybe I am a wankster. Just try to be me, though. Let's go to Trey and Vallejo.
How about Jimmy G?
How about Jimmy G and the 49ers, the first place 49ers in the NFC West? What up, Trey?
Top of the morning to you guys.
Top of the morning.
Good morning. Man, I want to touch on something, man. First, not taking nothing away from the Niners' victory, man, but let's just call it the way it is, Bronte. Baker Mayfield is done.
Done.
He's done. His career is over.
Done.
He's cooked. He's cooked. And that tough moxie attitude he tries to display when he does like that Cameron FaceTime by himself, it's over. It's over. But, I'm like you guys, too. I see the Niners being the best team right now. The only team I say that might have a shot in the NFC West, I give Arizona, because what you said, we don't know when Hopkins gets back, what they might have. Because, I see Seattle, nah. Rams, I think they're too complacent. I think they're happy with the championship they got. And so they're settled.
And they miss a second playmaker opposite Cooper Kupp. They dramatically miss Odell Beckham. You go back to those final 2 games of the year, the Super Bowl before he got hurt, and in the NFC, he was a stud for them.
And Allen Robinson just hasn't been that guy.
He hasn't gotten open.
He can't get open. I don't know what's going on with Allen Robinson. But it's not a good fit. You know who they also miss? They miss Van Jefferson.
Yes.
They're deep threat.
Yes.
Van Jefferson's space. He made big plays for the Rams last year. A lot of jet sweeps, a lot of deep routes, taking the top off the defense, leaving the underneath stuff open for Matt Stafford, Odell Beckham Jr., and Cooper Kupp. So they go Higbee, Kupp, and that Dallas defense looks ferocious.
Yeah, they
want to talk about top defenses. I think a collision course is going to be happening. It's either going to be Philly, Dallas, the 49ers. We heard Jerry Jones last week saying we want to get the 49ers back.
Yeah, of course he does, because he sees how much money he's going to make with all the Niner fans invading Dallas Cowboys Stadium.
Can you imagine we get Niners Cowboys?
Oh, I would love it.
Levi Stadium in the divisional round?
Please. I would love it. And by the way, I love that they're going through their own quarterback controversy right now. I kind of love
they're
that.
Undefeated. But it's not like Cooper Rush is lighting the world on fire.
Hey, good for McCarthy.
Their defense, Dan Quinn. Talk about head coach.
Cowboys.
Philadelphia 5-0 as well.
Bring them to
Philadelphia 5-0.
We will lock them up on offense.
Let's go
their
to
offense.
Danker out in Malibu. Man, must be nice.
Whoa. Malibu's most wanted.
Odyssey yacht. Danker. What's happening?
Gentlemen, what's up, y'all? Yeah, I wish I could stay here longer, but no, I'm heading back. Actually, you know the homie Senzino. He's giving me a ride to the airport now, actually. But, okay. We need McCaffrey for sure. And who took Mike McCaffrey from the Niners? It was Mike Shanahan.
Oh, Ed McCaffrey, yeah.
I mean, Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, and McCaffrey. Those families, it's like they're almost related. And honestly, I'm highly critical of Jimmy. We all know that at this point. I really want him to just step up more in the pocket. I think it'll help him. It'll give him better angles. The seam routes will be easier for him. And I just see that because the line is getting better. And that's something that helped Tom Brady kind of evolve his game maybe 8 years ago, where he started stepping up more, and then try to be more mobile. But no, you got to keep the drives alive, eliminate the injuries, and yeah, man, keep the momentum.
No doubt about that. Good call, Danker. Ernie and Concord, Comcast Business Text Line. What number will the Niners be on the King of the Hill this week? Wednesday, we shall see. 3 NFC East teams, so, hey, NFC East, Giants, Cowboys, Eagles. A combined 13-2 so far this season.
There were a couple of plays that Barkley was sitting because he got hurt. He had like a stinger of some sort. I don't know, rib cage. I'm not really sure.
It was shoulder injury.
Was that what it was? He hit the turf so hard. Then he came back and looked like a dude shot out of a cannon.
That catch in the open field juke.
Saquon, I fear Saquon as much as any running back in the league.
He is a problem.
He's a beast.
He's a beast.
He's an unbelievable player.
He is a beast.
If I see another 3rd and 6 quarterback draw from Daniel Jones, though, I'm going to pull my hair out.
You know what, though? Daniel Jones playing some better football.
He is.
He's playing better football.
And I got to give credit to the coach who was the
Brian
Daboll.
Yeah.
He is making the most out of it.
No doubt.
Because they don't have a lot of weapons on the outside.
They don't at all. Richie James Jr. getting a lot of reps with them.
It is the straight up former 49ers team, isn't it?
Breida. He's on that roster.
And is it Richie James Jr. was, and Pettis is on what's it called?
Pettis is on the Bears.
Yeah.
He's on the Bears.
But he was on the Giants.
Right. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening?
Richie James.
You're on the roast.
He had that one game against Green Bay.
And Carolina. Arizona.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The wide receiver screen. I flipped the game when they were down 16-0. What's up, Adam? What's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? Good morning. It's funny we can tell when it's a victory Monday because you guys are just in a much chipper mood. Not to say you're never chipper, but after a victory, it's much better.
I know.
No, I want to call in today to give.
Well, Adam, real
props to
real quick. Actually, last Victory Tuesday, your boy was over here. Your boy was all one.
Yeah, you were salty.
I know. Well,
Too much time in the parking lot leaving.
Well, no. I was actually out in the parking lot in 5 minutes. I get out in 5 minutes in the Levi's parking lot. It was just more so people telling me who I should give credit to.
Oh.
Let me give my game balls away. You know what? Today, I'll give a game ball, Adam, to Jimmy Garoppolo. How about that? Jeff Wilson Jr. and Jimmy Garoppolo get game balls. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, well, you got to give credit where credit.
Agreed.
Like maybe last week, sure, it's like okay, wasn't that great of a performance. However, yesterday, what I saw is a quarterback who their quarterback and head coach are starting to put their differences aside and gel together again. And kind of what to Danker's point about Jimmy G stepping in up in the pocket. That's exactly what I was seeing yesterday. Like the Panthers pass rush got in the backfield like really quickly, but Jimmy just took 2 little steps up, looked around, surveyed the field, pop. Like I remember the first play of the 3rd quarter. Play action pass, and you're like, what's Jimmy going to do? And he launched it. Didn't complete the pass, but I'm like, you know what? I like seeing
Me too.
that. Like, I don't care that it was incomplete. I like seeing you air out the ball, and just, I don't know, his timing looked better yesterday, the rhythm. And like you said, like we don't want to make excuses for, it's like riding a bike and now I don't have time.
We just got to give him credit when he plays well.
Right.
Adam, like it's like when he plays bad, we'll break it down. When he plays really well like he did yesterday, he deserves all the flowers. Like that's what I want from Jimmy Garoppolo. Decisive, instinctual in terms of the pre-snap recognition of who to go to, like which particular matchup is the one that I want to attack.
Right.
His ability to step up in the pocket and at least avoid the big net loss. All of those things. Check. I thought he was great yesterday.
And he didn't look afraid to throw in the tight windows yesterday.
The third down to Kittle?
The third down to Kittle. How about Debo on the touchdown?
Who calling that?
Debo on another first down. He threw in the tight windows with velocity, which means his shoulder is starting to feel a bit better here as we move forward into the season. Again, it's October. It's go time, folks. It's go time. So to be 3-2 in first place in the NFC West, despite the injuries, can you overcome the injuries? Can you get to the bye week and get a little healthier? That'll be the goal for the 49ers. But also, look, Philadelphia is 5-0. I don't know how many games they're going to lose this year. They're rolling right now. They play well on both sides of the ball. They play good special teams as well. Arizona does not play good special teams, which is why they lost the game yesterday. You see that kick to tie the game was awful.
Yeah, again, the sequence leading up to it, they had like 25 or 30 seconds, and Kyler scrambled in the middle of the field, slid premature, doesn't get the first down, so then he has to spike it on third down, creating a fourth down where all you can do is kick a field goal there. And then, what's the name of the coach for the Eagles? Sirianni.
Sirianni, yeah.
He calls a timeout, and then their kicker. I mean, that was just a shank.
It was just a shank. I mean, straight up shank. Arizona's lost 8 straight home games.
What?
Well, I mean, we can't laugh because what was a Niners streak?
But they've lost 8 straight?
8 straight home games. Excuse me, 8 straight home games.
That's incredible. I didn't know it was.
They lost all 3 this year.
That was incredible.
They've lost all 3 this year. They lost 5 in a row last year, late in the season. What was the Niners streak last year? Remember they had a stretch where they didn't win a home game for a calendar year.
Well, I mean, they also played in the state of Arizona at the end of 2020.
They did. Yeah, they lost 5. They lost to Seattle last year, the last game of the season. Lost to Indianapolis on that Saturday game, Christmas Day. They lost to the Rams on Monday Night Football. Lost to Carolina 34-10, and then Cam Newton on that game. Remember that when Cam Newton signed with the Panthers? Yelled it to the camera, "I'm back." Yeah, it wasn't quite back yet. Yeah, they haven't won a game at home since October 24th of last season.
The only guy who's allowed to say "I'm back" is Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's it.
I love you, Cam, but no. I'm back.
Boy, we were another bad Jimmy game away from people saying, well, why don't you look at a Cam Newton? We were getting close. Somebody's going to do it this year. Somebody.
I thought New England would do it, but then Zappy came through yesterday.
Zappy, they shut out the Lions.
I couldn't believe that.
I love those throwbacks, too. How about that? The throwbacks at the red
jerseys? For the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yeah, those should be their permanents.
Those are sick.
And I love the 1990s ones that almost look like soccer jerseys where it's like a subtle stripe.
The Drew Bledsoe specials.
I call those the Ben Coates, Curtis Martins.
Yeah. Those are nice.
Everybody's
dude, in the Bay Area, that's when people in the Bay Area start liking the Patriots because of those uniforms with the logo on the shoulder
They're
pad.
hard.
They were hard. Let's go to Griffin in the city. What's up, Griffin? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte? What's up, Shafty? Love the show. Thanks for having me on today.
Thank you.
Just want to compliment, Jimmy G and Shanahan. I finally feel like they're starting to click and point things in the right direction. This was a Niners win, though, and, I want to see that Jimmy G from 2019 when he had that comeback against the Saints. I want to see us win games, put teams away with throwing the ball, and I don't know if we're there yet. I do think we have the team in place right now on offense. Christian McCaffrey, like you guys said, hey, that would be great, but I don't really see it happening. What we have is a slew of running backs that I think once they learn the system, once they know the offense, get those guys involved down the stretch. Yeah. Those guys can make plays. Those guys can do things. I think the little that they've shown, I know it's a trust factor. We get Coleman off the streets and bring the guy in 2 touchdowns yesterday. Freaking awesome, right? And our defense is just so much depth And yeah, it hurts when E-Man goes down, right?
It big time.
It does hurt.
Somebody in the wings like a Jason Verrett in the wings. We have so much depth, that we can take risks down the field. And I think Shanahan has to start seeing that now with Jimmy. And if they thrive in an uncomfortable environment, going forward, we're saying let's take some risks now because we have a defense. We're not going to get a pick 6 every week, but let's go.
Let's go. Great call, Griffin. And he brought up Jason Verrett waiting in the wings. We all talked about the insurance policy that was Jimmy Garoppolo. We had to cash in on that insurance because Trey Lance was hurt 5 quarters into the season, and he's out for the year. But now you get Jason Verrett. You lose a Mosley. How many teams, when you lose a starting cornerback, the drop-off from starter to the guy who has to replace him is massive.
There still might be a drop-off.
It still might be with Verrett, but we know Verrett has been a
solid.
pro.
Verrett's
he's very solid. When he plays, he's solid.
The problem is he's never healthy. That's really the biggest knock on the guy. I mean, it's the knees and stuff. I mean, when he plays, he's very athletic. I mean, he's a very good player.
So Matt Rule, real quick, got fired today. Breaking news. Matt Rule, coach of the Carolina Panthers, fired during his 38-game tenure as head coach of the Carolina Panthers.
He got 38 games. So that's what?
38 games.
2.5
seasons.
And plus?
2.5 seasons.
Okay.
His quarterbacks, Teddy Bridgewater, washed up Cam Newton, Sam Darnold, P.J. Walker, Baker Mayfield. You have no shot.
You
have no shot as head coach.
Yeah, but you know what? It's funny because that's what everyone does with now Shanahan's back to 500 for career overall record. Was he 45-45?
45-45.
Okay, and everyone goes, well, look at the record with Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at every head coach without a starting quarterback. Look what Mike Tomlin's going through right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Tomlin is playing the quarterback thing. It was a miracle they went 8-8 the 1 year that Big Ben did go down.
Right.
And now it's starting to regress to the situation where if you don't have a competent mid-level starter, you're going to have a losing record. I don't care who you are.
Baker Mayfield drafted number 1 in the draft that included Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Well, the
Cleveland
Baker thing was wild because I remember his ascension up the ranks, and I thought he was a second-round pick. Second-round pick. Even though he had a great year. I kept saying second-round pick. And then he goes number 1 overall? Not that those other guys should have went number 1. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I didn't think Baker deserved to go number 1 overall.
He shouldn't have got it. Broke draft day that he was going to go number 1. And he took the photo like Brett Favre right before the draft. It was just like, all right, this is getting wild. But you could see it in the Rose Bowl against Georgia that Baker had his limitations. And the Georgia Bulldogs, I remember walking off the field, I was talking massive stuff to Baker Mayfield. Now, that game was loaded with stars. Nick Chubb, Sonny Michel. You had Roquan Smith on defense. You had CeeDee Lamb. You had Hollywood Brown. Good, go on. I can watch that game right now and be like, damn, that's a pro football game.
Hollywood Brown still dropping passes.
But not that game. Not that game. CeeDee Lamb in that game? Whoo-wee. I could watch that. I might go back home and watch that Rose Bowl. It was sick.
Do something better.
Dude, no, Nick Chubb in that game, sick. Pasadena, perfect grass, flyovers, the granddaddy of them all. That was next level. But you can see in that game though that Baker against speed. Okay, I don't know about this. He did not look like a number 1 pick in that game.
He thinks he's more athletic than he is.
Yeah,
and it's like, you're not, dude.
Not even
like
close.
You're a pocket guy. And everyone's like, Drew Brees. He could be Drew Brees. You know how rare it is to be Drew Brees?
Yeah.
I mean, again, in the Hall of Fame, in the history of the NFL, in the modern NFL, there are 2 guys 6'1" and under who are in the NFL Hall of Fame.
Damn.
2 guys, Fran Tarkenton and Drew Brees is going to go in there.
No doubt.
All right, and then maybe Russell Wilson.
And Tarkenton could run around.
Yeah,
he had speed. He could run around. That's who Russell Wilson in his prime reminded a lot of people of, where he can move around, run around, and make plays with his legs. By the way, Matt Rule owed $40 million.
Well, okay, one last thing as we talk
$40
offenses.
million.
Forget Baker for a second.
Imagine that getting fired, you getting $40 million?
Yeah, that's why you think...
He's going to coach college soon?
You didn't hear the Ed Orgeron? They're like, hey, when he got fired from LSU, they said to him, all right, we're going to pay you all the money.
Right.
Oh, you're paying me everything?
$17 million?
Which door do you want me to exit? That's exactly what I would say.
He's $17 million in the bank, baby.
All right, so here's where I'm going on the offense for Jimmy and Kyle. What I love this week, and it's not going to be the case every week because you got to see what the defense is giving you. They use the throw to open up the run. That's my interpretation of it. And then as they kind of wore them down with the pass, it felt like the gaping holes in the run game. That's the great thing that I'm seeing from the 2 of them is he's not just staying super conservative with Jimmy Garoppolo early in games. The fact that he threw to Kittle, threw to Ayuk, threw to Jenny, like boom, 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 and it got that defense to back up a little.
It's a Bill Walsh staple.
Yes.
The pass setting up the run.
I loved it.
Loosening up the defense. Getting defenses from stacking the box with 8 defenders to maybe having 7 defenders. Or maybe that 8th defender is now, instead of playing 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, maybe he's back 8 to 9 yards, which gives a running back a lot more room. Jimmy has to throw it. 30 attempts yesterday, too. 18 to 30. Passing game starting to work here. And the one thing is, too, Shanahan, you heard the scheme yesterday. Charles Davis, who was on the broadcast with Iron Eagle on CBS, brought up the script. He said Shanahan scripts the first 24 plays of the game. First 24 plays of the game, he scripts, and then the first 8 of the second half. So that's 32 scripted plays. How many snaps a game do you get? 60, 62, 64, 65? So basically half the game is scripted. I'm not mad at that.
No, I'm not either. Did you also hear that they dropped the stat that Damon had?
No.
Damon teased this stat for like 2 days, Thursday and Friday, about Carolina. And I was like, I got to hear what this stat is. And the stat was like 1 for 27 when the opponent scores 17 or more, which is a wild stat. That's what Carolina was. And the Niners got to 17, and boom, Iron Eagle dropped the Damon stat.
I love that. That's pretty good.
It was.
Look at Iron stealing.
And he's like, do you know this stat? And I'm like, yeah, I do, because I listen to the Damon Bruce show.
That's a great
Also,
stat.
by the way, while we're here, Ratto and Damon were phenomenal on Thursday and Friday, breaking down the Draymond Green stuff. I was sitting in my car for quite some time. It was fascinating.
There you go. They're always fascinating. They're the best in the business. Cody in South Carolina, what's happening?
What's up, Cody?
You're on the roast.
What's up, guys? I was at the game yesterday, and I just want to call and it was so cool seeing the amount of red at that stadium. Niners absolutely took over, and by the fourth quarter, those fans were calling for Matt Rule's head. It was something else to see.
And they beheaded Matt Rule. He'll be coaching college somewhere. But Niner fans, that's one underrated thing about this fan base. As much as we go off and as crazy as we are about the quarterbacks and the wide receivers and what the coach is doing, 49er fans travel. 49er fans travel. There's a lot of red at Bank of America Stadium. And Craig Mack was telling me there's a huge 49er fan base down in Atlanta. Of course, Atlanta and Carolina used to be in the old NFC West.
I miss those
days. Atlanta, Carolina, New Orleans, and you had the Rams going to St. Louis. You had all those 10 o'clock kickoffs in the NFC West. It was a lot of fun.
Did you notice that when they were coming back from commercial, CBS was doing the old still photos from the 90s when the Niners and Carolina used to play? That's one thing. You want to tug at my heartstrings? Show me throwback vintage still photos.
No.
It was Jerry Rice in those, and I know you don't like them, but I love those jerseys with the white pants and the gold trim.
You're a sucker for those jerseys. Not good. When you think back in hindsight, it's like, why the hell did they ever go to those uniforms?
Well, switching it up.
You didn't need to switch it up.
They were trying to parlay it off the 94
Yeah,
team.
you didn't do that. You didn't need to do that.
Well, B. To each his own.
To each his own. Carolina, man, they're in the world trouble here.
I still like their uniforms.
Yeah, their uniforms are still sick.
I like their whole collection.
Yeah,
the silver, the black, the I don't know. Is that a baby blue or is that more? It's not like teal.
It's kind of like a Carolina
like
baby
aqua?
blue. It's like a Carolina baby blue.
Yeah.
It's like the Carolina baby blue.
Because when I think teal, I think more of like a darker green, more Jacksonville. Maybe I'm wrong.
So total offensive plays for the Niners, 61 total plays. So that means 32 of their 61 plays were scripted. The first 24 plays, Charles Davis, I think this stuff is fascinating.
Yeah.
First 24 plays scripted, and then the first 8 of the second half scripted.
Yeah, after he adjusts.
Right.
And I guess he tries to get into that locker room and break that down. I had never heard that adjustment.
Right. 32 of the 61 plays scripted yesterday. So now I'm going to be thinking about that. First 24 plays scripted, first 8 plays after halftime scripted. I can't believe Shanahan let that leak.
Shanahan, he gives out information to the national people. I know we're worried about Emmanuel Mosley. He's probably going to be out for the year. I'm really worried about this Bosa one, though. And I'm not trying to put a damper on it.
Yeah.
This is one that could linger all year.
I mean, George Kittle seems to have gotten over the groin injury.
That's a good point.
The first couple games.
That's a good point.
He's gotten over it. Let's see.
I've hurt the groin. It's touch and go. You think it's good, then you stretch out. It's not good.
Let's see. All right, it's time to flex. 3 hours flew by. This is the year, and I told you this, Shasky. This is the year of the NFC. The Rams got their Super Bowl.
Yes.
They got their Lombardi. The Niners have been so close to getting that Lombardi. I feel like this is the season. If we're going to go all in at the deadline, with all the injuries that's piling up, this is the season to go all in. I love the team now. I think they could play deep into January with the team as is, with Jimmy trending up and Jimmy looking good. But if you could just add another weapon or two. Oh, my gosh.
But
this thing is attainable, man.
Well, that's one of the things you want to see Debo play a little more wide receiver.
Right.
If you get somebody like CMC out there, think of the formation diversity you can do.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
you imagine a 3-by-1 formation with Debo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Ayuk on the other side?
I'm sitting there watching him, and you know what I'm thinking to myself? The NFL needs him out of there. He would be one of the most marketable stars in the NFL if he played on a premier team.
Wow, another big news story, Shasky.
What's that?
Josh Rosen cut from the Cleveland Browns practice squad.
Not that big.
I thought you liked that. Get you to laugh a little bit.
That is like one of the craziest. I thought for sure he would have like a 7 to 10 year career in the NFL. Not sure if he was going to be any good because I liked him coming out of UCLA, one of the high profile recruits. And it's just like,
by way of St. John Bosco.
1 year. Well, he had the hot tub in the
St. John Bosco High School.
Nice.
He had the big comeback win.
Look at Willard.
He had the big comeback win over Texas A&M on Labor Day at the Rose Bowl. What are they down like 30 or something like that? He comes all the way back. It's like, oh, Josh Rosen.
That was a great game. I remember watching that.
And now he's being cut by the Cleveland Browns.
Remember this famous quote from Aaron Rodgers?
Former Niner, right?
Yeah.
Former Niner.
Former everything.
Yeah, seriously.
Aaron Rodgers.
Jim Mora Jr.'s
The
guy.
famous quote, like, how bummed are you that the 49ers, not nearly as upset as they're going to be for passing on me. Josh Rosen had that kind of comment Wasn't he he was the 3rd or 4th quarterback
it was
taken
Darnold
in that draft?
Yeah.
Josh Allen was in front of him.
Yeah, so
And
Baker, Darnold, Josh Allen, and then Rosen, and then Lamar Jackson
Lamar
at the end. First round.
And he was by far and away, apologies, even Sam Darnold has essentially had a better career than Josh Rosen. And he made some sort of a comment about how...
I do remember that.
Yeah, like I don't remember the exact quote, but everybody who passed on me is going to regret it. And, man... He has been a bust.
Yes.
He has been a bust.
To say it lightly.
Well, the only thing that came close in that time, moving off a guy so quick, was when Jimmy Clausen got taken in the high second round by Carolina.
I remember
and
that.
they moved off him immediately for Cam Newton the very next year.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember Jimmy Clausen, but he was supposed to be the golden one.
What was he, not Sherman Oaks?
No,
but he played
Calabasas.
Calabasas.
Not Calabasas High. I'm trying to think of what the high school is out there. It's,
not Centennial, not...
No. It'll come to me. Don't Google it. Use your brain,
Was he playing at the Home Depot Center, whatever the name of that field was in California?
Wasn't he playing with like Will Smith's son or something like that? Or was that Montana's kid? Maybe I'm thinking of Montana.
Yeah, you're getting it cross-pollinated. It's cross-pollination sensation. It used to be the StubHub Center. And
that's what it was.
My old partner, Lo Neal, used to call it the SnubHub Center, which is one of my favorite malaprops from Lo. But that is actually where the scene of my famous one for the thumb gaff.
That's where it was.
Yeah, that was at the Home Depot. The
Oaks
StubHub.
Christian High School.
Oaks Christian, thank you. I knew it. You didn't have to Google it.
I had to.
Use your brain, Monte. Use your brain.
I said Sherman Oaks. I knew there was some Oaks in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Oaks Christian.
I'm not surprised that the 49ers went out and fired Matt Rule. But I know that you guys talked about this briefly.
Yeah.
This is the first time I'm looking at the actual numbers.
Crazy.
Has there been a worse pay somebody off to leave situation in the history of sports? Over $40 million.
Pablo, Russ Ortiz.
I mean,
this is pretty close.
Wow.
I mean, even Jim Tom Sula,
got what, $15 million to walk away?
It wasn't this. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't
40.
this.
You look at the quarterbacks he had in 38 games. Bridgewater, Darnold, P.J. Walker, Cam Newton, now Baker Mayfield.
P.J. Walker?
P.J. Walker.
He played for the Knicks.
Yeah, there you go.
Come on. Cam Newton, former MVP.
Hey, can I ask you guys how we're feeling this morning? Because we were conflicted. So we were talking last night.
It's both.
And I was like, look, let's watch the Warrior game and kind of see where it goes from there. And it's like, we want to give the people what they want. And so we wake up this morning and I'm like, I'm feeling so conflicted. The Niners won and it was great, but then I still feel like all of this Draymond stuff is top of the mind as well. Where are you guys at this morning?
It's the Draymond stuff. I mean, the Niner game was basically, you made a nice par. You should go to Carolina. You should motorboat. Shout out to Lo Neal. You should motorboat
Isn't
Carolina.
He coming on today at 1 o'clock?
Steiny Guru, look at you, cross-promote.
go.
Love to see that. Love to see it from a young Bonte Hill. They did what they needed to do. Good news, bad news, Bosa hurt. And E-Man, nice pick six, and he's hurt. So the injury issues, and by the way, the special teams, we can get into it by Wednesday. For today, it's Victory Monday. We love Victory Monday. We can talk about the special teams, but my God, kickoff coverage is a joke, and now you may have lost your kicker.
Yes. He got blasted.
Oh,
he got blasted.
What did he say a couple weeks ago? You were talking about special teams.
I said this to you.
What I was saying to you, I said there's nothing special about them.
No.
They're just teams. It's the kickoff return team,
I heard
the
that,
kickoff team, punt return team. Nothing special about them whatsoever.
We line up for a field goal, and I go, don't get it blocked. And I don't know why I said that in my head. And then, boom, the camera pans up. I'm like, I don't even see the ball. And they're like, block. I'm
Any
like,
number of four guys could have blocked that kick is the problem.
What
it wasn't
happened?
one of those like, oh, what a great effort where the guy got two pinkies on it. There was literally a wall of Panthers who could have blocked
You're
that.
all leaving out the most special moment of all times in special teams.
Is it special?
I mean,
the turf monster?
Listen, Mitch Wishnowski,
Oh
you're
my
a phenomenal punter.
Dude.
How is it possible that, I didn't even... what direction were you even kicking the ball?
I don't know.
Any one of us could at least sent it in the direction of the goalpost. That was hilarious.
Because someone explained to me the kicking thing, because I saw Matt Hegan, the program director, who was tweeting this out, and I agree with him. I've asked and I've long wondered, if roster spots are like gold, okay? I understand at practice you can only do so many things. Why have we not gotten, as we specialize everything, why can't a kicker also be your punter? I'm just asking out loud, why have we not gotten to the point in the NFL where there's a sophistication where the guy can do both jobs so that I can have...
Why is your running back not your wide receiver?
Well, I mean, a lot of guys are playing both positions now.
This is
I'm asking, legitimately.
It's a fair question because if you do actually dive into the way a team practices, the kickers and punters are there for about an hour, then they go play golf.
They're sitting on the side.
And then they come back and they're like, did we miss lunch?
With the long side.
I mean, right? Like,
it's just the three of them.
I think it's a skill set, though. I mean, it's not Ohtani that you're asking them to be, but it like, look at Wisnowski, what he can do punting a ball that he cannot do place kicking a ball.
It's a completely different leg movement.
Totally.
It's not even it's not even close to the same thing.
Could somebody learn how to do it?
That's where I'm going.
They would have to start at the high school level.
Yes.
You can't just ask a guy to come into the pros and say, hey, I need you to punt and kick field goals.
And I don't think Wisnowski played in high school, being from Australia.
Right.
So I don't know if he was.
I don't even know.
Right. No, he's from down under.
Well, there's a lot of guys, but they like one of the kids from Australia went to City College, played at City College, and then went to Miami. He's the guy with all the tats.
Yep.
He's also from the same Australian pipeline.
Well, remember the first punter from Australia, was it Bennett from the Chargers?
Rugby. Yeah,
remember him?
Darren Bennett.
Darren Bennett for the Chargers used to boom them babies. That was like the first one I knew of.
But the punter is a leg forward, a leg up motion, and then the field goal is a swinging of the leg. It's more of a horizontal sweep. So unless you really want to devote your time, and then, by the way, you get into possible groin issues.
That's
Hello,
true.
Nick Bosa.
That's true. There you go. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. I think that's the first legal in 2.5 weeks on this changeover. Speaking of kicking, did you guys hear Justin Tucker after the Sunday Night Football game?
No, but
explain the system of kicking.
It was unreal.
It was unreal.
I saw, by the way, though, the biggest kicker flex. I mean, when he hit that 58-yarder last night, him looking over the sideline and just staring out and then palms up.
It's like when you hit a great drive.
Oh, my God. No, this is like kicker trash talk. It was amazing.
Well, because they had gone for it on the previous possession and didn't allow him to kick that field goal. And so the next time he's looking at John Harbaugh like, what's up, man? I'm automatic.
He's great.
How many teams do you see get in the field goal range? Lamar Jackson gets the first down, and they're at, what was that game winner, a 45-yarder or something like that?
43. 43. Yep.
They were like, we're going to just let the clock run. We're kicking our field goal now.
They're trailing, which I get, because like leaving a minute on the clock's not going to give you any options either.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're right.
They could have ran a couple more
plays. You guys
plays.
are losing. You realize that you could get a little closer. They're like, no, 43, we got this. This is an extra point.
He's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. He is absolutely
I thought
fantastic.
Vinatieri was the guy because of all the accomplishments
he's got
in the
balls.
postseason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Martin Anderson.
This guy's unbelievable. Gary Anderson. We can go right down the list.
Love
but
the Andersons.
Yeah, exactly.
Louis
This dude's ridiculous.
There you go.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
I mean,
Rest
Brady
in
online
peace.
too.
Thank you.
Rest in peace. That's
So
a 3.
the Draymond Green stuff. Now as we kind of slowly pivot to do both. What was your guys? Because I watched the whole entire press conference on YouTube. It was on the 95.7 The Game page.
Look at you.
What did you guys think?
Close, but no cigar. And, Mark and I talked on Friday, and we actually worked together to figure out exactly what Draymond should do to make this all go away. And I told Mark in the green room just moments ago, all he would have had to say was 3 words: I need help. And I appreciate you, Joe, for being so transparent with your issues, your anger issues, your alcohol issues, all your issues, quite frankly.
I got a lot of problems.
No, but you've been really honest, and Bonte actually shouted you out for your honesty, and it's incredible because that's radio at its best is when we all can reveal who we really are.
Yes.
If Draymond would have come out and said, I need help, I'm going to get help.
Yeah.
I'll be back when I feel like he's never going to be better.
Exactly.
And I was telling...
Like it's an oven. Like, ding,
No,
I'm good to go.
I'm done.
Yeah, it's not how it works.
I was telling Kyle I've dealt with addiction of some people very close to me, and they will always be battling those addictions. And Draymond Green is addicted to anger. He has anger management issues. It will never, quote, go away. I have some of what you have, and that's why you and I are so close and yet so far away. Because you and I are very similar.
But it's something that we have to monitor at all times.
Mark and I know this.
You're
I mean,
right.
I've had a couple of blow-ups at Mark, and, Mark is the perfect partner for me because he's really even-keeled and all that. And so,
Well, I'm
Draymond...
not even...
No, we're not even to you yet over here. We're not even to you yet.
Wait till we work on
the best medicine for Sasky.
No. But, I mean, Mark is the best medicine for me because he's,
For sure.
I've tried to get under his skin for a year. This might be our show anniversary, but Draymond Green.
That's tomorrow.
Is it?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow's the year.
Draymond Green, he will never get over this, but he could have got. I think he could have gone a long way. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't like our chances either with you keep cutting me off, but
Sorry.
I think Draymond could have gone a long way toward honestly admitting the help that he needs. He didn't quite go far enough. He's like, I'll be back basically at the end of preseason. I'll be back for ring night. I'm not missing anything, really. Come on, Draymond.
Well, and my bigger takeaway for the video, because he's obsessed about the leaking of the video. And the organization has every right, as a whole, to be very disappointed and angry about the video being leaked. But again, I use the analogy of getting arrested and you're the one who's causing these problems and you're mad at the police. It's like, well, as you reflect and go through all of this rehab and everything, you're going to go back and go, oh no, it was actually a blessing in disguise.
Well, look, the bottom line is whether they've got a point on the video or not, because obviously that's changed all of their lives and it's changed this whole story. You can't be mad when simply people saw what you did. And to spin this and bring up the fact that there's no audio, as if not only did you see what I did, but you were presented a version of it that made it look worse for me. It's like, what are you saying? Are you saying if there was audio that Jordan Poole would have said something that would make us feel differently about it? So that part I didn't like. I thought Draymond, for the most part, he said what he needed to say.
He felt sincere.
Right? I also think, and I only would have wanted to see this if it was authentic, but what people really would have loved is if he looked really sort of distraught. If Draymond really looked like, damn it, I can't believe I did this kind of a vibe. But that's not him.
No.
That's not him. And so, look, in the end, he mostly said what he needed to say, but I was much more interested in what everybody else said.
Kerr?
The fact that Kevon Looney had the courage to come out and say what he said, which is that, yes, Draymond has a long way to go to regain our trust. Mm-hmm. When Steve Kerr was asked, and shout out to the articles from Monty Poole and Marcus Thompson, the writing was just amazing this weekend, but if you saw when Steve Kerr was point blank asked, are there trust issues with the organization? And he paused and goes, no comment.
I thought that was the most powerful.
Yeah. So powerful. All I needed to know with how upset this organization is with him, I think we're going to get to the point, they're maybe not there yet, but I think they're going to get to the point where, A, this was really bad and they're very upset, and that's one side. But the second side is Draymond Green low-key just did the Warriors a big favor. Because for the last 6 months, we've been talking about, okay, if this group of four, Andrew and Jordan and Draymond and Clay, who gets to stay because you can't all stay? Well, we just got our answer.
That's a good point.
I really think any extension of any form, if you ask the Warriors right now, it can change. But any extension is off the table.
I heard what Steve Kerr said last night after the game. He said, it's good to see Jordan Poole play like that. Yep. Because he's somebody we're going to have to rely on for many years to come.
That was big.
All right?
That was big. For them to say it publicly, that's big.
Agreed.
He's telling you.
How about Kevon Looney? Kevon Looney basically saying that, hey, I haven't talked to Draymond yet. I want to talk to him one-on-one, but he's got to earn our trust back. To hear Looney say that, it was like, whoa, okay, there we go. Now, where do we go from here? I do think, me personally, I watched the whole Draymond thing live, listened to it again. I do believe he was remorseful. Now, choice of words, you could nitpick on that and pick and choose. Some of those words, I was like, maybe you did say that. But I do believe Draymond knows that he screwed this up.
Right.
And that staying away for a few days or weeks, whatever it is, Draymond does know that, man. And when he said, when I watched the video back 15 times, I'm thinking to myself, man, his mama's got to see this. His family's got to see that. To have that perspective, I was proud of Draymond of at least pointing that out, saying, yeah, this is not a good one.
Well, I was kind of proud of him, too, but at the same time, I thought about in terms of his mom, and we all know his mom, and I thought about it in the reverse. If Jordan Poole would have knocked the taste out of Draymond's mouth, what would Mary Babers Green do?
Whoa.
She would drive to Jordan Poole's house.
And go punch up on him.
Exactly. So, at the same time, what is Draymond Green going to do for Jordan Poole's parents, because Draymond actually mentioned it in the presser. It's going to be ring night, and they're all going to be there. Jordan's family's going to be there. Does Draymond Green have the maturity to go to Jordan Poole's family? And this is none of my business, but I wonder if Draymond is going to make good with what he's talking about. Because if you're Jordan Poole's family, if you're Jordan Poole's closest friends, and you see this, you're obviously angry at Draymond, but you're embarrassed for Jordan Poole. This is an embarrassing thing to get absolutely pummeled like that by somebody who's supposed to be your big brother.
Well, everybody's embarrassed. I think that's why the organization feels the way that even people who had absolutely no hands in this whatsoever. When you look at the last week when Bob Myers and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry all stepped to the podium, they all looked exhausted and embarrassed. Think about this. In 8 days, there's going to be a ring night with LeBron in the building, and the whole fan base is going to be like, how are we supposed to react as they announce these players?
Or where's Draymond? However, I will say this, Mark. What I've learned over the weekend is not everybody agrees that this was egregious. A lot of people say Jordan Poole pushed him. He should have been ready to go.
Fine,
you heard Damian Lillard, right? It's fine, right? I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it, but half the fan base, people I talk to, brothers I take to, Dame was like, well, Jordan Poole's going to learn to keep his hands up, and Draymond's got to learn to walk away. But at the same time, he was like, you pushed the guy. Some people see the push, and they say, well, you pushed him.
But here's the issue there for me, which is that this is the first time we've watched what Draymond has done.
Right.
Look at all the things we know about Draymond historically with the Warriors.
I agree.
So what do you think we don't know? I guarantee you it's a bigger number of incidents that we don't know than we do.
David West a couple of years ago saying, you don't know what we've gone through. And then 4 months later, like, well, it was the meningitis. I've always thought it was something else.
Of course. There's all kinds of stuff we don't know, especially when you're dealing with a personality like that. The looks on the faces and the words of the other Warrior leaders are telling, at least I believe, are telling us everything that we need to know. When you're looking at this and going, wow, here's Draymond and here's Jordan and here's what they did. Well, then you're looking at this incident in a vacuum. And the Warrior organization is not. They're like, this is incident 38.
At least.
And we are out of energy for this.
And what do you do when somebody walks up on you like that? You have two choices. One is you remove that person from your personal space, the other decision would be to turn and walk away. If Jordan Poole would have turned and walked away, what does that make him? And there's a word for it, and we won't use that word, but in those same people who were saying, Jordan pushed him, well, if Jordan Poole would have turned and walked away, they'd be calling him all kinds of names for walking away from that conflict.
And you know why? Consider the guy who's involved, Draymond Green.
Exactly.
He's been one of the 10 best Warriors of all time.
Easy.
4-time champ, DPOY, the engine. You know, obviously Steph is a leader, but the heartbeat to a lot of people. They're saying this guy, we can't win without him. So there's some things on the court that people can't get over when it comes to this situation. So to your point about ring night, if Draymond's not there, there's going to be a segment of fans saying this is a joke. Draymond should be playing. He should be representing us. Wow. He should be receiving this fourth ring.
But if he is there, there's a segment of fans who are going to boo him.
No doubt. It's a mixed bag, man.
I wonder. I mean, and I guess in the end, that is the issue.
Yeah.
You have a team that is coming back from one of the most improbable championships in the history of this city.
The reigning champs.
And everything should be so good that night. And what are we talking about? Are people going to boo Draymond Green? That's why the organization has every right to be so mad. Like this has to a degree, no matter what, this has ruined the start of the season.
Yeah, exactly.
The vibes coming from Japan was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good.
I feel like the big question mark is how Jordan handles this. What he feels.
Well, and that's what we're all waiting for.
Right? How is he going to handle this moving forward? What's he going to say? I think he can endear himself. I think he can make the situation better. He could also make it worse. Like, I have no idea. And I'm not here to tell him what to feel or what to do at all.
I don't blame him for going. I know how I would react.
Exactly, Dan.
And thank you, Joe. I don't think you can fault him no matter how he reacts. Even if he says, like, Draymond's my big brother, I forgive him. Some people are going to be like, how can you forgive him? Right. And if he says, I'll never talk to Draymond again, some people will say, how can you be so petty? It was just one incident. He can't win, but he also can't lose. And I think Jordan Poole's going to wait for the bag. And it seems like, Bonte, that bag is coming.
That bag is coming. Steve Kerr said it.
Exactly.
We're going to rely on him for many years to come. And you see the way he played yesterday?
Well, I mean, listen, this guy has become, you can see it everywhere with the way that they're now not just talking about a potential extension, now the expectation of an extension.
Right.
You look at guys like Russell Westbrook taking extra time with him on the court yesterday. Like, he has become, especially for someone who, I don't know, 4 days ago was like, boy, he is a brash trash talker. He's the most sympathetic figure in sports right now.
You see Kevin Durant tweeting, like, boy, I don't know how many people got that in their bag. Hashtag that boy nice, talking about Jordan Poole.
No,
He's a nice player.
Yeah.
And look, Warrior fans are going to be conflicted. You don't win last year's championship without either of them. You don't win it without Draymond Green.
I agree.
You don't win it without Jordan Poole because he's another creator, shot maker guy who can get to the rim. So the hope is, hey, this blows over, and at least for this year, they're both on the roster. I don't think the Warriors are trading him. I don't know if they should trade him. I don't know. I want to hear from Jordan Poole.
I don't know if
That's
they can.
what I wanted.
Yeah,
I want to hear from him first.
Who's going to acquire him right now?
And then the thing buried under everything, which maybe I'm the only one who picked up on this because there's so much. Clay may or may not play on opening night.
Yeah.
Did anyone else pick up on that?
Kerr said that last week.
They feel good about it, but I guess the question is, what is it? What is the thing that you feel good about?
That's what I'm questioning.
Like
I'm very worried.
We all thought, hey, perfect offseason.
Yeah.
First time in 3 years he's been able to have a normal one.
But he didn't have a normal one. He didn't scrimmage because he didn't feel confident enough in his own body to play 5-on-5. So
wild.
for me, it's a non-story. I'll go ahead and see you in January again.
Okay.
Clay.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to take the whole first 3 months off and work on your boat,
The Roger Clemens.
exactly.
What did
And
the
that's,
Warriors say?
you know,
The Warriors Invitational starts when? When the playoffs start.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, Clay, see you in February. If that's the time you need, see you in February.
Exactly.
I'm not really worried about it.
I know you're kind of tongue-in-cheek on that, but
No, not really, actually.
But at the same time, then again, we're talking about who gets to stay out of these players. If you're telling me that as he moves into his 30s,
Well, he's not a max player moving forward after this contract.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But I mean, if he's a guy who every year is going to show up in January, I don't know. That's not a.
It's not great.
That's not That's not someone you want to build into your future.
No, but Clay will never again be an 82 game, 34 minute a night guy.
But can he be 70?
No one's 70.
I don't know.
I wouldn't even try to push that.
Steph didn't play 70. Draymond didn't play 70.
Wiggins played them all. You can do it.
Kevon played them all.
Yeah.
Wiggins played 81, but that's a different calculus.
And maybe if they sign Wiggins to a long-term extension and as Moody develops, maybe that role changes over time too. So I hear you on this. I'm looking at all the youngsters and again, I know it's a preseason game. LeBron didn't play. They got a lot of minutes for these youngsters available, and I'm okay with it. Like, there's going to be a lot of fun development and ugly on the fly.
Listen, if Clay plays 65 games, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
I don't need to play 82.
How did you guys take this? I know we're all talking about Steve Kerr going, hey, Jordan Poole, going to be a big part of the future. Have you noticed him continue to now start to talk up Jonathan Kuminga?
I have.
And, Jonathan Kuminga, we're very excited to put him with the starters. And Jonathan Kuminga looks this, and Jonathan
He's taking a leap.
Well, that's the Jordan Poole and Draymond Green got nothing to do with one another on a court.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green got a lot to do with one another on a court. So, again, it felt like, and some of it's obvious and some of it's not, but it felt to me like they're greasing the wheels to at least have flexibility. If Draymond Green and Jordan Poole cannot get through this, it feels like the organization is starting to build up whatever they need to do to potentially go in another direction. If that's now, a year from now, I don't know.
Right.
But
a year from now, maybe. Right now, Kuminga's not ready for that.
Right.
And that's no knock on him.
Talk to me in March.
Maybe in March
he takes a leap. Maybe
he does take a leap in season. I don't know. It's a lot to ask for him. It's a championship team. Steph wants rings. Clay wants rings. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about playing at the highest levels.
And the playoffs is grown man ball, as we've seen.
100%.
And, why did they beat Boston? In part because they had more experience. Tatum and Brown and Marcus Smart. They weren't quite ready. They didn't have that championship pedigree.
No, and they didn't go to all those guys that you saw in the rounds prior. They played Kuminga and Moody. Didn't see a whole lot of those guys come finals time.
Right.
I mean, they tapered down that rotation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the way it always goes in the playoffs, and you know this, Bonte, and that's where the whole thing that you're putting out there, Mark, and I don't think you're wrong about, hey, Kuminga, he's the future. Can you get to this postseason, this year, and really do what you need to do without Draymond?
Well, I would guess that the first half of this season now for the Golden State Warriors, I'm going to already state, like, I will. You all can do whatever you want, but I'm going to have a bunch of patience for this to look a bunch of different ways early.
This is development. That's the way I'm viewing it.
They've already said, these guys, Kuminga and Moody, who got playoff looks last year, it's time to start incorporating them into some real minutes, right? So that when you get to the playoffs this year, Jordan Poole is someone you can go to every game, every quarter,
and not just 17
if you
minutes
need.
a
Not
night.
like, oh, it doesn't look good tonight. Let's go in a different direction.
You're saying the under 23 team is going to play a lot this year.
I think they're going to play a lot. They're going to play a lot. It's part of why they let some of the guys go that they let go last year, because it's like, well, no, it's time. It's time for them to take on real roles. So and if Klay doesn't play right away, also what's going on with Draymond?
Right.
So
I'm not gonna lie, watching that game early on, I was like, I see where you notice Draymond not being there.
Yes.
Some of the communication defensively, also with Anthony Davis going crazy. Who's Anthony Davis's kryptonite? It's Draymond Green.
Right.
100%. He takes those individual matchups.
Well, he's
and
a
just
lot of
destroys
players'
them.
kryptonite.
Right, exactly.
Because he's 6'4.5" or whatever. He can guard Jokic. He can guard Anthony Davis. He can guard all these guys. And, Wiggins is now a great defender, but Draymond Green's defensive IQ, his basketball IQ, but on defense, his ability to know where everyone else is supposed to be. He plays all 5 positions at once. So
I think that's why we have to be careful. Like, just let Draymond go. You can win without him. Whoa.
Yeah.
Talk about a Hall of Fame player. One of the best
but I
defensive
wonder,
players.
Bonte, what happens in early December where Jonathan Kuminga maybe blows an assignment? Can Draymond Green swivel, turn, and bark him down like he used to? I don't know if he has that same gravitas, as I borrow yet again from Lone Neal. It's going to take a long time for him to heal that.
But Bonte, you're on. This is why the organization, I think, now they're on this tight little path of we've got to do both at the same time, which is we've got to somehow recover from what just happened, maybe start to get ready for Draymond not to be here, but we also still need him here right now. Yep. All any of you need to do, go back to the Denver Warriors series last year in the playoffs and listen to Jokic when the series ends.
Yep.
And he will tell you why they need Draymond Green right now.
No doubt.
And need him.
And Jokic was spectacular.
Spectacular.
All by himself, spectacular.
But him saying how, you guys don't see how hard Draymond makes this.
Right.
Yeah. You don't, and there's no one else.
He is so good.
There's no one else who can do that.
By the way, Adam Schefter just confirmed that cornerback Emmanuel Mosley tore his ACL and is now out for the season. He was playing at a high level.
They knew.
Ward and Mosley, that combo. Pretty nice.
Charvarius Ward
is a stud.
I mean, the free agent signing of the NFL.
When was the last time you seen 49er DBs breaking up passes multiple times a half?
And they're just putting Ward on an island. They're like, go take DJ Moore and take him out the game. And he's like, got it.
You guys all talked about insurance policies with Jimmy Garoppolo. What about Jason Verrett being the Niners' insurance policy at cornerback?
Now, he's
got to stay healthy.
He's
got to stay healthy, but he's solid when he's on the field.
Do you remember?
Please.
Do you remember? And I think this was
come on.
home opener 2019. Pittsburgh Steelers. Garoppolo hits Dante Pettis.
Yes.
Yeah, week 3.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
Verrett ended up in the game.
Yes.
And this was him coming off of his. At that time,
he got burnt in that game.
I mean, cooked.
He got cooked.
Like he couldn't. He was 20 yards behind. I think it was Juju Smith-Schuster.
He was not ready.
I mean, that's my fear.
Sideline.
My fear is they're going to put him out there on the field next week, and Drake London's going to be 25 yards down the field. It's like, wait a minute, dude. So I don't know where Verrett's at, but the young guys, Ambry Thomas had moments at the end of the year.
Yes.
Lenore, interesting.
Lenore's looked okay.
Right?
Womack's been fine.
Womack, Dante, John, we'll
I know
see.
where Verrett is. He's in the tub, guys.
Yeah.
He played. Here are his games played by year: 6, 14, 4, 1, 0. Missed the whole year. 1, 13, 1. Hasn't played this year. The poor guy Antioch. No, he's from Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh,
Fairfield.
My fault. Yeah, Fairfield, California.
Shout out Cordelia.
707.
Yeah, exactly. 9-County Bay Area. But the poor guy has been unable to stay healthy. So if that's your insurance policy, you got problems.
Hey.
I mean, it's problems, but if you can do a lot worse.
I'm worried about this game. I'm not kidding.
The Falcons? Me too.
Stop
if
it.
Nick Bosa,
he's
if
out,
Nick Bosa does not play in this game, remember the trickle-down effect.
They got arm.
Yeah, exactly.
They're out everything.
The trickle-down effect.
Ward.
If you don't have the great pass rush, what that does to the 49ers secondary.
No doubt.
And if now the secondary is also compromised, I'm telling you,
but
man.
you've got your beloved Jimmy G. He can spin it.
Hey, Arthur Smith and them got robbed yesterday,
come down Jimmy's road.
I know,
Don't come down Jimmy's road today.
Jimmy gets flowers today. Jimmy gets his flowers.
Today.
12 of 24 last 2 weeks on third down.
Leave my man alone today.
Keep my quarterback out your mouth.
Hey, 12 of 24, third downs, 50% last 2 weeks.
He played a really good game.
Not
Played a really good game
Before
yesterday.
we get out of here,
Okay.
Bob Nightingale, Trey Turner, and Aaron Judge.
On the taking grace is Bob Nightingale. All right.
You two and
What's
Sam
wrong
Love
with
and
Bob
Go
Nightingale?
Pod.
Yeah.
Go
What's
do your
wrong with
podcast.
Bob
What about
Nightingale be
Bob,
swinging and missing,
Bonte?
man.
What about
Be
Bob?
swinging and missing with the best
if
of
they
them.
did that,
Oh, it'd be awesome.
just get the statue for Farhan now.
Look.
Calm down.
Here's the thing.
I'm
better
sorry,
get one
we're
for
out of
Sandy
time.
first.
We're out of time.
Monday night
Dibs is gonna
predictions.
slap
Monday
me.
night predictions. Raiders, Chiefs. Chiefs -7.
Raiders, take the Raiders and the points.
I need Carlson to not do anything, and I need Juju to not do
Okay,
anything.
nobody cares about your fantasy team.
Give me the
I might retire.
Give me the Chiefs.
I beat the Phillies yesterday, the Frisco Ballers League. Your boys 5-0 in one league, 4-1 in the other.
Out of
Your
bed.
boys rolling.
Out of
We're talking
bed.
about Monday Night Football. I'm looking for some bets, some props. What's going on? All right, Willard Dibs coming up, brought to you by Dub Nation. The season begins now. Join us for Champions Ring Night, presented by Chase Freedom on Tuesday, October 18th, as the Warriors host the LA Lakers live at Chase Center. Get your tickets right now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
The Warriors are coming.
With this rebound back to Curry. Corner three. Stephen Curry. Down to Draymond. Hands off Thompson. 3-ball. Got it. Big game Clay.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball. 95.7. The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Click on Virtual Tours, and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Thanks for the coffee. No problem. With my cash rewards card from Navy Federal Credit Union, I get up to 1.75% cash back.
Isn't it 1.5%?
Now it's up to 1.75%.
That's bigger
and better! I bought these scones with my cash back! I love scones! Me too! Scones for everyone!
When you sign up for direct deposit, you can earn up to 1.75% cash back with the Cash Rewards Card. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Insured by NCUA.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Right?
Oh my God!
Always a lot of drama in the LBC.
So much drama in the LBC.
It is,
and I thought I had problems.
You know what I mean?
With a 6-week-old who was up from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. Not crying, just yeah. She was doing her Steiny noises. Yeah.
Do you actually hear Steiny when you hear your baby? That'd be difficult.
I'm trying to sleep, and you hear yeah. It's like,
what do you think, Goo?
She's not crying.
Dibs is like, it's okay, honey. She doesn't really have a strong opinion, so just let her.
But it's a lot of like,
cry it out.
What do you think? Goo. It's like she's not crying, but she.
Miley, you're doing a great job.
I see it both ways, Mila. Go to
gosh.
right to sleep, Mila.
Well, I tell you what. I mean,
man.
the lack of drama, in a way, I get the injuries, and we're going to get to the Warriors stuff for sure. And we are, as we tend to be on a Monday, we are clear and wide open for you, okay? So whether it is 49ers or reacting to everything Draymond and Golden State Warriors, that's what we're doing for the next 2.5 hours. I'm glad you're doing it with us, and we thank you. So 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line, same number. Hello, Twitch and YouTube. I've already been chatting it up with everybody on the YouTube thread. Great to have all of you along. Thank you so much for being with us. So let's go ahead and communicate. But with the 49ers, that's kind of my takeaway. Like, there's the injury thing, which we can get to in just a second. But the rest of it is almost the lack of drama. The 49ers are who we thought they were, which was the hope going into this week. The hope was, okay, you figured something out on Monday night against the Rams. You have recalibrated. You are once again Jimmy Garoppolo's 49ers again. Love him or hate him, that's who you are. Can you figure this out and not look like you looked in Denver? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. Jimmy Garoppolo's probably his best start in since week 18 of last year for sure. So there was that. There was once again a dominant defense, injuries to discuss, but they showed that, yes, they are that team that we thought they could be. This is a team that could be, should be, like, yes, you need health, you need all that stuff, but this could be, should be a playoff team in the NFC. So this was a calm everything down type of a Sunday for the 49ers.
I mean, they beat a bad team. And so far this year, they are 1-2 against bad teams. Going into yesterday, they were 1-0 against good teams, although maybe the Rams aren't a good team. They're the defending champs, but I don't even know who is a good team anymore. We know the Bears aren't very good. The Bears beat you. Denver is absolutely broken, and their quarterback actually is hurt, yet Denver beat you.
Oh, now you're hurt.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Now you're hurt.
Now you're hurt. Thanks,
Carolina
Ross.
has now fired their head coach. We know that they're broken. And Baker, you good? No, he's not good. He threw a pick six. But the positives from the Niner game, Jimmy G looked good. He didn't look great. He got away with a near pick. He threw behind Debo in the opening drive. He was a little bit shaky early. The run game. Hello, Tevin Coleman. Welcome home, kid.
Coleman.
Out of nowhere, Tevin Coleman.
Although I know what a lot of people are thinking when you see Tevin Coleman. Everyone's like, okay, what's wrong with Jordan Mason? What's going on here? Like, you finally
Shanahan doesn't trust rookies.
Right, but
That's
Ty
what it is.
Davis-Price got out there. He was going to be the number 2 for a little while. He got hurt.
Right.
And a lot of people are excited about there's something going on. There's a fly in the soup with Jordan Mason because you got down the line to Jordan Mason's turn and went, let's grab Tevin Coleman off the scrap heap.
Right.
And then, by the way, did some great things in the game yesterday.
Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to drafting running backs, he's not very good at it. He got Eli Mitchell late.
But he didn't draft Jordan Mason.
Right,
that
but
was just
you
like
found Jordan Mason, and Jordan Mason hasn't been good enough to where you could trust him. Davis Price, you did draft him, and he got hurt. So Tevin Coleman for now, he's your number 2. That's fine. The good news is you found George Kittle. Hey, George Kittle's on your team. How great was that?
It was
offensively.
great until he fumbled. Yes.
Well, and then, I mean, the thing that struck me about that play was Brandon Ayuk. Go back and watch Ayuk on that play.
I know, but people are going to come down Brandon's road.
Onlooker, passerby.
Well, no,
get after it, kid.
No, but you're looking at the ground. The ball has essentially been covered up. The one thing I'm going, dude, touch him. Like they hadn't touched him. But then suddenly when you have not made contact with him, the ball rolls out. You're a wide receiver. I don't think your first inclination, your first instinct is to fall on the ball. Your first inclination is to grab it and run for the end zone, which is what he did, and he dropped it. I get it. It wasn't the greatest look.
Brandon Ayuk now looks like a guy who is not engaged in what's going on. He's not being targeted very often.
He made some really nice plays yesterday.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I mean, he does not, to me, he looks like a guy who wants to be doing more than what he's doing.
Well, I'm sure that's the case.
I'm not going to nitpick the negative coming off of a great game like yesterday, although you can look at the special teams that are anything but special.
Yep.
Your kickoff coverage is a joke. Your field goal block is a mess, and now your kicker might be hurt. So there are some things to pick at as we get through this, but for right now, Victory Monday. You went to Carolina. You did what you need to do. Go enjoy the Greenbrier, boys. We'll see you on Sunday.
By the way, one note also in Matt Rule, if you are just tuning in today, the head coach of the Carolina Panthers has been fired, and a lot of people are talking about the north of $40 million that he is still owed and will get paid. This is the low-key, if I'm Matt Rule, the most offensive tweet I could have absolutely drafted, and it comes from Ian Rappaport. Listen to what was written. This is like who cares? Because Matt Rule's now made for life. Like, he not crying today. He'll eat. Listen to Rappaport's tweet. This is a half hour ago. My understanding of the contract of former Panthers coach Matt Rule. Carolina is on the hook for this season, but the salaries for the ensuing seasons are offset by what his future college job pays him. Rule gets all $40 million, but the Panthers likely only pay this year of it. Just a flat assumption that your next job will be in college.
Right, and that you're going to get a job in college before
by the way.
August. Yeah, if
sure.
he wants one. If I'm Matt Rule, I intentionally don't get a job next year, take Carolina's money, and go broadcast for a year, and then go back to college. Make Carolina pay me for a year.
Does anybody want Matt Rule in the broadcast booth? I don't even know if we know what his personality is, and it's not like anybody really wants to hear what he has to say about football right now.
Right. He's a
not very
coach
good.
with a lot of experience.
Yeah,
and
but Matt Rule, I mean, like most people couldn't even pick him out of the lineup.
Right. But at the same time, why rush back to get some middling college job and go back on the grind? I know coach is coach, and that's what you do.
Sure.
But if I'm getting $40 million coming to me, I'm in no rush to go back and coach at Middle Tennessee State.
Here's the other question we want to throw out with regard to the 49ers, and genuinely would love to hear people's perspectives on this. 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers in some way to blame for all of these injuries? And I have a hard time even spitting the sentence out because it's football, and I just think it's incredibly difficult to come down the road of a training staff or a head coach because somebody tore an ACL. George Kittle spoke yesterday about the turf, and I think he's got a really interesting point, although his point wasn't the straight, like, we shouldn't be playing on turf. His point was, whatever we're going to play on, can we just play on that? Can it just be the same every week so that we can get used to it? He sort of likened it to the NBA. He's like, the NBA doesn't like play on rubber in Boston and then on hardwood in Minnesota. So therefore, they can figure it out. Not a perfect comp. NBA plays inside arenas, but you get what he's saying, and I think there's a point to be had there. But all of these injuries, we talked about it a few weeks ago, in the Kyle Shanahan era, the 49ers have been in the top third of the league in terms of man games lost to injury every single year, and they've been in the top three for the last couple of years. And here we go again. The answer for me is I don't know. I don't know how anybody could know, but there's something going on here because the 49ers get a win that calms everybody down. It should make you feel really good as a fan that this team's going to have a great chance to win the division this year. They really should have a great chance to win the division. But you can't run a victory lap because Mosley is done for the year.
Yeah.
Got no idea what's going on with Bosa. Mitch Wisnowski's out here kicking extra points.
Kind of.
And we already had a laundry list before we got here. Trent
No
Williams,
Kinlaw, no
Eric Armstead,
all the
Jimmy
rest of it.
Ward. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, Elijah Mitchell, we could go on and on. Something's going on here, but I have no idea what it is.
So why? You have to ask yourself why. And in terms of injuries like a torn ACL, I don't know if you can blame a training staff or a strength and conditioning staff, but the Nick Bosa one is the one that really has my eyebrows raised because he came into the game yesterday feeling a little bit tight in pregame, yet you put him out there anyway, and then now he gets hurt. And those are the soft tissue injuries where it feels like those are preventable. And I know that when you're on a turf field, injuries can come up more often than not, but the Niners play on grass a majority of their games. And if you look at, the few times they play on turf, it always seems like they do get these major injuries when they go and they play on turf. But The groin one with Nick Bosa, that's one to me that has my eyebrows raised because that to me is either not stretching, not preparing enough. Was it something that was bothering him before the game?
Yeah.
Should he have been held out? Why are we having situations where they continue to lead the league in injuries?
Well, and they keep calling it a tight groin, not a pulled groin, not a strained groin.
Right,
so that's good, I guess. That was the post-game verbiage that was used. It was a tight groin. That was George Kittle's injury, although it was much worse a few weeks ago. So I don't know where this whole thing is going to go next. Again, I have the hardest time in football blaming anyone for an injury. To a degree, we went through this a few weeks ago, even when it comes to play calling and Trey Lance. Kyle Juszczyk comes out, calls this a freak injury. I have a hard time in the game of football saying this is your fault, and that's your fault that someone got hurt. But why are the 49ers leading the damn pack every year?
Year after year. So you don't want to assign blame, but at the same time, if you don't look at the cause for all these injuries, then you're just dooming yourself rather to have this repeat year after year after year, because the Niners don't play on turf at home. So it's not a case of like the New York Giants. And I showed you this a couple weeks ago, the most injury-riddled teams over the last 20 years. 5 of them are the Jets and or the Giants, and that's based on the field that they play on is one of the worst. But to George Kittle's point, he's right, because if you look up and down the league, every turf field that's artificial, they're all different. Like Dallas plays on Hellas Matrix turf, and the field turf Revolution in New Orleans, and field turf in Charlotte, and field turf Classic in Detroit. These are all different kind of field turf core in New England. And by the way, New England, you play outside. Why do you have turf? That's a cop-out.
I mean, because
grass.
Somebody wanted to save some money.
Right.
But it's wild because, again, all we need to change this conversation, I believe, obviously you can't do anything in the middle of a season, but could there be a year somewhere along the road where in the offseason there is a league-wide mandate, you got to change this.
Grass.
And we've got to figure out a way technologically to change this, and there are a few things that could lead to it. One of them, for instance, is, hey, Panthers, so you're willing to pay Matt Rule $42 million to not coach. How much would it cost in your outdoor stadium in a non-terrible weather environment? How much would it cost to just normalize your field? Just normalize your field. It will cost less, by the way, than what it costs to pay Matt Rule to go away. And then the other side is, look, we got games where Skylar Thompson now is playing quarterback. If you're going to, and you mentioned this last week, if you're going to act like concussions are a big deal, we got guys running around in training camp looking like the Michelin Man with these helmets that they're sticking on their head. They make them all look like aliens, and they're running around out there because, boy, we care about concussions. If you cared about concussions, you'd get rid of the turf, because the turf is probably to blame for at least half of these. We think of concussions as helmet to helmet. No, it's throwing someone to the ground, and it's helmet to turf that causes the majority of these concussions.
We saw it yesterday from Chris Olave of
that one was
a
ugly.
bad one, New Orleans Saints, where
all he was doing was catching and going to the ground.
Exactly, but the whip action of the head hitting the turf, you're absolutely right. English Premier League soccer, I talk about it a lot. They've got 20 teams, all 20 of them play on grass, and you can't tell me that the weather factors in England are any better than what we have here in the States. They have rain there, and yes, if you look at situations like Buffalo and New York and Philadelphia, you might get some snow. Green Bay, you'll get snow. Chicago, a lot of rain. Just make it grass. But the NFL, they don't care about their players at all.
No, completely.
They care more about a coach being able to make $40 million than they do a guy who, tears his ACL on a fake field.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we are going to get to some of the Draymond stuff and the sound of the different players and the exact words that they used. which have so many answers hidden in there about where the organization is and where they want to go next, and we're absolutely going to want to hear from you on that. But it's certainly weaving in a Victory Monday and the 49er game as well, because all of the sudden in 2 weeks, you remember the anger we all had coming in here on Monday morning after the 11-10 loss to the Denver Broncos. Well, everything since then has pretty much gone, outside of these injuries that we're talking about, it's gone perfect. It's gone absolutely perfect. You've gone out and won both your games by double digits. You've really solidified yourselves as the team that we thought you could be. Doesn't mean it'll stay that way every week because of injuries, because of who knows what. It's a week-to-week league. We know this. But you solidified yourself as the team we thought you could be, and you're already now by yourself in first place in the NFC West, where all three of the other teams lost. By the way, right now, I don't even think you can do this. I would lay just a little quarter, just a little nickel, just a little something over here in the corner.
Little something?
Not just for the 49ers and the Cowboys to both make the playoffs, the 49ers and the Cowboys to play each other in the NFC Championship game.
Really?
I'm telling you this.
Over Philadelphia?
These two defenses are insane. They are the two best defenses in football. You watch what they did to Matt Stafford on back-to-back weeks. They looked exactly the same. What'd the Rams score against the Niners? 9. What'd they score against the Cowboys? 10. Matt Stafford curled up in the fetal position at the end of most plays against both of these defenses.
They got O-line issues in LA.
They do. These two defenses. Do you know how many times the Cowboys have given up 20 points in a game this year?
0.
Exactly. Even in their loss, they've given 20 up none times. Both of these teams are giving up about 11, 12 points a game. They are going to go to the playoffs. If you have a top 5 defense, I think they've got defense 1 and defense 2, and that's going to carry these teams a long way in the playoffs as well. I can't wait to see what Dallas looks like this weekend. Sunday Night Football against Philadelphia, in Philadelphia.
If I told you a quarterback went 10 for 16 for 102 yards and no touchdowns, how would you think that team did?
Dub.
Dubby dub.
Double-digit dub.
Easy dub.
Cooper Rush is my guess, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
10 of 16, buck and a deuce. Winner!
Didn't need it. Little Tony Pollard over here, little defensive score over there, little block punt, little this, little that. Winner.
Yeah.
Winner. You hold this is what it's bottom line. These two teams hold the other team to 10 points. If you do that, you're going to win most of your games.
No doubt.
Unless the other team scores 11. You know what I mean?
Too soon, Mark. Too soon.
Sorry. Raphael and Marin on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Raphael, what are you doing?
Hey, guys. Can I tell you a funny story about coaching against Dan Dedley and Marin after-school sports program?
You better.
Oh, my God. So I'm a fresh young PE teacher. I'm out there in my early 20s with my tracksuit. I'm going against, is it Hall, Dan?
I was at Ross.
Oh, my God. We hadn't won all year. I go against this. He's running double motions. He's running multiple patterns left and right. My quarterback could barely hold the ball, much less hand it off, and he's running these deep patterns. I finally pulled a little trick play and didn't lose 60-0, but 60-7 through a little halfback pass where you pass it back to the quarter. What, the Philly special? The Philly special. That's the only way I scored on Dibley. 60-7. It was incredible.
That's a great call, and I want this on the record. I wasn't running it up. I had my 2s out there, my 2s and my 3s. We were pretty deep at Ross School now, Raphael.
This is good to know because the 49ers, you know what they're going to need next year? A new defensive coordinator.
That's right.
That's what they're going to need.
We won with offense, Mark, at Ross School.
Go ahead and apply for that position now. My question after the game was not whether or not Matt Rule was going to be fired. It was whether or not D'Amico Ryans made it to the plane. Did he make it to the plane? Because if I'm Tepper, that's the owner of the Carolina Panthers, I'm not just firing Matt Rule. I'm calling for a meeting with D'Amico Ryans after the game. That's the only, and we remember this.
I like that from the green room. You're like, did he make it on the plane?
Did he make it on the plane? I know everyone's a Greenbrier this, E-Man that, torn ACL. Did D'Amico Ryans make it to the plane? Because I would like to see.
Sick and tired of these coordinators on the plane.
And what do you got left this year? You got 12 regular season games. And then whatever's going to happen in the playoffs, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of those with D'Amico Ryans as the defensive coordinator because that will be it. That dude is a head coach in the NFL, next year. And you remember this feeling with Saleh? I'm sure the Niners will be ready for this. I'm sure they're grooming whoever is going to be the DC next year. But that's the only downside to watching the way this defense plays is that D'Amico is going to get snapped up.
Yes, most likely, unless he decides that he doesn't want to leave and take some second-rate garbage job with no quarterback. And that's where D'Amico Ryans might be in a spot where he's in the catbird seat. Because we talked about this. Yeah. There were 12 first-time head coaches this year, and we know Matt Rule already gone. You're probably going to have 4 or 5, maybe 6 other jobs open, but none of those jobs are going to be that desirable, I don't think.
Steve Kerr said 2 things. One, presser over the weekend. One, last night after the game. That if you're a Warrior fan, you have absolutely got to know about, and in some cases you need to hear for yourself. We're going to have that coming up next, plus get to your phone calls on where the Draymond Green situation goes from here. Your reaction to everything the Warriors have said and the fact that Jordan Poole has still said nothing. 888-957-9570. That's coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The Niners took down the Panthers.
Turning it upfield for the touchdown. Spilling in. Tevin Coleman, the veteran. Garoppolo on the money. Deebo Samuel.
The only place to be after each 49ers game.
San Francisco has got a little something going now. The 49ers with a big win on Monday night over the Rams. They back it up with a victory in Carolina.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Is there something really absurd that skeeves you out?
Getting a paper cut on my eyeball.
A fear you can't shake?
I'm going to leak ocular fluid down my cheeks. It's going to go into my mouth and I will perish.
Whatever scares you, I want to talk about it. Join me, Larry Mullins, on my new podcast, Your Weirdest Fears. Listen and subscribe to Your Weirdest Fears on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts from.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. It's all sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. Dub Nation, the season begins now. Join us for Champions Ring Night, presented by Chase Freedom, on Tuesday, October 18th. It's a week from tomorrow. As the Warriors host the Los Angeles Lakers live at Chase Center. Get your tickets now at warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by. Gosh, if any of you were in the building next Tuesday, what would you do? What would you do? And starting at forward, out of Michigan State, Draymond Green. No, you wouldn't.
Draymond sucks. Draymond sucks. Draymond sucks.
Y'all going to turn into Boston fans now all of a sudden? You're going to wear T-shirts to Chase Center? Draymond is a blank? I don't think it's going to be that. I really don't. But here's the thing, and no one with the Warriors organization.
Be before they do the starting lineup introductions. Because ring night happens before, and they bring them all out individually. That would be the moment where he might be vulnerable to some cat calls.
I wonder what it's going to sound like. It is a conflicting feeling. There's no doubt about it. But I have arrived at this spot, which is, in the end, While no one with the organization is going to want to hear this right now, and I'm not trying to make it sound like it's not complex.
You don't have to couch it. Come at them,
No,
Mark.
but it is.
Come at people.
No, I'm going to come at the Warriors. They didn't do anything wrong. But Draymond Green just did him a favor. They just did him a favor.
Long term. Short term, he did no favors.
That's true.
I know what you're saying about long term because now they have clarity, David, as I borrow from Schitt's Creek.
So,
I don't know if you ever saw that show, Moira, the patriarch of the show.
No,
she speaks with a certain cadence, David, clarity. And
yeah, but when you say clarity, it sounds like Clarice, and then my mind goes to like it's so unsettling. But anyway,
I ate
go
Jordan
ahead.
Poole's liver with a nice Chianti.
It's so gross.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance.
Anyway,
but
go ahead.
Yes, long term, they now have clarity in terms of who stays and who goes. Draymond Green is not getting an extension. And by the way, and we'll play the Steve Kerr audio coming up, Jordan Poole is. They talk about how Jordan's going to be here for a long time. And so Jordan Poole's getting the bag. Draymond's not getting the bag. So long-term, fine. Draymond rather, did them a, quote, favor. But in the short term, he absolutely created yet another storm, a blank storm, based on his own inability to control his little temper.
I don't disagree with that. By the way, here's Draymond. If you missed some of the audio over the weekend, Draymond Green and some of his apology.
The embarrassment that Jordan has to deal with, that this team has to deal with, that this organization has to deal with, but also Jordan's family. You know, his family saw that video. His mother, his father saw that video. And quite frankly, if my mother saw that video, I know how my mother would feel. I know what her I know what her reaction would be, and I know what her next step would be. And so for that, I apologize to his mother and his father, and his family, his friends that care for him, because that is a sense of, or a level of embarrassment that they have to deal with too.
What a lot of the players and coaches have talked about, and this started with Steve Kerr, and I thought this was one of the most important things, and it was not a sound clip because it was only 2 words. But it's important for every Warrior fan to know this, I think. When Steve Kerr was asked about, has there been a breach of trust between Draymond and the organization, Steve Kerr stopped, he thought about it, and then he went, no comment, which is all the comment we need. In fact, it's way stronger than a comment. The answer is yes. It's been a massive breach of trust.
Well, then why wasn't the answer yes? Because he didn't want to call it out like that?
He didn't want to go there. Obviously, there was something that probably would have been said there that is not ready to be said. Let's put it that way. I mean, Draymond was asked about trust. Here's what he said.
For me, that is the task at hand, to rebuild trust in our locker room, to pull everything back together as it need to be pulled together in order to compete and defend a championship. And although that is the least of my worries right now, it has to stay at the forefront, because most importantly is everybody put the work in order to compete for a common goal. And I can't allow myself to be the reason that doesn't happen.
Again, I cannot allow myself to be the reason that happens a second time, because I already allowed myself to be the reason that it didn't happen coming off a 73-9 year. So
don't say a second time, because it's way more than that.
Well, I mean, in
it's
that
way
moment,
more than that.
Well, whatever. You get kicked out in Charlotte because you're barking at James Wiseman. You get 2 T's and ejected. Who cares? It's a regular season game.
Let's go to deeper stuff. I mean, you ran Kevin Durant out of town. You ran him out of town.
Fine. Yeah, but I mean,
not fine.
But you got 2 chips out of it.
Look.
And if Kevin Durant doesn't get hurt, you win a 3rd chip. So
and they won last year, and we all loved it. And I don't think a lot of people look back on the Kevin Durant era. A lot of us look back on it and go, man, great basketball, unbelievable show. But none of us look back on that with this emotional love and connection. We don't. We loved the first one, and we loved the last one more than we did the ones in the middle. That's just a fact,
well,
okay?
It's because of the way it played out, in large part, to your point, between Kevin Durant and Draymond Green. And you mentioned trust. And Steve Kerr, he was asked whether or not Draymond Green broke the trust, and he wouldn't comment. Well, if the trust is broken, if the trust has been broken, then why was there no punishment to Draymond Green? That's where I have a little bit of a disconnect between the way the Warriors responded and the way the Warriors are now not commenting on this. Because if the trust was broken, and I believe that the trust has been broken, and I believe that they knew the severity of the punch before the video got leaked. So if the trust was broken, why wasn't there a punishment for Draymond Green? Look, and yet now we're going to say that the trust is broken?
But the bottom line is...
There's a disconnect, Mark.
I don't agree because I don't know what the punishment was, and I'm not going to act like a suspension that's public is the only punishment that's possible. There's all kinds of things that could be done inside the team structure that are punishment. And
such as?
I have no idea. I've never run an NBA team, but him being away from the team, there obviously could be financial implications. There can be behavioral implications within the team. I don't know, but it is important. I know that this is intricate, but it's important to point out that these are two different events. If the public sees it versus the public not seeing it, and the Warriors came out with a decision prior to knowing that the public was going to see this.
See, to me, that's a cop-out because there shouldn't be two different things.
But it is. It is.
Well, that's where
there's
Steve
so much,
Kerr and company, that's where they have egg on their face.
I disagree because any one of us in our lives, like we absolutely should be able to relate to this, where if you just go to your worst moment and how you handled it, or even a bad moment within your family, how you handled it versus what if it went to Twitter? What if it went to Instagram and TikTok? And what if it was blasted out to the world? Would it be a different thing for you? It would.
Yes, but that's an unfair comp because I don't live my life underneath that bright light. My life is not a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Okay, but then go to any other industry. You don't have to make it about you. Like, I just think this is A to B. Like, if the public sees something bad versus the public doesn't, it's different. I mean, look at the NFL, okay? Ray Rice, we saw it. Deshaun Watson, we didn't. Ray, you out. Deshaun, $250 million guaranteed. We didn't see it. So it changes. The whole calculus gets changed.
It's a little bit of a touchy one because, you're talking about an absolute act of domestic violence.
I'm not calling them the same act. I'm not calling them the same act.
You don't know what happened to Deshaun Watson. You have no idea.
Correct.
Now you've got allegations from dozens of women.
That's the point.
Which, by the way, 2 different grand juries decided that they did not want to or could not press charges. So you're leaping from a jurisprudence standpoint to a place that
I can fix the hole in that argument then. Tyreek Hill running up and down the field. Ray Rice, get the hell out of the league. What's the difference?
Yeah, again,
we saw it. It's the exact same act.
I think Joe Mixon would be one that would be a fair,
There's video of Joe.
Absolutely.
We saw it.
That's the point.
Yeah.
So, but in this one, what happened, and they knew what happened, and yet we're going to handle it in-house, and then the video comes out, and now has the trust been broken, no comment. It just seems to me like there's a bit of a chasm between what happened and now what is going to happen. And I disagree with your contention that, whatever punishment they can, what punishment, you're going to take away his locker or make him, I mean, what kind of a punishment?
You have to do up-downs.
You're on timeout, exactly.
No, listen,
you're going to run gassers at practice?
But I talked about this on Friday. This is not, in my opinion, this is not for us to get a pound of flesh. And if you want a suspension, that's just because you want a pound of flesh. I don't know who that helps, especially until we've heard from Jordan. I don't know what Jordan wants. I don't know what the precedent is here. We usually don't know about this. All the NBA players, they're all sitting here going, this happens more than you realize. I mean, what happened when Michael Jordan clocked Steve Kerr? Did they suspend Michael Jordan? I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. Like, it's just...
Was it the same punch, though?
I don't know.
Because this punch, when you see this punch, and unfortunately, we see this punch. And, there's another piece to this. Why did this get leaked? Let's just say that it was any other player, if it was Andrew Wiggins or Clay or Steph, God forbid, who threw a similar punch, does the video get leaked?
I don't know.
Or does this video get leaked because someone inside the building decided, you know what, enough from Draymond Green. I've had it with Draymond going unchecked with all his bullying behavior, this video is coming out.
I have a really hard time believing that this has ever been anything personal. This has always felt like it was money. TMZ knows that somebody got punched. Somebody had access to the video, realized they could change their financial life, and did. That to me
That's
is
just an assumption.
It's an assumption.
It's an assumption.
But why would somebody be like, I'm going to take down Draymond Green within the organization when the whole organization, everybody who matters, has come out and said this is the worst possible thing that could have happened?
Well, could be somebody looking for a financial payoff who also might have, it's an
axe to grind. Who knows?
Until we find out who leaked it, which we probably never will, because if they find out who leaked the video, this person, if they fire this person and then that person goes out and says, hey, I'm the person who leaked it and I got fired, then maybe we find out who leaked it. But we probably will never find out who leaked the video.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the idea of a punishment, because I'm not looking for a pound of flesh, but I'm also looking for a proper punishment for this act, because I see the act and, whatever Jordan Poole says, if Jordan Poole says, oh, yeah, I had it coming to me, he shouldn't be punished, well, then that's fine. That changes everything.
Who knows? Well, there is one puzzle piece. This very much feels like that puzzle that you worked on all weekend, and then you get to the end, and you're like, where's the last piece?
It's under the couch.
Damn it. I'm looking everywhere. Yeah, it's under the couch. Did the dog eat it? Where they held that the last piece of the puzzle is Jordan Poole talking. And that's going to be very interesting, not only to
But he won't say a word until he gets his contract. I guarantee you.
I don't know. I don't know why that would affect it. The Warriors do not seem knocked off kilter at all. In fact, they seem to be even more motivated now to sign him to an extension. Do we have that? So listen to the way Steve Kerr talks about Jordan Poole after the game last night.
What's exciting with Jordan is that he's a shot creator, and there's so much value to that in the league. You have to have someone who can break down the defense and create a shot, either, for himself or for a teammate. And so to be able to see that from Jordan over the last couple of years, see him blossoming, confidence growing, he's someone we're going to rely on for many years to come, and that's exciting. So we got a lot of good young players, but Jordan is by far the most advanced, and we're going to lean on him heavily now and well into the future.
Okay,
well into the future.
So I'm always fascinated when famous people in sports get in front of a microphone, and then we hear what they tell you. All the media was asking for there was a comment about Jordan Poole's play. Steve Kerr, who is well aware, is trained for years and years and years now with regard to what I say publicly is going to get thrown in the ethos. It's going to get spun. It's going to get talked about, discussed. All he had to say was, well, Jordan Poole's amazing. Did you see this? The way he moves the ball? Did you see the way? He is a special player. He could have easily given that soundbite, but instead, twice, he chose to comment about how the organization's going to rely on Jordan Poole going forward. They are trying to tell you what they're trying to do. They're trying to tell you that they plan to sign Jordan Poole. And in fact, I guess the only question would be, does Jordan agree to the number? I don't know. Like, I've sat here with you. We've long wondered, does Jordan Poole want a bigger role? Does he want to be the one somewhere? I don't know, but again,
you don't know Jordan Poole.
That's why I get to the idea that Draymond probably just helped the Warriors, because if they are sitting here looking at their financial future, I still don't know if they can fit Poole and Wiggins under the same budget just for next year alone. But if you're looking at where this is all headed, and now you have this act take place, well, Draymond stepped up, raised his hand, and said, I'll be the one who goes. You don't need to pay me.
It might have been the case already anyway.
Might have been.
When he comes out a month and a half ago or whatever and says, I want a max, get me a max, and, the team doesn't really make any noise or any movement toward giving him that max. I think that the writing has been on the wall for Draymond Green. The Wiggins question is fascinating because of the way he played in the postseason it feels like you can't afford to be without him. Draymond Green's here for 2 more years if Draymond Green wants to be here for 2 more years. The Jordan Poole comments are
contractually.
Absolutely.
You can always trade him.
Fine, trade him. I mean, and he takes that player option with him. So, you're going to trade him to whatever fill-in-the-blank team. That team's going to have to deal with the fact that he can opt in. He can opt in and pull an Iguodala and not show up. I mean,
I just mean you could trade him next year. I don't think it's going to happen this year.
You could trade him right now.
Yeah, you
but
could.
Draymond Green could pull an Iguodala and just choose not to show up to that team.
Then it's an expiring contract next year for $27 million.
But if you're Draymond Green, you control your own narrative in many ways, because let's say they trade him to, I don't know, Memphis, which is where Iguodala famously didn't show up, right? So, they trade him to Memphis, and Draymond's like, I don't want to play for Memphis. I'm just not going to show up. All of a sudden, the threat of that makes another team less likely to trade for Draymond. So he controls his own narrative in many, many ways.
To a degree. And again, the Warriors, I still think we're in a spot where looming over here as everyone goes, we're Team Jordan Poole and gosh, the Draymond Green situation. Looming over here on the right is through all of the drama and regaining trust. Through all of that, the Warriors would like to win. They feel like they're in the middle of a championship window, and I think they know, or at least they feel, same thing we feel, they got a lot better chance to do that with Draymond Green this year than they do without him.
Which Draymond Green, though? Because the Draymond Green that you need is an edgy Draymond Green. He's mostly combative. He's a ref hater. He's a physical presence. He's an intimidator and all the rest of it. So how is that Draymond going to be the Draymond that comes back if he's been defanged in many ways? So I want Draymond Green to take some sort of a punishment. I want some self-reflection. I want him to confront his anger issues. But at the same time, I want Draymond to still play with that aggressive nature. Can those two things coexist?
This is the great question. This is what we're going to be watching this year to see if Draymond can still be himself, if the team will allow him to be himself, if he will allow him to be himself, and can he ride that line? Because the answer through the years has largely been he can mostly ride the line. But yeah, he's going to fall over it at least 2-3 times a year. Not to this level. This is the farthest over the line he's ever fallen that we know about. But can he go back to riding that line? I don't know. Dave in Oakland here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing?
Hey, fellas, just driving to work. Wanted to take you to task a little bit, Mark, on this idea that the Warriors shouldn't have changed what their approach after the video came out. To me, this is like a restaurant having a spate of sick customers, and they can do one thing, but if a video comes out of someone in the kitchen spitting in the soup, they got to change. They got to change course, because ultimately they're responsible to the customers and the broader community. And when people see this video, I mean, there's just no, you can't pretend that it's not as awful as it is.
So, Dave, here's why I disagree with your comp. I understand what you're saying, and if you want to take issue with how the Warriors handled it initially, you certainly can be my guest. But in this case, in your comp, the soup is Jordan Poole. In your case, the soup is soup. It doesn't have any feelings. Jordan Poole is a human being and a very important one. And the reason I don't think you can change course when the video comes out is because of Jordan. You told Jordan on Thursday, we're handling this in-house. We got you, my man. But at the same time, we're not suspending Draymond. This is how we feel it's best to handle it. And the organization has press conferences and moves forward. Next day, video. And now you go, okay, 15-game suspension. If I'm Jordan Poole, I go, wait a minute. If you thought it was worth that, you do that for me initially. But now you're going to do it to save face because of PR, because of the fans. That's my issue. If they had come out and suspended him immediately, I would have had no problem with it. How could I? Again, this is sort of unprecedented through our eyes. So all my point is you can't switch once the fans know, because that makes Jordan feel dismissed, I believe.
I think it's even worse if you don't. I think if the world sees what happened, Like, before the world saw what happened, Jordan could say, yeah, all right, I'll be a good soldier. Give me my $30 million over 4 years. After the world sees it, then it's even worse for the Warriors to say, yeah, whatever, we're not changing course.
Yeah, I hear you, Dave. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. I just don't. If I'm Jordan Poole,
they never totally ruled out a suspension. They just said they were going to handle it in house, and they didn't foresee
it. And then Draymond came out and said, "I'm going to be there on ring night."
Right, exactly. And
which they're not going to let him say. Remember, it's not like
with
Draymond.
That level of defiance and that lack of real contrition, it didn't really play well with fans. And so now the whole idea about ring night, which is coming up here a week from tomorrow, and the whole specter of what is going to happen when it comes to Draymond Green, that's not something that the organization wants to have out there yet. It's a reality, Mark, because fans were not assuaged or soothed by Draymond Green in his press conference.
Yeah, well, although, I don't know. I think the review of Draymond's press conference was more positive than negative. It was the side of Draymond.
Agreed.
Yeah, it was the side of Draymond that we don't usually see.
It was a step, and I was looking for 3 or 4 steps.
Okay.
I'm still looking at the YouTube, and I'm looking at a lot of social media and a lot of fan commentary. If it was 90% anti-Draymond before, it might be 50% now. So some of those fans are like, okay, he showed some real humility, some contrition, but many fans kind of saw that as still him being defiant and being too defensive.
Well, I mean, look, there are fans who are going to be all across the board here. Same with players. I mean, Dame Lillard came out yesterday and was like, look, I mean, this stuff happens. It's unfortunate that there's video. And Draymond Green was completely in the wrong, but Jordan Poole also needs to know that when you shove someone, you better get your arms up. I was like, wow, I don't know. I don't know. I understand.
We don't have video of Bobby Portis and Nikola Mirotic, and yet Bobby Portis got an 8-game suspension, and there was no video of that.
Right.
Now, granted, there was a broken eye socket in that punch, but Draymond Green is fortunate that Jordan Poole wasn't severely injured.
Very, very. Now, the other side to this, though, even if you loved the majority of Draymond's press conference, there was one specific answer that if I had been his advisor, I'd have been
like, should have been.
Don't go there. And he did. And we'll play that for you coming up next. Plenty of room for your calls as well at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. When 2 top 10 offenses meet in prime time, expect sparks to fly, especially when they're division rivals. Kansas City will bring the number 2 scoring offense into tonight's game against the Raiders, and the Chiefs are red hot against Vegas, having won 13 of the last 15. But we're looking at the total for tonight's contest, and the BetQL model is expecting plenty of points. The BetQL best bet for tonight's Monday night action is to take the over between the Chiefs and the Raiders.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and other suppliers have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Additionally, Golden State's state-of-the-art Stockton location is fully equipped with a wall panel production facility. Golden State can help you save space, labor, and time with prefabricated walls delivered directly to the job site. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, or in some cases the same day. And remember, the best tool you can use on the job site is the Golden State app, which provides greater access to their industry-leading service team. You'll have access to resources like important zoning regulations, permitting details, and hundreds of user guides, all at your fingertips. The Golden State app is available at goldenstatelumber.com, Google Play, and the App Store. Supplying the Bay Area since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
21-yard line. Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco team.
We're reacting all day with L'Oneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Down the sideline. Mosley cuts it inside. Touchdown, San Francisco. On the Bay Area sports station. 95.7 The Game.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Here at Total Wine and More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Is trust in any way compromised already, or are you nearing that, or where are you with that?
No comment.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that's all the comment you need to give, Coach. That is all the comment you need to give. It's Willard and Dibs. It's sponsored by Save Mart. We appreciate you being here, and your calls are welcome at 888-957-9570. A quick medical update coming out of the San Francisco 49ers game yesterday. If you're just getting to us, yes, it has been confirmed, unfortunately, that Emmanuel Mosley does have a torn ACL and will miss the rest of the season. So here we go into the defensive backfield of the 49ers, and hopeful that they can figure that out with the options they have. Maybe Jason Verrett is ready to come in and play well, and if so, that could be an amazing option, but that is a very big if. We'll also throw out that just about 20 minutes ago it came down that Baker, you good? No, you've got a high ankle sprain, and Baker Mayfield will miss the next handful of weeks. At least a couple weeks is what they're saying for Baker Mayfield, which puts P.J. Walker into the lineup. Carolina will visit the Rams next week. Should I take the Rams in my survivor pool, which is down to 4 people?
Oh, you're still alive.
Down to 4.
Who'd you have?
Bills.
Okay.
Piece of cake yesterday.
I burned the Bills.
I
had to.
I burned the Bills, but I'm like, Ottoman game. Before it even started, I go, this is one of those, even in this year's NFL, I'm like, the Bills are going to torch the Steelers in this game.
14-3, and Josh Allen throws a pick in the end zone, and you're thinking, oh, boy.
Nah,
they couldn't possibly. Okay, never mind.
It's all good.
That was unfortunate,
Good,
but you burn the Bills, and down to just 4, and we can look at the slate as the week goes on. But you said P.J. Walker is going to start, the third stringer, and you look across the league, and how many teams have now gone to their third quarterback? Miami's got their third.
Skylar Thompson.
New England's got their third.
And P.J. Walker, I get it's a little bit of an intricate third because Sam Darnold has been hurt the whole year too. Never even has had a chance to be the 2. But
P.J. Walker wasn't the 2. Sam Darnold, if Darnold was healthy, he might have come in yesterday mid-game.
Have there been any other 3s that have taken a snap so far this year?
Well, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy took a snap.
No, he hasn't.
He took a snap yesterday.
He did?
Kneel down.
Oh, see, I had already moved on with my life.
Thank you.
Yeah, no.
I got that from Kyle Shanahan. I'm sorry, Kyle Madsen in the overtime broadcast.
A real snap. Like a real, like I'm trying to get a first down snap.
Mark, are the 49ers 1-0 when Brock Purdy plays or not?
Yeah, they are. They are. Okay, great stat. Thank you.
No, I heard that, Kyle, on my way to the in-laws, the future in-laws are on the way home or whatever. Baby Mila not crying in that moment, which is an upset. And Kyle, shout out Brock Purdy with the snap.
Actually, I can answer this. You want to know? There was a third-string quarterback yesterday who had 45 fantasy points if you grabbed him and put him in your tight end slot. His name is Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
That is QB3 for the New Orleans Saints. Threw a touchdown pass and ran for 3 others yesterday.
Nice guru sniff there, by the way.
Thought I'd try it. Didn't really like it. But anyway.
It worked for me.
Any other third stringers who have actually taken real snaps this year?
No, but to that point about QB depth and Jimmy Garoppolo, and what a miracle it is that they have him.
The Patriots.
Yeah, I mentioned the Patriots.
The Patriots.
I said that.
You did? I thought you said the
Let's go to Dan
Miami.
in the back.
You mentioned Miami.
After Miami, I mentioned New England.
I missed that.
No, because Hoya, Brian Hoya.
He's on IR.
Yeah, well, he played like a second. Yeah, exactly. A couple plays.
For a second.
But, yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570. So here's where I would not have gone if I were Draymond. And make no mistake, all these press conferences you're seeing, these conversations from Warriors, coaches, and players, you understand, you want to talk about getting coached up in the preseason. This is let's sit around a table, let's get out a piece of paper, let's get Steiny's legal pad out, and let's jot down what's going to be asked of you and where we're going to take this conversation. Remember when Kyle Shanahan a couple of weeks ago with the whole lip read gate thing? When that happened and he sort of said, yeah, like I haven't seen the video. It just kind of got mentioned to me on my way in here. In other words, yeah, we get prepped for these press conferences because we want to know what the media is likely going to ask. If I were Draymond Green's advisor, I would have said, Dre, when this question comes up, don't do this.
What did I think of myself in the moment? I watched the video 15 times, maybe more. Because when I watch the video, I'm looking at the video and I'm like, yo, this looks awful. this looks even worse than I thought it was. It's pathetic. And then I had to take a step back too and realize that this video was actually released this way to look that way, for whoever released the video. I don't know who released the video. I am very thankful to the Warriors organization for taking it as serious as they have and launching the investigation that they have, because quite frankly, they don't have to. They're not obligated to launch an investigation for something that I did wrong. They're not obligated to do that. So I appreciate them taking that as serious as they have and are doing.
Nope, wouldn't have done that. I certainly would not have
That it was released this way. It was edited this way to look that way. It was edited to the extent that when he hits Jordan, he goes with the right hand, and his left hand, either he appears to try to hit him with the left or hold him up with the left. We don't really know. But then the video ends. We don't see what happens after that. And I think to Draymond's point, there's no audio with it. So we don't know what was being said before Draymond throws the punch. Not that it justifies it, but Draymond Green is intimating that the video is edited a certain way to make it look that way.
Not good.
Exactly. Agreed.
And it doesn't even mean that he doesn't potentially, as you sort of detail right there, have a point or two. Would we have liked to see more about what happened next? Maybe. Does the audio change anything? By the way, would security footage from what looked to be 100 yards away, would that even have the audio? Like of Jordan Poole, what he said? Like, are you going to pick that up on a camera that's that far away? Probably not. The point is this. It's never going to look good when you try to say to someone, look, I know that the video shows, what I did, and I don't like that you saw it. You did that. You can't get mad that now the world sees what you did. You can only be mad that you did it. And no, edited a certain way. What is there, Rocky music underneath it? No, this was not like this idea that this was put. He says in there, it's put out in a way to make it look bad. Was it? Was it put out in a way to make it look bad, or was it simply like, here's a snapshot of the punch? That's it. Here it is.
Well, had there been audio, you might have been able to hear Jordan Poole clearly say, Draymond Green, you got no jumper. Draymond, teams leave you open on the perimeter.
Or you might have heard him say, ow.
Right.
I don't know.
Call that a punch?
None of that matters. Like, if I were talking to Draymond, look, you can say everything you said, and darn it, first and foremost, be authentic, because you need to be in this moment. You need to let people know what's going on inside. We said that last week. Let's go inward, Draymond. Keep the conversation there. But in any way, shape, or form, if you're going to sort of blame this storm on the fact that there's video, which is not untrue, it's only a storm because we can see it.
It was a little bit of a light rain, and it turned into an absolute downpour.
If there's just video of you playing basketball, we don't have a problem. So you can't blame the video on the presence of video or TMZ. You need to blame the occurrence on the fact that you did this.
Right.
You did this.
And he intimates in that cut you just played that it was edited to make it look a certain way. Well, there's no editing that changes the way it looked to me. You see a player, Draymond Green, walk across and absolutely level a savage punch at a teammate. Now, yes, Jordan Poole pushes him away, but as I mentioned to Bonte Hill in the changeover, if somebody aggressively comes up and gets in your face, you have two choices. One, physically push the person away or do something physical. You could headbutt, which was always my go-to, by the way. If I ever
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, that's weird.
Your boy's got a very hard head. Think about it.
I've noticed.
5'8", not very strong, small hands, not a really good fighter, unbelievably hard head. So if I'm Jordan Poole in that moment and Draymond Green comes into my space like that, the push away is not the move.
You're going to go headbutt.
Oh, straight down Main
except for
Street.
if you had tried to headbutt Draymond, you would have headbutted his stomach.
But again, if I were Jordan Poole, I would only be giving away about 2 or 3 inches in that spot.
Yeah.
So Jordan Poole does what he thinks he wants to do, which is get out of my space. That, to me, was not an aggressive act that prompted Draymond's response. So,
Look.
I'm sorry, Draymond, but the editing did nothing to make it look any differently than the way it looked. And the way it looked is angry player confronting a teammate and absolutely demolishing him with a right hand.
Are we under the impression? Did anybody see the video and go, all right, okay, but let me hear it? Did anyone do that?
Yes.
Really?
Well, not in order to make my final determination, but you can see Draymond talking. You don't see Jordan Poole talking.
I mean,
what was Jordan Poole saying? And we all said this before the video even came out.
Doesn't
Jordan
matter.
Poole must have said something. It does matter, Mark.
It doesn't. I'll tell you why you already know it doesn't matter. Because if in any way, of all the people in the room who did hear it, if in any way Jordan said something so incendiary that you could understand the reaction, then their press conferences would not have sounded the way they are.
That I agree with.
Like, there's absolute...
The press conferences before the video got leaked.
Yeah, or even after. Now, here's Steve Kerr basically talking about an extension after a preseason game.
No, I agree with you.
They are backing Jordan across the board.
But when I saw the video, I was wondering if you could see, like, Jordan Poole, and I don't even think he's talking. It doesn't seem like he's saying anything.
He wants to play basketball. By the way, a lot of you are also misjudging the shove. The shove was not an aggressive shove. If the shove was an aggressive shove, he would have been looking at Draymond Green like, I'm here to go with you, and I'm shoving. He's looking the other way. His head is to the right because he's like, get off me. It's time to inbound the ball. Jordan's just trying to move on and play basketball.
It's like
That's all
you
he's
in
trying to
our
do.
show open. Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Yeah, get off of my doorstep. Yeah, you can't come to people's doorsteps anymore. That's over.
Halloween.
Yeah, well,
Coming up 3 weeks from today.
One night a year. Are you ready for that, by the way? Because I know you're very COVID conscious. Are you ready for snot-nosed youngsters in masks to come to your door and breathe on you and eat your food?
Apparently, our new neighborhood is a Halloween hotbed. So,
please, speaking of video, please take video of you interacting with the children. I can't wait.
I'm actually really good with the candy dispersal. I'm generous with the candy. I will be wearing a mask, a KN95. The big question is, my daughter will be 9 weeks old on that day. Do you put your 9-week-old in a costume?
Sure. If you're into it. You don't have to. Just put her in the back room. But if you're into it, yeah, listen, it'll be adorable. Make her a little banana or a little pea or something like that. Put something on her.
I told my lady, let's just slap a pillowcase over her head, cut out a couple of eye holes, and call her a ghost.
Great. I mean, it's perfect in COVID, too, because of what people say at the door. Happy Halloween. Oh, my gosh. Please take...
No, it's trick or treat.
No, I know. And then you say right back to them, Happy Halloween.
No, I say, get the hell off of my doorstep.
Or thank you.
And they go, you get a 1 for your Willard.
A 1?
Yeah, that's what the kids would say to you.
Oh, exactly.
Not bad.
You have to dress up that baby. Given how active you are on social media as a father,
yep,
you are required to throw a little pumpkin outfit on her with the little orange and green top on the head.
Paint her
Everyone's
face.
like, dude, you are going to get so many likes.
Yep.
And that's why you have a baby this day and age.
It's
for the
just to get
clout.
likes, exactly.
I mean, seriously, it's literally the most liked thing I've ever put on Instagram was like 6 years ago. Abe, at that time, he dressed up as Kaepernick. I dressed up as Harbaugh. We nailed it. He's kissing his bicep. He's like 6 years old, 7 years old, whatever it was, however many years ago this was. Come on. Halloween is social media gold.
I already made it clear that I will not be participating in any such family-themed costuming. If you want to costume up the daughter, yeah, we'll put a costume on her.
You don't get to make that declaration.
Oh, I've made it.
She does.
That line's been drawn.
Are you under the impression that you're in charge here?
Very few things. I don't use my pen to draw the line very often.
You got 3 years, brother. You got 3 years, and you're turning in your boss card.
No,
turn it in.
It's largely been turned in, but this is one of those ones where the line's been drawn.
It's going to get erased. Jason in Oakland next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jason. What are you doing?
Oh man, I'm chilling, listening to you guys like as all the time at work. But this is what I want to ask you guys: do y'all feel like Poole family was like, why ain't nobody try to stop Draymond Green? Why ain't nobody try to intervene? Everybody just standing around like nothing is going on. He walks up. Steph Curry didn't turn around and say, hey, man, slow down. Hold on, bro. Chill. Everybody just waited until he punched him. And secondly, don't you guys feel like Draymond be jealous of the new guys that come? Because soon as Kevin Durant start becoming one with Clay and Steph, Draymond starts something with him. Poole start becoming a star. Now he punching Poole. I believe that Draymond be having a certain level of jealousy. And I want you guys, to tell me how you guys feel about that.
Okay, Jason, I think you have one point, but you don't have another. Is there a dynamic where Draymond Green, through the years, I think this is, Jason, what you're talking to, and I really think you're onto something. Draymond Green, through the years, and all friend groups do this, right? Here comes the new. We've already got something established here. We are Steph, Clay, and Dre, and we are champions. And there are always going to be other players, from Harrison Barnes to Sean Livingston, Leandro Barbosa, David West, right? You're always going to plug and play. But the core, Steph, Clay, and Dre. And when other people come to the party, it's like, you got to prove yourself. And Draymond very much operates in that space. You got to prove yourself to me and to this group. And we're champions and this establishment. And so whether it's about future contracts or simply the young guys versus the old guard, I definitely think that is in play here to a degree.
But Draymond said it wasn't about the contract. But to your point about the core, I don't think that Jordan Poole was trying to break in and be the third Splash Brother or trying to oust Draymond Green from the inner circle. But I do think that, what the caller was saying, he might have felt a little bit threatened by the young gun because ultimately, we're in the same spot here in our business, Mark. There's going to come a time where you and I are replaced by younger people in this business. I mean, hopefully not soon.
Yeah, where are you going with this conversation?
It's the reality of life.
I disagree.
All of us get replaced.
I'm living here on my own damn terms.
Well, you're going to have to cart me out in a pine box, okay, babe? But in life, younger people replace older people all the time.
I don't think he's trying to challenge that system by replacing someone. I just think when a new young gun comes in and he's brash and he talks a lot, and you're already established champions, it's like, we're going to put you in your place a little bit. So I definitely think that's part of the dynamic. The other thing that Jason brought up, though, I'm going to reject. This idea, why didn't anybody interject? Why didn't someone get in between Jordan and Draymond? Here's my read on it. My read is, if you need to interject every time Draymond starts jawing with someone, practice would stop every 4 minutes. This is who he is. Have you ever watched Draymond play basketball? That's what he does in practice also. He's probably always chest to chest. He's always jawing. You can't get in the way of it every time Draymond starts to get hot. And the other side to this, we're all acting like everyone saw this coming. This happened so fast. This went from, I'm in your chest, dude, get off me, to
wham,
to, oh my God, TMZ in 1.4 seconds.
Right.
Ryan
Adams was on the scene, but nobody else.
Yeah, we're all asking the Warriors to have seen this coming. I mean, I watched a video and I didn't see it coming, and I knew there was a punch that was about to happen at some point.
But it's not so much seeing it coming. To me, it's more the preventive maintenance of this action. And Steve Kerr mentioned, I've seen 20 fights in my 30 years of basketball. Well, how many times have you seen Draymond Green get in the face of a teammate? Obviously more than just this one time, because nobody is alarmed by Draymond Green getting in Jordan Poole's face. But that, to me, is a bigger problem. You've enabled this behavior to go on for Draymond's entire career, where he's been allowed to be this sort of a menacing bully in whatever way, shape, or form. And the only times that we've seen the blow-ups, the famous reports of him fighting with Steve Kerr or trying to fight Steve Kerr, the coach, in the locker room, for which I don't believe there was any retribution.
No.
And he was suspended one game for his
the KD thing,
his disagreement with Kevin Durant. And now you see it yet again, another instance where this has got to fall on the team at some point for allowing this behavior to go unchecked for all these years.
Well, that's why I felt when I watched them, it felt to me like we're going to work on the current, but we've already made a decision about the future. But
they're not going to work on the current, and this is where I take offense because
they are
you
working on it.
suspend him for a game for the Kevin Durant, and now you're going to knock Jordan Poole onto the ground.
Again,
and you're not going to suspend him at all.
They got caught because there was
Jordan Poole got caught.
There was no video, and then there was. They got caught. I'm not disagreeing with you there. Again, my whole stance has only been you can't reverse course after the fact, because then you're suspending because of video, not because of act.
Well, you can with new information, and this is a guruism. And if you don't, then all you're doing to Draymond Green is saying, Draymond, go ahead and take the preseason off. You don't want to play anyway. You're basically congratulating him for his behavior.
There's no new information. The new information was new to us. It wasn't new to them.
Which is enough.
It wasn't new to them. Dave in Petaluma, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Dave, what are you doing? Dave?
Davey.
Gone. Brett in Clayton. Let's go to Brett. Hey, Brett, what are you doing?
What's going on, boys? Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I didn't believe – I believe Draymond's apologies about as much as I believe Tiger Woods when he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, if you know what I mean. I love Draymond as a basketball player, but I think as a man there's something mentally not right. And I really do think that he needs to get anger management classes, and I would actually put that in to his contract or something, because the guy's just got angry. This isn't the hood. This is your teaming. And there's only a few things that I can think of that, that you could say to somebody where you're taking flight like that. But it's just sad to me that it's come to this. I'm still on the belief that I think Draymond's got to go just for the betterness of the team. But I mean, if I was Draymond's mom, I would have called him and ripped him a new one.
Right. Well, for all we know, she did. Brett, thanks. I think you make some really good points, but I want everyone, at least through my view, to understand that Draymond does have some leverage here. So if you're in the crowd of they need to cut bait, okay, how's that crowd feeling then when the Warriors in February are one game under 500? Now what are you saying? Right? And you still owe Draymond Green essentially north of $50 million. It's not that easy. It's not that easy just to say.
The owed money, who cares? That's a Joe Lacob problem.
They do. And he's in charge, so he cares.
But he owes Draymond Green that money whether or not Draymond Green plays another second or not.
But they'd like to win a title this year.
Right.
I don't think they could do it without him.
But I do think that you're more equipped to win without him now than ever before.
Maybe.
And you saw it last year in the postseason where he was unplayable in games 3 and 4 against Boston.
And then they needed him when they won. When they won.
The series turned when he was largely a non-factor. When he played himself out in Boston, he got punked.
Yeah, but
I said it then. You didn't like it then, but it's even more appropriate now. He got punked by the Boston crowd in Game 3. And Game 4, he wasn't really that good either.
Well, if you're asking Steph Curry to have a generational performance in the absence of Draymond Green, go ahead. You're not going to get that every night. You may not get that any night. That was a memorable generational performance. More on this. There's more calls that we want to get to for sure. So we will. 888-957-9570. Stay right where you are. Keep them coming on the text line, Twitch, YouTube, chat as well. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
The Niners took down the Panthers.
Turning it upfield for the touchdown. Spilling in. Tevin Coleman, the veteran. Garoppolo on the money. Deebo Samuel.
The only place to be after each 49ers game.
San Francisco has got a little something going now. The 49ers with a big win on Monday night over the Rams. They back it up with a victory in Carolina.
Feels great, baby.
95.7 The Game.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, red or green grapes are just $1.49 per pound. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Humanity has been shaped by moments in which one person approached a crowd with something important to say. I'm John Meacham, and this is It Was Said, Season 2, a creation and production of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, in association with the History Channel. It Was Said, Season 2. Listen and subscribe for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. A bottle of Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner can clean your entire system and help your engine get more MPGs. Right now, you can get 2 bottles for only $7. A great deal to help you go a good deal farther. Find Gum Out Fuel Injector Cleaner and everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
We tried Dynovite for gut health and immune support, and after a couple of weeks, our little Gizmo was acting like a puppy again. His coat was shinier, he had a lot less scratching and shedding, and he seemed like his happy old self.
My dog smelled and scratched constantly. We bathed and sprayed her, took her to the vet, but no results. Now, a little Dynovite in her food helps Bella keep her beautiful coat with no scratching or smell.
Get 10% off your next order of Dynovite nutritional supplements for dogs at Dynovite.com.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynovite.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's keep it going. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, it's a Victory Monday. What about all those injuries, though, going forward? Let's go straight to the leader of this team, Jimmy Garoppolo.
It's tough. I mean, it is football, so you got to take it with a grain of salt. But
Thanks.
Everyone in there, that's a tight locker room, and it sucks whenever we lose a guy like that. I know we lost Jimmy. There's some just random stuff today, but it's football. We got to keep going, and the train ain't stopping. So
there it is, man. From Jimmy Garoppolo. That's football, man.
Man.
I mean, was yesterday a great day for Jimmy or what?
It was a good day. I wouldn't say it was a great day.
He played really well. Yeah.
He got bailed out on a pass where Deebo Samuel actually played the role of PBU.
There was one
pass breakup.
There was one no throw. I give any quarterback one no throw per game. You get one. Jimmy usually averages about 3.8. So this was a good game.
It was a better game for Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. It was a great day of play calling. And Carolina's not very good.
No.
And once they got off the script, it got a little bit scary in the first half. Opening drive, touchdown, Shanahan, Jimmy G, great. And then, oh boy, Kittle with the fumble, not Jimmy's fault. And then, another turtle job by Shanahan.
Really?
4th and 2.
He went for it on 1 4th down.
He sure did.
Yeah.
But the earlier one, he should have gone for it, but he brought out Robbie Gold.
Everybody wants everybody to go for it on 4th down.
Let's go, Brandon Staley.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder if the Bengals, when they had 4th and 2 at the goal line and they decided to go for it because field goals aren't cool, and then you lose by 2, I wonder how they feel today about go for it.
Got to execute, Mark.
Go for it, Tin Cup. Just go for it. Come on, it's 2022. Analytics. Go for it every single damn
Roy
time.
McAvoy should have laid up. I mean, he should have laid up.
I think that greenskeeper should not have mown that lawn that way. That shot was there. We're home, Dibs. We're home.
Yeah, spun it back with the 3-wood. And I love that movie for those clubs. Those are the clubs I still use, by the way, 30 years later.
There's no way you're hitting that shot with those clubs.
Right.
Tiger Woods would be like, damn, he got a hold of that sucker.
Yeah.
Then he spun it back.
Such a great movie, Tin Cup.
Listen, I have learned through the year, I don't go on Jimmy victory laps. I really don't, because he'll come out the very next week and you're like, what the hell was that? But it's a good game for him.
You're taking a victory lap for his insightful commentary.
It's very
Jimmy,
insightful.
Yeah,
Thanks
for letting me know that it's football.
It's football.
He said it twice,
Why
too.
are all these guys getting hurt? Well, it's football.
Man, Jimmy.
Damn, he dropped the hammer on you.
There's Eastern Illinois' finest education at work. Or is it Western Illinois? I can't remember.
Whatever it was.
One of those directions.
All right, but before we go back to the phones on
Enjoy
the
the Greenbrier, guys.
Yeah, right? It's going to be a good week, except for all the injuries. So, 888-957-9570. Here's another thing, and this has become a big piece of the conversation with Green and the Warriors, is the word trust. He's going to have to regain that trust. And again, we played it earlier. Steve Kerr, has there been a breach of trust? Pause. No comment. All right. So in other words, yeah, there's been a breach of trust. And then even Kevon Looney confirms it. I don't know if we've ever heard something more impactful come from Kevon Looney in the history of his time with the Warriors.
It's been different. It's been complicated. There's something. We done had a lot of things happen here in my time, but a lot of things usually get to stay in house and we get to handle it most of the time like that. So it's a little different with it being out in the public and all the outside commotion, weighing in on people's decision on what people think. So it's difficult, but I think we got the leadership and the right people to get through it. Whenever adversity hits, this team usually responds the right way. And this is the ultimate test for us. And I think we're going to be able to get through it. Jordan, he's going to work and do what he's going to do. And Draymond, he's a veteran. He's been the leader on this team for a reason. And he got some work to do to get that trust back from us. But I think he's willing to do it. So,
do you know how hard that is to do? Like, we're saying this repeatedly. Kerr, Looney, others. He's got to earn that trust back. Well, go to your life. How long does it take for someone to do that? Because it's not 2 days.
No, it's a long time.
It's not 2 weeks.
And it's actions, not words. So Draymond Green spoke a lot of words on Saturday. I think he was up there for 9 or 10 minutes. And those were words. He said mostly the right things. But now it comes down to actions. And it's more than just making it right with Jordan Poole, which, by the way, would be the toughest, I think, of all of this, is how do you gain Jordan Poole's trust again? Because if Jordan Poole can fully trust Draymond Green again, then everybody else in that locker room has to follow suit. If you don't follow suit after Jordan Poole, if Jordan Poole can completely forgive Draymond Green, which I don't believe I would be able to do that. So I don't expect Jordan Poole. Yeah. I don't expect Jordan Poole to do that. For a 22-year-old to have that level of maturity and to have that much perspective to be able to fully trust Draymond Green again, I don't know how that happens.
Draymond did give you one clue, and I have not heard a lot of people talk about this. I found this part really, really interesting, and I don't have this one in front of me. I'll try to find it. But when Draymond was talking about Jordan Poole, he essentially said, as far as our relationship going forward, that's up to him. I've said all I can say to Jordan, and I'm paraphrasing, but I've apologized. I've talked to him. That's my dog, Jordan. I'm on his side. I've got his back. He said all of those things. But when he was asked sort of about where this goes from here with Jordan, Draymond did not confidently state, hey, we've talked and we're good. He more was like, I've said what I can say, and here's where I am. As far as whether or not Jordan's going to forgive me, that's up to Jordan, and we'll see. So in other words, I came away with the feeling that Draymond said everything he could say, and we know where he stands, but he did not get from Jordan Poole, yeah, bro, it's all good. It did not feel like that has taken place as of yet. I don't know this.
How could it?
But I agree. Just based on what Draymond said, it sounded to me like it was a ... in terms of whether their relationship's going to be okay.
Right, and I don't know how it could be okay in the short term. And again, this is not a fight. This is not a case where two brothers squared off and they had a disagreement, they threw hands, even if, one person won the fight over the other person and then you had to make it good. This is not that. This is an incident where Draymond Green, 10 years older than Jordan Poole, absolutely knocked him the truck out.
Yep.
And this is a case where I don't know if Jordan Poole will ever be okay with Draymond Green at that same level. And you know what? You can't expect Jordan Poole. The burden is not on Jordan Poole to forgive Draymond Green. And for Draymond to say, I've said what I had to say and I've done what I can do, that's a cop-out, because you have to now go out and show Jordan Poole and the rest of your teammates that this episode has changed you and you're going to be different. You're going to go about things in a different way. Show growth, show learning, show real contrition, not to us in the media or us as fans, but to your teammates and the organization.
So I think this is important when you listen to all of these guys talk, because I bet you have also on this, Dibs. I bet you've heard from a lot of people like I have over the last few days where they're like, look, this stuff happens in sports. These are big boys, and they're all making big money. And we just saw this one, but you're making too big of a deal out of it. Okay, here's why that's not true. Don't take it from me. Don't take it from you, Dibs. Don't take it from anybody here at 95.7 The Game or anywhere else. I want you to listen to them and tell me that they are not shook, that they are not furious. Steve Kerr, what do you want from Draymond going forward?
We'll see. Just things will play out, and there's no predicting anything. There's things have to play out, and you just You keep moving forward.
Okay, so take us inside your locker room and tell us, Coach, what happens now with these dynamics.
How do you think Draymond's apology was just received by the team and stuff? Because he said he thought it
Nobody's business but ours.
Get out of here with these questions. This is our business. We have no idea where this is going to go.
That's a fair question.
It's a totally fair question.
And I'm not mad at Steve for his response.
No, he's mad. He's like sounding terse toward the media, but he's angry at Draymond Green.
Right. And what he says is accurate. You have to see how it plays out. And this apology from Draymond Green is step one of what should be 100 steps toward change. And part of the change is now, he apologized to the team. Great. And how the team accepted it, it's none of our business. That is a team thing. And I think Steve is especially defensive of the team dynamic after the fact that this got leaked.
Totally.
And so this all should have been a team thing. And he's right. They should have handled it in-house. But unfortunately, the video comes out, and now it looks like whatever they did to handle it in-house was woefully inadequate in terms of the way the fans are perceiving it.
My read, not a report, my read. Draymond is not forgiven yet. Draymond is not forgiven
by
yet
anybody.
By this team. So do with that whatever you want. It's no big deal. Fights happen, alphas, sports,
Right.
Stop. Like, it's now been almost a week, and I haven't forgiven him yet. And nobody has come out and said, Draymond's our guy. They've said, we need Draymond, but they have, in about 5 different ways, tried to explain to everybody, this is a problem. This has knocked us off course. This is not okay. This is unacceptable. There's a lack of trust. We don't even know where Jordan Poole is on this one. Like, I don't know.
So what's the road, not to perdition, but the road to forgiveness? What's the road, shout out Tom Hanks, what's the road to forgiveness?
Consistency.
So that takes time.
Yes.
Consistency, though, and behavioral change to where, and I wonder, and maybe this is just me being overly sensitive as a referee, but do we expect him to change that portion of his behavior where his berating of officials, or do we allow him to continue to berate officials? Just don't punch your teammates anymore. Or what behaviors need to change in order for him to be forgiven?
Draymond's not the only player in the NBA who berates officials.
Right, but he's the only one who cold cocks teammates and has the video be released on TMZ.
These are different acts. And so, like, am I now saying that Draymond can't talk to a ref? No. They all talk to the ref.
Like, there's talking to the ref, and then there's doing it in such a way that it jeopardizes your team. You cost your team points vis-a-vis technical fouls the rest of it.
But you know me, like the ill-timed technical through the years, while not ideal, is something that I'm willing to deal with somebody who's a hothead, who's also very successful.
And I probably shouldn't inject that in, but I'm wondering what behaviors they need to see change. It's more than just, I promise I won't punch my teammates anymore.
Look, I think this is just about them. Like, I think I think this behavior is about how he exists within the team concept. Sure, you could extend the team concept into ill-timed texts or getting physical with an opponent, getting thrown out of a game, whatever, taking the whole tone of a game to a place where it doesn't need to go. Yeah, all of that. But I think that gets accepted. I think today and this week, what bothered the Warriors are the buildup of things like this, like what happened with Kevin Durant, like threatening your own coach, all the stuff that happened within their space.
Right.
Not what happens in the 48 minutes on the court when he gets hot with Joey Crawford. Like that to me, that's just...
Or flagrant fouls, opponents, flail kick Steven Adams, punches LeBron in the groin.
Not great. But
to your point, this is more about the internal...
Yes.
And I think you're right. So, and I also think you're right in terms of how it gets fixed. It's consistency and it's time. So what happens in the meantime? Because the season starts in 8 days. What happens between now and the opener? Is Draymond Green allowed to just, hey, come on back, Draymond, you're in the starting lineup, and and everything's going to be fine and hunky-dory?
I don't know. I'm really fascinated, and this is both I'm fascinated and it stinks at the same time.
It totally stinks.
But next Tuesday, instead of just a complete and total celebration and a moment of joy, our minds are now going to be split with that and what's it sound like? What's it look like? What's he look like? What do the fans do? Fans and his teammates should not be confronted with this. Next Tuesday should have been a moment where that whole group deserves a massive bouquet. I mean, not DiVincenzo, but the rest of them. A massive bouquet.
Not Jermichael Green.
Right? Just standing just outpouring. Go beat the Lakers. And just like, my gosh, you guys, like, welcome back to basketball season. You were amazing last year. And now, that's the second story of the night. And that's brutal.
Yeah.
And that's why they're so mad. They've been robbed of that.
Yeah.
By him.
Instead of ring night, it's boxing ring night.
That's a 4.
Thank you.
Ed in Sonoma, Willard and
2
Dibs.
from Kyle?
Well, now it averages out to a 3.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen.
I set it up perfectly.
Hey, Ed, what are you doing?
Hold on a second, Ed. I got to dispute that, too.
Oh, wow, you got teed up. Yeah, you got teed up.
I just got teed up.
Okay, no, go ahead, Ed. Re-rack that guy. Go ahead, Ed.
A little differently. This is more of an organizational problem. It doesn't matter what Poole says or what Green says, and I'll get to Green in a minute. This is about ethics and integrity. If you allow Green to stay on this team, what does that send to the other players? It allows you, hey, he could hit me next. My remedy to all of this is you cut Green tomorrow, you mail him his ring, and send a message that it's not okay to attack other players on our team.
Ed, I know this is
certified mail or just snail mail.
Yeah, Ed, I hear you. I really hear you. But I'm a parent too. I'm just like I get that emotion also when you're like you listen to me right now. This is the way it's going to go under this roof. I know
your kid gets an F on a test, right? So you cut him.
Like I get that emotion in all of us where you just want to cut bait and go, I'm so sick of this. But do you understand the ramifications of what you're suggesting, number one? And number two, do you understand that I don't think the players on the team want that? I don't think that's what anyone in the organization wants, starting with Steph Curry. I don't think that's what he wants. So why would you do that?
It's very simple. It's called workplace violence.
You understand this is a different workplace, though, Ed.
Hold on a second.
No. I need to respond to that. That you get like I understand when people say that, but we got to stop going. Well, this is like my workplace. If I did this in my this isn't your workplace. This is the Golden State Warriors, and they shove people and throw bows for a living. Go ahead, Ed.
Are you saying sports is more important than an insurance office?
No, I'm not saying it's more important. I'm saying it's very different, Ed.
It's very different.
It's
a different sphere. If this really were like a boxing gym, the very nature of that job is to punch each other.
Okay, that's a boxing gym. This is a practice facility where teams are training. That is not part of the game. And it doesn't matter what sport or what profession you're in. If you hit somebody at work for no reason, that is violence, pure and simple.
Okay, Ed.
I'll tell you something about Draymond.
No, Ed. You're not wrong. I love it when people try to host the show. Thanks, Ed.
Appreciate it, Ed.
Listen, yeah, thank you. You have some points. I don't ever want to sound like I'm defending Draymond Green. I'm trying to tell you that the other players on the team would disagree with you, and we've got to start entering into this conversation the obvious differences between workplaces. Dibs, let's take ours. People would get fired in the insurance office if they talked to one another the way we all talk to each other as our job. It gets aggressive. If you listen to this show...
Don't be disrespectful.
If you listen to this station a lot, I don't need to go through the examples, okay?
There's been some great ones.
Oh, my gosh. Right?
Great moments in 95.7 of the game history.
And guess what? When those happen, do you want to know something? HR never gets called.
Ratings go up.
Because that is part of our deal. And yes, it toes the line. And believe me, there will be conversations when those happen.
I'll say.
And text messages, and people have to make amends and all of those things. But if you did that and you're an insurance agent, dude, you're fired.
Gone.
You can't do that. You can't talk to people this way. So we got to enter into this, the idiosyncrasies of each job, and stop acting like Draymond to Jordan Poole is like the AAA insurance agent and his assistant.
Correct.
Like, that's not the same thing.
You're not dismissing that as what it was, which was a violent act.
Totally not okay.
And it is, by the very nature of it, Ed's right, it is workplace violence. But in terms of that workplace, if I roll up and punch you in our workplace in that same fashion, by the way, that is so much more wildly out of bounds than it is in that business. If that happens in football, in a training camp setting, practice isn't canceled. That practice doesn't even stop in a football setting. So there's context to all of this. Now, within the context of an NBA practice, yes, that was out of bounds. It was wildly out of bounds, but it was not to the level of it being a automatic fireable offense.
Look, if this was The Office, okay, let's go Steve Carell. If this was The Office, then what Jordan Poole did was a fireable offense. You can't go put your hands on people if you're wearing a suit and you're in an office and you're sitting down and going through spreadsheets. You can't go put your hands on people. That's literally all these guys do all day.
Right.
Is put their hands on each other.
Yeah. It's
boxing each other.
Exactly.
Exactly. So come on, I get what you're saying, and this is not okay, but this is not your office. It's not your office.
No, it's not comparable to your office. Now, to Ed's point, though, the very act was so far outside of the scope of what was going on in that context. To me and to many, there needs to be more of a retribution than just, I'm going to take a few days to think about what I've done.
I understand that, and that I understand completely. I just think the Warriors ended up putting themselves in a bad spot because they tried to discipline this without knowing that we were all going to see it. And then that put them in a very much unworkable situation. 49er victory Monday. Defense does it again, holding another opponent, under 20 points. More reaction for that game and everything going on with the Niners with the 415ers podcast with hosts Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy. They bring you along and analyze what went right, what went wrong. Follow the 415ers on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. A lot of people want to weigh in. 888-957-9570, and we keep going with your calls coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The 49ers defense is nasty.
And he tosses it to the other team, Mosley. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Our fans are awesome everywhere we go. Our fans travel as good as any team I've been on.
Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco D.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personal doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
The greatest story ever told will be coming to an end. Dead & Company, the final tour. It's Oracle Park, July 14th and 15th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. For your shot to win, get to 957thegame.com/contests.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, over-designed, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we'll get to this with a Monday night pick coming up here in a little bit. We want to keep going with your phone calls, but we were just reviewing Spread Formation, which is the Willard and Dibs entire show group's picks on a weekly basis. I was stoked to find I did better than I thought. Just rocked a straight 500, 7-7-1 to this point.
Captain Coin Flip.
Yeah, still got a shot over here if Kansas City covers the 7 tonight. But what I did not realize is that our own Kyle Madsen,
holy cow,
almost lost them all. I mean, fade the Kyle. And that's what you get simply for being the only guy who rocked a tidy little Carolina plus 6.5. How you doing? How you doing?
I felt good about it.
All right. Yeah, I know you did.
You're the only guy that rocked a Philly -5. I don't know what you want from me, man.
Totally different, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We don't work on WIP. We work on 95.7 The Game.
He also was the only one to take Dallas +5. He lone wolfed on that one.
Yep, that went pretty well.
Spadoni with the lone wolf on Tennessee -2.5. We all took Washington.
Unbelievable cover there, by the way.
Well, I mean,
and I'm the only one who lone wolfed
Washington.
on Atlanta +8.5. My Falcons.
Oh, can I take
my Falcons?
Can I take
my Falcons?
I would like 19 seconds on that game.
No.
Listen.
And go.
Okay.
1.
Grady Jarrett
2.
did not commit a personal foul, and we are officially out of pocket in terms of protecting the quarterback in this league. I am pro protecting the quarterback, but we are now over the line.
That was 18 seconds. Congrats.
Take the under.
My rebuttal? Yes, he did.
Oh,
yes, he
don't
did.
say that.
It's not the ref's fault. It's the rule. The referee simply enforces the rule.
No, that wasn't. That's not. I'm not. We're not going to go
Look
down.
at it right here.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. That's not the rule. The rule is if you throw him to the ground. His head didn't even touch the ground. He did not get thrown to the ground. He rolled over the player. The
Body
player
weight.
Yeah,
It's body weight.
we're asking 315-pound men. It's like get there, but then don't. Just soft. Nah. Like I'm sorry. Tom Brady was asked about it, and he didn't even defend it. Tom Brady's like, I don't throw the flags, man. I don't want to talk about this.
Yeah,
No,
he doesn't throw the flags.
We're out of pocket on this. We have absolutely that. And I don't think the Falcons would have won anyway, but they deserved a shot at it. They were going to get the
they
ball.
covered. Who cares? Let's go.
That's right. See, you're just worried about a pick six from Marcus Mariota and a backdoor cover. That's what you're worried about.
Even backdoor Little Joe.
Oh, my goodness. Bad beats. All right. 888-957-9570. Hey, Rich in Fremont. You're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing?
I'm working, man. I'm driving.
Yeah, us too.
I'm in pest control, so I got to drive a lot.
Oh, are you using like the orange oil or what's cooking now?
Actually, that's funny. I'm wondering if you got eyes on me. We actually do use orange oil. I look for orange.
Rich, I just, we got a connection with our callers and our listeners here. I just felt that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it must be.
All right.
Because you nailed it.
All right.
But I will say this much. I was just going to bring up, because the caller was talking about, if you, fight at work, you use your job, and you're absolutely right. You do, depending on where you work. But the thing is, I did want to point out the fact that I can't remember how long ago it was. It might have been a couple of seasons, but the Giants, and I believe they were either playing the Astros or the St. Louis Cardinals, but Giancarlo Stanton, I think it was, had stared down one of the pictures, and before you know it, bench is cleared, and you had just a complete melee out there on the field. And Buster Posey did not get involved. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe there were either some fines or some suspensions handed out. And I think that's probably the route that the front office of Warriors are going to take. And I think the reason why there's a delay is because they're trying to do damage control, And so, this has to be done very delicately just based on everything that's happened.
Well, I wonder, Rich, I appreciate it so much, and good luck with wherever you're going. Get there safely. Would those of you who are still wanting punishment, does a fine do it for you? What about that? I know you want a suspension, and I don't think you're going to get it because
you can only fine him up to $50,000. That's the maximum allowable fine.
Does that do anything for you?
No. What's that, a game for Draymond?
Probably not even, to be honest with you.
Well, he makes...
what does he make, 25 a year?
He makes, 25 divided by 82, so he probably makes, it's probably about...
I think it's, it is.
Carry the 3 divided by 2.
I mean...
Somewhere in there.
Well, 25 is going to go into 82 like about 3.5 times, a little bit less than that. So, multiply or divide 25 million by that, and you'll get your answer. But
right.
it's more than $50,000. It's more than $50,000 is the answer.
I think for me, an appropriate punishment would be a suspension of 10 to 15 games. And quite frankly, it would be, and I don't know if they can inflict mandatory anger management counseling. I don't know if the Players Association allows that measure of a punishment, but that's what he needs. And I know that they want to handle it in-house, and unfortunately they can no longer handle it in-house because the horse has left the barn, and we all have seen what we've seen. My future mother-in-law has seen the video. I mean, it's that viral. She has no great interest in the NBA, but she had heard about the incident and wanted to see the incident.
Right. I got text messages from all kinds of non-sports fans and sort of sports fans, and everybody wants to know about it. By the way, a little bit over $300,000 per game. Draymond Green.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're going to fine him $50,000.
You're going to fine him
which
like
is
part of the first quarter.
That's it. Ooh, that's going to really leave a mark.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's a way to leave a mark other than what the mark is that's already been left. Do you know what I mean? Like there's no
mark.
His team doesn't like him right now.
Oh boy, what a punishment!
It's a huge punishment.
You think that
this guy needs to regain trust within the
but
organization?
Do you think he gives a crap about how liked he is?
Draymond, this is legacy stuff, man. This is like. I mean,
his legacy has been solidified already.
Well, but
4-time champ, DPOY,
right? But
ref hater.
But things can change a legacy. Things can change a legacy. Like there are many fans in the Bay Area who right now, if I said, by the way, at the end of this year, we're doing a statue for Draymond Green. How you feel about that right now? You feel differently about it than you did last Monday, for sure. Like, and that's what I'm talking about. And I know that can't be part of the punishment because that's emotional.
Well, at least now you have the pose for the statue. Lead with the right hand statue.
Imagine.
Do you think that this costs him a chance to be in the Basketball Hall of Fame?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Then it's not legacy altering.
Well, but I mean,
do you think this costs him a chance to be Charles Barkley's heir apparent on TNT?
Yes, I do. I do, absolutely.
Do you think this costs him his Subway endorsement?
I don't know.
It doesn't cost him anything,
I don't know.
Honestly.
No, but I'm not talking about any of that stuff. I'm talking about the way he is beloved and viewed by his fan base. That has changed. The way his teammates view him and see him has changed. That absolutely matters to a person. Neff in Santa Clara, next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Neff, what are you doing?
What's up, Willard? Right about now, I'm on a scissor lift about 10 feet up in the air running some copper lines in a data center.
No joke. You are calling us from mid-air right now.
I wouldn't say mid-air, but I would say I'm elevated up on a platform that I'm securely locked in on.
And you took time to talk to us. I am so honored. Thank you, sir.
Well, you guys took the time to answer my call today. I want to call into your guys' show all the time, but you guys are such busy men, and everyone wants to get a piece of you guys. You're such hard to get a hold of.
We're trying, man. We're trying. You keep calling us from 10 feet up in the air, we're going to move you to the front of the line.
I just want to give a quick shout out to both of you gentlemen, though. You guys make my 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock hours really something else. Currently, I'm a Raider fan right now, and I listen to Raider Nation Radio, and when they're off air, I throw you guys on, and you guys are just, I give you a chef's kiss every day. Swear to God, you guys
appreciate you.
Nice.
And I love that you said you're a Raiders fan right now. Is that going to change at 9 o'clock tonight?
Yeah. Exactly.
I didn't mean to say right now. I meant to say I'm listening to your guys' station right now.
Got it.
I got a Raiders tattoo on my arm. I'm not going anywhere, guys.
Okay, good.
But I just wanted to hear this. I wanted to hear this from you, Willard, just because you were so adamant on the fact that you believe that none of the Warriors players want him gone. You're Exhibit A. Steph Curry, you're certain he doesn't want him gone. Okay, I'll take that, but I just want to hear from you. What if that's not the case? Just what if? Give me the big old what if hypothetical. Please, just entertain me. What if Steph Curry does want him gone? We just don't know. What if Andre Iguodala thinks that he should be gone as well? We just don't know. Again, we could go back and forth with these hypotheticals. I just want to know your opinion. And I will listen to your comments after I hang up the phone.
There you go. There you go.
It's a great tick from the scissor lift.
I mean, man, he's 10 feet in the air with truly an up tick. Anyway.
Nice. It's a 3.
So all I can say is if they truly felt that way, then their voice in the room would matter. But it's not the only voice in the room. We're talking about somebody who is locked into north of $50 million. We're talking about somebody who is a key piece to the goal that they're trying to achieve. Obviously, ownership and management and everything is going to have to figure an exit strategy out if that's what they all wanted to do. But not only what Steph said last week, I'll also interject with what I've known athletes to be like through the years. Athletes can overlook a lot of personal stuff if they feel like that helps them get to their goal. That's the norm, right? I mean, let's go to when we were talking about Nick Bosa's politics and Richard Sherman 3-4 years ago. You can get by a lot of stuff if you feel like, right, we can do something special together on the field that's going to benefit all of us. And my guess is, to a certain degree, that is still relevant in this conversation right here.
You look past it, though, how many times before you finally get to the point where enough is enough?
That's the question.
To see Steph up there on the dais and to look at the exasperation that he was showing, I don't know if he hasn't reached that point now.
Steiny and Guru are going to hop in here. We got more time for your calls, and we will make that Monday night selection, Chiefs and Raiders. It's all around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Sensation for Wiggins. Once again, the Bays team is the best team.
The only place to hear Golden State Warriors basketball.
Holy cannoli.
95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Jose today, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we rolling. Chiefs and Raiders tonight. Chiefs minus a tuggy. You like the Raiders, huh?
Yes, I do.
Patrick Mahomes has one hell of a history against the Raiders.
22-3 in the division, I think.
And against the Raiders, he's been at his absolute best.
Yeah,
against
I just
any
thought
of
the
those
number was
opponents.
too
Yeah.
high. I thought
It
7
might
was
be.
too many.
It might be. I mean, in most games this year in the NFL, the number is too high. It absolutely is. And by the way, you want to know what's really kicking so far this year in the NFL? Your favorite.
Home dogs.
No. Unders.
Unders, yeah.
Unders. Unders are absolutely crushing. You got teams like the Broncos out there who just, what a waste of paint on those end zones. Seriously. Just leave them green.
Totally.
You don't need to do anything with that. But I don't know. This one's tough. But I'm going to stick with Kansas City on this one. This one feels like a roller coaster game for the Raiders. Bad timing to show up in KC for Monday Night Football at one of the most difficult road environments. The Raiders are just finally getting their feet underneath them. Got their first win last week. That's great, but I don't know. How does that defense do anything to Mahomes in this situation? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around.
I like the Raiders' chances though to match them score for score, keep it close, and be able to hang in a high-scoring affair. I don't like the under in this one. Actually, you talk about unders have been the plays. The number tonight's got to be 50, 51.
52.
Yeah,
52.
So that's a big number. I like a 35-31 kind of a ball game. Raiders lose, but they keep it close. Oof. I'll take the Raiders in the 7.
Okay, all right. Over 52. And by the way, the official number right now there's been a big movement. It has moved to 7.5. That is a very, very, but the number that we bet it at the beginning of the week is at 7. So if you're going to go do something about it now, it has officially moved to 7.5. Steiny and Goo going to get in here in just a second. Always look forward to their thoughts. Get over to Twitch, YouTube, so you can watch the fun of the changeover as well. And also back to your phone calls, Jonathan in San Francisco with Willard Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
I'm just enjoying this federal holiday on schedule today. And
not a bad.
Home listening to you guys like always. I just want to say, man, you know what Draymond Green did in practice? You know, I know it's a workplace environment, but it's a different kind of workplace environment. And based on like ex-players and current players interview, like it might not be foreign that this thing happens. I know it's, you know, it shouldn't happen, but it's not foreign. But that said, I think what Draymond Green did kind of gave the Warriors leverage on what they want to do with him. But after his contract, you know, he's still in contract for this year, next year, and I think for the bigger scope of things, man, their goal is to win more championships, right? So for the next 2 years, I don't think they're going to do anything, man, because if you want to win championships, you want Draymond Green on your side if you want to attain that goal. So he's not going anywhere, and they're going to ride this thing and rise above it.
So I agree across the board in terms of where this goes next. I think at least in the beginning, because there's some unknown around the corner in terms of how everybody, namely Jordan Poole, handles this.
Yeah.
But I think they try to navigate it. That's how they'll start, and then we'll see where it finishes. But and he can save this also, but if I'm Bob Myers, Joe Lacob, again, I think Draymond somewhere along the road ended up just helping them out because they had a financial issue. They were going to have to get rid of someone. It's going to be really hard to pitch to the fan base, whoever they were going to get rid of. And now you know.
Well, it's 2 years down the road, though. And I think
maybe could also be a year down the road.
It could be
if it's
today.
a trade.
I mean,
yeah, it could be.
It could be at any time, and that was always in play. And in terms of the long-term play 2 years from now, well, there's a lot still there. Poole has to get done. Wiggins will be up. Klay Thompson's up after 2 years, and Draymond Green. So it's more than just, okay, this solves the Draymond Green question because now you won't keep him and you'll keep everyone else. Well, not so fast. Jordan Poole, it seems, based on what Steve Kerr said, talking about how he expects Jordan Poole to be a part of this for a long time, it feels like they're going to keep Jordan Poole. No word on the Wiggins front. That is one that I always thought that Andrew Wiggins would play out his contract and they wouldn't re-sign Andrew Wiggins. But that was, for me, thinking about them keeping Draymond Green long-term, which I don't believe now is going to be a part of the plan. But if you're Draymond Green, and we talked about this before the video came out, before the punch even was thrown, would Draymond Green opt in with his player option after this season? And I think if you're Draymond Green now, absolutely
virtual
you
certainty.
opt in.
Yeah, virtual certainty. So that actually would be my question. I don't think they would answer it. But if I could get to a capologist type of a question, if you do sign Jordan Poole to an extension now, but it doesn't kick in till next year, right? Okay, but it's going to kick in next year. Then Draymond Green opts in. You've already got Klay and Steph under contract. Is it even possible to have a conversation with Andrew Wiggins just about next year?
Sure.
Sure. Without the luxury tax. The taxes would knock you up to $400 million, maybe more. So, granted, you could have Draymond come off the books the year after that, and maybe Klay too. Who knows what's going on with his body?
Klay won't be making $44 million.
But for 1 year, for even 1 year, could the Warriors, I know that they're allowed to, but would they be willing to fit all of those players at once?
For 1 year, depending on how this year goes, let's say this year they get close to winning a championship, or they win another championship.
Yeah.
If they win the chip this year, you're damn right they do it next year. They bring the whole band back. Remember, Kelly Oubre Jr., do you know what they paid Kelly Oubre Jr.?
Yeah, I know what it ended up being. $80 million.
Right,
but also remember this whole idea, if they win a championship, they'll extend and spend and bring everybody back. Ask GP2 and Otto Porter if that's how it works, because it doesn't always. Joe Lacob does have a budget. He does. We don't want to hear it, but he does, and he's told us that he does.
But those guys are not. Otto Porter is not Draymond Green, and GP2 is not Klay Thompson.
No, they're easier to re-sign. They're cheaper. They're even cheaper.
Cheaper, but more expensive when you add in the luxury tax payments that you have to go ahead and pay them.
What if Wiggins plays all year like he did in the postseason last year? What do you think he's going to command at the end of the year at age 27?
He probably end up being a max player somewhere.
Wow. Yeah, you're talking about 40, 50. Like, I don't know. I'd love to see it.
Well, if they win the championship, Joe Lacob would love to see it.
Even if they don't, even if they're just right there, I don't know if it comes down to just winning the ring. But anyway, Willard and Dibs, great stuff today. And now we expect that much more as we welcome in Steiny and Goo on another. And today it is as acceptable as ever. Because
you are the fashion
because the Dallas Cowboys have defeated the Los Angeles Rams. So 49er Nation would like to thank the Dallas Cowboys, number one. And number two, did you know I am this close to predicting the Cowboys and 49ers playing in the NFC title game this year against one another? Because those are the two best defenses in football.
No doubt. And I told you guys last week, same bad time, same bad channel. It's just something about watching good NFL D more so than offense because of the rules. But you're right, both of those teams, they're getting after it. And when you see it and you know. And defense travels. I don't got to tell you guys that. So we could see that. Where? That'll be determined. Last year it was in Big D, but we could have a rematch of the 1981 NFC Championship game.
Was that your Cosell?
Turn your mic on.
Anybody else worried, though, that maybe 3 NFC East teams have a better record than the Niners?
No.
It was supposed
Giants,
to be the worst
Eagles,
division
Cowboys.
I know. I will. I'm buying Cowboy stock. I'm not buying Giant stock yet.
Even at 4-1,
Which Giants team is a bigger fluke? This Giants football team or the 107 win
what about
Kepler
Nightingale?
Giants?
I told Steiny about Nightingale. His report. Trey and Judge.
I was talking about, I was trying to trigger Mark with which Giants team is a bigger fluke. The answer is
it worked, but I got over it.
And Kepler's Giants are the bigger fluke.
I got over it.
Well, it depends. I mean, if the Giants go 14-3...
And then get knocked out in the first game. Yeah, no doubt.
What can I get for the parlay? I would love some odds on this, but I'll take the parlay right now that 3 weeks from now the Giants are 4-4.
I wouldn't bet you because I believe it.
Anybody want it?
I wouldn't bet
Anybody want it?
Without seeing the schedule, I would probably still do it anyway.
I'll tell you the schedule. Next week they host the Ravens.
The
week after that they go on the road to Jacksonville. And the week after that they're on the road in Seattle.
They'll win one of those games.
Okay, so what's the bet? Let's go. I want the parlay.
What does that mean?
I have to be right. Like, if they win any one of them, I'm wrong. I'm asking for three. I got to win all 3 games.
So they're going to be
I'll take the Ravens, Jags, and
against
Seahawks.
The Ravens.
No dogs. This is about
I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm trying to put perspective into just your risk here.
Okay.
Because they're heavily favored to lose against Baltimore.
I don't know about heavily. Are they? What's the number?
It's probably they're going to be at least 5.5 point dogs, I would imagine.
At home?
Against the Ravens? Sunday morning?
Maybe.
At Jacksonville?
I can give you that number already, by the way.
At Jacksonville will probably be close.
To the Texans.
Okay, yeah, 5.5. Ravens are favored by 5.5.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You said at least 6, so. Anyways,
I said 5.5 or 6.
Oh, dude. Hey, does he do this kind of thing to you all the time?
What's funny is he'll throw
it's
something
literally
out.
your show. What are you talking about?
He throws something out, and then I answer him, and then he says, but you didn't say so-and-so. It's like,
Willard, I know how you feel.
I just said that. Earlier today, we were talking about which teams have used 3 quarterbacks. I said the Patriots. And then he goes on, you didn't mention the Patriots.
Yeah, I challenged that.
The Patriots.
He thinks he said the Patriots.
Let's go to the tape.
Anyway.
I mean, I noticed today at 9
Jacksonville?
o'clock, Willard stuck it in me. Oh, baby, Mila. It sounds like making a Steiny noise in the middle of the night. Well, that's not good. You wouldn't want to hear that.
Yeah. By the way, that was 9:30, not 9. So,
look at
get
you.
your facts straight. Get your facts straight.
9:45. What are you doing?
9 o'clock. We're on the changeover. I wouldn't bring content like that to the changeover.
It's too important.
Yeah.
Giants and Jags, coin toss. Giants and Seahawks, also a coin toss.
Seattle with a little offense.
Seattle is like, they're interesting.
They are.
They're like, I don't know what to do with them, but draft them on fantasy. Like, oh my God. Geno Smith is like, boy, if anybody has ever won a trade, Seattle trading Russell Wilson.
They must have knew something.
Good God. I don't know about how that's going to play out over the next 5 years.
Exactly.
But, oh my gosh, Geno Smith literally straight up looks better than Russell Wilson. It's
Do
not
you
close.
just wake up and you don't have it? I've never had enough game to know when it leaves you. But
there are
what
players who
happened to
lose
Russell?
it pretty quickly.
Man, they had to see it. I was laughing. Geno Smith, Drew Lock even, and now they're going toe-to-toe with everybody.
Oh, my gosh.
Sierra.
Is that maybe that?
Well, okay.
Something going on at home?
What if,
Oh, yeah, women weakened legs. Shout out Rocky.
What if I took...
Because they don't run anymore.
First of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. What if I did like in the Russell Wilson situation to an Aaron Judge or anyone like... Here's one thing that does worry me about players. When you sign a contract that is essentially signaling this is the last big contract of your life, do you lose your edge? Because what are you playing for now? And I know people will say legacy and they just, they want to win. But when that is taken care of now for the rest of your career, and when Aaron Judge signs 8 years, that's it. It's one of the reasons, actually, I think it's one of the things that's in the Giants' corner because everyone's like, why would he leave New York and that launching pad to come to Oracle? Because who cares about his stats now? Who cares?
But Russ looks upstairs. It's mental. It's one thing when you run, you say, Willard's slowing down. But he looks punch drunk. Like he's not reading it. Wide open receivers.
Yes. Decision making.
Something's going on upstairs. That's not, Steiny, that ain't athleticism. That's the Wi-Fi stuff.
And he's losing that too because of his age. I mean, I would think that, to me, the truly greats of the great, the money doesn't matter. So,
but it always does, doesn't it?
If Steph Curry signs another contract,
less forever.
But what I'm talking about is for the greats. Steph Curry, Jordan was like this. Bird and Matt, like the money was it was. Curry is not going to change one sliver of his routine if he got broken off another $200 million next year.
But that's the NBA where once you're a max player, you already know. Like, I've always wondered, I'd love to be in a negotiation with Steph Curry or Kevin Durant. How does it go? We already know what the number is.
Blank check here.
Well, the funny thing is with Curry, Lacob didn't give him the max as his first offer.
The first time, right, because he wasn't there yet. But once you're a max player, you don't need to worry about those numbers anymore. Lamar Jackson, if he were in the NBA, we would all know exactly what the contract is. But instead, this guy's out here playing and running around in the middle of lines with no contract for next year.
Missing wide open receivers.
It's interesting because Deshaun Watson guaranteed money. He's got, 235 or whatever the number is guaranteed. Yep. How motivated will he be to go out and play? Well, the answer is very motivated because his reputation, his livelihood, I'm fighting for my life, his very thing. So you would expect him to come out and be different. Russell Wilson, he's already won. He's got a gorgeous celebrity pop star wife, and he's a happy man with his family and the whole deal. So what's his motivation?
But he's got a guy
point?
talking, Richard Sherman, saying he was part of the Legion of Boom who got him to those heights. And now Russ by himself, because I'm hearing the noise. I'm like, dude, you sound like a fool, Richard. Come on. Now I'm starting to be like, was Richard right? Like, I thought Russ was that guy. I don't know. It's looking bad now.
I will say this: something is
a miss.
Really starting to settle in. I've never in my life seen a professional athlete.
Wow.
I have never seen a professional athlete come to the television set to play and have scores of his ex-teammates gather around to laugh.
Oh, man.
I've never seen that before in my life in any sport. And
former teammates who are basically like, see?
Wow.
That speaks very loudly to me.
What's the problem?
I don't know.
They said he got special treatment. He wasn't held to the standard.
That ain't his fault.
And inauthentic. I think
Mr. Unlimited.
I think that's the deal. I think
ask his first wife how she feels about him. You know that story.
I don't.
College sweethearts, and once he became Russell Wilson, he got the chicken in Seattle. He dropped her like a hot potato. Like, boop.
Who played the guy?
Like the way Mark
like
name drops after a weekend of Fox Radio.
Like going from a podiatrist to a neurosurgeon.
Basically.
Inauthentic, ego run amok.
But I'm concerned about what I'm watching. I had him as one of the greats. Should have 2 rings. It was his fault they didn't get it, even though it was a bad play call. But right now, so knock. Russell ain't answering. Something is not home. Man. So I don't know where they go.
Richard Sherman just went off on Thursday Night Football.
Dude,
just give it a break, Amazon. Did you see that whole shtick?
Why am I laughing so hard? I watched every second
Whoever was
of
playing Thursday Night Football, they didn't run the ball. They passed it. Yeah, Denver. Instead of passing it.
Oh, 4th and 1.
Yeah,
they passed
he was
it. Right.
But Richard
totally
Sherman carrying on in the set, like, I'm still not over it.
Did you
and now
see
we got
it?
to come over. We got to console him. He's such a phony. Miss me with Richard Sherman.
I think a lot of people who've been around
hypocrite.
Russell Wilson think he's.
I know
the
y'all
phony.
trying to get out of here, but can I share with you 3 what I did Saturday?
Yeah.
About 12:30, I get a text from the boss. You want to go to Spaces? I am not happy that this Draymond situation happened. I am not. But I am fixated on how vile it was and the other part of the domino, which is Jordan Poole. We did Spaces, guys. It went almost 2 hours. People were lined up. They got an opinion. And I'm watching the game last night like I told Steiny this, like I've never watched it before. And, guys, I just don't, like, if I were to tell you Jordan Poole has all the leverage, he's earned everything they were going to give him if they deem him the future. But Steve Kerr's comments after, to me, Mark, tells me we're siding with Jordan Poole. What that means for Dre, I don't know, but I've been a part of a team. I'm not perfect. I'm a teammate here with you guys. And if we get in verbal stuff, I'll send a text at nighttime, maybe 3 hours after, but because it bothers me, how can Jordan Poole look at that man again in practice, Dibs, in a game, Steiny, and just in general on a plane? Like, some relationships sever, and if this were the one that Jordan said is him or I would just put my hands up like, son, talking about Jordan, I'm not even mad at you.
I said mostly the same thing, where if Jordan Poole doesn't want to forgive Draymond Green, I can't blame him for that. Now, obviously, it would be great if Jordan Poole was able to come out at some point and say, we've worked through it. He made a mistake. He's apologized it. We're going to move on. I personally, Steiny, I couldn't do that. And this is a 22-year-old kid who got knocked out and embarrassed on a global level. And we're not expecting him, but the best case scenario would be for this young man to swallow his pride and accept the apology and move on. That's a big ask for anybody, let alone a 22-year-old.
It's a huge ask. And again, what I keep coming back to is the reason it's a tough ask. It wasn't a fight.
Right.
It wasn't a fight.
That's what I was saying.
It was an ambush.
Man.
And that makes it different. To me.
No, it does. I mean, like, you remember the name Mitch Blood Green?
Sure. Tyson got him.
Yeah. Mitch Blood Green and Mike Tyson. That was kind of a street fight.
Yeah.
Mitch Blood Green was trying to come over the hood to get at Tyson, and Tyson,
man,
that was a 2-piece, and it's like, okay, you kind of had that coming to you. That's embarrassing, but that 2-piece was well earned. This one is not that.
Yeah. I mean,
Willard, what are you doing?
Yeah, where are you at, Mark?
Man.
We won't know this until we hear from Jordan. This is where I'm at.
If Mark Willard was to interrupt.
Yeah,
so
but
if you were Jordan, would you be able to do it? I couldn't, Mark, and I'm being real. People keep saying, "Oh, Jordan will get past," because we're saying it's something that we never have to do or try to overcome.
Okay,
this is like
You're
you said, a
asking
big
me,
ask.
Could I get over this at some point?
Yes.
Yeah.
And be teammates with them again.
I think so, but that's me. And that's the only relevant answer here is what does Jordan think?
No doubt.
How's he wired? But there's a lot to consider here. I mean, it's not as simple as can Jordan get over it, or even like emotionally, can you get over somebody hitting you? There is a massive trickle down that is determined based on what they do next. I mean, if Jordan Poole's like, yeah, I can't do it, then it's like, okay, well, maybe we're not going to win any more championships. Like, It could be that A to B. Do you want that? Like, let me ask it a different way. Can anybody listening relate to the idea of having to grin and bear it at work with someone you can't stand?
Well, that's different. Why can't I stand you? You get on my nerves, but if you hit me and like Dib said, you humiliated me, I couldn't walk that walk.
I mean, can you coexist? It's not even work, because I actually went on something about 15 minutes, 20 minutes ago about, like, we got to stop this whole, like, if this happened at my workplace, the Warriors are not your workplace. Right. It's a very, very different thing. But just go to your life. Like, can you coexist? This could be an ex-spouse, whatever. Can you figure out how to function with somebody who drives you nuts?
I mean, in our line of work, it would depend. It would depend if I'm doing a show with you.
But it's not even. Forget work. Your personal life, anywhere, your family, right? You got two, like, family.
But what's the greater good, Mark? Like, why would I do that off the court? If it's a spouse that gets on my nerves, I wouldn't be with them.
Right, but you got kids together and you got to function, right? You got to plan the rehearsal dinner together.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? People do this stuff. So I'm not saying he should or shouldn't. I'm just saying it's not off the table that Jordan Poole can figure this out.
No. One small thing to me is when you think of a team, you got 12 guys and they're together all the time. All right, we got 12 guys who talk on the radio. Shasky, Bonte, you, Dibley, me, 12. Well, if I got a problem with Shasky, guess what? I got to overlap with him infrequently. So it's probably not going to be a big deal. With you two, it gets bigger. With Guru, probably can't do it.
Wow, man.
Because no, we can't do a show because he knocked me out.
So Jordan plays 41 games and Draymond plays 41 games. No changeover.
Good job,
Is that what we're saying?
It's with 3.
Okay, done. Figured it out.
You want the home games or you want the road games?
You know what stood out to me from this weekend was Steve Kerr. He's really angry.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. That's what I noticed too.
And see, that's the other thing. Yeah, Poole and Draymond. But what I'm starting to realize is Draymond's lost something with everybody. Like,
you heard Looney.
It was, to me, like, even Steve Kerr was out. Draymond, he's like, I don't know. Just, it's speculation. We'll see. Yep. Like, stop asking me what Draymond will do, has to do, may do, or won't do. I have no idea, and I'm sick of it. Like that kind of thing.
Yep. They're mad. They're really, really shook. Yeah, go ahead.
So and I'm not in position, but as a man, I've done things to where I know how I'm a professional apologizer. And all I can do Saturday after watching Draymond is say, would I have said that? What you said, did it move me? And for him to start the presser, you can tell me if I'm nitpicking, what day was that, Wednesday or Thursday? Like, I'm out already, Dre. You can't, was it Wednesday or Thursday? You're asking the media. So to me, like, little stuff minute like that lets me know, are you really sorry? Then we move on. To the part of him asking, and I mean what I'm about to say. I would say I went to Jordan's house. I called Jordan 5 times to let people know I have made effort to reach Mark. He won't take my calls because this is all, I'm fixated on trying to make this right. But to me, that would have played well. Draymond said, I ain't talked to him. I'll give him space. And to me, that just sends the message of, like, too short. You ain't really tripping.
Right.
Put some must. I don't know. I got some pushback. But, Mark, give me the, I called him. He won't answer my call. I even went to his house. He won't answer the door. To me, that's how severe this was.
I mean,
give us some of that.
He sent out an Instagram story from the front row of Mary J. Blige's concert.
Oh, man.
Smiling and having a great time.
Come on, man.
And I'm not here to say that you can't go live your life and have a good time.
I'm on the street,
but
man.
Instagram might not have been, hey, we have Mary J. Blige's
You're
show.
not in a bad mood, Dibs.
Come on, man.
You're not sick to your gut.
Probably a great show, too, Mary.
It probably was. Yeah, right up front.
You remind me.
Maybe Steph Curry's been talking to Jordan Poole, and Jordan told Steph, I'm not ready yet. And then Steph said, Dre, give him,
people say goo you over.
Just give him some time.
But at a minimum, there were some things at the press conference. Like, I thought for the most part, he said some things that were good and needed to be said, but there are little things. I'm with you, Goo. There are little things. The thing I spotlighted earlier is Draymond talking about the video.
Why?
And it being packaged in a way to make him look bad.
Yeah.
My man, you can't get mad at a video when you did.
There's no honor amongst thieves.
You can't get mad at the world because you're like, I'm mad that y'all saw what I did.
Dude.
You did it. You did it.
Right.
You have to be 100% mad at yourself. You have to be 100%.
Made that look like, he was framed,
Right.
He was trying to swat a fly. I mean, come on.
You were done wrong.
All he had to do is come out and say, I need help.
You've been saying
3 words. I need help. I'm going to get help. I'm going to work to apologize to Jordan, and that's where we're at. Because what he said about his own mom struck me. He's like, I feel bad for Jordan's parents.
Oh, it
He's
would have
like,
been problems.
Dude, if that happened to Draymond, what would Mary Babers Green do?
Pull up
strong.
Oh, yeah.
Pull up with a
I wonder what
that.
she did to Draymond.
Right.
What's her reaction to him?
Right.
But that's how deep this goes. I never thought about when they start playing and the families are together. Like, I didn't even think about that aspect.
Right.
That's heavy.
And what about other players where it's like, because Jordan likes to talk and Draymond likes to talk. It's like, you tell me other players aren't going to be bumping their gums to both of these guys about this
there's
incident?
no doubt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No doubt.
I mean,
absolutely.
Your boy Larry Bird would be licking his chops to talk trash.
The other thing, there's so much still pending. Like, was he fined? Was he suspended?
Mark,
Where
what
are
we
we
doing?
right now? The last thing Steve Kerr said, mutual. It's mutual. We're not taking time apart.
In-house.
Draymond seemed to suggest, hey, I'm going to take a couple days.
Yeah.
And
then I'll be there on ring night. I'll be there.
And I'm just like, maybe he doesn't get it yet, or maybe he does get it. And he's going to take a few. But this to me sounds more like I'm going to take 3 or 4 days off, come back, and I'll be ready to go.
Right. There's your punishment.
Then you're not.
So there was no
go ahead and
punishment.
skip the games for which, you don't really care and you're not really paid anyway. And we'll see you on ring night, eh?
That one I didn't get.
No.
Yeah, that's tough. All right, I got 3 words too. Time to go. Here we go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. And the San Francisco 49ers, they win. They're 3-2 now. 37-15 over the Cali. They stink, the Panthers. But I'm not taking anything away from the 49ers. If you're a 49er fan, think about how you've done pretty much a 180 in the last 2 weeks. So 49ers, till further notice, I think they're kind of sitting pretty. Yeah, the injuries.
Yeah,
we'll get into the injuries as the week continues.
But we had a Kittle sighting, Steiny. They went to him early
fumbled. You really hate that you finally get something from Kittle and he fumbles. Stuck it in.
But the good
No. Yeah. Why'd you do that? See, because that gets us off on a negative foot. And the reality is,
you did some TV this morning.
The reality is, Kittle had 5 catches, which is more than he's had, I think, since a playoff game last year.
And Jimmy on 3rd down was good again.
Yeah. That's a Super Bowl winning team right there, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, the defense is, and I'm sorry, Steiny, those things travel. I'm talking about the D, but if you don't get any turnovers from your quarterback or your offense, that's the formula to me. And there's 2 teams, Dallas and the Niners, that have those great defenses that we might see hooking up. I know it's week 5. You could say that, and I get it. It's week 4, Steiny, about to be week 5, but week 5. They're 3-2. Week 6 coming on, but they look good yesterday.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to talk 49ers. We're going to talk about the 49ers during the show. We got Low Neal coming up at 1 o'clock. But the story in sports is still Draymond Green. There's just no doubt about it. And Draymond Green talked to the media on Saturday, and we're going to play a lot of that sound from what Draymond Green had to say, because I don't think a lot of people heard it on a Saturday. That's kind of the way it goes. But Draymond Green spoke and Steve Kerr spoke, and we'll play all of it during today's show at one point or another. But Steve Kerr is so visibly annoyed. It just comes through It comes through in everything he says. And the one thing that I've been thinking about the Draymond Green situation is we really have no idea what's going on. And yes, it could be as simple as Draymond's going to be gone for a week and then he comes back and Jordan Poole says he can get over it and let's go try to win a title for the second time in 2 years. But also, I look at Steve Kerr and nothing would surprise me at this point. If the Golden State Warriors announced we're voiding Draymond Green's contract and he is a free agent immediately, we're waiving him, conduct detrimental to team. I'd be like, oh my God.
That's how heavy this was, though, man. Okay.
But okay.
Yeah.
Or let's say, Steve Kerr could resign. Just say, you know what, I'm done. This is ridiculous. I'm sick of dealing.
He looked that distraught, Steiny.
Exactly. So now, maybe none of those things will happen. I have no idea, but that's what I'm getting at. Nobody knows really where, and I'm going to say we are, because I'm just putting myself in Kerr's. Nobody knows where we are except the people in that room.
What if I told you this, and I agree with everything you said? Am I overstepping my bounds as a fan? Forget 95.7 The Game, and I work here, Steiny. As a diehard Warrior fan, I feel like the one thing we know is a lot of Warrior fans and basketball people feel like Dre is untouchable, Elliot Ness. And as bad as this situation is, I feel like I'm Jordan Poole. And maybe I need to take a step back. But if I'm Jordan Poole, I have this thought. Why should it be up to me? Protect me from that. That's one. And two, I got to be honest with you, Steiny. It's not irritated, but I feel like he's getting a pass in this. What do you mean a couple days to go do what? That's fine, but where's the heavy hand? Where's the you're not allowed for umpteen days? And I'm not a guy just, I'm going to feel good if that happens to him. But can you understand how I feel like he's walking on this?
Yes. I could see how
and I guess I'm a bit irritated.
I could see how a Warrior fan would look at this situation and say, man, it doesn't look like Draymond Green's going to pay the price again. I could see that for sure.
And what about Jordan and about Steve Kerr? You are right. I saw it. But can I ask you your thoughts on this? Him going out of his way last night to say Jordan Poole is a big part, Tom Hanks big, of the Warriors' future? Now, that makes sense. And Jordan Poole, we know what steps he's taken in his career in the game, arrow pointing up. But do you think that was a message to Draymond about we know who's going to be here and it's Jordan Poole? Now, Jordan can say, hey, whatever y'all want, it's over, I'm out of here later on. But to me, Steiny, that was a shot.
I mean, the bottom line is that Jordan Poole can be extended in the next 8 days. So if Jordan Poole is extended in the next 8 days, whether it was a pointed sign or not, everybody's going to take it as a sign that they are on Team Poole.
Wow.
And it'll be hard to deny that if you're the Warriors. Now, Stephen A. Smith is reporting that Draymond Green's expecting this to be the last year as a Warrior, which means he would opt out at the end of the year. But that still's a year away, and these guys got to figure it out right here and right now. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. My question is simple. What do you do with Draymond Green, if anything? Do you suspend him? Do you fine him? Do you tell him to stay away for a certain number of games? Or when Draymond Green says he's ready to come back, do you say we're going to welcome you with open arms? What's going to happen with Draymond Green? What should happen with Draymond Green? 888-957-9570 is the number. And this is 95.7 The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
At the 21-yard line, Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco team.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Listen to Kelvin. What he's about to say could change your life.
I'm 6'2", and I was about 290. I lost weight fast. I trimmed down. Now I'm about 235. I'm probably at about 9, maybe 10% body fat. That's great. I lost probably at least 60 pounds in probably 3.5, 4 months. Color of my hair is coming back. Skin looks better. Obviously gaining muscle. My muscle mass is coming back. Thank you for providing an awesome product. Somebody who actually has and does what they say they will. That's awesome.
That's great, Kelvin. Losing that belly fat in less than 4 months is outstanding. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been changing men's lives, like Kelvin, and can help you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve your lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper?
And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you.
Yes, you said something with
7 years old?
No, it was right.
Is it because I missaid Guru for the first time in 7 years?
Some people said Daryl the Doo-Doo Johnson, so it sounded like you were about to say that, and I'm up here laughing at it. But anyway.
Who would say? Well, I have no.
People on. Yeah, got one guy.
Good fellas, I apologize.
All right, I accept.
All right, Draymond Green talked on Saturday. I know a lot of you guys have not heard that, so we're going to play some of it right now, then we're going to take some calls. But Draymond Green talked to the media on Saturday, and here he's talking about the ring ceremony.
You know, we just won a championship. In 9 days, 10 days, there will be a ring ceremony. My family will be here. His family will be here. I'm sure they'll be here. And quite frankly, that's an elephant in the room. That's something that, it's weird, and on a night where it should be celebration and love, and it still will be, but there is like this dark cloud in the room, and I caused that, so I apologize to his family and just what they've had to deal with over the course of the last 24 to 48 hours. I will do what I have to do to make that right.
All right. Said the right thing, right?
You know what? Again, Steiny, you've been working with me 5 years. I'm not perfect. I just think he talks too soon. And I'm going to say this. If I were him and I did that, I would say, you know what, people? I was so over the top and I embarrassed myself, this organization, and my family. I don't even deserve to be at ring night. And tell me what world I'm in, Steiny, to where maybe that's what I want, some more sincerity. And I can't say he wasn't, but to me, those are the measures to where Jordan Poole can look around on ring night and drive home and be like, dude wanted to be here. It took everything he had not to be a part of this. That's the type of stuff to win Jordan back. And maybe that's not enough, but to say, I don't know if I'm a play, I don't know, Steiny, again, maybe I'm being naive, but those are the things to me I would like to hear if I'm Jordan Poole that would mean something. Am I crazy? I'm going to remove myself from ring night. Steiny, I don't deserve to be there.
I mean, it all, to me, depends on Jordan Poole. What's Jordan Poole able to do?
Is there anything bigger than this task?
It's asking it's asking Jordan Poole to turn the other cheek. Is more Draymond from Saturday.
I've heard reports that, it's over a contract or him getting an extension or me getting an extension. I can assure you I don't count other people's pockets, number one. And so that's not something I would ever start doing. The way I was raised, that is simply hating on another man's situation. And that's something that you just don't do.
All right. I mean, that's to me irrelevant, whether it was about money or not. Doesn't really matter what was at the heart of the issue for those two. We'll take a call?
Yeah.
Let's go to Jay. Then we'll get back to this sound. We'll get back to Jay in San Bruno. Hey, Jay, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Doing well.
All right. I just want to talk about Draymond. I think the biggest punishment for Draymond would be to miss the ring night. I mean, he does all this talking about being tough, and he's never punched another player, but he punched someone who he went to a finals with and won it with. So to me, Dre kind of lost me there.
Fair enough. Thanks for the call, Jay. Appreciate it. So, I went golfing all weekend, so I was around 10, 12 guys. And
that's a big group.
8 one day, 4 the other.
Yeah. What'd you shoot?
Saturday, we played 27 holes. We were in a competition, so there's a lot of best ball, so I don't really have a personal
How'd you
score.
do? How'd you
I played
feel?
well. I
Okay,
won
there you
money.
go. Whoa.
Yeah, I won money, if that's what you're asking.
All right.
And then yesterday, just played 86 yesterday.
All right.
Had one real bad par 3.
Put your chins up, your heads up. You're in good spirits.
Hell yes. Hell yes. Where was I?
With the group, and you were talking about this?
With the group. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you something. Everybody is talking about Draymond Green. And now, you know about how old I am, and so naturally, I have a lot of friends who are in my age group, and I was pretty surprised at how many of I don't want to call it the older generation, but the very mature generation, age-wise at least. A lot of these guys were done with Draymond. Like, just done. Like, you get to a certain age, kind of like ours, and the violence, you just don't want to see it anymore. Right. It's gross. It's disgusting. And so a lot of my buddies were saying, this should be it, man.
Wow.
Just, it's time. My one buddy, Dave, he's like, look, I just think it's time. It's been a good run, but it's time. It's time. It's time to move on from Draymond. I was surprised, but definitely more than half the guys were like, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
And I'm just preparing you because you're already in it. Up until 3 o'clock, Steiny, and we did it with Willard and Dibs. The $1 million question is, what if Jordan Poole was a part of your golf? Like, that's the other part. I keep saying, how's he going to react? But could it be fair, or is it okay for me to ask you, he shouldn't have to face that question? Because normally, if Dre was removed, he could move on and not have to face what we're asking him, which is a big ask to me.
No doubt.
Steve Kerr saying he's a part of our future, that meant to me, if he takes it, he ain't going nowhere, Jordan Poole. And we already talked about what was the slogan of this season, somebody's not getting the bag. And I don't know, you didn't say it. I thought maybe some of that punch and that animosity was him looking at Jordan Poole like, you might affect my future, but Draymond, to his credit, said that wasn't, that wasn't in his mind. But I'm going to say this. There's a lot being said about Draymond, and he mentioned it, was going through some stuff off the court. And here I go, Steiny. Do you know how much I go through off the radio with you, and I don't bring that to work, and you don't know?
No,
like, that's not good enough.
You tell me everything about it. It's just off the air. Well, I know what you're everybody's got stuff.
That's not an excuse, people.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
What about the concert, him at the concert, Mayor J?
Just a bad look.
That's all. We can't tell you what to do.
Exactly.
But that don't look remorseful.
In fact, that kind of looked like Andre Iguodala. I kind of do what I want.
Where's he at?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
So am I wrong, Dad? No, you said it's a good question. Where's Andre?
Such a good question. I'm not really sure.
Cut that.
Ron in Oakland. What's up, Ron? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Matt? What's up, Guru?
How are you?
Hey.
Doing good. Now, I'm with your golf pals, Matt. I'm out on Draymond, man. I mean, enough is enough, man. You can't give him the benefit of the doubt anymore. And then the Mary J. Blige, that was like the nail in the coffin for me, man. When I seen him at the Mary J. Blige concert, I'm like, come on, Trey. I'm not saying you got to go stick your head in the sand, but man, dude, you don't care. Your actions show it. So, no, to me, I think let Draymond do Jordan Poole a fool. That's the least we could do for Jordan. Jordan should have to make a decision on whether he wants to play with Draymond or not. They should just get rid of Draymond. They take that out the equation and don't put any more pressure on Jordan than he has already. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Ron. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Abdel Gadero from YouTube says he can't leave his house. No.
Who?
Draymond. It's not about that. It's just having to know it'll be I want to go to the concert, Steiny, like I want to go to ring night, but I'm not because I effed up. I knocked the hell out of my teammate. I'm embarrassed. I don't deserve to be at a concert letting the world know I'm having a good time or I'm in good spirits. Sometimes you got to take a play off, even if you don't want to, but for PR. So don't tell me he's sorry if you still going out dancing. Like if I'm Jordan Poole and saw that IG, like this the dude that hit me, huh?
Yeah. That's why it's all coming down to Jordan Poole, as far as I'm concerned. It's going to come down to Jordan Poole and how he feels about this. Here's more Draymond. This is just Draymond. Take a listen.
You know, I am a very flawed human being, and I think I personally know those flaws better than anyone. The work that I've done to correct those flaws, I think, has been tremendous, and yet there's still a very long way to go. I think that's a constant work in process. I am a constant work in process, and I'll continue to do that work. I think the day that took place, I was in a very, very, very bad space mentally, dealing with some things in my personal life that, you know, I can't sit here and say like, oh, you're dealing with some things in your personal life that didn't shorten your temper, that didn't, you know, that didn't change your reaction in moments. Like, all those things are tied together, and I think that's where you get to see the human being side of us, you know, where if you are dealing with something, when you step on the court, it just doesn't go away. You know, that's the same brain, that's the same body that is dealing with something that's now stepping onto that court. And as a leader of this team, I needed to have a better feel for myself and just know and understand like where my wicks in was, and you know what could possibly push me the wrong way. And quite frankly, I didn't handle that well, and I failed as a leader. And in turn, I failed as a man, I failed as a leader, and in turn, it's led to this.
Man, my feeling on everything he said Saturday was he said all the right things Saturday, but that's the bare minimum.
Okay.
And he can't do anything by virtue of his mouth that will prove that he can get this under control. The only thing that'll prove if he can get it under control is if he gets it under control. And that's kind of where I heard Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr was being asked about, he was asked by Monty Poole, will you just integrate Draymond back in when he can't? Kerr was like, that's just speculation. I don't know. We'll see. He is.
Wow, man. That's what he said and how he said it. What word? You already said it. I used distraught.
Yeah, he's just
disappointed.
He's over it.
And what about Loon Dog saying he's got to win our trust back? My question to Looney is, we got 82 games to play and trying to defend our title. When does that happen? And how would that happen, Steiny? Hey, Jordan, go get on his nerves every day for the next 15 days, see if he strikes you. Like, how do you get that trust back?
Grow up.
You know how many marriages are over because one decision, somebody made the wrong decision? You don't get a second chance.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know where this goes. And the reason nobody knows where it goes because there's a lot of information out there we don't have. Like, is he suspended right now? Steve Kerr basically said this is a mutual decision for the team and Draymond to stay apart. Are they just giving themselves time to what?
Wow.
To trade Draymond?
Wow.
To decide what the discipline's going to be on Draymond, if any? To just give him space and Draymond will be back for ring night and nothing to see here.
Right.
I don't know.
And I'll say this to that, Steiny. Maybe it might be so heavy to what you're saying that that's where it's going. I have no idea of knowing. But right now, I know I'm not the only Warrior fan thinking he's skating right now. There is no punishment. And if it goes down the way, that road that you just mentioned, then that would explain why. But again, is his presence so overbearing to where they're scared of him as an organization to where you can't put the stamp of suspension on a vile act like that where he struck his teammate? And I watched that video again. I thought Jordan was looking at him when Jordan, you know, because it's getting louder, Steiny. When you put your hands, especially here in the town in San Francisco, the Bay, you put your hands on somebody, you got to be ready. This is a teammate. Jordan pushed him and then looked back at practice. He didn't think Dre was going to fire on him.
It was a cheap shot.
Steven Jackson.
It was a cheap shot. Let's not get it twisted.
Okay.
That's a cheap shot in any league. Matt in Oakland. What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny Guru.
Hey.
I don't call in often, but you guys are great. I want to change it up a little bit. I think what he did was clearly just outrageous and unacceptable, but I'm also a huge Draymond fan through the years, and I think even to the finals that he had some not great stuff, but also some key performances at key times. And so my question is, when you look at this team, and I saw that Poole scored 25 points last night, season, whatever, but who do you think's more important?
Yeah.
It is about championships. Who do you think's more important over the next 5 years? Probably too long of a horizon, but you get my question. I guess I'll leave it at that. And let you guys go with it. All right.
I mean, to me, it's easy. It's Jordan Poole.
You said easy.
Jordan Poole had 25 points in 23 minutes last night. Like, not every player can do that. Hell, Draymond can't score 25 in 3 games.
But the game's more than
cheap
just...
shot, I know.
Yeah, okay. Look
Yeah,
at
it's a
you.
cheap shot.
You know what you're doing. It's more than just buckets. What about the move behind the back? KD commented on that. I didn't find that fat. Like, I've seen Jordan do more.
Well, because he didn't dunk it. If it's not a dunk, you don't care.
Speaking of which, I sent you a video of
I
some
didn't
random...
see it.
You got to start hitting play.
No.
You're blocked.
Why don't you,
If
why
you're
don't
not
you
going
send
to
me-
watch my material...
Why don't you send me a video of a guy making a real fundamentally sound chest pass?
Oh.
That's what I'd like to see.
That ain't coming from me. Yeah. Well,
let's go to Bay Rob. Bay Rob's in Frisco. What's up, man?
What's up, Steiny and Goo?
Give it to us.
Hey, check this out. I'm just confused as y'all because I'm trying to figure out just something else. What escalated this for this dude to just snap like that? If we together every day, we play together, he look up as Draymond as his big brother. He's been mentoring this dude since day one, since this dude got here. So for him to do that, I'm really confused. I'm lost in the sauce, bro, on this one. And my only thing, go back to what you said, Guru, is it Draymond got the fear of, damn, I'm the man out? Because if you think about it, they won't. Steph Curry is off the table. Then the second golden child is Klay Thompson. So who would be out? It would be Draymond. So now here it is. Remember when Durant was there? Then the stuff happened with Durant because Draymond didn't know what was going to happen to him. Now here it is, Jordan Poole coming in. Now Draymond ain't going to know what's going to happen to him again. He's in the dark and he's lashing out. I just don't understand this dude. It's confusing, bro. You know what I'm saying? To do your little brother like that, it got me lost in the sauce. I wouldn't do none of my homies like that. Not over in the practice. You just see our dude came and walked over there. That was crazy. That's the least what we was expecting. And if anybody ain't gonna face, bro, that close, he was close enough to kiss him. I would have backed him up too. It ain't like he pushed him like that. He like, dude, back up. And for him to launch like that, that was least expected, bro. But that got me confused, man.
Appreciate it, Bay Rob. Appreciate it. I know what he's saying because Draymond Green did spend time Saturday talking about how Jordan Poole's still his guy. He loves Jordan Poole. He talked about how he's the reason Jordan Poole's locker is next to him because Draymond wanted to mentor him. So that's the other thing. If Draymond Green is somebody who's got a relationship with Poole that's a mentoring one, how the hell would Poole expect him to hit him in the face that quickly? If there was any kind of mentorship
And
there.
that's why I said he talked too soon. Because for your boy over here, it's nothing I needed to hear from Draymond. If that's love, I don't need it, bruh. If that's how you identify yourself as being a mentor, and again, this is not a push. Evander Holyfield, Thomas Hearns, give me one more. George
Roberto
Foreman, Roberto Nomas, they would appreciate that punch, man. That's how sinister it was. So your words, come on, man.
Let's go to Matthew and Martinez. What's up, Matthew and Martinez? How you doing? Lorenzo Neal coming up in 10 minutes. Lorenzo Neal, I'm sure he's seen a fight or two in his career. Though, again, let me stress, that was no fight. What's up, Matthew? How you doing?
Hey, doing good, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just like everybody else, I'm completely flabbergasted by Draymond's approach. I mean, if I'm Jordan Poole or I'm any of the young guys, I cannot be led by him. I think Draymond has lost all of his clout as a leader, and he was most valuable at this point in his career as a leader because his production number-wise is going down. And so if I'm Jordan Poole and I see, Draymond dancing and stuff and everything, I'm going to sign elsewhere next year. So if I was Lacob or Bob Myers, I'd go up to him right now and say, forget the tax bill or anything. We're signing you your contract. We'll foot it, but you're going to be the future and bridge the gap between the two generations. We want you here and we need you here. But instead, they're just dancing around Draymond's just terrible actions. And if I'm Jordan Poole, I'm saying that like, okay, they got Draymond's back and not mine. I'm walking. Thanks for taking the call. I'll take your comments off the air. Take care.
I mean, from an outsider's perspective looking in, acknowledging we don't know exactly what's going on in the inside, yeah, if Jordan Poole's like, no, I can't move forward. I don't think there's anybody that says, man, that's soft. That's weak. You ain't a team player. A team player would forgive Dre. You don't know that.
Please. Steiny, please. Yeah, you don't. I think we do know that. That's asking too much. And again, I'm wondering if that's why Coach Kerr and what we've seen of him is not his normal self, Steiny, is because he knows he played this game. And for the people that keep going to him and Jordan, he got off first. That means he fired first. So that's a fight. Forget the result. That's a fight. I swung at you.
Yeah. What should the Warriors do? See, the other thing that really complicates things is the video. I mean, it just does. By all the looks of things, it seemed like what the Warriors were setting up before the video got leaked was, it was a fight at practice. We'll handle it internally, and Draymond will probably be back over the weekend. Then the video comes out, and everybody sees that it's worse than just a punch. It's more like an attack, an ambush. Well, now the Warriors, they're in a tough spot now.
And Dre mentioned that. Did you like that?
What?
He hated that the video came out.
No kidding.
Right, but you can't say it up there.
Well, you know what? That doesn't bother me.
It didn't.
He was asked about the video leaking. He said, yeah, it kind of sucks that happened. But he also said the video is no excuse for me. Like, what I did was wrong.
Okay.
Like, yeah, the video is just out there. It stinks. And I'm answering your question because you asked me specifically about how I feel about the video being leaked. But the reality is the video being leaked doesn't matter because I was wrong. And I saw it and it looked awful. So, all right. I didn't mind his answer there at all. Joe in San Jose. Hey, Joe. What's up?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
No, I see it like this. If Draymond's in a bar and someone's jaw jacking to him, and he did that to him, then it'd be like, okay, that's what people do, But on a team have a brotherhood. You're on those planes, you're in them hotels, you're in the locker room for how many? 6 months. I mean, so you get to know each other. And then you're going to pull a stunt like that? I mean, that candle's about to burn out, Draymond. You might have to go work with your boss over there in L.A. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate the call, man. Yeah, Warriors might have to put Draymond out.
I'm just asking for accountability. For anybody out there, Goo, you being extra? I haven't seen that. Oh, you want Dre gone? No, I don't. But I do want this, Donnie. And I've been wanting this since this video dropped the other day. Accountability. And right now, the fact that we don't know for sure if this dude is suspended, I just feel like he's Frankenstein.
All right, we got Lorenzo Neal on the other side. We'll get into some 49er football, but we're also going to talk about what Draymond did to Jordan Poole and get the perspective of a professional athlete, not only a pro, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time, Lorenzo Neal. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience. To address all your BMW needs, visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Low Neal on the other side.
The Niners took down the Panthers.
Turning it upfield for the touchdown. Spilling in, Tevin Coleman, the veteran. Garoppolo on the money. Deebo Samuel.
The only place to be after each 49ers game.
San Francisco has got a little something going now. The 49ers with a big win on Monday night over the Rams. They back it up with a victory in Carolina.
Feels great, baby.
95-7. The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new, because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, he joins us every Monday at 1 o'clock. You can also hear him every Monday from 6 to 7 on the Football Hour with Sean Salisbury. Let's welcome him in. Lorenzo Neal. What's up, Lo? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? I love you boys.
I love you too.
All right. Hey, let's
love y'all. Here we go.
Yeah, before we jump into football, a video came out of Draymond Green at practice with the Warriors punching Jordan Poole. Here's where I'm going to start. Was that a cheap shot?
You know what? It's horrible. Let's just before we even go there. I'm with you guys and everyone that says, "Hey, look, this is horrible. This is something that should never happen. This is an action that you look at and you're like, come on, Draymond, you're our leader. That's not what leaders do. I don't care what someone does. You don't put your hands on another man. I get all that, and I know everything surrounding it. So I'm going to first set the precedent by saying what happened is inexcusable. It's wrong. You don't do that. On football, basketball, wrestling, it doesn't matter. Any sports, any walk of life, that's not the best way to handle something. So we all agree there. But when you talk about cheap shot, you can call it a cheap shot. You can say not a cheap shot. You can say, God, he got him. It was hit him flush on the jaw. But when you look at everything surrounding it, we just don't know what happened. I think that the worst thing that happened is the video came out. Because now we can all speculate. Now we all can look at it and say, oh, man, look at that. If someone would have said, hey, they got an altercation at it, you and Goo would have been like, man, I wonder what happened. Man, okay, they'll get over it. This stuff happens. And now, boom, 2 or 3 days later, it's over. And then guys move on. And you guys are like, oh, it's no big deal. But now since it's out there, now you got pride. Now you got emotions. Now you got friends. Now you got family. And guys, here's the same thing you guys are doing now by saying, oh, this guy is horrible. And all. 3-4 weeks from now, you guys will be having a beer joking about it. Same people that are laughing are saying, oh, how bad it is and horrible it is. Though the same people say, oh, don't make me Draymond you. You'll hear the jokes. I guarantee it, guys. You'll see memes. You're going to start seeing all this stuff on the court. Poole's going to be in the situations where he's playing basketball. And he's going to say something like, yeah, you keep your mouth shut for what Draymond did you. And they're going to try to get underneath your skin because it's out of the cat's out of the bag.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying all great points. I thought you were done, Lo. My question to the listeners and Steiny has been, and you tell us, man, like you said, this is something, it's sickening to me. And with all my flaws, I know what the rules are to be a good teammate. A regular job, not in the NFL, not in the NBA. My question to you is, if Steph Curry or Andre is the quote-unquote leader of this team, is this so nasty that even the leaders Is it above them? Is it just Jordan who has to say to the organization and Dre, I forgive him, I can see him every day? Or Lo, is this so enormous that Curry, whoever the leader is, if it ain't Jordan, it doesn't supersede what he's going to think?
Oh, I'm with you guys. So I think that it could be a situation where Jordan Poole says, I won't play here again if Draymond's here. So I don't care how much money you guys give me. I want either he's gone or I'm out. That can happen. It can be a situation where they say, hey, trade him or whatever, and they can do that stuff. But I'm going to tell you right now, I guarantee it. Andre Iguodala, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, they don't want Draymond gone. Guaranteed there's a lot of guys. I just been in locker rooms, guys that said, you see what happened when you keep talking? See, sometimes you can be, and I know you guys played Guru and Steiny, both you guys played pickup games. I know the listeners can say, oh, no. Be honest. There's been times where you've gotten heated on a court in a pickup game where you like, it's about to go down. And Steiny, if you say not, you're lying. Guru, if you say you haven't been in a heated situation where it almost came to fisticuffs or someone had to step in, you're lying. Because I played basketball, I played football, I did wrestling, I did every single sport. And if you're playing at a high level, I'm telling you, things and temper flies. I've seen guys get knocked out on practice fields. I've seen guys get knocked out in games. I've seen guys turn over tables in locker rooms. I've seen guys fight in lunch halls. I've seen high school guys fight in lunch halls. I've seen high school guys fight in football. I've been involved in a brawl in football, in high school. And guys, I'm the wrong one to talk about it because I was in, it wasn't a football necessarily thing because Dre and him could have been having words that, hey, man, just do your job. Man, Draymond, shut up. I'm tired of you. Man, it's only one Steph Curry, man. Pass the ball. Let's get our offense. Pass the ball around and let's get our set up the thing. Man, shut up. And Draymond probably came back. Man, it's only one Steph. You ain't nothing. Whatever. Yep. Man, just shut up. So he said, what'd you say? You heard what I said. Shut up. So then if he walks up and then Draymond said, let me come here. You go. So he walks up on him and then he pushes him. What you gonna do? Y'all say because he punched, so you put? I supposed to just push you back? That's not being grown. Come on, man, y'all playing too much. Guru, let me tell you something. If a dude push you in that situation, Drew, you from this hood, you ain't gonna wait for it to push him back and say I'm evening up. Guru, you throwing? I know you, bruh. And Steiny, don't act like y'all ain't throwing, man, if somebody push you. Come on, man. Y'all gonna, walk away? Oh, okay. I'm take it like that?
Well, when Draymond walked over and put his head on his chest, that's aggressive move number one. That starts it. Yeah. And but Draymond also saying, I'm looking to pick a fight right here. Jordan Poole, to me, just did what anybody would have done, which is just, come on, man, get off. Like,
he's at practice.
Just like, come on, get off me. And I think.
I agree.
Like, I just don't think it was a fight. I think there needed to be another second there where Draymond goes, oh, really? You want to do this? You want to do that? Like, instead, he just fired on.
It was cold,
though.
Yeah, it is. But I understand. I'm talking about practice, man. Practice. Bruh. Go pull up the video with my boy play with me in Cincinnati receiver, in the Westbrook, and then he went to Washington Redskins and he fought the running back, on top of him and walking. Come on, y'all seen that,
Brian Westbrook?
Y'all like y'all ain't seen this, bro.
He beat him down.
Thank you, Guru. You remember Guru? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but there's
I know it ain't right, Guru.
It takes two to tango. Right. This just feels like it was one.
It's not right. I'm not condoning it.
Okay, I hear you though.
And you guys are absolutely right. There could be a lot, but since the video came out, there could be a lot to deal with. I totally understand it. Sometimes, guys, it's a different world. It's a different aura. And I can tell you right now, I was in an altercation and it had nothing to do with football, but dude didn't do what, needed to do. He said, let's do it. I said, do it. He said, let's go outside and talk about it. I said, let's go outside. He said, forget that. Bring it right here. And guess what? He was asleep.
Night.
You tell me to bring it right. He was asleep.
What?
And here's the thing. I had a coach.
Rookie.
I had a coach. I had a coach say, "Hey man, I know that dude's or whatever, can be a butt, but man, you can't do that. Man, there's a lot of guys want to do. Guys came up to me, different guys on the team. Said, man, the dude was it. Man, I wanted to do it. I'm just saying, it doesn't make it right, guys. And the thing about it, you feel horrible because you never should do that. And it was alcohol involved in mine, so it's different, but it still was wrong. But Draymond, you got to realize, everywhere he goes, everywhere people are looking at him different, everywhere pools go. But listen, I'm telling you, Steph Curry and them, you don't hear Steph and them. You're trying to listen to see if Steph said, man, what does Steph say? I want Draymond to still be our leader. He can't do that. But, man, I want Draymond to get back to be who he is, and that's a leader and be emotional. We need that. We can't have him lose that. Man, I know what Steph's saying. I know what they saying, bro. That's that. If you get your Steph to come out, because Steph could flat out say, but he didn't acknowledge it. He know it wasn't right. But y'all listen to Steph's comment.
They defended Poole. Kerr did, and all those erroneous reports, Lo. So to me, it's like they're Team Poole.
Yeah, they are. You should, because you should. No, Guru, they are. You should be. So, Guru, I think, I don't want you and Steiny to think I'm saying I condone this. You guys are absolutely right. You should be Team Poole. Right. The kid's got parents. He's got moms. He's got family. People are disappointed. He got boys probably wanting to come ride on Draymond. Yeah. They see it. No, I get that part of it. But it is what it is, guys. It's ugly situation. I think this too shall pass. It's unfortunate. The first thing I'd do is fire the guy with the video who made it who let it leak out, because if it's in-house,
but
guys can talk about
it. Ugly, and even Dre said that Saturday, and I thought that was like, even if you think that, Dre, you can't, in the Warriors, you can't kind of say that, because it doesn't supersede your act. And
what did he say? I'm sorry.
Saying he was mad that the video got out. But that don't supersede what you did to your teammate.
Agreed. It doesn't make so. Goo, you're absolutely right. It doesn't. But when the video gets out, guys, it gives more ammunition, more people. Because this would have been a dead story.
No problem.
Yeah. But the video now amplified, because now you got to see how Guru. But I'm telling you, this is what y'all got to see it. Y'all got to see. It's like when you eat hot dogs, right? You don't want to see how they're made. It's all the mess. Hot dogs are all the ground up beef. They just mix it all together. It's a mess. You don't want to see how it's made, but we eat it. So this is some of the things that go behind the scene. Guys, it happens. Do you think this is the only basketball team that got in a fight? You don't think guys brought guns to practice, man? The basketball brothers brought guns to practice. I mean, shoot, there's been fights in basketball where, where coaches getting choked out and players fighting, and and they still getting paid, and they suspend them. Go and Steiny. This is not the only thing, but
I haven't seen anything like this, Lo, Steiny. The world, it's the #1 story, and I'm not happy it is, Lo. We never see it. That man clocked him. He's got to live with that, like you said. Let me ask you this. You tell me, myself and the listeners, could you, if you were Jordan Poole, come back and play? Forget Draymond. His reputation in this sick world we're in, Lo, is like, oh, that's a bad dude. He's got a one-hitter quitter. Okay, that's being said, but could you be his teammate and come back to practice and travel with that man?
I think it's the opposite.
Couldn't, Lo.
I think it's the opposite. I think the soft gentrification, that how everyone wants to be, oh my God, and we say these things, and it's like, oh yeah, but yet and still we can, determine what's life. What's life? We can go down this rabbit hole, and we could look at it, and who's fighting for life? You see what I'm saying? So there's some other dark things that we accept. My body, my right. But then think about all the different things that go around that. We can go start talking political. People can say all these people can go all this stuff, and we can go bomb and kill and do all these different things in the name of freedom. Come on, guys. We can't have it both ways. We can do this to full term, all these different things, and say, oh, it's just my choice. Come on. You see what I'm saying? So I get it, but all those people are saying, oh, it's like, man, it's so loud, and it becomes such hate, and so hate on Draymond, and such all these things. And it's wrong. And guys, this is a horrible act. Yeah. It's a horrible act. Steiny and Guru, you guys are absolutely right. I think the difference is between me and Poole, I'm looking for Draymond. I can still play with him.
Wow.
But I'm gonna say, hey, brother, we're gonna figure this thing out.
Right.
But you'd be 10 years younger than the guy you got into it with. So you know what I mean? You're just coming into the league, and you're going up against the big boy kind of in terms of reputation.
I had Sam Mills, guys. I had Ricky Jackson. Why don't y'all go look up who Von Miller is? Go look up Swap. Go look up Von Miller. Go look up City Champ. Ricky Jackson. Bring a knife. It would cut you, guys. Go look up Pig Golf. Go look Warren, big Frank Gathers and Warren. All these dudes, man. Frank Warren, bro. I came in when dude said, "Man, get out of the room." I brought them beer and pizza, and they in there shooting dice and whatever. And I sit and I try to watch and hang out with the older guys. And he said, "Get out of here, Rook." And I stood. I said, "Man, I'm cool. I'm watching." Because I'm probably like, "No, I'm a wrestler. It ain't like I could necessarily one of them go whoop me." But he said, "Hey, Dad," I said, "No, I'm sitting watching." You know what he told me, Goo? He stood upside. He said, "Man, I told you to get out of here, Rook." And everybody in the room, man, you know what I did? I walked my butt out of there, bro.
Right.
You got to know when to eat crow, bro. Yeah. And sometimes young cats, man, think it's all about, man, I was young. And yeah, I probably make it, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't. Sometimes you got to know when to bow down and know when. I've been in situations where, dude, I was a young guy and older guys, man, take my pads or whatever. And I didn't want to and do stuff to me that was rude. But I did it. I knew how to shut up because, hey, dudes was talking, man, hey, Rook, just shut up, man, we talking. This grown folk. And I had to answer, and they knew they was talking about it. I was like, man, I'm going to do what they say. Because sometimes you got to go with the flow. And guys, here's the thing. You're right. It's wrong. Pool's going to have some tough decisions. I think that they can get over it. I think that Steve Kerr's a mastermind in getting these guys together. And I think he can forgive him. I don't think he'll forget. I think you'll see him share the ball, pass the ball, do certain things. And I think that, I'm telling you, I think the guys get over certain things. I don't think that he forgets. I don't think that they go to Bible stuff together. But, man, you go to counseling. There's things that you can do that you can get past this and put your pride. And that's what Poole and Draymond both got to put their pride in the team. And this can make them stronger. But it depends on how these guys are going to come together and say, are we going to let this define us? And now, because everyone else is saying, you're supposed to hate him. You don't supposed to be here. You're supposed to leave and go to another team. You should just do this. You should all that. Everyone has those things, but they ain't walking in it.
Wow.
All right, Lo. Yeah. Appreciate it as always on a Monday. People can listen to you at 6 o'clock, 6 to 7.
I'll be
football
tuned in.
hour. Sean Salisbury.
Right. Cheers, guys.
All right, man.
Man. And again.
Yeah.
What is it? The 408 on the Comcast business text line. Good, this hit me. Guru, you wanted Jock Peterson to fight back. I did because he got struck, but not to the degree Jordan Poole did to where he got dropped. So those things aren't okay. I'm all about defending yourself. But Jay didn't get the chance. And the bigger point to me, Steiny, until the Warriors come out and let us know what's going on, that's 20 games in my book. I am not a hater on Draymond Green. I'm about respect, and and don't make your teammates look bad.
I'm going to also do a little public service here
PSA?
For our listeners. Yeah. Don't ever, 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 ever get in a fight with a wrestler. They will put you down. I don't know who the guy is that messed with Lowe.
Oh, man.
But if he would have known what Lowe was all about, he wouldn't have done it. Because let me tell you something. Wrestlers can just absolutely, positively get you into a humiliating position pretty quickly.
And that's why I don't like UFC. Let's do it with the hands, the kicking and the
you would absolutely, even though you're a big, strong guy, you would get absolutely, positively pummeled by a wrestler.
Yeah,
you wouldn't even stand a chance.
Sonny,
I think about 4 seconds and you'd be out.
Yep.
And if the wrestler wanted to get you in 2 seconds, I think he could.
No, he ain't going to get that close. Thomas Hearns always stopped me.
He's faster than you. Wrestlers are faster than you.
Thomas Hearns, that jab, where's this going? When's it end?
When does what end?
This everything. What do you call that we're in now for the Warriors? Kendrick Perkins had a take saying this was going to follow him the whole season. Okay, who's he? Just one guy, but still, is it that heavy to you? If Dre stays?
Yes, it is actually, and quite frankly, I mean, I'm not saying it's the reason, but like, I don't think they're going to win a title this year. The Warriors.
Wow.
And I know it's easy to say, oh, Steiny can't jump from this to that, the other thing. And I'll acknowledge, it's kind of a prediction, but I really believe that something's something's happening with the Warriors.
Wow.
This is their last dance. This is their disease of me. This is the end of the run. Wow. It is. Yeah. It just is. I don't think Draymond Green, I said it before, I don't believe Draymond Green will retire a Warrior. Now I'm even more confident of that. I just don't see it. They're not together. Clearly, they're not together. And, well, it's all up to a 23-year-old named Jordan Poole.
I don't want to minimize what I spent 48 hours or we have discussing, but when you say they're not together, but now we can identify who's not with who. It's Dre and Poole. Or do you say what Looney said was heavy yesterday? He's got to win back our trust.
Definitely.
But how does that affect him when the Celtics coming down on a 3-on-2 break? Like, how does that affect him on the hardwood? I'm asking. Because I'm like, if they're going to come back and play together, that don't mean the teams playing the Warriors are going to get a less Warrior team.
Commitment won't be there.
What a word. Otis Bird the third on YouTube, Steiny. Kendrick Perkins is a Warrior hater. I get that, but this was bigger than basketball.
Let's listen to Kendrick Perkins, since it'll bother Otis Bird Jr.
I don't see how they could bounce back from this. I hope Jordan Poole forgive him. But to a lot of guys that I spoke to across the NBA, across the league, a lot of my guys that I played with that are still in the league, they was like, there's no way I could forgive him from that. They would have to, they said they would fight him every single day, and I would too.
Yeah, man.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. By the way, I think it's, the Warriors have a reputation for being an incredible culture.
Yeah.
And, they're taking a hit here because it looked like they were kind of going to try to sweep this under the rug. Steve Kerr brought up another issue. Take a listen.
A year ago, we started out training camp, and Andrew Wiggins had to deal with the leak of a story about the vaccine and how the team was handling everything behind the scenes. It was completely unfair to Andrew and to the team. This year, we start training camp a week in, and a fight that happens, which, by the way, in 32 years, I've probably seen 20-plus fistfights in practice that should not make it out beyond the walls of our practice facility. And it did. That's the problem. We have to get better as an organization.
Wow.
I
hadn't heard that. 20.
First of all,
again,
that wasn't a fight.
Okay. You know what?
It just wasn't a fight. I
agree with
Jordan
you,
Poole didn't throw a punch. He didn't have a chance to throw a punch.
I agree with that.
It was not a fight.
I agree with that.
So that would be my first response. Now, the leak is interesting. I do think Steve Kerr, he spent a fair amount of time talking about this leak, and he's not into it, basically. He spent more time talking about who leaked this than I thought he would, but it shows you that he really does have a problem with however that got out.
So you feel like when he does return, you can just plug him in?
Speculation. I appreciate your need to try to elicit a response to that question, given the nature of your job. The nature of my job is, as you guys know, I've always been very open. I think it's really important for our fans to know what's going on with the team. And then there are times it's really important for things that only concern the team to stay quiet and stay within the sanctity of the locker room, which, given where we are in 2022, it's almost becoming an oxymoron. We have cameras in our locker room during halftime of the finals. So the sanctity of the locker room has been under assault for a long time. But I think given the state of the world right now and how we live and social media, constant criticism, judgment that comes with all that, we understand that's a big part of what drives the NBA. So that means what we have to do is try to find the balance. And this is a big test for us, finding that balance, giving our fans information on one side and handling our business internally so that we can be the best version of ourselves all season long. And that's what we're trying to do.
All right, we're going to hear more from Steve Kerr on the other side. Also going to take your calls at 95.7, The Game.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
At the 21-yard line, Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco team.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. Touchdown, San Francisco.
On the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk, I would sleep upright with more pillows, but that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny and Guru, we're here till 3 o'clock, and then we'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto, talking about Draymond Green, who spoke to the media on Saturday. He and the Warriors taking some time apart. I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't know if Draymond Green has been disciplined. I don't know if he's been suspended. I don't know if he's been fined. Nobody does. Steve Kerr said it's a mutual decision between the two parties. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. In the meantime, because we're so timely, before the break, I was talking about how Steve Kerr seemed to be more into the leak than actually what Draymond Green did. Interestingly, this is from today. This is from just minutes ago. Kerr was asked about that perception that he was more interested in the leak. Take a listen.
I'm concerned about both. They're both a problem. The incident was a problem. The leak was a problem. I don't rank these things. My job as a coach is to prepare us to play, to make sure we can put the best team on the floor possible. And that job requires a ton of navigation, and it's very tricky. And it's made much trickier, when there is a leak, because then everything's out in the open. So the job is to handle everything behind the scenes with conversations and then when it's out in the open, answering questions, like this one. But we are going to get through all this, and we're going to be okay. But it's that was a long way of saying they both concern me.
All right, so I guess he clarified. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Jordan Poole didn't skip a beat last night, Stoney. 2-5.
Nope.
25 points. Wiseman with 13. But you saw Kuminga get to start, 12 points.
You think this is going to affect the Warriors?
It's got to. Now, I'm going to say it's going to affect them in a way that I can't quantify because I'm not in the locker room. I don't, like I said, when I gave that example of, will I see less effort? No. But again, the biggest question mark on that is how Jordan Poole reacts. And if he comes back and he's good with playing with Dre, I don't see why they can't get to the promised land. So, again, it's not Jordan Poole. I mean, Draymond Green didn't hit Steph Curry. He didn't hit multiple guys. It's just him. And I'm not worried about him because he's not the victim. I'm worried about Poole, who's the victim. And if that's too strong, it's too strong. But how is he going to be able to come back? And last night he didn't skip a beat, 25 points. But again, Draymond wasn't there. So to answer your question, Steiny, I don't think it's going to affect them on the court.
I do.
Can you elaborate?
No, because it's going to be intangible. It's going to be hard to you're not going to be able to go from point A to point B in a direct line. But I disagree with some people who are like, well, this is between Dre and Poole and that. No, this is between Dre and everybody in that basketball operations department, specifically the players. I mean, Kevon Looney had nothing to do with anything, and he said Draymond's got to earn back our trust. That's Looney's trust.
Yeah.
You can't take a look at Steph Curry and his body language on Thursday when he had to deal with the media. You knew damn well he's had enough of this crap. And I'm going to stick by what I said last week and what I've been saying for the past few months. I don't think Steph Curry is as big of an advocate for Draymond Green as everybody thinks he is.
That's interesting.
I just don't.
And what that will mean in the long run, we'll see. I expect him back, Steiny, Draymond. But if it were me and I was in control and this was my team, I mean, it would be, if we found out he got suspended, Dre did, for 20 games for doing that to a teammate, that would be 20 games. You miss ring night. And I would dare anybody, starting with Draymond, to say, oh, that was too hefty, when you have made Jordan Poole, like Lo said, a meme, the rap songs, I sent you the video. Like, this just ain't going away. And the easiest thing to me, Steiny, is, okay, Looney, you could say that, and I get it. But winning your trust back is the easiest part of this equation because you weren't on the receiving end of that one-hitter quitter.
I'm not sure about that. What if Steve Kerr's telling Bob Myers, you know what, I'm done. This is it. That was the last straw.
That could be.
That was the last straw. Either you get this guy out of here or I'm going to resign. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going on, but it's possible.
I would understand all that, too, if it got to that.
It's possible that what's going on inside the Warrior offices is pretty damn serious.
You think they're all human. You think a few different people see it a few different ways?
I'm sure. I'm sure. We'll see what happens. Let's go to George in Los Altos. What's up, George? How you doing?
Well, I'm doing fine, but my only point is I'm surprised, and we're so lucky, and we dodged a bullet, that he didn't connect and break Jordan's jaw.
Right.
Or even worse. I mean, I saw the video. That wasn't a right jab.
Nope.
That's a 6'6" grown man, 200 plus, and a full-blown reach-back right-handed punch. He must have missed it. I swear to God. Because otherwise, man, there's no way Jordan would have finished practice and looked the way he did last night on television. So, thank God we avoided that disaster. I also feel that the future with Draymond is so much different now, and I say that based upon the performance that we had against Boston in the finals. While he was an important piece, he wasn't the integral piece that he always has been in the past in the playoffs. I think you might even make a case that Andrew Wiggins was a bigger piece against Boston than Draymond was. And I also believe, too, that any chance Draymond has of getting a max contract, that's out the window.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thanks, George. No chance. No chance.
And I wonder if he knew or saw that coming or happening, Steiny, and that's why he threw the punch.
Here's my question to Warrior fans. Are there any Warrior fans out there who are really willing to not be a Warriors fan if Draymond Green is still on the team? Has it gotten to that point? Because if it ever gets to that point, then Joe Lacob may think about moving him sooner rather than later. Is Draymond Green getting booed at the home opener, assuming he's there and is playing?
We've been here 3 days, 72 hours, taking calls, yapping. Do you think, from what you've heard in the phone calls, short sample size, small sample size, do you think he would get booed? I actually do. But what you just said, Steiny, you're a diehard. This happened in practice, even though it was wrong. I find it highly unlikely that somebody would turn in their Warrior license until Dre's gone. We hadn't heard that.
I think it's very possible.
Now, him getting booed, right now, I think it could happen.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy may be speaking my language today. What's up, Leroy?
Lee.
Hey, Steiny Guru, man, the best in the business. Hey, real quick,
I just want to say that, to answer your question, because I asked myself this question just yesterday, if we think he's going to get booed, and I think he will get booed. I really do. I really do, and that's funny you mentioned it because I was thinking about it just yesterday, and he should get booed. He should get booed. And here's the thing about Draymond. Steiny, you asked the question, or you said something to the effect of, Draymond thinking that Stephen Curry just has his back all the time, that we think that Stephen Curry has Draymond's back all the time. And I think Draymond thinks that too. And I think he's dead wrong. I think once you start rocking the ship, because you know me, I was like, where's Curry in this? Y'all remember? I was like, where's his voice? Where is he? And he came out, and he has a way of speaking that may not be to everybody's liking. Yeah, I want him to be, more forceful. I want him to say something. I want him to growl and gripe. But he did it in his own unique way, and he was snarling, man. He did not like what Draymond did. And I always said, man, if Draymond was on another team, I don't think we know Draymond's name. I really don't. He's an undersized power forward that the Golden State Warriors had to create a position for, point forward, point this, point that. And I'm just like, man, the act is wearing. Here's my quote again. Goo, you don't love it. I'm going to say it again. New addition, you got to get rid of Bobby Brown. Brown because, hey, they'll be fine. Johnny Gill slid right in and everything was fine. God bless you guys.
That's Leroy in Oakland.
And I just go to when you look at the basketball stuff of it, I would never undersell Dre and what he's meant. But I just think of Game 4 in the finals. Okay, you don't want to call it a benching. He was a liability for a little bit, okay? And he sat down and lost his spot, and he went back in. But, man, we're not talking about the 2016 Dre. And how can that – and Dre put it out there, Steiny, that he was going through some things off the court. It still don't right the wrong. But I'm wondering, I got my Dick Tracy on, how much was it him looking at where he's at right now in this Warrior tenure, who needs to get paid, who will get paid, and all of a sudden you telling me there's nothing to those Chris Haynes stories about Jordan Poole feeling himself? And maybe that's why, let me check this young sucker, No,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't believe that Jordan Poole was as exaggerated in real life as he was in the Athletic story. I just don't believe it. And I saw Steve Kerr and Steph Curry both say that was a joke.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a way, I don't care what was said because there is nothing that excuses Draymond flashing like that.
When do you think we hear from Poole?
No clue.
I think it'll be a while.
Here's more of Steve Kerr, who's just annoyed. This is from Saturday, but he's just so annoyed all day.
How do you think Draymond's apology was just received by the team and stuff? Because he said he thought
nobody's business but ours.
Wow. He either had it.
Keep going, Steve.
This is why it's so crucial to keep things in-house. I've been in this league for 30 plus years. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff. When things are kept internally, it's really almost easy to handle them. It's just so much cleaner and smoother, and you can move forward. As soon as things are leaked, now all hell breaks loose. And that affects every single player, coach, but especially the players. So because of that, because everything is out there, the players are now having to deal with all of this stuff. We're having to answer all these questions, and it puts us in a very, very difficult spot, everybody in a difficult spot, because it's like if you had a camera in your family and there was a family dispute, would you really want to discuss it with the world? No, of course not. You'd want to handle it internally. So that's always the goal. And, for whatever reason, we've had leaks in this organization. This is not the first time. So that needs to be cleaned up. And that's a big part of the issue.
Oh, you know me, I'm very literal.
Yeah.
It's not a big part of the issue. It's a little part of the issue.
doesn't supersede the act. But and I get that, but just a lot of volume. Isn't that Draymond's podcast? A lot of volume on the how it got out as opposed to the punishment. And when we'll hear from Jordan.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. So I was having a conversation with a guy I know in the league, and I said to him, it's going to be easy. It's going to be easy to find out who leaked this, right? Because you know exactly where the camera was, the angle that the video was shot at. All you have to do is find out who was sitting there, and that's that. But I guess there's a part that, of course, I didn't understand. And it was brought to my attention that this could have a lot to do with logins and passwords. And what he meant by that is, once something is taped, it goes obviously onto some kind of server. So who has access to the server? Not necessarily somebody who had to be inside the facility that day. They may have just gotten access to the platform that the Warriors or other NBA teams use to store their practice video. So I thought that was kind of interesting. So we don't know if it was in-house. Maybe it was somebody who worked for the Warriors 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Maybe it was somebody unrelated on another team.
So let me ask you this with that.
There's no clue. Like, it isn't as simple as, well, who was sitting in that seat?
Well, Poole could give a damn who was sitting in that seat and how the video got out. If I'm JP, I'm worried about, do I got to work with this dude again? Do I got to see him? But if I'm Draymond, do you think that's crossed his mind? Like, what if one of my teammates or coaches gave that video up? You think that's in it? You think that's crossed his mind? Because the reason I bring that up is I would feel really I know I'm the culprit, but damn, did somebody have it out for me that bad to where they went and released this? Well, he said as much Saturday. It bothered him. Draymond, it bothered him how it got out. He thought that was BS.
Yeah.
But again, that doesn't change what happened to Poole. That should be about Poole.
Let's go to Austin in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. Happy Monday. Enjoying the conversation as usual, guys. Listen, I think sometimes, like, all of us like to talk, but this is one time where Draymond needs to stop talking. I mean, my immediate reaction was when I saw him talking, I said, well, first of all, I don't know why he's talking. He should be listening. Sometimes they say the power of silence, and I think that he should be listening and not talking so much. The other thing that grabbed me was the whole thing with Kerr and I know what Kerr has to say and why he's saying it, because I work in a corporation like a lot of people, and he's trying to do the corporate thing. But the Warriors are not just it's not what stays in the house. They're $1 billion public entity where it doesn't matter whether he wants it to stay in the house. He's got superstars that everybody wants to follow. So once that gets out, there's no way you can talk about keeping it in-house. So I don't understand this whole notion that he's upset about the video getting out. Well, guess what? That is the world we live in, and Steve knows that. He's been a general manager, so he knows how it works. So all this notion about, I just think we're going too far with listening to that stuff. It'll get sorted out, but I do think the final thing, guys, and I love Dre, but I do think that it will come a point, maybe mid-season. Look for something to happen about mid-season with Dre. That's my thoughts, guys. Thanks.
Appreciate the call. Wonder how much the person ended up getting from TMZ.
It's got to be more than what they were getting at their job. And last I looked, it wouldn't be a crime, right? What if somebody? Yeah. What if I got $250K? Yeah. I wasn't supposed to do it. Oh, like, it's not a crime.
Well,
I got 5 years worth of pay, maybe.
Don't expect to keep getting your paycheck, though.
Oh, well, gotcha. Oh, so you're assuming they're still working?
What I'm assuming is if it's a Warrior employee and they find out who it is, the person's going to get fired.
Yeah, gotcha. I'm thinking they already knew, the math was this. I've got my last check. But they could still be right there up under their nose.
Let's listen to a little more of Draymond from Saturday. Take a listen.
For whoever leaked the video, it did the same thing to me that it's intended to do to the world. It's an audio-less video. It's a video that cuts to me walking right to him. And so the video serves the purpose that it was supposed to serve. And it had me in the same mind state of like, wow, this is terrible. This is awful. And by the way, it is terrible and it is awful. Like, just because of the way the video is cut up and it's not released with audio and all those things, what I did was wrong. So regardless of the video leaking or not, regardless of how the video was leaked, with audio or without audio, I was wrong. And so I accept that and I will move forward with that. But in saying that, you asked my thoughts of what I thought of the video, and those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I had no problem with that answer. Anthony Slater asked him, what are your thoughts on the video getting leaked? And his whole answer was like, well, that's a secondary issue because what I did was wrong. But if you're asking me, I'll tell you, yeah, it stinks. But
why did the audio list come up? Why did that come up? Because
then it doesn't. You don't know what was precipitated or what was said beforehand.
Right.
Perhaps.
So is he using that to justify his actions?
Maybe.
Like, why would you bring that up? My 2 cents. So okay, if we hear it with audio, then the one-hitter quitter was not as bad. I don't know.
I don't know if that's what he's saying or not, but it's kind of what he's inferring.
Yeah.
Let's go to Stan. I'm kind of with Stan here, I believe. Hey, Stan, in the city, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I was just telling your guy screening the call that, every time management puts any emphasis on the release of that video, I think decreases the impact of how it affected Poole, and that's just wrong. I mean, that should not even be addressed anymore. But I'll also say, listen, suspend them 10 games, and frankly, this idea of him missing the ceremony, too bad. That's the punishment. Exactly. That's the punishment. And then the last point I'll make, or second to last one, please, is this idea of Draymond with his money. I mean, all these guys, come on, man. Really, Draymond? I mean, when is enough, frankly? And the last point I'll make is that we found out if this involves a fantasy football squabble with these guys by any chance?
Not bad,
I'm going to give you a 4.
I'll give him a 2.
Yeah. But still, I'm with them. Who cares how it got leaked? The macro for the Warriors and Kerr, yeah, you want to find out. But bottom line is the violation or the infraction, which was a fraction, was something I've never seen on the hardwood, man. And if you ask me, Goo, what are the 2 most vicious punches you've seen on the hardwood? Rudy T and this one. Because this wasn't even... How did he not have a black eye, Steiny? He got dropped.
I don't know.
He caught him somewhere cold.
I'm not sure.
I'm sure Jordan has had... That's the part that is good. We didn't have to watch him ball last night with a black eye.
Maybe Draymond missed another shot.
Yeah, now that's an occasional 5.
That's a 0.
Maybe Draymond missed another shot, and the shot being the punt.
And let's just say you're Jordan Poole's mom. Do you think it's funny?
Now, Miss Poole, I apologize if she's listening. What about them coming to the game? What are you going to do?
What do you mean, what are you going to
do? You know what I mean? Like, Dre's going to apologize, I'm sure.
But see, this is where Draymond at least gets this. But it's not just about Dre. It's about Dre's mom bumping into Jordan Poole's mom.
Man.
And not that they're going to have an issue.
You.
Well, not that they're going to get into a fight, but it's just like it's awkward.
Yeah,
so Draymond impacted so many people. He impacted Curry. He impacted the organization. Yeah. He impacted some fans.
Everybody.
In a peripheral way. He impacted the families of his team. So
the trust of his teammates, which Looney referred to.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Draymond Green. We're also not forgetting about the San Francisco 49ers. They went to 3-2 yesterday with a 37-15 win over the Carolina Panthers. 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line number. We got more to talk about on the other side.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
At the 21-yard line, Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco team.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. Touchdown, San Francisco.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices?
Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl? There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an IKEA family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Listen, could Robert change your life?
At the age of 55, I started putting on weight, and I got to the weight of about 210 pounds. Always hungry. The heavier I got, the less energy I had. And about 6 months ago, I started taking the Andro 400, and I started realizing I had more energy. I felt better, and my mind was clearer, and I started losing weight. I went from, my max weight was 215, and now I'm down to 176. My waist size has dropped from a 38 to a 32, and I've lost these big love handles that I had on my side, and I just look a lot slimmer.
Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and to look and feel their best. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
95.7 The Game has your tickets to see The Who, October 24th at the SAP Center. For your shot to win, head to our contest page at 957thegame.com.
2,000
2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So you tell me Ray Ratto's not here today?
Yeah, I'm kind of hurt. I went looking for him in his room down the hallway. Larry and Damon.
So why were you so boisterous and wound up? Those guys aren't your boyfriend like Ray is. So I would have thought you'd be melancholy without Ray here today.
Well, in my bag, I got my Larry Krueger T-shirt, which I wear tomorrow for tomorrow's show. So, you know what I'm wearing, Steiny? I like my teammates. And I just wanted to talk about the debacle, which is the Stanford Cardinal football team. Had a lead over Washington, the Beavers.
I'm going to take a call right in the middle of this crap, I swear to God.
David Shaw, help me, you hurt my pockets. Dude, I'm hurt. And I got to call somebody else.
Guess wrong this weekend?
Who?
Did you guess wrong this weekend?
No, I actually was one game over 500.
You obviously guessed wrong on the Stanford game.
Yeah, well, that's college. Yeah, I missed it. It hurt.
Does it cost less money to lose on college?
No, when you count the money you think you won and then you lose, that's when it hurts. Yeah.
Why don't you, I'll tell you what, maybe on Tuesdays, the last hour of the show, you can do it on your own, talk about your fantasy teams and all that crap that you care about.
And hot.
I can just roll out of here because I, A, don't play fantasy, and B, have no interest.
I didn't won 3 in a row for the Station League. 3-2, Steiny. Took down producer E. He's a little irritated at me. I can tell he's trying to hide it. Put up 159 on him. But Josh Allen going to take me to the promised land.
You're not playing in these games.
But I manage the teams.
No, you don't. You don't manage the team.
I set the lineup,
You manage names. That's all you do.
Dude, you got to have a feel for who's going to bust out. Who are they playing? Come on.
You have no feel. You don't know who these players even are.
He put in the group chat my offense, like you're calling the plays for these guys.
That's how I feel.
Draymond used the word.
What?
About how he felt about when he saw the video of himself. He said it was pathetic, and that's kind of what this is right now.
The world is fantasy crazy. I was going to ask you about fantasy basketball.
No.
I think I'm ready.
Go ahead, do it, and keep it off the show.
Wow, you are
dude. Nobody cares.
You were just in the league last year.
And I didn't care.
Bonte Steiny Guru Fantasy Football League. I think where did you finish? But dude, don't be a prickler.
It's a stickler.
A stickler. Same thing. Come on, get in the game.
No, the point is it's more important than look, yeah, okay, fantasy, great.
It's exciting.
There are tune-outs. Like, we do have a job.
Yeah.
We're sports talk radio hosts, and we're supposed to talk about the Niners, the Warriors, the Giants, not fantasy. Nobody cares. And so I'm asking the boss to check the ratings. What happened at 2 o'clock today?
Watch.
When we're supposed to reset, and instead you want to get selfish and talk about your fantasy team.
I can't stand that word. I'm not selfish.
You're selfish.
Go ahead. Take calls.
Well, I got to reset. And what that means is we're talking about Draymond Green. He threw a punch at Jordan Poole last Wednesday. He talked over the weekend, said all the things he needed to say. Was it enough? I don't know. And Guru doesn't want to talk about it. He wants to talk about his fantasy team.
No, Michael Sanchez on YouTube says I just blurt out anything.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Dude, you talked about Ratto, so you shouldn't even brought that up, and then I somehow got into fantasy.
Yeah. We just lost 5 people on YouTube.
Dude,
Thank you.
See, now that hurt.
And that's the big boy.
Who told him to crack the
Gabe's
mic?
in Napa. What's up, Gabe? Let's talk some Draymond.
Look.
Hey, just since everybody cares, my fairy tale football team got crushed this week.
Shake it off.
The world. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Hadn't played in 20 years, came off the bench last year, won, 0 research. It's a joke. It's just joke fun with your 10 friends.
You need to talk about Draymond Green right now, Gabe. Right this second.
Here we go. In all seriousness, Steve Kerr talks about a family. No families these days are able to keep their stuff internal. This is a family that's seen by billions of people across the planet. Sadly, Draymond Green, we don't even know how many times he's crossed the line. He's a habitual line stepper. Enough of the past. He did something that he cannot come back from.
Wow.
If he gets suspended for 20 games, he's going to be like I shouldn't say sibling, but I did. My sibling, half, is getting out of prison on Thanksgiving Day. Draymond Green would be done with his suspension the game before Thanksgiving Day. That should be a time where you are celebrating, and our entire family, it's just torn us apart. We're sick of it. Now, moving forward, which is all I really care about, they're going to trade Draymond. And to honor him, to respect him, they're going to say, you want to go to Detroit, Charlotte, Orlando, the Knicks, who cares? They're going to get pennies on the dollar back. They're going to get an expiring contract or two. And most importantly, let's let Kuminga and Wiseman develop. Draymond Green, it can be argued, was the 5th, maybe 6th most important player in last year's playoffs, and they still won a chip. He played 46 games. Draymond needs help. The only person that can help him is himself. And so far, he's shown a complete inability to do it. His press conference was a joke. You don't blame anybody else when you make that kind of mistake. You don't throw anybody else under. In fact, you shouldn't even speak. That's my point.
Appreciate it, Gabe.
Tell us how you really feel.
See, that's now, were you taking note there? He stayed on point. He had a point to make. He stayed focused. He kept at it. He made really good points. And he didn't hit on too many topics in a short period of time.
We just gained 25 people on YouTube.
Oh, dude, look at who told him to crack his mic? I do it every day. But listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
We feel how we feel in this business, and unfortunately for us, we get to share it. I want to call something out. I'm with Gabe. I'm a little irritated, and I ain't been afraid. I don't get scared, but I am wondering why there is no suspension, and there's this verbiage of he's stepping away. Okay,
that's fair.
To me, it's where's the accountability? But I got one more thing. We keep hearing about this warrior culture. Oh, Iggy's coming back on his podcast. Tune in. I tune in. He's the leader. He's the messiah. Where are you at? All you sent was a double tweet. Don't do that to my rook, and Dre's my guy. Guru is calling for Andre to step to the mic and tell us what's happening in Warrior World. What's up with that, Steiny? Am I asking or wanting too much? I want to hear from Iggy. You came back because you were the leader. Where's Iggy at? I just want to hear from Andre. Not the double tweet. It's time right now. They need you. We need you. Where you at?
He's only making vet minimum.
It don't matter.
He doesn't do stuff like that for vet minimum.
You can't just come out when it's all good.
No, he can.
No, you got to come out in turmoil.
He does not.
Let me help you out. This is turmoil. Guru wants to hear from Dre.
He is working on his short game as we speak.
That's terrible if it's true.
I do. Goo.
People like hearing.
I like to laugh. I like to I like to disagree with you, and sometimes I do. But if Andre Iguodala is not going to talk now, when is he going to talk?
That's all.
When he scores 10 points. I mean, that ain't happening either.
Hey, Andre, have you talked to Dre? Have you called him? Have you talked to Jordan Poole? If you would like, and if it's okay, what did you say to the young fella?
Wait,
since you are his mentor.
It's Otis Bird the third?
Yeah, you did.
I thought it was the second.
No, you said junior. But it's the third. Yeah, but anyway, he loves it.
Iguodala.
Otis Bird the third says, you got to love Guru's passion. At times. At times, for sure.
Well, you try to take away from.
Oh, no, I don't.
The 5 fantasy teams you didn't care about. I'm 4-1 anyway. I'm hot. But Steiny, Draymond, where are you, Andre? That's all I don't like, Steiny. Because then we're going to hear in 3 months when it's Christmas, oh, Andre's a leader. I'm not saying he's not, but step to the mic.
Free the people. Free the people working on comeback caller of the year. We haven't heard from him in, I don't know, pre-pandemic? What's up, Free the People?
Steiny Guru, my guys, it's been a while.
Hey.
I'm glad you guys still have your show on. It's always great to listen to you. I do think
Sound surprised.
The situation it's a bad look, but I just heard a caller say they're going to trade him for pennies on the dollars, guys. I want Warriors fan base to realize, even though Draymond is slightly declining, if Draymond Green is not a part of this team, I think it ends the championship run. Trading Draymond for pennies on the dollar wouldn't do much to help this team. He's under contract for 2 more years, player option for next year. I think we ride it out and see what we get out of him this year. I want to remind people that before he went out with a back injury, through the first half of the season, he was for sure the defensive player of the year, and had he not got hurt, that would have been his award again. But what I would like to focus on right now, just because of what I was hearing Guru talk about, I don't necessarily know that we need people from the team speaking out. I think we've heard from Steph. We've heard from Kevon Looney. We've heard from Steve Kerr. The more the Warriors talk about it and bring it up, the more it stays in the news cycle and more it gives people a reason to continue to keep this thing going. It sucks, and it's going to be extremely hard for Jordan Poole to get past this. I think that his relationship with Draymond will forever be fractured, but I do think there is a lane with can find a way to still have a working relationship, because I feel like winning cures all. We've seen it in the past with the Warriors when they've had drama, and as long as they won, they found a way to be okay. Is this situation a recipe for long-term success? I don't think it is, but I think we can get through this season and still make a run for a championship with all the drama that's swirling. That's pretty much my call, guys. I kind of want the drama to end. I wish the best for Draymond. I wish the best for Jordan Poole, especially. That dude's looking like he's going to be a star, a lot better than I think all of us thought he was, even with how great he played last year. And another thing I want to say is I want you guys to have a great day. I super appreciate your guys' radio show. I'm a long-time listener. I love Steiny and Guru. You're my favorite listener on 95.7 The Game. And, hey, man, shout out to the Warriors. Shout out to the whole Bay Area. And shout out to you guys, man. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Wow. You got a new nickname for him. Positive Pete.
I've never heard that before.
I'm going to give you a 3. That was pretty good.
I have something written down here. Nobody changed Draymond.
It's radio. You're supposed to say what you have written down. We can't see it, Steiny.
Do you know how often during the course of a week you make me lose my train of thought?
I went into the boss's office and said this true story. I said, I forgot what I was going to ask you.
No kidding.
Steiny's rubbing off on me.
Not 5.
I forget because you interrupt.
Oh.
You forget because you've got too many things going through your mind at one point.
Dead air is not good for us, bud.
Sometimes it's better than some of your takes.
No, you don't believe that. Now, if I was a weak taker, I would be like, oh, that hurt. But come on.
I did have something to say, and I can't remember. Talk.
It's just.
Let's go to. I'll go to Bobby in San Jose, but I'll be honest with you, Bobby. I got to think about what I wanted to say instead of listening to you. But Guru will listen. Trust me.
I got you, Bobby. What's up, baby?
Hey, you know what, Steiny? I'm a teacher, so it's not like it's any different than how my students treat me anyway.
That's a 4.
No, I won't take too long. I gotta say I disagree with you, Steiny, about I think you were talking about how you understand how Draymond could bring up the whole, well, people, the video's cropped, people aren't hearing what's happening. To me, that was the most egregious part. And the reason I feel that way is, like, this entire presser is supposed to be your shot to redeem yourself for what you did. And if I'm Jordan Poole, this is what I'm waiting for. I want to hear what you have to say publicly to know that you respect me and that you appreciate me and that other people see the same thing. To spend any breath trying to dress up this apology with, I was going through some problems that day, or really any opportunity that he had to try to make people feel like what they saw was worse than what it was really like. I'm not even Jordan Poole, and I'm pissed about him doing that.
Well, that's a good point,
man.
I mean, we really have no idea of knowing what Jordan Poole thinks of all this stuff. All right, so I talked about this earlier, but I kind of jumped off it. People say, "Can you get over it?" And you're like, "Yeah, we can get over this. We can get over that." Yeah, sure. I don't think you can. Like, I didn't think, and I guess this will be my official, but. And I was going to come into this year saying, I think the Warriors are going to win the title to get some heat off me. I don't think they're going to win it.
Because of this?
Because of everything like this. To me, they came into the season, and I was thinking to myself, okay, they got 4 guys who need to get paid. I don't know why people don't put Klay Thompson in the same group as First of all, Klay's eligible for an extension this year if he wanted one. But next year is when he's going to, when he'll only have one more year left. So Jordan Poole wants a contract. Draymond Green was talking about the max. Wiggins is sitting there quietly, and he's an unrestricted free agent. And there's Klay wanting one more payday. I went back and I listened to Steph Curry talk, which he did on that Thursday, before we saw the video.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, we have a lot going on. Guys getting paid, guys coming into their own in this league.
Man.
They got to me, they have a little too much to balance. I think they need too much out of players that are too young. I still think Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman they're still in prove themselves mode, which is great, but it's not perfect for a team trying to win a championship. I think everybody's gotten a year older again. And now, yes, what this fight did to me was justify all the worry that was fair to be out there about the Warriors and their differing agendas.
So, that was a lot. And I'll ask you this. So, with all that said, do you think, and I know you're going to say, the Steiny I know, Goo, I don't know what he was thinking, but do you think that could have had Draymond feeling some type of way towards Poole and why he punched him?
Come again?
Do you think Draymond, with all that you talked about, Draymond's no dummy. He knows what the contract status is with him and his teammates. Do you think that had something to do with his relationship and possibly that punch? That Poole was in his way.
He said he was in a bad mood coming into practice.
Okay.
He said he was in a terrible mental space. Boom. It's over. You didn't handle it right. I don't care. Like, I could care. Is it about money?
I can believe you brought
money's
that up.
part of it.
Yeah.
Is it about Poole being cocky? Clearly it's about Poole being cocky. But, who cares? What did Jordan Poole say? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Draymond's in the wrong, and he's in the wrong 1,000%. And now he has thrown a huge monkey wrench into the Golden State Warriors trying to go after a back-to-back title. And instead of the discussion being, hey, do you think what's going on with Ume Udoka is going to affect the Boston Celtics? Or what do you think's going on with the Brooklyn Nets? Kevin Durant has asked for a trade. Do you think he's going to be able to play the whole season? Ooh. Or, boy, Phoenix is dealing with a nightmare situation because their ex-owner was a racist. Now it's, can the Warriors get over the top with a player who punched another player in the face, and it's his umpteenth transgression?
Wow, Steiny. I mean, that's heavy, and I got some sound for you and the listeners. Let's hear what Stephen A. Smith says about Draymond's future.
Golden State's got to resign 2 people. 3 people looking to get resigned. The 3 people looking to get resigned is Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. I can tell you right now, Wiggins and Poole are a priority. I can tell you right now that Draymond Green is expecting this to be his last year in Golden State.
Like,
what are you gasping about? Like you just saw a ghost. It's just sports.
I'm saying, don't tell me that you were having a bad day. I'm not saying I know what's going on in Draymond's life. And we both said whatever's going on, it doesn't justify or give you the license to do what you did to your teammate. But when you look at this chessboard and you see what time it is, and Stephen A is saying that, and I'm sure Draymond knows what time it is, that could lead me to be feeling some type of a way, and maybe why I would have a short fuse. Not saying that's why Dre hit him, Steiny, but Dre's looking at Poole like, I know you're not going anywhere. You're getting paid. You don't understand what I'm going through, and I built this. Just a thought, man.
Well, of course.
Egos are amazing. I mean,
you don't think, of course, it's all that. Like,
don't make it right.
Well, I don't even need to know what happened.
But don't give me something, the cable's out at home type of something's going on before he got to the because when I heard that,
you know
I
what,
thought
that's my point.
That bothered me.
When I said he was having a bad day,
Save that.
I did not mean to dismiss it.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I meant to accentuate how much this guy's got a problem in that he comes into work mad about something that happened at home, and the people at work have to deal with the anger. Like, no, I'm not making light of that, or I'm not diminishing that. No, in fact, I'm doing the other thing. It's like, this guy's got a problem. He's got a problem because he can't even handle a bad day at home, apparently, without at least here and there going off on somebody that's got nothing to do with anything. Transference. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. What's up, Rob?
I can't wait to hear Rob.
What's going on, fellas?
Tell us.
First off, let me say this. We know the Golden State Warriors franchise leaked that video. We know who leaked. Let's not play dumb. We know who leaked it. They're not trying to re-sign Draymond. They're just giving the public a reason why they're not going to re-sign Draymond. Secondly, to me, Poole is not a guy who's a fighter. He's not a guy who won't smoke. So to me, I don't like people who bully people who don't want to fight. If this was DeMarcus Cousins on the team, you think he would have did that? If this was Zebo, if this was West on the team, he wouldn't have did that. That's where I hate it. Like, if it was just two Bulldogs going at it, him or say if Cousins was still in the squad and they was going at it, for sure. But to me, Poole is not a fighter. He's not a guy that want to fight. That's like me getting at somebody who don't want to fight and think I'm a tough guy. That's what makes me so mad about it. Like, he don't want no smoke, so leave him alone. You can talk. Already put your chest in him and talk to him instead of you swinging on him, because you wouldn't have did that to Big Cousins. You wouldn't have did that to Mark West. You for sure wouldn't have did that to a cat leg open, because they'd have hit you back. So that's what I don't like. And one more thing is, I don't like the way this organization, Draymond and the coach is talking about, I'm mad the video came out. Well, you know what they sound like? They sound like them bad cops. I said bad cops who don't want to hide video that show their wrongdoing, so they get mad at the public because the public found out about it. That's what it comes off to me. I may be wrong, but I think I'm right.
Thanks for the call, Rob.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
What an example.
What?
That last part, what he said. It don't right to wrong. You know what I'm saying? Nothing on how this went down is about how that video got out more so than what it did to Jordan Poole and what happened to him. And I'm with it. He was describing a bully.
Look.
Come on, Steiny. I pick a fight with you and you don't want to fight and I'm going to swing on you?
Exactly. That's where I'm with Rob.
You don't get no credit for that.
Let's put the rat on the table.
Rob getting love on everywhere. YouTube, Twitch.
What Draymond did was gutless. It was. And Rob's right. Jordan Poole, he doesn't want that. Not only that, Jordan Poole's the scrawniest guy on the team.
Love or not a fighter. Nothing wrong with it.
Come on. Man. Let's go to let's take a break.
Well, there you go.
I'll get you on the other side, T-Bone. I'll get everybody on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out video only. because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call video only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
In San Jose today, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 70s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Yeah, no Jordan Poole.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Let me ask you this, Guru.
What up, baby?
You think the Warriors are looking into the possibility of trading Draymond Green?
There's no doubt.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I feel that way. After this, and what Stephen A. said, not just because he said it, we knew that it's a possibility that it could just happen naturally to where he dons another uniform. And I'm wondering how much of that punch did Dre look at it like, you know what? It's more to my basketball career than Golden State. Just the thought of him not being a Warrior, and I don't know if that went into him throwing that punch, like let the chips fall where they may, but you asked me a question, I'm going to give you a quick answer. Yes.
T-Bone. T-Bone's in Livermore. Hey, T-Bone. What do you got, man?
Hey. Yeah, I'm just sitting here smoking a cigar.
Nice.
I think, what if he hit Steph Curry?
They would. He wouldn't be allowed in the building.
I think Draymond is luggage, and they need to ship him. I'm out 41-143.
Thank you. I'm out 41-143. Now, he waited for about an hour.
Yeah.
I'm out 41. What is that?
143 when we used to have beepers was I love you.
Okay.
Yeah. But
what
I don't know
41?
I have.
So it's 41. 143 is I love you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Low Neal was 41 for a minute.
We got to keep Low on track.
Yeah.
Next time.
Well, he was from my boy.
Rich is in Fremont.
Our guy.
Rich, how you doing, man?
Doing all good, Simon. How you doing, man? What's up, Guru?
What's up, baby?
You know, the one thing that bothers me about this whole situation is that I'm just trying to figure out why hasn't the NBA acted on this? You know, this is not about, you know, whether or not, you know, they don't know, you know, what happened. This is not about they don't know who was involved. They know who was involved. They know what happened. The evidence is clear as day, okay? I just got that question, man. Adam Silver, where are you at, man?
You know what, Rich?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Rich, thanks for the call. I mean, I'll just, what I think is, so it happens Wednesday, and it gets out, and so the Warriors have to deal with it. So they deal with it Thursday, and nobody has seen the video, obviously,
okay.
And so they think it's going to be an in-house thing, and because it's going to be an in-house thing, they'll deal with it, and nobody will find out, and that's fine. Then the video comes out, and it looks really bad. Well, now the Warriors have to kind of reconvene, reconnect, talk about the video, whether it changes things, whether it doesn't change things. My point is I actually don't think the NBA has taken a long time. Like, where is the NBA? Oh, the NBA will be there if they need to be there. That's what I think. But I think where we're at right now is the Warriors at least saying we don't have to make a decision immediately. Why not? Well, because Draymond is not here, and that's mutual, so we can take a deep breath, deal with it at the end of the week, after calmer heads prevail, after we can talk about it for 3 or 4 days, and then you call in the league and you say, this is what we're thinking about doing. What do you guys think? And then maybe the league says, that's pretty, we can live with that punishment that you're doling out. Now we can move on. That's what I think's happened. I think, honestly, if they're going to investigate, well,
which
then,
we have not heard.
Then you can't investigate with just that video. You do have to do interviews with people who were there who might have heard what was said. How long into practice were they? Did Draymond have an altercation with anybody else before this one? I mean, there's so much more they can do if they want to. Let's go to Filmo Mike. Filmo Mike, what's up, man?
Man, I don't know why y'all been talking about Draymond Green all day. He apologized. First of all, they shouldn't have broadcast.
What happened?
Filmo.
He was riding for Dede.
What did you have to say with his first? He apologized.
He said, "I don't think he was. They should have broadcasted his presser. That's where I thought he was going. I have no idea, but I'll say this: he didn't do himself any favors Saturday to me. And again, I know Steiny during the changeover with Willard and Dibs, you didn't give me a look. You kind of scoffed, made a noise about if I were Dre, I'd have said, "Hey, look, I called Steiny, even went over to his house, didn't answer. I understand what I did was so malicious and vile. He's going to need time." But the people watching you would be like, "Oh, damn, you went to those measures." Instead, you're at a concert. You're having a good time. And actions speak louder than words. So I would have just, if I was in Dre's camp, hey, you just knocked your teammate down. I know you want to go have a good time and listen to some music. It wouldn't look good. And maybe I'm playing the PR
just
game.
Just go and don't go on Instagram.
Well,
just go to the concert.
I just, again, and what was the goal? Let me ask you and the listeners, what was the goal of that presser? To have Draymond looked in a different light, right?
Well, I mean, who's
right to have some sympathy for him, for people, because everybody was coming down. Oh man, I can't believe you did that. But when he starts out, what day was it? Wednesday or Thursday? I was like, oh my goodness, that's just me.
I mean, to me,
that's already off to a horrible start. What do you mean? What day was it?
No, I'm not gonna hold it against him for what he did on Saturday, but I'm also not gonna praise him for it.
What about the concert going? Was that a bad look? Putting the video out.
It was a bad look, but you got to understand, like, there's still a part of him that DGAF. And the reason he can DGAF is because he's got $100 million. And every time Draymond Green in his basketball career has gotten physical or has done something like that, for the most part, he's not penalized.
And there
in fact,
you go.
He's rewarded because he's the heart and soul. He's the tough guy. He's the enforcer. He's all that, and we love him because we have 4 titles with him, and that's just who he is. And you got to put up with it. Well, he crossed the line again, and this time he crossed the line further than he ever has in the past. And also, oh, by the way, he's not as good as he used to be. And he's getting hurt more and more.
And you hit the future, if you want to call Jordan Poole that, because Coach Kerr did yesterday after the games, Donnie. Did you find that not odd, but did that get your attention?
It's
many, many, many years.
It's just more ammunition where I believe the organization's sick of him. Organization may be too strong and too broad. I think Steve Kerr's sick of Draymond Green. I think Steph Curry's like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Again, Dre?
Yeah. We've had your back at every turn.
Exactly. Absolutely. Let's go to Arnold. He's in San Jose. What's up, Arnold?
Yo, what's up, fellas? Great show. I just want to compare this situation to what happened in L.A. with Swaggy P and D'Angelo Russell. Not sure if you guys remember. A video was leaked, and it had an effect on the locker room, the whole team. You know, they actually split the guys up, and Kobe was like, I don't want nobody here that's like that. Steph Curry should be the same way and should say the same thing and be like, you know, if Draymond's going to do these kind of things all the time, I don't want him on the team.
Thanks for the call, Arnold.
Wow.
I think Steph has been raised to play things down the middle. And I think that's the strongest he can come across, putting his support behind Jordan Poole and making it clear what Draymond Green did was not right. You can't expect Steph Curry to say, Draymond was just beyond the pale and he's been doing this a lot and I can't stand. You can't sell him down the river, but you can make it clear Draymond, or to me, where he said Jordan Poole did nothing to warrant this. That's Curry's way of saying Draymond was completely out of pocket.
Okay, and rebuke the alleged report by Chris Haynes. But I'll say this to you, Steiny, because Fillmore Mike said, it sounded like, call back, Mike, it sounded like he was going to be one of the few that was going to defend Draymond. And I don't got a hater bone in my body. But again, I just go back to what I feel a teammate's supposed to be, look like, and then when you get deemed what you just said that Draymond is of this team and has been, a leader in the heart and soul, I don't care what just went down. You don't ever do what you did a few days ago. You just, I really feel like you removed the name, Steiny. There's no coming back from that. And how many people have we talked to that can justify those actions? So that's why I was hoping Mike didn't get cut off in a call back, because tell me what I'm missing. Now, like my wife, if you're in that, on that side of the street where he pushed him, that was a punch, you really need to look yourself in the mirror and reevaluate your everything, because what you're saying is you're in denial. If you're saying Jordan Poole punched Draymond Green with that shove, you are in denial. And you are doing what you're accusing me of doing, and that's being a hater, which I'm not. The Warriors have allowed this man to run roughshod all day long and continued to have his back, and this is how he repays them, and he still has not been suspended.
Well, I wouldn't. What
did I miss?
Nothing, but I wouldn't assume he won't be. I have no problem with them taking some time to figure it out. And time's a few days, and that's
so you're saying, I'm asking, you're saying the video coming out this time would still be this time. Two things are going on here. The suspension, to me, should have been as quick as that punch was to Poole, Steiny. And you could have adjusted it accordingly.
How many games? How many games?
I would have went 20.
Okay, you would have gone 20, and there would have been a grievance filed by the Players Association.
Okay.
And you got to, they would say 20 for something that happened on a team. Let the team deal with it. I mean, I'm just listening. Yeah. I don't know what the number is.
So what my thing about your thought process is, what's going on now for you to determine that suspension, Steiny, or even announce it?
Well,
you're giving him a pass.
You take into account if you believe he is truly contrite. Is he truly sorry? Is he willing to take tangible steps to get his anger under control? Maybe that means going into some kind of program. Is he willing to do that? Okay, he's willing to do that. All right. If he's willing to do all those things, we'll suspend him 15 games, and then he's got to show us with more actions that he's trying to get better. And this is where I think this is interesting. I usually look at the Comcast Business text line, but I'm looking at the YouTube one, and there's a dude there, USMC Semper Fi.
I'll see it right here.
Yeah, look at some of his. He's interesting. He goes, Draymond apologized. What do y'all want him to do? What else? He's got a bunch of stuff here. Draymond apologized. Why are we making this a big deal? Y'all got nothing to talk about. See, that's the fight's old news. Let it go. Well, I mean, USMC said it wasn't a fight. First of all, it was an ambush, and secondly, we don't know how the most important player feels about everything that's gone down, which is Jordan Poole. It's not Draymond Green.
Wow.
So stop calling it a fight, USMC, because that's the first misconception. Larry, go ahead.
No, I want to go back to real quick, Rob from San Bruno. Is there any part of Matt Steinmetz because he did say, did somebody within the org, maybe they had it out for Draymond, leak that?
I don't even.
But if you had it out for somebody, that's
idea.
how you would that's how you would get them.
I have no idea.
Or make them look bad.
I have no idea.
I hear you.
No clue. Let's go to Larry. Larry's in San Francisco. What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas. What's going on with y'all? I've been listening to this conversation. I was calling to comment on the one caller saying the NBA should be involved, and I was like, probably not, because fights happen on teams. Now, whether we see it or not, it happens. And then as I started to listen to you all more and more, a couple of things came to mind. One, in the hood, when you get pushed like that, you should get into your fight stance. I'm on the Damian Lillard quotes in the paper where you got to expect something to come back. He's not going to just push this man and Draymond's going to go, oh, well, he pushed me. That is not realistic. Now, does it warrant that punch? No. I agree wholeheartedly. But does it warrant Poole taking a more defensive posture? Oh, for sure. Oh, that's the rules of the hood for sure. There's no doubt. Now, so standing there as if Draymond was going to do nothing, that's a little naive on the young fella's behalf. That's the first thing. And now, as far as us talking about this, we tend to wear these things out where there's other egregious things that happens that we kind of let go through the news cycle. And so when USMC says that, I'm not totally against that comment. And as far as suspensions and all of that stuff, let the team handle it. But if you go down this road, then you're setting a precedent. And so when this happens again, you can't go back and go, well, we're going to handle it different this time. So you got to be careful what you ask for. Thanks, fellas, for taking my call.
Let me ask you this, Goo. Let's say Draymond Green comes over and he puts his head right under his chin or on his chest like he's doing, and he's spoiling for a fight. Okay, let's say Jordan Poole pushes him exactly like he pushed him. And after he pushes Draymond like that, Jordan Poole makes some kind of effort like the caller's talking about. I bet. Okay, and Draymond does the exact same thing. Poole was more ready for it, but the punch was still so strong, it went right through his hands that were up and hit him in the face anyway. Okay, so Jordan Poole, that's irrelevant to me. Well, Jordan Poole, Jordan Poole should have had his hands up. Okay, let's say he had his hands up and Draymond still just went through his hands. But he was ready
for that work, that smoke, Steiny. That's
so what?
Totally different to me. I wouldn't be on Dre's neck because Jordan accepted the challenge and was ready and in position. Just like that video when he pushed him away, he didn't look his way because he thought there's no way in hell I'm about to catch one. So when you give me that example, I disagree, Steiny, in the sense that Jordan Poole was active. He was ready for it. And that, to me, Steiny, that's a fight.
What I'm saying is, had Jordan Poole made more of an effort to protect himself, forget throw a punch. He wasn't going to throw a punch.
I thought you meant throw a punch.
He pushed him.
Yeah.
And the next thing, first of all, if Jordan Poole pushes him and then follows that up with what Draymond did to Poole,
right,
people are going to say Poole was out of line. All Draymond did was come up next to him. So what I'm getting at is when Poole pushes him at that point to get off him, even if Poole sees this guy's a bull in a china shop, he's not going to be able to throw a punch. He might get into defensive mode, but even that, that doesn't matter. Draymond attacked him. He attacked him whether the guy had his hands up or not. And whether Poole put his hands up because he was fast enough instinctually to read the room that Draymond was out of his mind, kind of doesn't matter. Draymond was out of his mind.
Yeah.
Whether Poole had a shot at defending himself, didn't have a shot, was trying to, should have. No, Draymond was out of his mind.
And Steiny, I'm blown away. Drew Down on YouTube. What does a suspension accomplish? It sends a message to the whole team that ain't cool. That's not our culture. That's not how we get down. These are not the streets. Same reason you get a traffic ticket. You hope you don't do it again. Come on, man. Are people really saying a suspension would not right now, it looks like there's no penalty on hitting your teammate upside the head. And as much as I respect and love the Warriors organization, I'm hope, Steiny, they're doing what you're saying, that is bigger than that. But you can't let this guy skate. And then I
got to give USMC Semper Fi some credit for not giving in.
What'd he say?
Bruh, you act like it's all Draymond's fault.
No, see?
It is. Period. End of story. Alvin in Richmond.
Yeah.
What's up, Alvin? How you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. Hopefully you guys are well. Look, I'm with the previous caller. First of all, you never, ever let anyone walk up on you.
Okay, let me stop you there, Alvin. Let me stop you right there. What should Poole have done? What would have been a better response?
A better response was Poole should have been alert and backed away. However, I do not agree with what Draymond did. Poole is a kid, youngster, and he wasn't realizing what was going on. Where I'm from, when you're having words with someone, you always keep an eye on them. Draymond should be punished to the utmost. Probably not going to hurt him because he's a millionaire already, billionaire. However, I would like to see him do that to someone his size, to do that to David West or to Cousins. I noticed in the playoffs with Boston Big, he didn't do that. It looked like they punished him. He only does that with smaller refs and smaller players.
That's
my issue.
Thanks, Alvin. Appreciate the call. And
that's my issue, man.
So, but here's my question for Alvin, and I'm not saying he's wrong. So, when you say you cannot let somebody walk up on you like that, what that tells me is,
he should have been in fight mode.
Should Poole have punched him?
No, he should have been in fight mode to where if Dre is, he should have been thinking anything can jump off or pop off at any moment. Let me guard my face.
Let's give him that.
Right.
Let's give him that he was in fight mode after Draymond walked up on him. Is it any less like that? Doesn't change a thing to me, except that Poole interpreted the situation a little bit better. All right, we got to go, Goo. We'll be back tomorrow. Michael Irvin, 4:15. 4:15. Don't go anywhere on 95.7 The Game.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right. Top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Listen, could Gregory change your life?
I went from size 44 pants back to the size 38 pants that I had worn when I was in college. Now the 38-inch pants fall off of me. I lost the weight. I felt better. I've lost 63 pounds and 6 inches of pant size. God bless you for having this product and having it at a reasonable price.
Outstanding. Gregory is 70 and lost belly fat and 6 inches off his waist in 5 months. Since 2004, Andro 400 has been helping men like you lose belly fat, gain energy, and improve their lifestyle. We guarantee it. Go to andro400.com for more true testimonials, before and after photos, and special discounts. Only available on andro400.com. andro400.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com
The closer of the week is Deebo Samuel, who climbed high in the sky, brought it down, and took one to the house.
One-on-one with Ramsey. Can't bring him down. Samuel, highlight reel, touchdown.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softs, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Dr. Trudy Fleer here with the 5G Home Recovery Podcast. Let's discuss a very real existential threat to internet speed. It's a big one. Ready? T-Mobile Home Internet. It lags. Ugh. Now, what is lag? Lag is a delay in data being transmitted across the internet. For example, you're hitting that hot drop, the parachute cuts out, you've got an unsuspecting bot in your sights, and lag! You were actually eliminated 10 seconds ago. Nobody deserves that. So stop letting T-Mobile Home Internet ruin everything and switch to Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/TMOFax.
Get an amazing value on Xfinity Internet with unlimited data included. Switch for $55 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract required and no equipment fees for 24 months. Go to xfinity.com/TMOFax, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Ends 10/17/22. Restrictions apply. New fast internet and xFi Complete customers only. xFi Gateway required. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
I mean, let's just start with what a good night it was on the couch last night. You had the NFL's regular season giving you a nice Sunday night game coming down to the wire. You had Major League Baseball's postseason. Au revoir, Metropolitan. Au revoir. At the NBA preseason, it was fun to watch a little basketball. Obviously, the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green situation hanging over everything the Warriors do. A Draymond Green apology happened on Saturday. A comprehensive, dominant win that got Matt Rule fired is what the 49ers served us up on Sunday. And the Cosmos, this Monday has served us up one Larry Krueger. Along for the ride. Ray's got the week off. Larry's in today, tomorrow. I think JD comes on in. You circle back around towards the end of the week. But Larry, we got a lot to get into. And man, the story about the Golden State Warriors just will not go away. It's not going to go away until one thing happens, and that's the thing that hasn't happened yet. And I'll let everyone kind of marinate and guess what that might be before I actually bring it up.
Well, I mean, we have no shortage of topics right now. I mean, seriously, you've got, you didn't even mention the fact that, Bob Nightingale says the Giants may get Aaron Judge and Trey Turner. So you got that going. You got the Warrior thing going. You got the Warrior opening night looming.
By the way, I'm sorry, but is there anything more worthless than a Bob Nightingale might about to sign free agent tweet?
Well, is there anything more useless than Farhan Zaidi talking big about free agents that, we'll see if he signs. We'll see. Wake me when you do something. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at with Farhan and the Giants. I love Farhan, but come on. He's talked big about Story, talked big about Soto. Let's just maybe talk less and do more. And we know if you have a press conference to announce, we're there for it. Otherwise, I don't want to hear about Judge or Story or Turner or anybody free agency wise because I just don't buy that they're going to land them.
No labor pains. Show me the baby.
Show me the baby. And then you got the Niners, who, it was a great win until Mosley tears the ACL, done for the year. I feel terrible for him because he was having a great year.
He was having a great game.
Oh, this is an undrafted free agent who's built himself into, this was his launch point for the big contract. Now he's probably not going to get the big contract.
Which I don't mean to say, what does that do for the Niners? But it's actually probably a good way to keep him on the roster.
Sure.
I mean, you'd rather have him
if he
as
can
a
still
healthy
play.
Player, and I mean, he probably will. ACLs get torn together like get tied back together like shoelaces these days. It's not even a catastrophic injury anymore.
It really isn't.
The ACL is just, it sucks that you're going to miss the next 9 to 12 months. That's all it is.
Even the Achilles.
That's still a big deal.
I mean, Klay Thompson Klay Thompson's back doing his thing. I mean,
but is he? He didn't play at all. He still hasn't played, which I thought it was a little weird that he didn't go out and play in the debut at Chase.
But I mean, remember what the Achilles used to be?
Oh,
with like Marino.
Yeah, that was it.
You had low mobility, now you had none.
Right. It was legitimately career altering.
Yeah.
Like you might not have a career now. That's how much it was altering.
The first one that I thought really kind of turned around was Michael Crabtree. Because when Crabtree tore his Achilles and then he came back and played wide receiver, I was like, oh, wow, okay. So obviously medical advancements. But yeah, outside of the injuries on the Niner front, terrific game for them. First place in the division. I think they look like far and away the best team in their division. They're one of, 2 or 3 teams that you could even say are Super Bowl contenders in their conference. And we haven't even gotten to the middle of October yet.
Well, and I think we all agree. Just remembering back a month ago, it was officially a bad start for the 49ers. The 49ers got off to a bad start this year from a result standpoint, from a production standpoint, from an injury standpoint. And following that bad start, they're completely right back on track and hopefully where they need to be 5 weeks in. So, how bad of a bad start was it when, like you said, they're in sole position of first place in the NFC West. They're 2-0 in division games. I saw Tim Kawakami pointing out the 49ers only have 4 true road games remaining and a game in Mexico City. They've got the Raiders on New Year's Day, which, by then, who knows what that game looks like in terms of how much of an automatic win that thing could be.
Hardly any travel.
Yeah, and they've got 7 home games left. 7 home games left. So the Niners, after starting the year with a big scoop of, oh, no, that doesn't look too good, they're right back to being where they need to be to not really worry about them. Again, how sexy was that game yesterday? The 49ers were so good yesterday. They handled their business so completely. They're a little bit even out of the conversation today. That was just such a good, well-played football game, and now we're all on Bosa watch. That more than anything else is where we are. The Niners, God bless them. There's a lot of talk like, should they now try to trade for Christian McCaffrey if there really is going to be a fire sale? Well, the answer to those questions are yes, and be careful, because I can tell you, trading Christian McCaffrey would be a celebration that by seemingly 49ers law could not last for more than 3 weeks before that guy went down.
And could they even afford him? Could they even afford his cap number? But I would say with Bosa, they're so stacked on the D-line. Ebukam, awesome. Amenahue, awesome. Drake Jackson's playing at a high level.
Ridgeway.
But I mean, I'm just talking about the ends.
Yeah.
Don't play Nick Bosa. I wouldn't play Nick Bosa against
Atlanta?
the Falcons.
No,
not at all. In fact, Bosa and Trent Williams, I would say, don't even think about the field until Kansas City. And then, even then, it's like, let's see what they look like. Let's see how they feel. But I'm not worried about Atlanta. Not that they can't lose to Atlanta. They lost to the Bears. They lost to Denver. Look how bad those teams look right now. But I'm just saying, they're so loaded on the D-line. And the groin is just such a recurring
Could
kind
linger.
of it could be a lingering thing. And I almost got the feel yesterday, and they asked him about it. They asked Shanahan about it today. Was it precautionary? And he's like, well, he's pretty sore today. And if we had to practice today, he wouldn't have practiced today. So he's kind of ramped it up as to the severity. But it looked kind of like maybe he got off the field before he really yanked the thing. So we'll see.
If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm going up to Nick Bosa, and I'm going to say, this is the number to the Greenbriers concierge. I want you to completely enjoy all the amenities. You want to do a little falconry? You want to play golf? You want to ride around in a golf cart? You want to go hiking? Would you like this hot sulfur bath? Would you like a mud bath? Acupuncture? Like, seriously, you have the week off. There's going to be no Falcons game for you. I don't even want you thinking about football for the remainder of this week. You want to saunter out on the practice field, say hello to your teammates. That's great. But enjoy the Greenbrier.
Briar it up.
Briar that bad boy down. Absolutely.
Get your full Briar on this week. West Virginia, one of the states I've never been to.
Strikingly physically gorgeous.
Okay.
There are moments of West Virginia that as you drive through them, they're breathtaking. Beautiful, beautiful country.
John Denver used to sing about West Virginia.
Beautiful country, backwards-ass hillbillies occupying it. Beautiful country. We have
wonderful landscape with some demented people.
They really are. Look, we got an awful lot to get into this afternoon. Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, is going to be joining us at 4:15. We got a lot to talk about with him, and obviously we're going to want to talk about team dynamics with someone who was known to be a bit of an agitator in his playing days, what his thoughts are on Draymond Green and Jordan Poole, even though it's a different sport. Athletes kind of are wired the same, and I think it'll be interesting to get Michael Irvin's opinion on all that too, and some of the more interesting things that Steve Kerr has ever really come up and said during a press conference. He is incredibly concerned about not only his team and his team dynamics right now, but the sanctity of the NBA locker room, which is under assault from a lot of different things. First of all, like physical assault by your own player. That's the real problem in the locker room right now. That we wouldn't be talking about the sanctity of anyone's locker room had Draymond kept his fist to himself the other day. But he is right when he talks about how, look, we got cameras in there at halftime of NBA Finals games, and keeping things in-house are, vitally important for the overall health of a sports franchise. And once that violation happens, it's hard to get it back. I mean, this was a terrible week for the Golden State Warriors on a couple of different fronts. And the team that had really no cracks in it has some cracks in it now. And you could hear Steve Kerr try to spackle them up with a couple of press conferences. And obviously, we have Draymond Green's press conference. And Draymond, let me tell you, he's got all the words, man. And it takes one to know one. Like, I got all the words, too. Pretty words. Can you put them together? Can you sound like you know what you're talking about? Draymond Green,
it's not about words anymore, right?
It's totally about actions going forwards.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
The most important action this entire situation needs hasn't even come close to happening yet. We're going to get into what that action is. And we got an awful lot for you. We got action today. Jimmy G had action in his 50th NFL start, his 48th with the Niners. Matt Rule, no more action for him, but he can just go to the beach and count $40 million worth of deal that's still left to him. And there's going to be a lot of options for Matt Rule going forward. He's younger than both of us, Larry. He's 47 years old.
20-year-old successful run as a college coach. And I believe there's offset language there. So if he gets the college job, David Tepper saves a little greenback.
I'm going to tell you this right now. There's no proof that he's even a bad NFL head coach. We have no proof because he hasn't had a real NFL quarterback for a single day he ever really coached the Carolina Panthers. His quarterbacks have been Teddy Bridgewater, Cam Newton, Sam Darnold, P.J. Walker, and now Baker Mayfield, who was about as uncomfortable and physically looking like he wanted out of a football game as a quarterback can be in a home stadium. So we got an awful lot to get into today. It's Damon and Ratto with Larry Krueger in today. Tomorrow he's back on Friday, and we are just underway. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, and by Lucky California.
At Lucky California, every day is full of fresh possibilities everywhere you look at a price that will always fit your budget. This week, red or green grapes are just $1.49 per pound. Shop all of the fantastic weekly deals at Lucky California. Come see what's fresh.
It's a Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
At the 21-yard line, Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco team.
We're reacting all day with Loneal, Michael Irvin, and you.
Oh, my God.
Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. Touchdown, San Francisco.
On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Oh, you're listening to Damon and Ratto, all right. But if you are tuning in on YouTube, which we are streaming, if you are twitching, you're seeing that's not Ray Ratto. That is Larry Krueger. And it's going to be me and Larry today, tomorrow, I believe Friday. Our pal John Dickinson's going to hop in at some point in time during the week. Michael Irvin's going to be hopping into the show in about an hour from right now. We're going to say hello to the Hall of Famer and the playmaker, who's got to be very happy his Cowboys got another one last night, right?
They look good. They look good.
Look, they're one of the small handful of teams in the NFC that actually look like they could do something. And the 49ers are right back in that conversation, too. It was, as I'm going to say many times today, it was a comprehensive win. I thought the two best signs, Larry, were the 49ers coming out and scoring on the first two possessions of each half. I thought that Kyle Shanahan had his best day. Jimmy Garoppolo had its best day. And we're approaching the point where I think we can start maybe even worrying about this offensive line just a little less than we like to go into these games worrying about it, because you figure, all right, Colton McKivitt's not playing left tackle. This gives you Jalen Moore. What kind of problems is that going to present? It really didn't.
No, I mean, Burns beat him once where he just didn't get out of his stance. But on that long Jeff Wilson run, the longest run of the day, they ran it right behind Jalen Moore. Jalen Moore and Aaron Banks caved in the left side. I was watching the game again this morning, and Banks is got something, man. He really does. I know he didn't play at all as a rookie, but he's like the shape of a Coke machine. He's just this gigantic rectangle human being. And then Jalen Moore, is powerful as well, and they just caved in the right side of the Panther defensive line. So I think you're right. I think the Niner young offensive line, at least in this game, looked pretty good against a D-line that has Brian Burns and the big kid from Brown from Auburn's a stud. So that this Panther D-line's not bad.
The key to that entire win yesterday was just depth. The 49ers were a better football team from, their 23rd man to their 53rd man than the Carolina Panthers are from their first man to their 22nd. I mean, they really have a deeper, better football team. And that's part of the reason why Matt Rule gets fired, because he got to basically, shop for the groceries and try to prepare them, which is asking an awful lot of any coach. Like, I think Kyle Shanahan gets overwhelmed by that, which was good to see Shanahan and company come out on such script. And look, that team run blocks like they're angry at the other team, and they're starting to pass block well enough for what Shanahan wants done. Shanahan wants that ball out in under 2.5 seconds, and honestly, Jimmy Garoppolo gets the ball out like a Hall of Famer. No one's confusing Jimmy Garoppolo with a Hall of Fame quarterback, mind you, but Jimmy gets that ball out about as lickety-split and fast as Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady do, and that is what Kyle wants. He doesn't want that big shot play that takes 2 more heartbeats of pocket protection to make. He wants to get the ball out fast. He wants to get it to guys who know how to turn it upfield. And even though it wasn't a big Debo game, it was good to see Kittle involved. And Juwan Jennings. Oh, dude.
Except Ian Eagle called him speedy at one point, and the guy ran like 4.8.
Not speedy, but you don't need to be speedy when you're physically bigger than other human beings.
Right.
And he is just...
They found their recipe, Damon. Yeah. They did. They found their recipe. Garoppolo doesn't turn it over, and their defense is dominant. They're like 20-9 under Shanahan, something like that, when they don't throw a pick. And, Garoppolo came out, 2 touchdowns, threw a couple near picks, but, didn't throw any picks. They had offensive balance, and their defense is totally dominant. And if you get a pick 6, you win. They got a pick 6 last week. They won. They got a pick 6 this week. But more importantly, they're establishing their recipe for winning, which is Garoppolo doesn't F it up, and their killer defense dominates. And that is what's going to lead them to wins this year.
Dave Lombardi had a really interesting stat that he shared. Top 5 average times from snap to release so far this season. At number 5, you have Joe Burrow of the Cincinnati Bengals, about as established a young up-and-coming quarterback as you'll find in the league. At number 4, Cooper Rush, which is explaining why he has shown up and really taken the Dallas Cowboys by storm. I mean, they're in good hands right now with Cooper Rush, who is a man that came without pedigree, without an awful lot of hoopla, but he's getting the job done because he gets the ball out really fast. At number 3, it's Jimmy Garoppolo, who gets rid of the ball 2.52 seconds, and ahead of him are first ballot Hall of Famers Aaron Rodgers at 2.44 and Tom Brady, who's at 2.4 flat. So it might not yield the big pop plays in the passing game that everyone's looking for, because they think in order for a play to pop, that ball's got to be, in the air 20, 25 yards, and it's definitely the sexier highlight to be shown throughout the entire day. But it's the recipe that the Niners are having most success with, and they've got it again. They really do. They've got a successful recipe, and if they just please stay a little healthy between now and the end of the year, this thing could get really interesting.
Yeah.
But staying healthy, it's a weekly referendum on this team. No matter what game was played, no matter what the results were, who's going to be available next week is an ever-present question. You talk about the pick 6, and that was Emmanuel Mosley's.
Shotgun from Mayfield. Hooks a pass, and he tosses it to the other team, Mosley. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco. And this defense continues to deliver. Pick 6.
They absolutely delivered once again. Ian Eagle, Charles Davis on CBS with the call right there, but Emmanuel Mosley unfortunately does have a torn ACL. He will miss the rest of the year. A walk year for him, so hopefully everything goes okay, and there's a weird bounce in a good contractual direction actually there for the 49ers, maybe. But Nick Bosa's groin injury, and now Robbie Gould getting hurt. Like, you need to stop asking your kicker to make kick return saving tackles.
He had to make 2 yesterday.
There is still a kickoff return special teams issue. That's why I cannot say it was the best game that the 49ers have ever played. It's their best game this year, but they still have a hole in all 3 phases. They missed the field goal when Robbie Gould had to come out. Wisniewski was nowhere even close. Wisniewski and then those kick returns, just that's got to get better.
No question. The interesting thing on the quarterbacks holding the football, I think it's pretty clear that in the NFL you win when it's not just about making plays, It's about not making negative plays. And what are negative plays? Sacks and turnovers. If you can avoid sacks and turnovers, you got a great chance to win. So getting rid of the football quick, yeah, you're not going to go down the field very often, but so you may not make those big plays in the passing game, but you're also not going to take those crushing sacks, and you're going to avoid negative plays. Sacks and turnovers go hand in hand.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Over 400 Google reviews. Cannot be wrong. They're the highest rated of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So we got a lot of football. We got another week in the books to kind of go over and recap and see what this all means now. I think maybe more than anything else, what it means is the 49ers are in sole possession of first place in the NFC West. The Rams, the Seahawks, the Cardinals, they all lose yesterday. So again, the team that was off to a bad start, 5 weeks into it, little perspective, little distance on the bad start and the Trey Lance goodbye injury. It ain't so bad right now. It ain't so bad.
No, they're looking good. I mean, the Rams are thin. So once you get the season rolling, their lack of depth is going to burn them, and is. I mean, they couldn't beat Dallas at home yesterday, and their offense looked bad. Their line's kind of a mess. Seattle just lost Rashad Penny for the year. I don't know if you saw that. Kenneth Walker came off the bench and had a big run, so he'll step in, but they lost their number one back. In Arizona, they missed Chandler Jones. They turned off their quarterback. They're kind of a losing organization. So, I mean, if you're a 49er fan, you got to be feeling 5 weeks in, you got to be feeling like, you know what? The division is very much the 49ers division to lose.
This team hates turf.
Oh, the turf. I mean, the no contact injury on Mosley. I mean, this is where the NFL is trying to graduate from its mom and pop roots to its billion-dollar status today. And it's like every time we get to these little things where it's like, well, it's a financial expenditure. Get rid of the turf. I know it's cheaper. So what? Your sport is minting money. You're going up. Your total revenue pie is jumping by billions of dollars every year.
Right. Remember when Roger Goodell a few years ago said that they had an annual goal of $25 billion a year? They're going to be there. They're going to be there.
They're shooting right on by that because of the gambling money. But I mean, this is easily the healthiest industry in America, and the players are the product. It might be time to prioritize their health.
Look, and you can't. There's no way. I don't care how your field functions. If it's a natural grass field that rolls out of the stadium and rolls back into the stadium, or just you have no roof on your stadium, so you just have a natural grass field, there's no way the maintenance of that natural grass field could ever approach the figure of $40 million. And the Panthers are totally cool eating that to fire a coach.
Right.
So get rid of all this nonsense that is anything other than a natural turf field. I don't know. This is going to sound like it doesn't have anything to do with football, but when I was a kid, Saratoga Racetrack is in upstate New York, and in Saratoga, where the horses run, they had the National Horse Racing Museum. Any really well-done museum is always worth the price of entry, right? I don't have that much of an interest in horse racing, but the museum is absolutely fascinating. It's charming. It's interesting. And I remember one of the most interesting things is they showed what the field and the turf that the horses raced on, what it looks like through the 12 different layers of the gravel, the grass, the padding, the sodding that goes underneath. It looks like these horses are just running on a dirt track to me. The amount of science underneath that dirt track would blow you away. It's layered like the rings of time in the Grand Canyon. It's amazing.
And there are flaws.
And those are just for freaking horses.
And there are flaws. I mean, like we saw a bunch of horses go down on this synthetic new surface at Santa Anita, and they eventually canceled the meet and paused everything because so many horses had these catastrophic injuries. So guess what? Anytime you got a new surface, there has to be studies done to see exactly how safe it is. But man, when you see these non-contact, I mean, the Mosley thing, he just went up. It was just the aftermath of going up in the air. He just didn't land solidly, and he probably caught his spike in the turf, and that was enough to wrench his ACL. I thought initially when I saw it, Damon, that it was an ankle because I thought it looked like his ankle kind of bent funny, but obviously there was some torque involved that tore the knee, and now his season's done. His career's altered. I mean, it's terrible, and it's not that much money to go to a grass surface. They could do it. They have the money to do it. They just need to understand the importance of it, and the players' union needs to bark a little louder.
We got some fascinating sound to get into from Steve Kerr here, talking about the sanctity of locker rooms and how he feels his has very much been violated. But first, Niners win. A couple of phone calls feels right. This is Rich in Fremont. Rich, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. It's just interesting how the season started. You guys are having conversations about, the shell game at quarterback and how, they weren't really sure, if Garoppolo was even going to be there, let alone, be a 49er. And then come to find out he becomes a backup. And then, unfortunately, for the young man, Trey Lance goes down. You don't like to see that, but it did happen. And all of a sudden, we got Garoppolo again. And I'm sorry. I got to highlight these numbers from yesterday, man. 253 yards, 2 TDs, 109.4 passer rating. I'm sorry. I was never against Garoppolo being traded. I think we should have kept him the whole time, and I think that Garoppolo should have been at the helm, and Trey Lance should have stayed out at least another year or year and a half. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Or look, what is ultimately going to be the thing that might hurt the most is maybe he should have never even been drafted to begin with, and you would have had those draft assets to build even a better team, an even deeper team than the one that Jimmy has around him right now. And look, team depth is the strength of the San Francisco 49ers. If you had to say what is this franchise's strength? Defensive line, their defensive line unit might.
They got 2 D lines. They're starting D lines.
Their defensive line might be the single best unit of all the units in the NFL. I mean, maybe.
Heck, if Jimmy Ward's in there, I'll take Ward, Hufanga, healthy Mosley, and Charvarius in the secondary.
It's not bad either.
Yeah.
It's not bad either.
Especially if you got Womack or Lenore at the nickel. I mean, they're stacked. They're stacked. And part of the whole Lance thing was about retaining that depth. That was a major part of it. They put their roster on the board with the $25 million quarterback, and then they put their roster on the board with the rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, and they saw the different guys that they could keep with the rookie quarterback, and they said, that's the route we need to go. And Jimmy had injuries. Jimmy had flaws that obviously Kyle recognized. So, but it's not just as simple as they thought Trey was this, they thought Jimmy was that. It was what kind of team can we build around Jimmy? What kind of team can we build around Trey? I think that was a huge part of the equation. But I'll also say this. I think whatever quarterback is standing in the winner's circle when this team gets Super Bowl number 6 stays. So if that's Jimmy, he stays. If that's Lance, he's here long term.
Brock
Purdy, he's the guy. Whoever wins that 6th Super Bowl is going to be the guy. I really believe that.
Speaking of the guy, Michael Irvin's been the guy. Everywhere he goes, every time he's on either the TV or the radio, he's galactically interesting. That's why he's sitting down with Stephen A. Smith now on Monday mornings on ESPN. And we're going to have to not only get into everything that's happening in the NFL with Michael Irvin, but what has happened, obviously, with the biggest story that's come out of the Bay Area in a very, very long time, outside of the Warriors winning an NBA championship. Jordan Poole getting punched by Draymond Green at practice has legs, and it's not going to stop dancing on the dance floor anytime soon. I think the one thing that absolutely needs to happen to make this officially drift to the back burner of the stove and then eventually get off the stove entirely, well, we know that the season, when it starts 2 weeks from now, that'll pretty much handle it. Jordan Poole needs to appear with Draymond Green. And he has not done that yet. And I don't know if there's a plan to do that. And obviously, he can't do that if he doesn't genuinely feel like he wants to do that. Because Jordan gets to play this however he wants the rest of the way. By the way, look at Jordan Poole's box score from last night's game.
They look pretty good.
You can chin check that kid. He's tough. I don't know what to say. Like, Jordan Poole has got some real scrapple bona fides in him for a guy that took a sucker punch. And debating the word sucker of the sucker punch, I see a lot of people want it. If that's what you're coming away with is the interesting part of this story. You don't get where the story is. Jordan Poole could have had an awful lot of his confidence and all of his bravado, his machismo, robbed of him in that moment. And I will tell you, the one lingering crime that Draymond Green has committed to this guy is, did you see that Jordan Poole, pregame, was awarded his last year's NBA reigning free-throwing champion. You had the best percentage in the league, Jordan Poole. You just edged out your teammate right here. And Steph Curry. Curry came out, kind of presented him the award.
What was the percentage? Like 94% or something like that?
And to like Curry's 93.8 or whatever it was. I mean, it was right there.
That's incredible.
But basically, the Warriors put out this very innocuous, great for Jordan Poole. Just a tweet from the Golden State Warriors. Dude, the comments after that tweet are the crap that Jordan Poole now has to live with. When I said that Jordan Poole has to deal with the humiliation of this, I saw people pick up this whole, he has nothing to be humiliated about. He did nothing wrong. Do you understand that the word humiliation isn't just defined by the way you want it defined? The humiliation that Jordan Poole has to feel from this isn't because he's responsible for it, but because this is going to follow him around for the rest of his life. When you Google Jordan Poole 20 years from now, that video is going to pop up on the top page every single time for the rest of his life.
Okay, but is it
just the way it is?
Is that humiliation? Humiliation would be like if the camera showed him running away.
No, but it's just this is going to follow him. Sure he did, but it's just going to follow him. And he is attached now to Draymond Green beyond the concept of there were teammates who played together, and the two of them are tied together whether Jordan wants to be or not for the rest of his career. And just look, I mean, I'm guessing most of the people following the Golden State Warriors are Warriors fans. Warriors fans had all kinds of disgusting heat for Jordan Poole in this situation. Just the comments are disgusting. And this is, it just sucks that this is going to follow Poole no matter where he goes, no matter what he does, because people are unforgiving a-holes who will never let you forget what your worst moment might have been. They just cannot let go of it. People have so much trouble moving on. Jordan Poole does not seem to be one of those people. It looks like he's already moved on based on the performance we saw last night from him, where he was one of the best players on the court in the preseason game over the Lakers. But it just sucks that this constantly is just going to follow him. The one thing that I think is going to follow this week, though, is an extension for Jordan Poole. And I'll tell you, the Warriors are always measuring their words carefully when they're talking about their players. And when Steve Kerr said this after yesterday's game, it resonated with me.
He's someone we're going to rely on for many years to come, and that's exciting. So we got a lot of good young players, but Jordan is by far the most advanced.
Our most advanced of all of our really good crop of young players, and he's going to be an important part of what we do for years to come. Jordan Poole needs to get that extension done before this time next week. I always thought he was going to take his free agency to market because that's how the best way to get paid is in this league. I wonder if the Warriors aren't going to put a few cherries on top of the sundae that they were about to serve him to make sure we're going to buy you out of the concept of exploring free agency. And we also got a little something to just say we're sorry about it. What the hell happened in the last week? And you're way too important to us to walk away to another team for just basketball reasons or more than just basketball reasons, which unfortunately Draymond has created.
I personally don't think he has anything to be humiliated about at all, but I do think you're right in that the story's going to follow him. I think if he leans into it and forgives and forgets, I think it goes away faster than if he doesn't.
Yeah.
And decides he's going to be like, you know what? I can't coexist with this guy going forward, because then people will take sides. Then people will, there are going to be people that would be, get over it and would come at him in a way that probably is unfair. But I think if he really wants to get beyond it, just keep playing your game and I agree. Do your public sit down with Draymond, accept his apology, and move on.
Even if he doesn't genuinely to believe it, for the sake of the team, for the sake of the steady launch of this season, Jordan Poole needs to kind of suck one up and take another one for the team, if you will, here, and put his arm around Draymond whether he wants to or not, just to sort of make this go away so they can get to the business of the coming NBA season. Hopefully he'll do that. Does he owe that to Draymond? Certainly not. That dynamic between the two of them has absolutely forever changed. You know, I heard Draymond saying, there's a reason why his locker room's next to mine and has been since day one. Well, there's a new day one in your relationship now, and it's the day that you punched him in practice. But the sanctity of the locker room has got Steve rattled, rightfully so. And when we come on back, if you haven't heard some of the news that he's put out during his press conference, you're going to want to. More of your calls at 888-957-9570. It's all coming up this afternoon, including tonight. We got the football hour back with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. That's from 6 to 7 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. So stay tuned. Much more coming up. Damon and Larry in for Ray. Today on 95.7 The Game.
The 49ers defense is nasty.
And he tosses it to the other team, Mosley. Down the sideline, Mosley cuts it inside. All the way. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Our fans are awesome everywhere we go. Our fans travel as good as any team I've been on.
Hufanga. It's a sack for the San Francisco D.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, this is George with Left Coast Buyers. We buy properties all over California. If you own a house or an apartment building and want to sell it fast at a great price, call us at 925-434-5000. We can pay cash and close in as little as 7 days. We buy properties in any condition, any price range, and can help you in any situation. Do you own a property that is run down and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Are you out of time, money, and energy? Let us help. Are you looking for an easy way to get top dollar for your property and sell on your terms and timeline? Well, call Left Coast Buyers now at 925-434-5000. We can solve any problem. We buy divorce houses, inherited houses. We even buy vacant houses and abandoned houses. Do you have a tenant who hasn't paid rent? Are you behind on property taxes, mortgage payments, or even facing a foreclosure? Even if you're just nervous about capital gains or an upcoming recession, we've seen it all. So if you or someone you know owns a property and needs to sell, call Left Coast Buyers at 925-434-5000. That's 925-434-5000.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome Rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Wendy's new French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me. Did you just say Wendy's new French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It's Damon and Kruger today with Ray on vacation this week. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. In about a half an hour, the playmaker Michael Irvin joins us this afternoon. We're always, it's just great having Michael Irvin on. He's never a dull moment with Michael Irvin. He's the best. And it's a great interview. We're looking forward to saying hello to him. We got a lot to talk to him about. Locker room sanctity among the topics. Steve Kerr talked about on Saturday why it's so important for teams to not have leaks, especially from inside practices, locker rooms, where it is just supposed to be, only for the initiated.
This is why it's so crucial to keep things in-house. I've been in this league for 30 plus years. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff. When things are kept internally, it's really almost easy to handle them. It's just so much cleaner and smoother, and you can move forward. As soon as things are leaked, now all hell breaks loose. And that affects every single player, coach, but especially the players. So because of that, because everything is out there, the players are now having to deal with all of this stuff. We're having to answer all these questions, and it puts us in a very, very difficult spot, everybody in a difficult spot, because it's like if you had a camera in your family and there was a family dispute, would you really want to discuss it with the world? No, of course not. You'd want to handle it internally. So that's always the goal. And, for whatever reason, we've had leaks in this organization. This is not the first time. So that needs to be cleaned up. And that's a big part of the issue.
You can tell he's really chapped about this, as he should be. And he is right. It's a lot easier to keep things contained when they stay contained within our own walls. But where Steve, I think, doesn't understand with the direction that, let me tell you, there is a portion of the public, Larry, that would be more than happy to film their own family's interpersonal fighting and put it on social media for clicks.
It's called the Maury Povich Show, isn't it?
No, but it really, the lack of discretion, the lack of of dignity of like, yeah, this just doesn't need to be put out on Front Street.
Right.
That is pervasive. I mean, like, forget it. If we can get mom yelling at dad, we can maybe trend on TikTok. Get that up on the talk. Do it quick. Put it on the gram.
Anything to be trending.
Really, it's just pathetic. And yeah, obviously, Steve, it's a lot easier to slaughter pigs if no one, sees you do it. And that's what they're saying here. Like, you don't want to know how the sausage is made. And the NBA also knows it wouldn't be good for our business if you saw how the sausage was made. Like, there's a lot of stuff that happens in professional locker rooms that because you went through some HR training this week isn't going to sit well with you. And the NBA doesn't want your HR training in its locker room and in its practices.
But
neither does the NBA, neither does baseball, neither does any sport.
The only thing I'll push back on that is I don't think it is bad for business. I mean, I would say a good portion of the NBA discussion is about stuff that happens off the floor and not on the floor. Now, this is a fisticuff deal, but it doesn't necessarily shine a bright light on Draymond Green or the Warriors, but it's not. I mean, you can say it's negative, but it still drives a lot of traction. Still drives a lot of conversation. So, the opposite of love
car
is not,
crash, there's rubbernecking.
And the opposite of love is not hate; it's indifference. And there's nobody's indifferent on this. You guys have noticed over the last 4 or 5 days, you got the Niners, you got the NFL, you got all kinds of other stories. People have parked their sports talk ears at this story for the most part. Why? Because it's salacious. And there's a lot of layers to it, and it's interesting. And so, the NBA, you can bemoan whatever you want to bemoan, but you're taking it right to the bank. The league is. If you took away all discussion of players and coaches that didn't get along, my God, would they even have anything to talk about on any of these middle of the day ESPN NBA shows?
Right. There's no way they're breaking down pick and rolls.
No. And tonight, Spurs Grizzlies. That's a snoozer. But if there's some kind of personal, this guy, the vendettas, and this guy hates that guy, that sells. That absolutely sells. I'm kind of wondering what is the bigger issue to Kerr and the Warriors? Because I heard Kerr say, hey, I've been in the NBA for decades. I've seen fights like this 20, 25 times, I think he said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but you haven't seen leaks of this nature 20 or 25 times. So does the leak? It sounded to me like Steve was upset with Draymond, but has seen it before, but is really, really chapped at the person who leaked this and hasn't seen it before, and or if he has seen it before, he didn't reference it. But that kind of makes you look a little bit, like paranoia will overtake your organization because what's being taped? What can I trust? What can I trust? Who's talking out of school?
Just today, this is fresh, hot off today's press conference presses. Steve Kerr was basically, kind of accused. Like, it sort of, Steve, looks like you care more about the video being leaked than what we actually saw in the video. And Steve basically said, yeah, guilty as charged. Yeah.
I'm concerned about both. They're both a problem. The incident was a problem. The leak was a problem. I don't rank these things. My job as a coach is to prepare us to play, to make sure we can put the best team on the floor possible. And that job requires a ton of navigation, and it's very tricky. And it's made much trickier, when there is a leak, because then everything's out in the open. So the job is to handle everything behind the scenes with conversations and then when it's out in the open, answering questions, like this one. But we are going to get through all this, and we're going to be okay. But it's that was a long way of saying they both concern me.
And they should both concern him. They absolutely should. No one wants their personal business out there on Front Street, except for the 45% of the American public that, anything for attention these days. It's sad. It's an indictment on the society we're now living in. Draymond Green, in his Saturday afternoon, I'm so sorry, press conference, was asked about the leak and what he thought of it. And here's what Draymond said.
What did I think of the fact of the video leaking? If I'm being 100% honest, I thought it was bull. No no other video leaks from practice. When we're working on our sets, they don't leak. When I'm coaching everyone up, that doesn't leak. So I thought it was bull that the video leaks.
I would understand that. But here's the thing. You got to know why you coaching anyone up doesn't leak. And you working on your floppy sets, it doesn't leak. Because that's normal. What we had here was the leak of the abnormal, or at least the abnormal to the public that saw it and really got, I think, an eye full of things that didn't just sound like a fight at practice. Well, that's the thing.
We don't know the culprit. That's the problem with the leak.
Well,
it would be like if Draymond if all of a sudden Jordan Poole got dropped, but the lights went dark at practice and nobody saw who dropped him and nobody was owning it. Well, then we got a real issue, right? We got a
Clue, all of a sudden, all the lights go out, and then there's someone laying in a chalk outline. It's like, was it the candlestick? Was it the butcher, the baker?
It was Professor Plum with the wrench in the study.
Colonel Mustard.
Yeah. No, but if we didn't know, we have a culprit. We know who did it, but we don't know who released this video. And so it kind of, I think there's a lot more room for paranoia and there's a lot more room for questions. And basically, you have one thing that's answered, and now it's about the healing. We know Draymond dropped Jordan Poole. Now it's about the aftermath and how they get beyond the interpersonal relationships and the impact on the floor, off the floor, teammates, other players, so on and so forth. There's lots of things you can point to, but you know who did it. This situation is who knows. Who knows? Is it your video guy? Is it this guy? Is it that guy? I'm sure Steve and Bob and the people in that organization probably know the people that it could not be and the people that it potentially could be. And I would imagine that there's some really uneasy moments for just around the Warrior organization right now as they try to get to the bottom of this.
A guy on the YouTube chat says, nobody outside of Cali cares. San Francisco's not outside of California. Our audience, no matter where you're joining us from, for the most part, resides in Northern California. And we are also the Golden State Warriors flagship station. So if I have to explain why we're still talking about this on Monday, you don't have the mental capacity to even enjoy employment. I don't know what to tell you. If you don't understand why this is a story here, the short bus is the only bus you're comfortable on. Okay? There is no doubt why this is still a story here in our market. And believe me, they are talking about this in other places. This is a bigger story than anyone wants to admit. And it's certainly a bigger story than the Warriors wanted out there. By the way, here's a little bit more from Draymond on that video leak.
What did I think of myself in the moment? I watched the video 15 times, maybe more. Because when I watched the video, I'm looking at the video and I'm like, yo, this looks awful. This looks even worse than I thought it was. It's pathetic. And then I had to take a step back too and realize that this video was actually released this way to look that way, for whoever released the video. I don't know who released the video. I am very thankful to the Warriors organization for taking it as serious as they have and launching the investigation that they have, because quite frankly, they don't have to. They're not obligated to launch an investigation for something that I did wrong. They're not obligated to do that. So I appreciate them taking that as serious as they have and are doing.
They are obligated actually to look at this. This is their, priority, or what's the word I'm looking for?
The people who leaked this work for them.
Right. That's the thing. This is priority. I don't think no, it's not priority. What's the word I'm looking? Proprietary. That's, I think, the word I'm trying to say. Ray without vocabulary in this moment. I know he would. But look, this is the Warriors' business, and it 100% affects them. And they need to know where it came from, because I'm going to tell you it came from two places: money to be made and an axe to be ground. And maybe that axe was against the team or Draymond himself, but this is, give me the money, and I don't care whose reputation I damage with this video. That's kind of where this came from. By the way,
or it could just be about money, because the money was a ton, if you believe the figures that have been released.
What, I saw like 500,000 maybe?
Somebody said 2.6 million or 2.5 million.
For 2.6 million, I'm leaking any video.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be. It could be somebody who just doesn't make a lot of money who's looking at a retirement. They don't necessarily have.
Make sure you're not reading Ballsack Sports there, by the way.
Well, I'm not saying this is what it is. I'm just saying that outside, if you're not making, forget what you're making. Somebody offers you $2.6 million, if that is indeed the figure. That you're taking that. I'm not saying that everybody would take it. I'm just saying you don't need any more motivation than the $2.6 million, probably.
By the way, Matthew on the text line, thank you. He's got my back on proprietary. I eventually got to it. Thank you very much. By the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
Lucas, darling.
Van Lathan used to work at TMZ, and he, I think, tweeted or told somebody that usually TMZ, for videos like that, pays somewhere between $50,000 and $150,000, and it depends on how desperate they were for the video and how the whole negotiating process went, but I'm guessing around 6 digits, right around 100,000.
Well, look at it this way. We should have gone and met that and trumped it, because that video has more views than any single game of the last NBA Finals.
And if you made $50,000 a year doing a job and somebody was going to give you twice your salary potentially, what do you care if you get fired? You got a 2-year deal.
Anyone who's taken that thankless video room job someday thinks in their mind that they're going to be Eric Spoelstra.
Maybe.
Like they think, you don't have a job as an up-and-coming gopher nobody on an NBA roster.
You could love basketball. We both know people who work in and around teams that they just love the team. They just love in the environment, and they're not making a ton, right?
Right,
so,
but I would think that everyone there has their eyes on a bigger basketball prize being down the road waiting for them once they've put in the time, the effort that it takes to deserve that opportunity, whatever the next opportunity would be. So you'd have to be really bought out of your career plans for a self-sabotaging, should you ever be found out. You'd never have another day of employment again in the NBA.
Right.
Should you be found out about that. You'd never be employed in sports again. There'd be a lot of future companies that would look at that scored against you and not hire you because you're the leak. You're the mole.
Right. But you also got maybe 6 figures in the bank account, and nobody's taking that away from you either.
No. But goes real fast, that's for sure. Philmo Mike, one of the best callers the station has. What's going on, Philmo?
Oh, man, I appreciate that, Damon, man. You know how I feel about you and your vocabulary skills.
Thank you.
Hey, but this is my thing, man. Draymond out of pocket on so many levels, but the reason I think people getting annoyed, Damon, because they want, like, what? Say, for instance, Jordan Poole is satisfied. He got the apology. Draymond might have threw him, a Rolex under the table or something like that. Here, bro, 50,000. I'm sorry, it ain't nothing, but it is what it is. He may be cool with it. People got to get out their personal feelings about this, because if the team moved on, we need to move on. But I totally feel why you talking about it. I just want to say the Niners they did their thing yesterday, and everybody criticizing Jimmy G. Jimmy G had a solid game yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Word criticizing Jimmy G.
He did. Philmo, you're all over it. And you're right about everything you just said. Mostly, Jordan Poole needs to not even do Draymond the solid at this point. Needs to do the team the solid, that when he's finally ready to talk about this. And I wonder if the Warriors are really setting this up, that Jordan's not going to be facing the media until he is addressing what will, I believe, the Warriors will now make real, this contract extension, should he want to sign it. And maybe that'll be the time when we hear from Jordan Poole.
He might never address this,
but
really.
Jordan Poole, well, here's the thing. Then you're going to let others decide it for you. If you would like the end of this, you need to bring down the curtain on the topic yourself. No one can bring down the curtain for you. Jordan Poole walking up to Draymond Green and putting his arm around him makes this all go away almost instantly. So I hope that he will do that for himself, for the sake of the team, for the sake of the season that's coming up. He doesn't have to do that. It's up to him to do that. But I think that he is such a basketball tough cookie that he knows that that's the next step, and he's going to. He'll let Draymond twist in the wind here for a day or two. But then it's going to be time to just get this behind everyone, because this team has major, major goals and aspirations for this year. And there isn't anybody on this team that wants this to be a reason why things didn't work out in the end. So you just nip them before they even really began, or began more.
I mean, I think there's a bigger issue that needs to be discussed with the Warriors, and it's not necessarily about this punch. It's about this consistent vaulting over the line. And that's what Draymond Green has shown as far as a pattern of behavior. He's a winner. He's real. He's got a winner's mentality. He's got tremendous will to win on the floor. A lot of positives go along with Draymond, but he crosses the line. And he crosses the line with multiple people.
Like Dave Chappelle said, he's a habitual line stepper.
Some people cross the line. And so I think the Warriors have to know that they've got a player who crosses the line and just ask themselves.
They know. I mean, they know.
But do they want to continue on? Is it okay? Exceptions have been made for people that produce at absurd levels forever.
Right. It's like that for the top selling salesperson in your sales department wherever you work.
You think there's not people at SiriusXM that don't like Howard Stern and the fact he's got his own elevator and this and that? Yeah, I'm sure they do. But guess what? He produces millions of dollars for SiriusXM. So guess what? They're going to live with it. Did you think everybody loved Barry Bonds?
Right.
As soon as Barry Bonds hit 25 home runs and not 73 home runs, they marched his ass out of town. He couldn't find a job anywhere. Why? Because if you produce absurdly, they'll make exceptions. As soon as your production drops, you're gone. So is that going to be the way they're going to play it with Draymond? As soon as his skill level continues to drop to a certain level, now all of a sudden they're going to show him the door? Or are they going to, because they've looked the other way. They've looked the other way as he's vaulted across the line in the past. I personally would stay with him because I think he's absolutely integral to their winning. I don't think they win without him. I don't think they'll win without him going forward. But it has to be addressed that this is continuous behavior of vaulting over the line.
What I think is going to happen. And by the way, did you know that they lock down SiriusXM? When Howard is out of the studio, no one's allowed to leave whatever studio they're in until Howard has reached his car. It's so obnoxious.
I actually got bumped into him in his elevator. I jumped on the wrong elevator. I was working for Mad Dog Radio. And the door opened and it was him. He's like, "What the F are you doing in my elevator?" I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was your elevator." It was like, it was like the end of my show, beginning of his show. And he was outraged that I was in his elevator. But they have two elevators in this hall, the Hill building in Midtown.
Yeah.
And the left elevator, it used to be both for everybody. Now it's Howard's elevator and everybody rides the other elevator.
It's power. It's power, man. I'm not going to lie. I don't want Ray Ratto on my elevator when I come here. So, maybe we can get that around. Wouldn't that be incredible if we just had an elevator for Ray and then one for all the rest of us here at 95.7 The Game?
There's two elevators, but only he gets his own.
You get the Ray-elevator. This is Tommy in Milpitas. Tommy, what do you got?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Second-time caller.
Nice. We get 50 cents. 25 cents for the first call, 50 cents for the second. Thank you.
We got you.
Go, Tommy. Go.
Yes. So some folks are saying that Steve Kerr seems more upset about the video leak than he did what actually happened, and I think he's totally right for that. Kerr is not just their coach; he builds relationships with all these players. They're people too. So he's not he's not upset that he didn't get to sweep this under the rug. What's going on is he's looking out for his players' future, for the organization's future. He cares about these guys, and he knows that this is going to travel with them throughout their career and their lives going forward. So I think Coach Kerr is absolutely right to be more upset about this leak.
It's more rare. Yeah, I think the leak is more rare than the fight.
It's the bigger outlier. There's no doubt. First of all, just to chalk up fights is just common. It's not common, but it's not uncommon. For a leak to happen like that from any team's practice, unless the New England Patriots are involved, it is uncommon.
Yeah, I'll say this. It is common compared to corporate life in America to see it in sports. I actually watched film in a Canadian Football League team where coaches fought each other over literally half a quarter inch of, was that the DB's ball or the linebacker's ball? You saying that's my guy's ball? I'm saying that's your guy. And all of a sudden, here comes fisticuffs. And that's coaches watching film with nobody around. So there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of type A personalities in sports. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of egos. There's a lot of emotion. So I'm not excusing it, but it's not, your day at whatever company you're working for. And if you compare it to it, it doesn't compare.
Leo, 880, real quick, and then we got Michael Irvin joining us next segment. What do you got, Leo?
Hey, yeah, and I just hadn't heard this talk about, and I'd just love to know your opinion. Do you think this costs Draymond his TNT job?
Costs him his job? Absolutely not. Draymond is, how about this? They're hiring one of the most interesting guys in basketball. He is not less interesting now. I don't know if this affects the way people will want to work with him or around him, but Draymond has a incredibly lucrative broadcasting career waiting for him, whether he is a model citizen or does this again 3 weeks from now when it's over, because content is now king, and Draymond Green is great for content, and the last few days of radio can just be offered up as proof of that.
If he did something that somehow the TNT sponsors were all offended by, and those people pulled out, then
until he's costing them money, the answer is he's fine.
Right.
We have a man who just makes money for 95.7 The Game because it's one of the best segments of the entire week. He is a Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself. Michael Irvin joins us coming up next to talk about Week 5 in the NFL, how good the 49ers were, and a little Draymond too, since he understands more about type A personalities than most of us ever will. Michael Irvin joins us next here. And remember, Warriors fans, we got ourselves Champion Ring Night presented by Chase Freedom on Tuesday, October 18th, as the Warriors host the Lakers at Chase Center. You can still get in and get tickets now at warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are indeed standing by.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you thinking about getting a new TV this week at prime prices? Maybe a Samsung, LG, or a Sony? Before you click, you should check out Video Only, because they've got below prime deals. That's right, top-rated TVs at better than online prices. Curbside pickup or home delivery are available. Don't click before you call Video Only, because if you do, you'll be sorry.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop,
It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
At the UPS Store, we know this upcoming holiday is when things can get busy for small business owners.
Exactly. My to-do list and I don't take days off.
That's why you can count on us to be open and ready to help with every small business need, whether it's packing and shipping or if it's just to check your mailbox.
That's almost everything on my to-do list. My list and I can take the day off.
Your local, the everything to help you be unstoppable store. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. The UPS Store locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours may vary. See Center for details.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
In Palo Alto, mostly cloudy overnight, lows in the mid-50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Download that Odyssey app. Have it on your phone no matter where you go, no matter what we do. It all goes there. You can find it all right there. You can find us. Obviously, good old-fashioned terrestrial radio. Kind of a win for old media, if you don't mind me saying. We got... We're on the radio, as you know, and Twitch, the YouTube, for the kids, for the people. Good to have you. Larry Kruger in for Ray Ratto, for the people. Good to have you. And for just a minute, man who is of the people, for the people, Mr. Michael Irvin will be joining us to talk about what was a fascinating week in the NFL. By the way, I tell you this all the time, and I understand why there are plenty of reasons to not believe me when it comes to the topic of football. Never hurts to have a Hoosier on the team.
Player he was looking at. Garoppolo tosses it up high. Jump ball opportunity. Tevin Coleman. What a grab. Burns and Haynes came in trying to drop Garoppolo, and he just tossed it up on a 50-50 ball for 30 yards.
Tevin Coleman went up, and he got that. He also caught the screen pass on the first drive of the day for the first touchdown of the afternoon. That was Iron Eagle, of course, on CBS. But Tevin Coleman, he said something at the postgame presser that was just so honest. Basically asked, like, you know, the NFL has walked away from you, like, multiple times. You know, you're someone who wasn't on a roster just 3 weeks ago. Does that get into your belief in yourself?
A little bit. You definitely have a little bit of doubt. You know what I'm saying? Just not getting a lot of carries and a lot of touches, and just coming from where I came from, the Jets. But you know what I'm saying? I showed that I still have it, and it was definitely fun out there to play with this team. So
situations make careers, Larry. And if he's in a good situation, I think he can be a productive player.
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. I mean, there was Michael Carter and Breece Hall and with the Jets. So the Jets had guys, and they got caught up in a numbers game. I actually talked to Tevin this last week, and you can talk to him for like 1 minute, Damon, and you can immediately see what Shanahan loves about him. He is tough. This is a tough guy.
Well, and the only thing that I think gets scored against him is how long he's been in the league.
Yep.
And, in a league of I'd rather see what the next man up has than what the older, more costly veteran might have left. Like, it's a numbers game. And a lot of the numbers that are important to NFL front offices and teams and spreadsheets aren't working in his favor anymore. But he's still a football player, man.
He's a football player, and also when the season starts, and now all the prospects are gone. Now it's about who can I trust when the bullets are flying, and this guy will step up and stonewall the rusher in the hole. And Tevin's a tough guy, and he loves Shanahan, and they've got a relationship. There's a trust there that goes way back.
To talk about what an interesting week it was, Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker himself, nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. But, Michael, no Ray Ratto today. My pal Larry Krueger is in here with us. He's been covering the NFL for years, so we got ourselves an interesting conversation set up with you today. And we'll get to Draymond Green before it's all said and done, because you understand locker room dynamics implicitly, and we're wondering what you might think of that. But, man, what a good weekend it was for the 49ers. That was about a good of a day as Kyle Shanahan and Jimmy Garoppolo have had together in about a year. They really, really were on track and on the same page, and the defense carried an afternoon where the 49ers looked much better and are a much better football team than the Carolina Panthers.
That feeling, you should be feeling real good about, now the direction, because the learning has gone out the way and the security comes in. Everybody's on edge when any one part of the 11-man offense, or even to a degree a very important part of the 11-man defense, is in the learning stage. That's just the truth. I say that on defense because I can hide some people on defense. You know what I'm saying? But and probably we can hide a rookie at guard or somewhere like that. But you can't hide them at quarterback. You can't hide them at other positions. So when you got that guy there that you guys were working towards, that learning process, so it puts everybody on edge. And I felt like now there's a little bit more security on how we're going to do things and how we're going about things. And I think that does make the offense and makes that whole football team more solid.
Larry and I were just talking about Tevin Coleman before you joined us.
I wanted to start with that too, because you were spot on, and that's the worst thing to ever say to anybody when you're about to talk. When you study communication, the first thing they tell you is don't ever say to someone, "Oh yeah, I agree with you. You were spot on," right in the beginning of the conversation, because the brain may tune you out since it's already heard that information. But you were so spot on, I had to just say it right out front. I had to defunct the studies and just give it to you right out front. So because they tell you, even if you're going to agree, say your point and then say, "I guess I agree," at the end. Let the brain hit. But you guys were so spot on. You really are. And that's what it is right now. And actually it ties back to what I'm saying. That is what we're talking about when you say, okay, now we're dealing with security, where there's no learning process. We know people. We know what we can do. We know who can do what. And I'm telling you, they made a big deal on that on the broadcast about Tevin Coleman coming back. And boy, how he looks being back. And I heard you guys talk about how Shanahan feels that he can trust someone. Even in the Cowboys game, same thing. Now, Pollard is an explosive great back. An explosive great back. You saw the great run he made. But we paid that almost $50 million a year. And when that cornerback came off that blitz, you missed that cornerback. That could be at any point. You can hit that. That's gone. Now, I know that don't seem so harsh since Cooper's doing what he's doing right now. But you know what I'm talking about when you talk about him trusting Tevin Coleman And I felt good. I was so happy for him, too. And him needing to have somebody in there he trusts. Because he knows people are going to probably now try to, have Kevin blitz Grop a lot. You got to be ready for all of that. You got to have people back there that know you already, that you know already.
Hey, Michael, it's a pleasure to talk to you for the first time. I was a fan of 47 back in the day, and going way, way back to your Hurricane days. But I got to ask you about Debo, because I know you know Debo, and Debo had a bunch of people in the house yesterday. He's from Inman, South Carolina. It's like less than 100 miles away from Charlotte. So he had a bunch of people there, and I'm just kind of wondering, when you have a game where you got 50 or 100 family and friends in the stands, do you feel differently about going about your business? I mean, are you hungrier for the football when you got that many people? Because he was getting shut down by J.C. Horn. He wanted to perform, and eventually in the second half he did.
Yeah, that touchdown. We were going to put that touchdown up there where he wouldn't snatch that thing coming across you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Think about this. All the people, most people that have great, incredible dreams, do incredible things, they have these thoughts, but the people around them, especially if they're coming from an area, like I came from a bad, poor area, they're like, man, you got to be crazy. What makes you think you're going to play in the NFL? So when you're saying it to them, they're looking at you like you're crazy. And then they are even trying to help you, like, hey, man, maybe you should get a backup plan. They don't mean any harm, but they're basically saying, ain't no way in the world you're going to do that. You see what I'm saying? So it does feel great. All the people that have helped you there, some believing in you, but some silently not trying to do it against you, but just don't. Like, there's no way you can do that. You want them all there. And absolutely it matters. So I love that he had a chance to do some things in front of them all.
Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, playmaker, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. We saw a very good version of the Niners offense yesterday, backed by what seems to be a defense that knows how to pack its bag and take its act with it on the road. At home, this defense looks legit. Knowing what we know about the NFC, we've handicapped it through 5 weeks, and I think, the Packers aren't great. They're going to be good. The Eagles are the maybe most interesting team out there. The Giants are certainly interesting. Dallas is good. Minnesota's good.
The Eagles and the Niners. That's right now. That's what we see. We go, hey, boy, that's what we see right now. Let's be real. Let's get all that other mess out the way. Here's what this thing has boiled down to, and I love it.
So Minnesota's off your list.
No. Minnesota's not off the list. But I don't know if Minnesota's here. Minnesota might be in that next tier right up under. But you look at the Eagles, you see something special that okay, there's something there. You look at the Niners, you got to have a dominating unit, one unit. There's never been a team that gets there without a dominating unit. The Niners defense has been playing dominating football. I tweeted the thing the other day, and it had it was top two something, talking about the Dallas defense and the Niners defense, the top two in the NFL. And that, they have that special unit that can get them there. Minnesota is good, but we'll ride away with them. And right now, you don't see that dominating special unit. That's why I don't have them in that top tier.
Michael, did Matt Rule deserve the pink slip that he was handed today?
Great question, man. I thought, wow, you gave him a 7-year contract. So when I say today, it's a little bit surprising. That's surprising. Because when you give somebody a 7-year contract, I'm not getting rid of you after 3. I mean, I'm giving you time to turn this around. I know what it is. This is what Matt made. That's why his agent made sure you give him a 7-year contract, because we know it's going to be this process. Now, they cycled in quarterback. I got to try to figure who made all these decisions on these quarterbacks, cycling them in there, and how much are they putting that on him. But yeah, I was a bit surprised. I think you give a guy 7 years, you get through 4. You're trying to turn something over, but that's why I keep saying, D. Hey, the pressure that's on this job right here. This job. Remember what I told you. top 33, POTUS, I'm going to give you that as one. But from 2 to 33 is NFL head coaches. But we're going to get you in and out of here. I'm telling you, it's serious.
Now, if there were a fire,
how much money do you think they're giving him to say goodbye?
$40 million. It's a pretty good. I mean, it's a good way to hit the beach.
Millions. They're talking about over at A&M giving Jimbo 80 millions to just get on out of here to give us a chance to win. It's incredible how much we want to win football games.
No doubt about it. Now, I don't know if they can fit him in, what kind of reality there is from a financial flexibility standpoint. But for a moment, if you would you imagine what Kyle Shanahan might be able to do with a player like Christian McCaffrey?
Oh, wait.
If there's a fire sale, if there is a fire sale in Carolina.
Hey, I'm like, did I miss something while I was flying? Because I just flew in from New York back to Dallas.
Oh, no, we're completely pipe dreaming over here. This is a pipe dream. But what do you think that guy would look like in a Niner uniform?
Oh, my God. That would be something phenomenal to watch. It really would be something phenomenal to watch. Because I'm telling you, that mastermind you guys have, man, if he got a player like Christian McCaffrey, that would be. What do you have to give up to get that? But, boy, if you can get him, that would be great.
Wouldn't that be something?
Special.
Hey, Michael, I got to ask you.
He'll be back on the West Coast. He'll be back.
Oh, I know.
Boy, that'll be. Ooh. That ain't going to happen, man.
No, it's not.
Niners can't afford him. Nobody can afford him with that contract. Michael, a lot of talk here about Draymond Green. And, it's funny. I was talking about this with a buddy of mine, and I said, man, Draymond Green's the ultimate winner. And he's got this incredible will that you can feel when you watch him on the floor. And he's 100% genuine and real, I think. And he'll cross the line from time to time. And we were talking about it. Who does that remind you of? And my buddy said Charles Haley. And
Michael Irvin.
Maybe Michael Irvin, but definitely Charles Haley's name came up, and obviously Draymond's. How would Jimmy Johnson have handled a Draymond Green, dropping another player on your Cowboys teams in the late 80s?
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I threw my name. Listen, before I just speak on it, I first must self-indict. You know what I mean, to be honest with you. In my first year at Miami, I knocked him. I knocked a guy out. Then I break the jaw of our linebacker in a fight in a room, and at any point, Jimmy could have sent me home. I was just a freshman. I was in there fighting, coming home 1 of 15. I'm in here to fight for what I got to get. But I was literally fighting. At any point, he could have sent me home. We were talking about this just the other day. I said, man, Coach, when you were getting your Hall of Fame ring at Dallas, I was just crying because I thought about all of those moments. And at any point, if you sent me home, none of this may have happened. Certainly I'd have gone back to a ghetto, and maybe you win, maybe you don't. Without that receiver, you don't know. But when I saw it, I was like, oh, let me tell you something, man. Whenever you get in those situations, dude, it's something that can take something from you. Right? I mean, I got a situation like that in Dallas also, and it takes something from you walking in the locker room. I was a true leader of a football team. Had I let myself get to this situation where I'm in a situation like that, it's always, you just get caught up. And as soon as it happens, oh my God, what did I do? Why did I do that? I was looking today and I was listening to how Draymond talked about and apologized. And then, we can only, we are creatures that we're trying to grab communication in every little thing. So it wasn't just what he said for my ear gate, it's how he said it for my spirit, what I feel when he's saying it, in my heart. And when he talked about, I thought about how my mom would have felt seeing that. That's still her baby. I felt that apology. You know what I mean? So I felt that. I felt it was real. I feel bad that it happened. I feel bad for as a black man. I said, come on, man, we're seeing this after we just watched Will Smith slap Chris Rock. You know what I mean? But I have to self-indict. I'm an athlete, and I've been there, that place where I've lost my. But you know what I mean? And right after you do it, you feel so bad, like, oh my God, why did I do that, man? So I just hope somehow, some way, they can make it right and move forward.
I'll self-indict, too. I hit a kid who didn't have it coming when I was about 12 years old, but maybe he did have it coming, so I still feel good about it ultimately.
Yeah, he didn't have it coming, but your 12-year-old self, that's what you thought. That's what we're talking about. Your 12-year-old self wasn't mature to handle this situation. The Bible talks about this. It says sometimes your gift can put you in a place that your person is not prepared for, and that's what happens. A lot of times my gifted catcher pass put me in a place that my person wasn't prepared for. My gifted catcher pass put me in a place that I actually whooped somebody's ass because my person wasn't ready.
Michael, so today, in a press conference, someone almost tried to accuse Steve Kerr of sounding like he was more concerned about the video leak than he was what we actually saw in the video. And I would like to play you Steve's response to this, and then you react to this response and tell us what you think about it. Steve, are you more upset about the punch or the leak?
I'm concerned about both. They're both a problem. The incident was a problem. The leak was a problem. I don't rank these things. My job as a coach is to prepare us to play, to make sure we can put the best team on the floor possible. And that job requires a ton of navigation, and it's very tricky. And it's made much trickier, when there is a leak, because then everything's out in the open. So the job is to handle everything behind the scenes with conversations and then when it's out in the open, answering questions, like this one. But we are going to get through all this, and we're going to be okay. But it's that was a long way of saying they both concern me.
Is he right to be concerned about both?
Well, hey, he's spot on. He's spot on what he's saying. He's concerned about both for the right reason. Because I got to navigate this ship, and I know we will have some situations. It's impossible to think I'm navigating this ship with all these people. We're not going to have some situations. But it's that old saying that you grew up with when your mom and dad used to say, "What goes on in this house stays in this house," and that's all. He should be saying exactly what he is saying. There's no doubt. He's upset with the situation that happened, but this situation happening also is getting out.
It's going to be interesting to see what the Warriors do with Draymond. I hope they decide they're going to keep him. I asked you before about Haley. Haley burned some bridges in San Francisco and wound up there and won 3 rings. I always wondered this, and now that I got you here, would you guys have won those 3 rings without Charles?
No. Don't even think about it.
Really?
It's not even a question. It's not even just know it. No. And Charles didn't get less crazy when he got it. He was still crazy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he came right in doing all kinds of things, but it was crazy we needed. And what I think went down is somehow he gets cross with the coaches. And Jimmy handles that. Jimmy went to Charles, talked to him, and said, "Hey, talk to me now. I need to know." And coach said, he said, "You come talk to me about it." And he said, I just don't want to be called out. I'll come talk to you and all of that. And Charles said, and he said, "Okay, I can handle this. I can handle that." You got to work with what you have, especially now, more so than even then. More so than then, because now we're giving people guaranteed numbers that you can't get rid of them if they're crazy anyway. You know what I mean? I don't mean literally crazy, but you know what I'm saying. Doing things that you don't like. So yeah. But yeah, I don't think sometimes the things. Listen, let me tell y'all something too. Let me tell you something. Draymond Green. You think letting the Draymond Green go? It's glue. Steph, Clay, I love all the bad boys, man. But you need people that do dirty work. And you especially are blessed to have people that love dirty work. Don't ever forget that. Just saying now. I'm just saying you're going to need the people that get that. I'm talking about dirty work on the basketball court, on the football field, that tough dude that's getting ready to get in there and grind no matter what. And yeah, he talks a lot, he plays a lot, but boy, he plays hard. And he willingly does the dirty work. Chicago Bulls wouldn't have been the Chicago Bulls without Dennis Rodman, because he was willing to do all the dirty work.
Shout out Charles Oakley, wherever you are. There is no doubt about it. I think the only way through this is for Jordan Poole to put his arm around Draymond Green to let the world know that they're clearly moving on. Do you think that that's a step that that the Warriors need?
Right. Absolutely. You said it, because that's when everybody relaxes, when we know, okay, Jordan has received. Because you got no grounds to not receive it or not accept it if he receives it and accepts it.
Right.
But you got no grounds on asking him to receive it or accept it if it's not his reality.
Michael, it is always a clinic whenever we talk to you. Thank you so very, very much. Appreciate your time, and we're already looking forward again to next week, and Ray will be back to ask you run-on sentences. Thank you.
Absolutely, my brothers. You guys take care, man. Look forward to it. Hey, D.
Yeah.
The last time we played, they were playing that game, and I was texting you back and forth. We were joking around about Devo. He made that one.
Yes.
Right now, I was like,
number one wide receiver after all.
I say, y'all, you asked me, is the number one receiver now? What's going on? That was some funny stuff. That was funny stuff, man.
You're the man, Michael.
I'll talk to you next week.
Thank you very, very much. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. And yeah, I got to tell you, watching football on a Sunday and have Michael Irvin just start texting with you, guys called me. I'm watching football. I'm getting calls from Michael Irvin. I'm like, honey, I got to take this. It's cool. It's a fringe benefit to the job, if you don't mind me saying. Thanks so much to Michael for joining us. When we come on back, it is the biggest uninterrupted commercial-free segment of the entire day. An awful lot to react to what Michael Irvin just had to say, not only on the Niners, not only on the pipe dream of what Christian McCaffrey might look like in a Niner uniform. Let's not even start. But what did you think when what he said basically about the Warriors situation? I thought he spoke on it with great authority. Your thoughts on Michael Irvin. 888-957-9570. It's Damon and Ratto with Larry Krueger, and on a Monday afternoon, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hello, everyone. This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and if you have not made your mind up on who to play on tonight's Las Vegas-Kansas City game, we got you covered here for free on a recorded message. 888-9. Win now is the number to call. That's 888-994-6669. Side and total of the Monday night game tonight between Las Vegas and Kansas City, absolutely free on a recorded message. 888-9. Win now. 888-994-6669. TakingVegas.com is on a 13-4 pro football run. Last Monday, we won with San Francisco. 2 weeks ago, we won with Dallas. We are 4-1 overall on Monday Night Football, and we have side and total for you tonight, absolutely free on a recorded message. Just call 888-9. Win now. That's 888-994-6669.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Fall Savings Event.
Hey, I'm checking off my fall to-do list. I've got apple picking done. Now I need a cozy rug for cider tasting night.
Well, we've got offers on rugs, lighting, and more. And as an IKEA family member, you'll save $20 when you spend $200 or more pre-tax.
Great. Now I actually have to make cider.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event to get ready and save. Offer valid 10/7 to 10/10 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/fall savings event for complete terms and restrictions.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy Paint Applicators, and GRK Screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is great to have you here. It's great to have Larry here and for Ray today. Tomorrow, he's on Friday. We got some John Dickinson in the mix as well. Should be a hell of a week here on 95.7 The Game. It's going to bring us a week closer to the Warriors actually throwing the ball up to start the NBA season. My God, tomorrow we're going to have ourselves NL and ALDS games getting underway. Last night was a hell of a night on the couch, Larry. I mean, my wife even pointed out, Jillian said, you got to be like happy as hell right now. You got an NFL game on one channel. You got postseason baseball on another channel. You got preseason basketball on another channel. She's like, you're Look how happy you are.
Seriously, if you're a sports fan, it's exploding right now. But I will say this, I'm a lot less into the baseball playoffs because the Giants died in July. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they had died in September, I think I'd probably
be leaned
more,
in a little.
Yeah, I'd be a little bit more into the baseball playoffs. I'm less into it because they died in July.
I'm interested in what the Padres do going forward. I'd be surprised if the Dodgers just don't run them over like an 18-wheeler at this point.
I agree.
Kind of done that all year. How about Joe Musgrove's buttery ears? What the hell was that?
I know, seriously. I mean,
he had the shiniest ears I've ever seen.
Well, was there gook? Was it Gaylord Perry Vaseline? Was there cheating going on there?
I just don't know. But Buck Showalter, you see, he got people try to catch him heat. Like, if you're going to go ask for a check, you better get something on that guy. Showalter's like saying, dude, we're getting one hit. I need to stop this. Like, I work for the Mets. I don't care about anybody else's feelings. That's it. So obviously
they flamed out. Yeah, God.
They went from first place all year to out in a week's time.
No offense at all. They didn't touch Darvish. They didn't touch that last pitcher, Musgrove. I mean, the Mets just a total non-factor offensively.
Offensively, the 49ers became a factor. And, I mean, look, this is a team that has been driven by its defense to the point where it's the only driver of this team right now. Averaging 17 points a game is nothing to ever brag about if you're Kyle Shanahan and company. It just isn't. But yesterday, the points kept coming. They scored 7 points in the third quarter. They scored 13 points in the fourth quarter. I thought it was the first really good day of offensive football this entire season. The team goes 7-12 on third down, nearly 400 yards of offense. Cleaning up, by the way, a not particularly clean 9 penalties for 50 yards for the Niners yesterday, but it's Jimmy's best game of the year. 253 yards passing. He was only sacked twice, threw 2 touchdowns, and he was getting the ball out fast all afternoon. 17 carries, 120 yards, and a touchdown for Jeff Wilson. Tevin Coleman combining for a ground and air attack, scored as well. Only a couple of catches for Debo, but Kittle had 5 on 6 targets. We need to see more of that, and this is where it starts. Just look for him. You know, he can't be this guy who doesn't get a look until the middle of the drive of the third quarter. No, he's got to be an early priority. They fed him early. They fed him often. 3 catches for Ayuk. A few catches for Juwan Jennings, who to me is climbing the importance ladder.
Oh, he's good.
For this team.
He's such a great personality, by the way. Juwan Jennings is just unbelievable personality, and he just has all this energy. Yeah, he's underrated. Jeff Wilson, I thought, had his best game. They ran it with a little bit more consistency. There really wasn't too many negatives. The penalties you mentioned. There was one sequence in the first half where Ayuk was on the wrong side of the formation. Jimmy barked at him to switch to the other side of the formation, and then they wasted a timeout. And Jimmy stared him down for a 5 count. So I wonder sometimes about Ayuk and his focus and this and that. But, man, if you can get Kittle, Ayuk, Debo, Tevin Coleman, who looked like he had found new life, Jeff Wilson, get a little healthier, get your O-line cooking a little bit, get Jimmy into a rhythm that he seems to be in right now. You don't have to be incredible offensively, right? You just don't lose the game.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Somebody rightfully here on the Xfinity mobile text line says, they played Carolina. Take it easy, boys. Offensively is where Carolina's problems lied. We knew that defense was going to shut them down for the most part, and they did with only allowing 15 points. The 37, dropping 37 on that Carolina defense isn't as easy as it really sounds. It's not. That's a decent defense. So it was a good day. A good day against a football team that, again, fired their head coach today. By the way, Matt Rule getting fired is probably in a better off position today than he was yesterday. I mean, he was kind of in a dead-end job there. Now he's got either $40 million coming to him while he's patient, or he can, hop on a number of college jobs that are open or about to come open. I mean, Wisconsin, Nebraska, hell, Oklahoma could come open after the stomping Texas put on him this weekend. Colorado, Arizona, Auburn. There's a lot of opportunities out there collegiately from Matt Rule, who is only 47 years old. He's my age.
And he was great at Baylor. And the guy's coached for 20 years in the college game.
He was good in Texas. I mean, look at it this way. Anyone with a winning record at Temple, you're a good coach.
Right.
That's how that works. That's all you need. So,
and some people pointing out that, college coaches don't win in the NFL. Well, you know what? For every college coach you can name that gagged in the NFL. I can name 3 or 4 other guys that did well.
Worked out for Jimmy Johnson.
Worked out for Jim Harbaugh. Worked out for several coaches through the years. So, yes, he's another college coach that didn't do it in the NFL. But there's a half dozen or more college coaches that have come to the NFL and succeeded. So we'll see. I mean, he'll definitely get a great gig in college.
And at the end of that conversation we just had with Michael Irvin, which was fantastic, I thought he gave us an awful lot of truth from inside locker rooms and how Pete Carroll, you can put him on the list for sure too. Michael Irvin getting into locker room dynamics and how every player or every team needs a player who is less than balanced. I mean, it's the truth. It's the honest to God truth. Every single team benefits from one guy who might be the dog that comes off the chain and starts biting random mailmen, mail people, postal workers. You know what I mean? Like, you just need a little element of dangerous if you're going to be considered a dangerous team. And Draymond, throughout his career, I thought has always done a very good job straddling that line. And when he did cross it, it was crossed against an opponent. Until you heard about the fracas he got into with Steve Kerr in the locker room. But that can go away, and Steve made that go away.
Durant.
The thing with Durant, it's easy to blame an awful lot of that on Draymond, and I'm sure that was the catalyst for some bad feelings, but we have also so definitively learned how sensitive Kevin Durant is that I don't know if he's ever going to pitch his tent in a place and be happy that his tent is in that place 2-3 years after pitching his tent. Kevin Durant is
the title, though, LeBron, that whole thing.
Yeah, he's a nomad. He's never going to be happy. The grass is always going to be greener no matter where Kevin Durant is. He was in the best situation the NBA can offer. He wanted out. He was in the worst situation the NBA could offer. He wanted out.
He went to 3 high schools. He moves. He likes to move.
Right. Jordan Poole eventually has to be the guy that makes this topic go away. And there's only one way he can do it. And if he doesn't, believe me, it is going to be so annoying. Larry, there are going to be people counting and microanalyzing every single on-court interaction that Jordan Poole and Draymond Green have. It's going to be broken down like Zapruder film. This point in time...
Was there a second shooter?
Through 35... Well, in Draymond's case, there better be. No, but... Do you get it?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Because he's not the first shooter, because he can't shoot.
He can't shoot. No, but there are going to be people saying, through 30 games last year, they had 2.5... They were averaging 2.5 high fives per game. This year, it's only a half a high five per game. It's going to be so scrutinized, it's going to be annoying. Jordan Poole can make that go away, and he can create an easy entry point into the year by the next Draymond Green press conference showing up and putting his arm around them and just saying, I am over it. And honestly, as Michael Irvin just said, if he's over it, don't by definition all of us have to get over it too. Anyone who might be griping about this, if Jordan Poole is ready to put it beyond and behind him, everyone will be. And it'll be like permission.
There are people that are going to be offended by, that they saw that level of violence, and it's going to change the way they feel about Draymond Green going forward. And it doesn't matter what Jordan Poole says. I think the interesting angle is sometimes you're not positioned to say goodbye. The Warriors are ideally positioned to say goodbye. They've got a fan base that's attentive. They've got superstars that they can go with. Heck, they could plug in Jonathan Kuminga at the power forward spot and just say, you know what, we're done. We're done with Draymond Green. We got Patrick Baldwin Jr., we got Jonathan Kuminga, we can find somebody else. We're done. They don't have to stay with Draymond Green. They could say, you know what, this is a guy who steps over the line, and that's who he is. He consistently steps over the line. So do we wait around for him to step over the line again? Because there is no apology or no words that are really going to make this go away. It's going to be proven actions over time by Green in multiple settings that are going to tell his teammates and the coaches and the fans, for that matter, that he's changed. But if you're the Warriors, have you had enough? Have you had enough? I mean, clearly he's a player in decline. I think I've already said it. I think he's super special. I don't think they win any titles without him, and I'm not sure if they win any more without him.
I would say you're right going backwards in time. They don't win a single one of these titles without Draymond Green. But we are now at a next generation coming through. Like, I can now see how there is a way to do it without him in the future if someone does become that rabid dog. And again, I don't know if anyone is ever going to have his skill set defensively
or offensively. But he's a guy he's your distributor.
He's the best point guard on the team.
He's what is he, 5th in the league in assists?
Yeah,
or whatever he was.
Nobody unlocks a great game from Steph Curry faster than Draymond Green setting up Steph Curry. That can't be denied. But if you can find someone who can give you 80 to 85% of the defense that he gives you, and then counterbalance that with a more easy to see point total, night in, night out, where you're not looking for the offensive acumen in between the lines or the assist total, but you're just like, look, man, Kuminga might not be freaking Draymond Green defensively, but he also is giving you 16 a night. Like, that would be a way to offset a loss of Draymond eventually. But hopefully there is no loss of Draymond to offset at all, because he is important, and he's important to this team, and he's been important to Steve Kerr and Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. He makes the team go. He's the grimy player that all really good teams absolutely need. And, oh, by the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
But for the very first time, though, he has compromised his own position in that locker room. And this isn't me saying it. This isn't me suggesting it. This is Kevon Looney letting you know that they just can't be like, yeah, we're all moved on now. It's like it's never happened. That does not exist. I know a lot of you want it to exist. Here's Kevon Looney explaining that doesn't exist, not yet anyways.
It's been different. It's been complicated. There's something, we done had a lot of things happen here in my time, but a lot of things usually get to stay in house and we get to handle it most of the time like that. So it's a little different with it being out in the public and all the outside commotion, weighing in on people's decision on what people think. So it's difficult, but I think we got the leadership and the right people to get through it. Whenever adversity hits, this team usually responds the right way, and this is the ultimate test for us, and I think we're going to be able to get through it. Jordan, he's going to work and do what he's going to do, and Draymond, he's a veteran. He's been the leader on this team for a reason, and he got some work to do to get that trust back from us, but I think he's willing to do it. So
again, had trust, lost trust. He has work to do. This is a big turning point, I think, in the mind of a lot of guys in that locker room. And I don't know if Draymond can be anything other than an on-court presence. I don't know if he's going to be the leader, that big brother figure, really, to the young crop of guys coming up going forward. Here's what I think happens with Draymond Green. I think he plays this year. I think he plays opening night. Hopefully he plays well this year. But I don't think he's going to play so well where he's going to want to take what he has to sell out to the opening market, which means I think he then exercises his player option for next season. And I think that we're about to embark on the final 2 seasons of Draymond Green. I think he's got this year and he's got next year after he exercises his player option. And at that point in time, he'll take half the salary he's going to command through his player's option to probably go be a Laker or something.
I thought they were going to go to the finish line with him. Now, they didn't go to the finish line with anybody. They didn't go to the finish line with Rick, with Mullen, with Hardaway, with Richmond. They didn't go to the finish line with any of their great players.
They will with Curry.
They will with Curry.
And they will with Klay.
But I thought there was a better chance before this that they would go to the finish line with Draymond than Klay, because I think they would view Draymond as harder to replace than Klay. But now this kind of probably changes that, but that is going to be interesting. I mean, the players obviously have a say, but I mean, does anybody have more of a say than Steph Curry? Ultimately, I think Curry could determine where this goes as far as Draymond's tenure. If Curry wants him there, you're going to tell Steph no? I think probably not. So a lot of this probably is just a matter of how does Steph Curry feel about Draymond being on the team this year and going forward? And that's probably what's going to happen.
Look, we know Steve Kerr doesn't want to tip his hand in terms of anyone's contractual status, but if you were listening to him post-game last night, it sounds like the Warriors are well on their way. And I'm inferring here, based on what you're about to hear from Steve Kerr, that an agreement's going to be reached to keep Jordan Poole with this team for the foreseeable future.
There's a reason Jordan is where he is right now, especially when you consider where he was coming out of Michigan as late first round pick, struggling his first few months in the league. There's a reason he's in this position, about to sign a big extension hopefully. And the guy's tough. He's just mentally tough. He's physically tough. He's ultra confident in his game, and he showed it tonight.
Again, he's talking about that extension. Hopefully, he says, hopefully. And then Steve maybe overstated his position when he said this.
He's someone we're going to rely on for many years to come, and that's exciting. So we got a lot of good young players, but Jordan is by far the most advanced
of our new crop of talent. He's our guy, and we're going to depend on him for years to come. That sounds like someone who's very close to getting his extension,
and he should.
And he should
because he's proven it. Because not only does he get results, but also, if you know the Warrior culture, he's the first guy in the building and the last guy out.
Just with the way that he played last night. I mean, he went out on that court like anything that ever happened between him and Draymond didn't even exist. There was no hesitation. There was no pulling of his on-court punches, shall we say. There was not an unconfident Jordan Poole in that first game back at Chase Center. He looked just like Jordan Poole. He's got crazy wiggles on that up and under, and he might have moved his pivot foot a little, but it's a preseason, so do it there, not in the regular season. But he's on the verge of being a very, very special player. And the Warriors, I think, might have even, in a weird, sadistic kind of way, been done a favor by Draymond Green here, because if there was a final test to be given, a test that is so rarely given, it's not anyone else's final, but Jordan Poole, I believe, has so thoroughly passed the test of what this is that they can't help but admire him even more and respect him even more and think of him as one of us even more than they already do.
Well, there's no question that every year that goes by, Poole is more established in there as an NBA player on this team. He's an improving player who gets better every time you see him. Literally every year he had some attribute to his game. So it makes sense that they'd want to keep him long term. He is the most advanced of their young players. If you look at Wiseman and Moody and Kuminga and him and put them side by side, this is the guy who's kind of stepped into his role and is ready to lead. So that's, as far as lead on the floor. But Green does do the dirty work. And they don't have necessarily, they've got guys who can play his position, but they don't have anybody of his skill set. And to me, his greatest attribute is his ferocity and his will. And you can just feel it. You can feel it in big moments where you can feel the will of Draymond Green. You can feel his ferocious, basically on-court demeanor. And those are factors that are hard to replicate, man. And it's like, if you kiss that off because of this dispute, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly where they're still going to be an enormously talented basketball team, but they're losing attributes that are key to winning, and there's no real person that they can point to that they can now go to for those attributes.
He's the ultimate Klay Thompson insurance, and you might need that. You might need that.
Klay, he's your rim protector and your facilitator.
No, I was talking about Jordan Poole.
Oh, you're talking about Poole?
Yeah, Jordan Poole is Klay Thompson insurance, and since the Warriors aren't even comfortable enough to having played Klay yet, like I really thought he was going to get some minutes last night. The fact that they didn't play him a lick during last night's game just make me wonder, is Klay going to be honestly as ready to go on opening night that, an off season now removed from all of the worst injuries that he's had? Like, I thought this would be the year where Klay is Klay again. And if he's not, you want Jordan Poole on this team going forward. There's no doubt. 888-957-9570. Again, you can reach out on the Xfinity mobile text line. I see the YouTube chatters are all still chatting. We got Gene in Oakland. Thank you for the call, Gene. You're on with Damon and Larry.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. So, I'm not so certain that he's in the fold. I wasn't even certain before this incident. I thought he was going to see what the Warriors would offer him and then just wait it out a year, see if he could actually have a better year and command more money and maybe a starting position with another team next year. Now I'm even less certain. He hasn't said a thing about this yet. What's that, about 5 days now, 6 days? All right. I'm wondering if he's still very, very upset about the whole thing. Not just about Draymond trying to level him, assaulting him as he did, but also about the way the Warriors organization has handled, or I should say mishandled, the whole thing since. He has to look at Green, the guy that attacked him, and he's getting no punishment, essentially. I mean, he's going to miss a few meaningless preseason games. He gets to start the season just like always. And I would think that may be upsetting the hell out of him. Now they're saying it's indefinite how much time Draymond is going to miss, and I'm wondering if Poole's position on this may have something to do with that. But even if they should decide to suspend him a few games more in the season, I think it may be too late.
Well, again, look, Gene, everything that you just brought up might be in play. But might I suggest that everything that you just brought up might not be in play as well? I mean, this can go in only one of two directions. It lingers, it remains, or it goes away because that's the choice that the adults in the room decided. This is what I keep on saying about Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is really the only one who can defuse this bomb completely. He is the bomb squad on this issue. And the number one way to defuse this issue is for when Jordan Poole hits the media next or Draymond appears in front of the media next, for Jordan Poole to put his arm around him and say, Draymond said he's got love for me. I've still got love for Draymond Green. And if he does really feel that way, what a badass Jordan Poole is. What a baller. If he doesn't feel that way, but he still goes out of his way to do that, what a great teammate he is. What a leader he is, knowing that this does create the path to least resistance. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andre Iguodala, all of them would have to look at him and say, if he's eaten this sandwich that he'd rather not eat for the good of the team, man, does that get him a lot of credit in that locker room with the Warriors' leadership and brass. So Jordan Poole can come out of this smelling like a rose if he decides, I'm just going to end this, whether for my own beliefs or whether just for the good of the team, and we got to go win 60 basketball games.
And I'll push back on that, though, as far as I don't think you can sit here and say the Warriors mismanaged this. They're letting this thing breathe. They're giving this thing time. They haven't said that he's not going to face any
penalty. They wanted
penalty.
it to all go away, and then when the leak happened, that's when,
at this point,
they painted themselves into a corner with, we really don't know what the discipline is, although Draymond isn't sure that he's playing on opening night.
Yeah, I expect to play. Now, will I play? That's a totally different story. And that's something that we will continue to figure out as we move forward and just feel through what's right.
So it's not settled yet.
But I mean, why? What's this? There's no law that states that you have to make a decision on punishment within a day or 2 days. You can see the way it goes. First of all, the guy you should be talking to first and foremost is Poole. He was the guy who was attacked. Maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he doesn't want a strong, negative thing to happen to Draymond publicly. Maybe he feels like, in some ways there people could choose sides in that situation. Maybe he's not going to publicly talk about this. Maybe he's just going to allow it to kind of just go away. He doesn't owe us anything. He got dropped at a practice. He doesn't owe us some kind of explanation.
No.
He doesn't owe us some kind of...
And he doesn't owe Draymond anything.
Exactly. And we shouldn't be waiting for when he speaks. Well, he doesn't have to address this at all. He really doesn't. It's not his situation. It's Draymond's and the team's. But I don't know that I would immediately point the finger and say the Warriors screwed the situation up because they haven't levied some discipline at him. And they're saying, you know what, he's going to be away from the team. We're going to reevaluate this. We're going to keep talking and, fact-finding and discussing things internally. Just because the footage was released publicly and that engages all of our opinions doesn't mean that they have to work on our timeline. They could wait a week or two. And now, if they don't address it at all at any point, internally or externally, that's one thing. But it sounds like they are going to address it if they haven't already, and it's going to come internally.
Look at it this way. The Warriors, whatever they did or didn't do, according to this issue, they tried to get out in front of it. They tried to get out in front of an issue that became an even bigger issue the day after they got out in front of it because of the leak of the video. Imagine what would have happened if this were the Knicks. What a toxic situation that would not be removed, could not be removed. They wouldn't have even invited any of their media members that are against them to the press conference about this. I mean, the Warriors might not have landed this perfectly, but they did the best to be open about it that they could. And of course, they're going to be ripped, for a lot of reasons, some of them justified, but others not justified. Like I think that they've actually, wanting to be the very conscientious team that they are, got out in front of this. And where the rubber doesn't meet the road is that they just tried to leave this as a basketball issue. Like this is an on-court skirmish that went too far, and that happens. Well, you could see from the video that the two guys weren't even playing basketball at the time of the punch.
I mean, you could make an argument that it was assault within the context of a basketball practice. But it has nothing to do. There was no basketball play. They weren't playing basketball. There's nothing about this is basketball other than the fact that it happened at basketball practice.
Right.
It was an assault. It was an assault on one person on another person. But then you heard Kerr talk about it. He says we all know how long Kerr's been in the NBA as a player, as a coach. And he says he's seen fights like this 20, 25 times, whatever his number was. He's seen it before. So, I don't think, one, it's not an unprecedented act. There's plenty of precedent for it. And now it's a matter of, how does Jordan feel? How do the players feel? How do the coaches feel? And also, it's unlike other sports. This is a small family. When basketball teams travel, it's not like NFL teams where there's 100 people on the plane. It's 15 people. It's a relatively small traveling party.
Yeah.
So if you got a bad apple, you got somebody that you really don't like that's going to upset the other guys, I think it means a lot more on a basketball team of a traveling party of 20 as opposed to a traveling party of 120.
Right.
So I just don't think that the Warriors, I don't think you can point the finger at the Warriors and say, oh, they screwed this up. Let's see. Let's just see how they handle it. How, is there a statement from Jordan Poole? Does he want to talk about this? We'll see. There's a number of different ways they could kind of play their hand. I think it always is in a situation where there's fisticuffs, it's always smart to let kind of things cool down. Now, you could be very cynical and say, well, they're putting their finger outside and kind of seeing the direction of the wind's blowing, and they're just trying to go along with public sentiment. We'll see. We don't know that. But I know that's the criticism. But I think I'd be more concerned if they rushed to judgment and made some declaration within 24 hours and I'd be more, I could see people being critical of that than, hey, we're going to let this thing breathe for a few days. We're going to talk about these things internally. We're going to make the best decision for us as a group. To me, those all seem like logical and reasonable reactions to this.
A couple YouTubers weighing in. A guy named Derek Rose says he can forgive if he wants. He doesn't need to forget. You're right about that. And another guy who's the handle is Poupon Boy. Pardon me, would you happen to have Poupon Boy? We do. For all we know, they had a fist fight today. Yeah. I mean, you might be right. I'm going to suggest they probably didn't, but yeah, look, it is a highly competitive league with the most highly competitive athletes on the planet functioning within it for highly competitive paychecks. how they measure themselves against each other. And Draymond, he went out of his way to say this wasn't about dollars between he and Jordan.
For me, that is the task at hand, to rebuild trust in our locker room.
Wrong highlight. I got it wrong. Here's the one I wanted.
I've heard reports that, it's over a contract or him getting an extension or me getting an extension. I can assure you I don't count other people's pockets, number one. And so that's not something I would ever start doing. The way I was raised, that is simply hating on another man's situation. And that's something that you just don't do.
Draymond said, as definitively as he could. And look, Draymond,
I hated that take, by the way, not from him, but from the people saying, "Oh, it's just about money. He's not getting the money." And come on,
right?
Come on.
But here's the thing: Draymond's a great talker, and he can put words together and string them into sentences as well as anyone. I mean, it takes one to know one, and the guy's a talker. He really is. But that also renders his words a little empty and a little hollow. I mean, we've heard all of this contrite, hat-in-hand Draymond in the past on other things, yet here we are again for the biggest violation of his career in terms of team trust and whatnot. Was he remorseful enough for you? I don't care. He brought up how the video was edited and came out and didn't have any audio attached to it, which I didn't think was a point that he really needed to make. But he says the right things about Jordan Poole. And the fact that, and this is something that Michael Irvin weighed in on when we asked him about it, that he went out of his way to say, I felt bad for Jordan Poole's mother that she had to see this, and I apologize to the Poole family and his friends that had to see this. It's not a video that anyone who cares about someone would want to see. No one wants to see anyone that they care about, that they love, hurt or attacked like that. And Draymond said, when it comes to Jordan Poole, there's still a lot of love that flows from him to the player.
I love Jordan Poole. That's my guy. Like I said to Jordan, I will still ride for Jordan. I still advocate for Jordan. I will still do anything that I can to make Jordan's job easy, to make Jordan look good, to get him the things that he wants out of basketball that I can help from a teammate's perspective. That's that. My feelings towards Jordan does not change. It's a reason Jordan's locker is next to mine from day one. And that has changed a little bit. That dynamic has changed a little bit. It's on me to make that right and get it back, But as far as my feelings for Jordan goes, I'm the guy who supported Jordan when he was sent to the G League bubble when no one thought he had a chance. I'm the guy calling him, "Hey, man, you should be doing this," or "Good game." That's me. That don't change at all. My love is real. Love don't just go by the wayside. My love is there. My love ain't going nowhere. So I will continue to support him, help him where I can, lead him. And in saying that, like I said, I know leading comes with a responsibility that I dropped the ball on. And you have to rebuild the trust in that. But if I see Jordan doing something wrong, I'm going to help Jordan because that's the right thing to do. And if you don't care about Jordan, you don't help. You just watch him do it wrong. So my love for Jordan don't change one bit. Continue to move forward, continue to do all I can to help him. And as far as a personal relationship goes, we will figure that out as we go, as he's ready on his terms or not. That is solely up to Jordan. But as far as my love for Jordan, that don't change one bit.
And by the way, Steve got asked, so apology, moment of, have they smoked the peace pipe yet? And you're going to hear a phrase that, Steve is going to use a lot this year, wanting to keep that in-house.
How do you think Draymond's apology was just received by the team and stuff? Because he said he thought
nobody's business but ours.
Nobody's business but ours.
Cut that off kind of quick.
He really did.
I mean, heck, to hear Green talk about it, you would think that, he who knows? Maybe he's leading Jordan to the ground with that punch. There you go. Well, he needs to lead Jordan. I mean, he basically made it seem like he's like got Jordan's best interest at heart. So,
well, I'm sure in many instances he did.
Maybe in some weird, twisted way, him dropping him and from Draymond's perspective, it was good for the kid. I have no idea, but I do think that the quote that I saw was when Draymond was talking about this. He's like, "Hey, I'm a flawed human being. I was in a bad mental space, Wednesday." And these things play like excuses.
You mean this?
I am a very flawed human being, and I think I personally know those flaws better than anyone. The work that I've done to correct those flaws, I think, has been tremendous, and yet there's still a very long way to go. I think that's a constant work in process. I am a constant work in process, and I'll continue to do that work. I think the day that took place, I was in a very, very, very bad space mentally, dealing with some things in my personal life that, I can't sit here and say like, oh, you're dealing with some things in your personal life that didn't shorten your temper, that didn't, that didn't change your reaction in moments. Like, all those things are tied together. And I think that's where you get to see the human being side of us, where if you are dealing with something, when you step on the court, it just doesn't go away. That's the same brain, that's the same body that is dealing with something that's now stepping onto that court. And as a leader of this team, I needed to have a better feel for myself and just know and understand like where my wicks in was, and what could possibly push me the wrong way. And quite frankly, I didn't handle that well, and I failed as a leader. And in turn, I failed as a man, I failed as a leader, and in turn, it's led to this.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to accuse Draymond of having all the pretty words on one hand, but it also sounds like this has created some introspection. This has created a mental
it plays
inventory.
Like excuses.
It does, but I'm trying to listen through that and take it a layer further underneath. It does sound like he understands that there's some serious housekeeping to do. It does sound like that. Now he's had that in the past, and he says nobody understands my flaws better than me. I would suggest that we have a mountain of evidence to counter that. I would say that the understanding of your flaws actually is more fluid with us than you, because you still keep on running into these flaws. The guy's just he's got that bully DNA in him. He's a bully. He's a bully breed. And look, my wife and I had a bully breed. We love the dogs that a lot of other people do not like or fear. I love a bully breed. Bully breeds are sometimes the most loyal and dedicated dogs in the pen, but they're also ones, when they snap, things can go wrong really, really fast. And that continues to happen to Draymond over and over again. And this is the first time where the snap really affected his own team. And it sounds like there's been quite a bit of soul searching. There needs to be. And
the question I would have is he compromised going forward as a leader in the room?
I think he is a little.
With the guys.
I think he is a little. I mean, and
that's what I'd like to know.
Looney says he's got to earn it all back. I don't even really know what that means or how you go about doing that, other than not punching someone in practice.
I don't think you say, and it's not solved with words.
Right.
It's solved with actions. But that's what I'd be interested in knowing is, was this action the kind of action that would compromise his standing as a leader on this team among the players and the coaches?
Well, I think we have an absolute fracturing of the mentor-apprentice relationship that he and Jordan Poole had. And as a matter of fact, Jordan Poole is a little bit more, not the mentor now, but he's a superior player in terms of NBA attributes to the NBA than Draymond Green is. So there's a passing of the torch there, and there's also about to be a financial passing of the torch. So this whole
But has he lost his place as a leader? And who knows how it goes, but I felt like Jim Harbaugh lost his effectiveness a little bit as a leader when I saw the reaction to some of the players in his final year to some of the things that he was saying. I just wonder about Draymond in this situation. Do the players and the coaches see him for all of his strengths and weaknesses and flaws and say, you know what, he's still very much a leader in our room? Or, is he a guy who used to lead, who's lost a lot of face with the key figures in the room? Because then you're only a leader if somebody's willing to follow you. So if you do something that causes people to no longer follow you, you've been compromised as a leader. And only really Kerr and the coaches and the players and the people who know the interpersonal, workings of these relationships could speak to whether that's gone on here or whether his leadership is as strong today as it was last week.
I know everyone was expecting me to go speak on my podcast. Quite frankly, I don't hide from anything. I own my mistakes. To go sit on my podcast would be not taking questions and hiding from the issue at hand. And so I wanted to acknowledge that, and for those out there that thought that, those were just your thoughts, but I wanted to do this first.
It's amazing when you know what hits the fan, how all of a sudden run into the old media sounds a little bit more credible than whatever new media he's trying to do. So, good week for old media, said the old guy on the radio. If you want to do some new media, hop on the Krug Show. That's the podcast we want you on, Draymond.
Yeah, seriously, come on tonight.
By the way, this is Miles in San Francisco. Miles, you're on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Larry. Hello.
Hey, Damon and Larry, long-time listener, first-time caller. Great to be with you guys. And, you know, going back to kind of something you guys were discussing earlier, I would respectfully disagree that the organization has not handled this well because they've backed themselves into a corner with the discipline. Now they have to rely on Draymond's self-imposed stepping away from the team for any suspension, because when they initially said we're going to handle this internally, then okay, great. But now everyone sees what actually took place, and Draymond's not going to self-impose any multi-game suspension upon himself. And so how does this look to Jordan Poole, for the organization? Oh, we're going to give you the contract extension, but, you know, once the world found out what happened to you, now we're more, you know, aggressive with the punishment, to where they did themselves a disservice by holding the press conference so early in the process, saying it's going to be handled internally. Sure, they didn't control the leak of the video, but, you know, now...
Right. Well, what we have here, Miles, are two totally different situations. There's the situation that the Warriors tried to address on the day the news broke. So let's call that Thursday. And then Friday morning we got the video, and it changed the situation dramatically. I really mean it. And for those of you who are saying, well, how did seeing this video change things so dramatically? Let me tell you, we eat with our eyes first. Ask any chef. The very first thing that plate needs to be is on point visually, because we are a visual creature. We eat with our eyes first. It's one thing to hear two basketball players got into a fight at basketball practice. It's another thing entirely to see the video of that and realize, well, they weren't even playing basketball at the time that happened. And one guy was sort of standing on the baseline silently, while the other guy wouldn't stop barking, grabbing his junk, and then walked over, totally got up in somebody's airspace, which, by the way, that is the first act of aggression. Anyone who wants to say that Jordan Poole's shoving of Draymond Green is where this started, no one's ever stepped in your kitchen, obviously.
But these guys have been teammates for years, Damon, and they weren't the context that we're getting is the context of the video. Even if you know, yeah, you're saying there's more context because we're seeing the video, but anybody watching that video knows that there's plenty of context that the video does not show.
Right.
We don't know.
There's no audio. We don't know what happened before. We don't know what happened after.
Yeah, for all we know, Jordan Poole, was
still sitting there.
Was just all over Green for 10 minutes verbally. We don't really know. So all we do know that they've been teammates for a long time and that their relationship has gone on for a long time. So, who knows the inner workings of their dynamic.
And by the way, just the video itself, as I'm trying to figure out where it came from, a lot of people are saying that it looks like it was shot from an iPhone. It's cell phone video. To me, I agree with that, but it's not first generation. I think that is someone's cell phone video recording something off of a monitor. That's what it looks like to me. Like the new iPhone, if you got that, the thing would be in 4K, crystal clear. It'd be an IMAX, basically.
Right.
It'd look even better than it does.
It could be a documentary.
Right. This was, to me, there looks like a degenerative generation. Like it's not straight digital recording. There was an analog tape running that I then videoed with my phone. So this comes out of the Warriors video room. Who went into the video room to tape that, in my mind? They're investigating. They'd love to know. I'd love to know. It's, for those who are inside baseball on the Golden State Warriors, Larry, there's a 75% chance we know who did this.
I feel bad for the people.
Well, we know the
didn't-
person that did this.
Well, I feel bad for the people who just work in that area of things who didn't do this.
Right. Now they all got side eyes on him. And
the suspicion and maybe you'll never really maybe ever be able to clear your name. Maybe they'll never get to the bottom of it.
collateral damage of the incident.
Yeah, and you're just kind of the waters are muddied by the fact that this is out there and this could be your area of expertise and you could have had nothing to do with it. And you could have damaged this video could have damaged somebody's career who had no connection to it. That to me is, and who doesn't have millions of dollars in the bank or some second job waiting for them. So I kind of feel for those people, the people who were innocent and just happened to work in that, that area of the building.
Ted, calling from 19th Avenue. Hopefully it's a smooth commute for you today, Ted. What do you got?
Hey, how are you guys? Thanks for having me. I was thinking if Draymond wanted to really make this smooth right away, he would have went right to Poole and cut him a check for $1 million, and we would have never heard anything. Poole wouldn't have this debt owed to him from Draymond that Draymond doesn't have. He talks kind of like he has the empathy, but he doesn't really show he has that humility and empathy around what has happened, right? Like he mentions Poole's family, but there's still going to be a debt there, and if he waits for the team to make it right for him, that just puts the team and the whole fan base in this it's like we're in an abusive relationship with him. The other thing is, I think he punched his TNT job in the face, like after his career on the court, like he hurt his brand. In a way, I feel like he needs a handler. I don't know. He's kind of he reminds me of like Nick Diaz, like the Diaz brothers, like caught in his fight smoking weed with Anderson Silva, who was on steroids. And Anderson Silva's fighting the next year, and he gets a 5-year suspension because he didn't know he didn't get an attorney. I don't know.
Well, look, I'll just say this about his media career. He'll be sharing a desk with Charles Barkley. You know what I mean? Like Charles Barkley.
Charles might not talk a lot of trash coming up.
No, he might. But here's the deal. Charles Barkley threw pedestrians through plate glass windows, and we're cool with it. You know what I mean? Like, Draymond Green is content. He's a human, living, breathing content machine. He'll be fine in his next career.
There are crimes that would have got him thrown off. This is not one of them.
This is not one of them. And it's also not $1 million punch either. It's not a check for $1 million. And honestly, that would be insulting if you tried to buy me out of my own emotions about this. What Draymond needs to do is offer true contrition.
Show it more than offer it.
True contrition to Jordan Poole. And then if Jordan Poole wants to accept or reject that contrition, it's up to him. Taking the high road is the single fastest off-ramp for everyone involved here. Here's something nuts, and nobody has this. Are you ready for my hot take, Larry? Can I give you a hot take at 3:57 on a Monday? Or 3:30, 5:37. I'm sorry, a little dyslexic right there. But take you back to the beginning of the show.
I was going to say, this is a long freaking show.
What if Draymond Green actually has officially met the way that I can now best serve the Warriors, Jesus? What if he really does take this to heart and become the single most effective, best teammate version of Draymond Green we've ever seen? That's good for the Warriors, is it not? I mean,
Damon, he's already done that on the floor. Draymond's had issues with technicals. He didn't have those issues this year. They won the title. So he already drew a new line for himself.
He is a sentient being. It does learn.
I mean, he drew a line for himself, and he didn't cross it. And they won the title. And they had a little parade.
Wasn't that little?
I mean, I'm saying the idea that he can't either edit himself or make changes, I think we're all kind of evolving. And if this is part of the Draymond evolution, you're right. I think that should be factored in as well, that there could be a happy ending for Draymond, Poole, and the Warriors that makes the Warriors stronger than they were prior to this. If they communicate, if they share how they feel about it, and if they literally get beyond it by discussing it and become stronger. I mean, it sounds crazy, but at the same time, these are relationships and they're volatile. And there's no rules to how they have to go.
David in Brentwood. What do you got, David?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Larry, you were asking earlier whether Draymond Green has lost any kind of leadership place in the team. I would have to say so. There are different types of leadership. And I don't know if you guys have been watching the series House of Dragons. There's a conversation going on between the princess and her uncle. And she says, I will not rule by fear, by being a tyrant. And her uncle says, well, if they don't fear you, they will not respect you. If they won't respect you, you can't be a leader. I think that Draymond has pretty much run his life that way always. The problem with that is now the first time that he starts raising his voice or trying to approach any player at all on a manner that would seem aggressive, he will have all of his teammates immediately looking at him sideways. Okay, and everybody is waiting to see what else he's going to do. So that's going to make him.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt, David, and we're at we got to hit a break real quick. Thank you for calling, and I got to tell you, House of Dragons, it's okay. It's okay as a Sunday night show, but it doesn't nearly resonate in my life the way the Game of Thrones did. But look, how this plays out from here on out, no one knows. Time will tell. We are about to jump right into an NBA season, and we're going to get some early data points to let us know that this is a settled issue and behind them, or it lingers. We'll figure it all out. You watching House of Dragons at all? No. Did you watch Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're not missing. No, it's. I wanted it to be great. I want it to be better than it is, and I know this was a lot of slow burn setup. First season, but one
change though we will have for sure going forward. I think this is probably not a good time to ask for, hey Ray, do you think we could stop by and watch practice?
Oh no, Raymond Ritter's probably not letting a lot of people into practice.
I suggest maybe going forward, maybe nobody will be at practice
for a while.
Yeah.
Damon and Ratto with Larry Krueger in today, tomorrow, Friday as well. JD is going to pop on for a couple shows this week, but I can already feel we're off to one hell of a week here on 95.7 The Game.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars, now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Do you think all premium fuels are the same? Well, your engine doesn't. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered to defend against 4 main engine threats: gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So next time, choose Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought. In engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Do you have 3
trophy ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family. What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, kbb.com.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
What's your retirement look like? With Fidelity Income Planning, a dedicated advisor can help you create a flexible income strategy to grow and protect your wealth, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services member NYSE SIPC.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
If you get somebody like CMC out there, think of the formation diversity you can do. I mean,
you imagine a 3-by-1 formation with Devo, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Ayuk on the other side.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
For Draymond to say, you know, I've said what I had to say and I've done what I can do, that's a cop-out. Show learning.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
You can't take a look at Steph Curry and his body language. You knew damn well he's had enough of this crap.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
It just sucks that this is going to follow Poole no matter where he goes, no matter what he does, because people are unforgiving a-holes.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, welcome, welcome. We are at the end of today's show, which, if you don't mind me saying, it's an above-average broadcast the whole way through. Borderlining on pretty damn good. Larry Krueger in for Ray Ratto today. Tomorrow on Friday, Michael Irvin was his usual dazzling self. And tomorrow's going to be Peter King at some point. We'll see what else Lucas is cooking up, but We got, an awful lot to get into still from an NFL week that is wrapping up tonight. By the way, the Raiders have jumped out an early 7-0 lead at Arrowhead. So we're going to have ourselves a Monday Night Football game to watch when we get home after all.
Look at that. Look at that. And I was just saying to you off air that it seems like anytime I look at a spread and like in this game, the Chiefs are favored, but I thought the Chiefs should have been favored by more. And then the game starts. And of course, the Raiders score the first touchdown. It's almost like a law. If the spread looks a little funky, it's probably you don't have more information than the betting public. The betting public has more information.
Well, I would actually I don't know who that public is because for the to me, public represents a whole bunch of clueless bozos in terms of gambling terms. That's why Ray and I have one and only gambling segment. It's called Fade the Public Friday. And right now, we're 2-0, baby. We've done it 2 weeks in a row. We're 2-0. We said...
Who'd you fade this week?
Arizona plus 5.5. We said take them over the Eagles. You cashed a winning ticket if you did that. Fade the Eagles. The public was on the Eagles huge.
And how do you measure that? You go from the opening line to the movement?
To the line movement. That's all we're looking at. So we're not picking the game. We're not picking the location. We're not picking the teams. We're just looking at line movement and fading the public. 2-0, baby. By the way, we got 2 callers left today. Let's say hello to both before we say goodbye this afternoon. By the way, Damon and Ratto with Larry In is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And we want to invite you to stick around for Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal with the football hour starting at 6 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Randy?
How's it going, y'all? I was just listening, first-time caller. You guys are talking about Draymond. I just wanted to give you guys my take on this. All right. Draymond, in order to get back cool with Jordan Poole throughout the season, if they were to stay together, he would have to go out and fight for his teammates. Because every night, if they gave Kevin Durant a cupcake poster, they will give Jordan Poole a swollen eye poster. And he will need his teammates to be there and trust him and fight for him. And what better teammate you need than the one who punched you? So now you would have ex-players like Kevin Garnett who would exploit that event. And I'm pretty sure there's new players or now players that would exploit the same event. So you're going to need the protection. Warriors, if they were to get rid of Draymond, there will be at least 2 years of a rebuild phase before they get deep into the finals again. Because now they're losing the ability of a leader and the ability of an intangible factor, which is not hogging the ball. And there's not enough basketball to go around with Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson all on the court. That's why Kevin Durant left. Not because he just was a risk, because there wasn't enough basketball.
Well, who knows why Kevin left, but we're not even going to try to get in there. Randy, thank you for calling. Thank you for listening. And look, you're right. Draymond Green is a great junkyard dog to have on your side. The problem is he, same team. He bit the guy on the same team this one time. So that's a problem with junkyard dogs. You can't really control them. And that can be a blessing and a curse all at the same time.
He's a terrific player, though. I mean, come on. I know people will always point to the shooting percentage, and he used to shoot 38% from three, and he doesn't get anywhere close to that now. But even on those games that people were like, oh, man, the game where Kerr didn't take him off the bench for whatever that period was in the fourth, even that game, if you went back and went sequence by sequence, the guy made play after play after play on both ends of the floor. So, I mean, his value is incredibly high. I'm much higher, I think, than the average basketball fan realizes.
It's beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and if you know where to look at Draymond, he's one of the most beautiful players in this league. If you look in the wrong place, though, it turns ugly quick. I mean, it's just, he's
not going to come curling off a screen and bury threes.
He is so unique, and his skill set complements what this team's other dominant skill sets are perfectly. I mean, when the Warriors are clicking, they're one of the finest tuned machines the league has ever seen. And when Draymond throws a wrench into the ointment or whatever, whatever the hell saying is, it can get a little messy. This is Paul in El Cerrito, which is Spanish for the Cerrito. Hello, what's going on, Paul?
Yeah, hey guys. Hey, I just want to make 2 points about the Draymond incident. It's got me totally hot and bothered. the first thing I want to say is that Bob Myers saying there is no suspension, I think makes him and the organization look ridiculous.
Well, hold on, though. Hold on, Paul. Let me just tell you, here's what Draymond has to say about himself playing on opening night.
Yeah, I expect to play. Now, will I play? That's a totally different story. And that's something that we will continue to figure out as we move forward and just feel through what's right.
Doesn't sound like the issue is that settled. Like there could still be some punishment coming forward in suspension form. But, Paul, I would like you to get to your second point. But we have two guys who played in the NFL ready to host something that we call the football hour. So we need to get out of their way. Larry, outstanding. See you tomorrow, pal.
Sounds good.
There you go. We'll do it again tomorrow. We'll do it live. Thanks to Michael Irvin for joining us. The football hour is next here on 95.7 The Game. Lucas, Grandy, A+ is all around. Thank you so much. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started.